Chapter 163, Slippery. Considering Cousin Joan's cultivation, the team shouldn't have any problems, unless they get attacked by a rare wild beast, Yue thought, while looking at Yi Zhong's silhouette exiting the mansion's gate, but it's better to be safe than sorry. If I follow Cousin Joan, I might be able to spy on the Lus and find out what their plans are. Furthermore, I can put the matter of protecting my family into my own hands. Like Grandpa said, they are the foundation of the family's future and I just can't leave anything to chance. Led by a 10-star condensed prime warrior sent by the Lus, the group of 2,000 warriors, assembled from the 10 most powerful martial family of Green Moon City, left civilization and began to search the wilderness and the mountains at an extremely slow pace. Wild beasts usually do not hunt during hours of daylight. Therefore Yue decided to spend his days at the Drakehead, and his nights hidden in the dark wilderness, watching over his family's squad. When there were wild beasts approaching to their camps, Yue was able to finish them off without anybody noticing. 9 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Yue was cultivating all this time at the pond before sunset, trying to improve as quickly as he possibly could. With the help of this sacred place, he was only a few steps away from his breakthrough to the 4-star level. The Yi family had been keeping themselves safe in the mansion. There was no unannounced Lus visits recently. The Yes were also safe, watched over, guarded by their family's dedicated young runmaster. On the 9th day since the Yi patriarch sent the squad for the search, Yue routinely stretched his body after a half-day of cultivating. The sun was setting over the horizon and then, as usual, he hurried towards his family squad's camp. Part of the troops led by the Lu family finally reached North Hill Bay. Yue became more anxious with each day, scared that they might intrude his family's sacred ground. At the foothill of the Yes ancestral burial hill, a dispute was brewing, and the Yes were heated. The resting place of the family's ancestor was a prohibited area. The Du family insisted to help with the search and were very pleased to finally have a reason to invade the Yes ancestral land. The two families still remembered their fight for this plot of land and the Yes were not happy to see their enemies so close. The Dus had 220 warriors led by their patriarch's brothers, Du Ji, a 5-star condensed prime warrior. The pressure of their force was hanging over Yes. "Get out of my way, kid!" yelled Du Ji as his cold gaze swept over the 150 men the Yes assembled and finally stopped on Yi Zhong's face. "I, Du Ji, am here under the command of the Lu family. We are here to explore this land and report to them if there is any hidden abnormalities. Obstructing me to my task is the same as disrespecting the Lu, kid. Your pathetic family won't be able to deal with the consequences." He suddenly took a step forward, his mighty chi presence, like a massive boulder, solidly pressed towards the Yes men and Yi Zhong. The might of a 5-star condensed prime warrior was fierce. All 150 warriors involuntarily took a step back. Yi Zhong was barely able to stand steadily, marginally withstood Du Ji's offensive chi burst. "Du Ji, this is my family's ancestral land. All of my forefathers were buried under the surface of this very hill. It is a sacred ground and I won't let anyone disturb the peace where their souls rest eternally, but I will never allow anyone set foot on the hill. If you wish to do so you will have to step over my dead body," shouted Yi Zhong as he channeled his chi, struggling to resist Du Ji's force, but determined to protect his family's burial hill with his life if needed. During the past 3 years, due to the protection of Master Yi, the Dus never dared to offend Yi family. However, now the tides had changed. As they had the Lu family's support, they were no longer scared of the possibilities of Master Yi's interference. The Du family's assets were irreversibly damaged by the rapid expansion of Yi family's business, especially in the trades of scrolls and mystic arms. The Dus were no longer a family everyone was scared of, and none of them were happy about the downfall and the suppression. Therefore, even though the North Hill Bay area spread wide across more than thousands of miles, the Dus deliberately set their eyes on the burial hill of the Yi family. "Yi Zhong, I think you are overstepping yourself. As I have said, we are here under the Lu family's command to explore this mountain. You have no other choice but to let us pass through, unless you want to deal with them instead of us," sneered Du Ji, smiling viciously after he shamelessly name-dropping. "As an established cultivator and reasonable man, I really do not want to fight you. I am no bully. But if you are going to be difficult, that leaves me no choice but to do exactly that. Well, I guess you can use a lesson on being respectful if you are dumb enough to mess with the Du family and the Lu family," Du Ji threatened, grunting coldly. "Now with the Lu's support, we are in the right. None of the Yes can do anything about it, even if I decide to paralyze Yi Zhong right here and right now. Obstructing the Lu's search is not a small matter. If they hear about how the Yes are trying to sabotage their search, they might even reward me for my bravery, but..." Du Ji's eyes shone a sinister glow. He had actually been planning to start a fight with the Yes. Ever since the Lus came into the picture, the Dus have been doing whatever they could to befriend the representatives from the state-renowned martial family, hoping that their new ally could help them with their revenge against the Yes. It was clear to everyone in the Du family that once Yue and Yi Zhong grew up to fulfill their cultivation potential, Green Moon City will no longer have space for the Dus. Aware of that fact, the Du family wanted nothing more than to get rid of the two youngsters. However, it was impossible for them to do so when the Yi family was under Master Yi's watch and because the Ye's influence was growing nonstop throughout the past 3 years. This is the moment we've been waiting for. We can start the fight and the Lus can finish them for us. Currently the Yi family was in no position and simply was not on the level the Lus were on. With the Lu's wide web of connections, even Master Yi was in no position to challenge one of the most influential force in the Qing state. Brother Zhong, Du Ji is just looking for trouble here. Let's fight them. Zhong, they do have 220, but I don't think we will lose the fight. All the Yes were overwhelmed by resentment, stood forth and unsheathed their weapons. Although the Yes were outnumbered, they were still better equipped than the Dus, and a lot of them were even holding mystic scrolls and mystic arms. The Yes were aware they were not at a disadvantage. 3 years ago, Yue acquired a large amount of treasures from Blood Mist Valley, most of which he gave to his family. Since then, his family was actually richer than the Big Three and had more treasures in their vault than even Green Moon City's city lord. Yi Zhong's body became tense, he lifted his arm and signaled his men to stand down. He knew the situation was more complicated and delicate than it appeared to most. Although he was aware that the Yes might win, it was a risk he dared not to take. Grandpa put these people's lives in my hands. Every single one of these 150 warriors is a part of the family's foundation, we cannot afford to lose any of them. Du Ji was a 5-star condensed prime warrior. If the Yes were to win, they would have to keep the Du squad's leader under control, which could not be done without sacrificing lives for it. The consequence was too dire. Yi Zhong had no way to afford the loss, nor could the family afford to lose the loved ones they've invested time, care and resources on. After a fight like that, it would take the family more than 30 years to recover. The Du family is clearly trying to turn the Lus against us. I cannot make their wish come true and I shall not start a bloodshed here, right by where my ancestors were buried. They shall not step foot on the hill and they shall not shed their filthy blood here. Yi Zhong coldly stared at Du Ji, calculating, trying to figure out ways to counter the threat. Yi Zhong, kid, the Du family will not violate the Lus orders, however I do know that we right now are standing on rightfully belongs to your family. Du Ji's rolled his eyes, chuckled and said, I am going to give you one chance for you to prove your worthiness. If you are serious about protecting your ancestors' resting place, I want you to take 3 punches for me. If you agree, I will order my men to back off and leave this hill alone. If the Lus will ask us what happened, I will make something up so they would let you off. So, what is it gonna be? Will you take 3 punches? Du Ji strode forward and glared at Yi Zhong, putting him under more pressure in the tight situation. The burial hill was the Yes land. Du Ji could feel that Yi Zhong would not decline the offer. Yi Zhong would not refuse the only easy way out for the Yi if they wanted to keep their ancestral land's integrity without harming any one of the Yes warriors. Du Ji's smug smile was growing wider, he had already calculated the next steps. When Yi Zhong agreed, he was going to strike the young cultivator with no mercy. I can pretty much destroy your body with 1 punch. You will never walk again. There was nothing more the 5-star condensed prime warrior wanted than to destroy their rival family's future. Fine, you've got yourself a deal, said Yi Zhong in a low tone. He nodded heavily, sighed and stepped forward. Brother Zhong, don't fall for this trap. He just wants you dead. Don't forget that he is a lot stronger than you are. Don't expose yourself to danger like this. Brother Zhong, I know it's important to guard the family's ancestral land, but don't sacrifice yourself like that. Guarding what the forefathers left us is a duty all of us must oblige, but... None of the Yes could stay calm, they talked over one another after Yi Zhong spoke. Don't say anything. Yi Zhong grunted low and loud to catch everyone's attention. He was aware of Du Ji's intentions and had sent a messenger back to the Yi mansion since the Dus started troubles at the bottom of the burial hill. He was now just buying time, hoping the messenger had already reached the patriarch and that help was on the way. Good boy, I admire your courage. Here comes the first punch. A grim smile appeared on Du Ji's face. He opened his hand wide and casually flicked his fingers, his chi rushed out together with sequences of runes. Zoom! The runes flickered faintly as a huge fiery red fist appeared. The air began to ripple while waves of heat emanated from the fist. Under Du Ji's command, the fist flew towards Yi Zhong, dropping on top of him like a burning meteor. Low-level mist stance, scarlet flame fist. The cold brutal smile on Du Ji became bigger. Du Ji, the 5-star condensed prime warrior, was much stronger than Yi Zhong and he knew that, but even so, he decided to use one of his strongest attacks right away. A low-level mist stance used by a 5-star condensed prime warrior was not something Yi Zhong could defend himself against. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Yi Wei Strikes Back. Chapter 164, Yi Wei Strikes Back. The fist gained more and more momentum while it was falling fiercely at Yi Zhong. As the fist was approaching its target, the whistling in the air intensified and became a loud rumble. All the fallen leaves on the ground dried out completely and turned to powder. Yi Zhong frowned at the roaring flame wrapped around the fist. He knew that Du Ji was much stronger than him, nevertheless, he didn't expect him to use such a powerful stance. Du Ji is using his full force. If this heavy misstance strike hits me, I will be gravely injured, that is if I manage to live. Yi Zhong anxiously thought. High-level spirit stance, White Tiger's assault. Yi Zhong bit his lips until he tasted hints of metallic sparkles in his blood. There were no signs of reinforcements on the horizon. He had no other choice but to rely on himself. Zoom! Sequences of runic patterns lit up, intertwined, and suddenly, a spectral tiger appeared in the air. Roar! The spectral tiger roared at the sky. The tiger swiftly stretched his legs and promptly lunged forward at the approaching fiery fist in the air. Although the tiger's strike was ferocious, its power was stopped the exact moment Du Ji's fiery fist connected. The spectral beast faded and crumbled in the incinerating heat wave. Yi Zhong's White Tiger assault and Du Ji's were both low-level missed stances. However, powered by a 5-star condensed prime warrior, the Scarlet Flame Fist reigned superior. The unreserved lethal punch did not slow down at all after crushing the big cat. The flame fist continued to enlarge in Yi Zhong's eyes while approaching with unbelievable speed. Yi Zhong quickly leaped backwards. Using a protecting stance to envelop his whole body, he was ready to face this attack. He would never let the Dus set foot on his family's grounds. Just as the fist was about to land on Yi Zhong's chest, a blurred figure appeared in midair. It brought Yi Zhong 10 meters away from the fist's course and saved him from the horrifying attack. Bang! The fiery fist fiercely struck the dust. A loud rumble echoed throughout the mountains. The whole forest shook, birds flew in fear, and land animals ran for cover. When the debris settled, a 10 meters wide pit appeared on the ground. Yi Wei! Du Ji's face turned ashen. He coldly stared at the shadowy figure next to Yi Zhong. Yi Wei interfered at the absolute last moment. His cousin Yi Zhong would have been lying dead in that pit right now if he was just a tenth of a second slower. Yi Wei, being Master Yi's only legacy apprentice and being the hero who fought a powerful demon at the Ning City tournament, was a renowned person in Green Moon City. His accomplishments spread so fast Du Ji heard all of the news surrounding Yi Wei at a restaurant. Through other guests' chit-chat, he gained an understanding of Yi Wei before he was told the news by the Du family's scouts. While the smoke and dust settled down, Yi Wei casually removed the dirt from his robe. He then glared fiercely at Du Ji. The Yi family were always the top priority for Yi Wei. All of his heart belonged to his roots. At the threat of the Lu family, he had to be cautious and patient, but he would not tolerate Du's terrorizing. Yi Wei, like I said to your cousin, I was ordered by the Lu family to check these grounds. Are you sure you want to confront the Lus? Shouted Du Ji. He was irritated by the youngster's interruption. Du Ji shivered under Yi Wei's cold gaze. He knew he could not stop Yi Wei by force, therefore resorted to threatening his family. Humph, it seems this kid doesn't dare to mess with the Lus, Du Ji mischievously concluded. It was the Lu's elder's order. We are not going to disobey, and we are going to explore this land even if it's your family's burial hill. You can't afford to be responsible for holding us down here, can you? Du Ji stood still as Yi Wei slowly approached him step by step. What if those rumors are right, and this kid was able to defeat that demon? A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. I once fought a demon at the same level too, and if it wasn't for the patriarchs intervene, I would surely have died. Feeling threatened, Du Ji spoke unwillingly in a soft voice. Us Dus, just like your family, are from Green Moon City, ordered and used by Lu family. We are forced to do this just as you are. If you let us continue on, we give you our promise that everything will be left intact on your grounds. If you decide to stand in the way, we have no other choice but to report your disobedience to the Lus. So you are respecting us now? Yi Wei surmised. He was disgusted by Du Ji's attitude. Smiling disdainfully, Yi Wei stated, if you really did respect us, how do you explain what you tried to do to my cousin? Yi Zhong is just a 1-star condensed prime warrior. Du Ji clearly wanted to kill him and then immediately retreat, so he could bring the Lus to exterminate my family. Respect? You wouldn't even think about respecting anyone if I was not here, opportunistic snake. Yi Zhong was smart enough to understand Du's intentions. He used the voice transmission technique to talk to Yi Wei in private. They want to destroy our family, this won't end neatly. If I let Du Ji go, the first thing he will do is to complain to the Lus. That means they might bring havoc to the burial hill. Yi Wei's head was spinning. He tried to think a way out of this mess. His ultimate duty was to defend his ancestral grounds for future generations of Yi family. Suddenly, Yi Zhong's voice sounded in his mind, "Yi Wei, if you take Duji, I will be able to take out the rest. We have some powerful men with us. They won't just stand and watch. These are our ancestral grounds, and we must defend them." Yi Zhong had heard about Yi Wei's achievements in Ning City and believed his cousin, surely the strongest cultivator of the family, was strong enough to take control of the situation. Yi Wei was uncertain. "Cousin Zhong, you want us to kill all the witnesses?" Yi Wei had never killed an innocent before. He was hesitant. Even though it was due family members in front of him, it would still be murder. Furthermore, committing a sinister act of that scale would leave marks on his mind. A dark chapter will never be beneficial to his ability to focus when he would cultivate. The situation was urgent. Yi Wei knew he couldn't just keep thinking about the consequences. One due escape he would mean the end of his family. He had to help his cousin. "No, this isn't fair. If we have to kill, I cannot let you do all the dirty work." Yi Wei looked determined. It appeared there was no other choice. "Yi Wei, let me do this. Your talent is extraordinary, and you are the hope and future of our family. As long as you deal with Duji, I should be able to take care of the rest. You don't even need to kill him, rather, just keep him under control. I am ready to do the rest," Yi Zhong said earnestly. He made a hand signal, and Ye's men who surrounded the Du's squad dispersed. "Little Wei, don't give Duji a hard time. He's almost peeing his pants. In the end, he is in a way innocent. He is just following his patriarch and the Lu's orders. I would do something similar in his position. This has to be done clean. No one, absolutely no one, can escape." Yi Zhong laughed. Then he spoke to Duji. "Hey, we understand the Du family's situation, and you can't really just leave our ancestral land unsearched." Yi Zhong was trying to gain some time and draw Duji's attention away from Yi Wei. "But there is a requisite," Yi Zhong smiled. He narrowed his eyes as he started to approach Duji. "You have to withstand 3 blows, from my little cousin, to prove that you are worthy, then I will let you search the..." Duji was not a fool. Seeing both Yi Wei and Yi Zhong approach, he was aware something was up. "They want to kill us all. These Yi brothers are ruthless, like the patriarch warned me." He felt threatened. However, the 5-star condensed prime warrior knew better than to panic. "I will let the Lus decide." Duji responded before Yi Zhong finished his sentence. Yi Wei and Yi Zhong heard a sound of a scroll being torn. Whoosh! Hundreds of runes burst out of the scroll. Empowered by Duji's chi, the runes formed a yellow beam of light that broke through the thin night mist. The beams transformed into 2 huge letters. The surname Lu appeared in a starry sky in an eye-catching shade of gold. Duji used one of the scrolls provided by the Lu family. The flare is visible within a radius of 100 miles. All the leaders of the martial family squads were given one, including Yi Zhong. If someone would use it, it would notify one of the Lu's 10-star condensed prime warrior on guard around the area. At this very moment, Lu Zhong was sitting on one of the tree branches many miles away from the Ye's burial grounds when he noticed the letters. He stood up abruptly, surprised and hopeful. "Did they find the drake head?" exclaimed Lu Zhong excitedly. He hurriedly used a transportation stance and turned into a flash of light. He moved instantly towards the spot indicated by the signal. Lu Feng's cultivating was disturbed by a small explosion. He opened his eyes. At the quiet pond, he was also able to see his family name spelled in the starry sky. He frowned, slowly stood up still, and stared at the golden letters in the sky. He as well turned into a blurred figure in the dark forest and hurried in the same direction. "I would like to see what happened," thought Lu Feng while flying through the mountains. While the 2 Lus headed to the foothills where the Dus and Yes stood off, Yi Wei and his cousin uncomfortably stared at the night sky, frowning. The Yi cousins planned to neutralize Duji quietly and swiftly. They wanted to attack the whole squad before anyone could notify anyone. Unfortunately, they didn't expect him to be so alert. It would not be wise for the Yes to make a move now the Lu family would be rushing over. "Duji almost killed my cousin. I cannot let him walk free. Fortunately, it won't take me long to destroy this conniving snake." Yi Wei curled his fingers. Before Duji even saw one rune being drawn, 5 peerless chi swords were already en route. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Line. Chapter 165, Line. The peerless chi swords was building blocks of a sky stance. Although Yue was far from finishing the Zodiac Sword stance, Du Ji still had no way of defending himself against it.
The Lu's men are about to arrive, and you dare to aim your stance at me? You are out of your mind.
Panic flashed in Du Ji's eyes while he watched the 5-chi sword rapidly coming towards him. You will pay for this when they are here. Confronted by sharp edges, Du Ji's pupils shrunk in sheer nervousness. He reacted quickly and channeled his chi to defend himself.
Low-level mist stance, Cyan light shield.
His hands were flashing in the air, drawing rune after rune, forming a defensive stance. Soon, the rune sequence glowed and transformed its shape. A large light shield appeared in front of his body. The Du family was once one of Green Moon City's big three. They had a total of 4 mist stances, which they passed down through generations since their rise. 2 of them were low-level mist stances and the other 2 were mid-level. These stances were available only to the Patriarch. Du Ji, a 5-star condensed prime warrior, was in a relatively high position in the Du family. He was able to master both the low-level mist stances that he could access, such as the Scarlet Flame Fist and the defensive Cyan Light Shield. He was renowned in the city, both as a very powerful cultivator and a master of the 2 mist stances. Even if he was only a 5-star condensed prime level, his shield was powerful enough to withstand a 6-star condensed prime warrior's attack. However, under the edge of Yue's peerless chi swords, the stance that had stopped countless powerful cultivators was no more protective than a piece of paper. Yue's chi bolts penetrated the green shield effortlessly, dug into Du Ji's arms, legs and his dantian while the shield was still completely intact. Yue was showing no mercy for someone who threatened to wipe his entire family from the face of the earth.
Ah!
The horrifying sound of Du Ji's screams sent chills through everyone's body. His arms, legs, and dantian were ripped, spilling blood all over while Du Ji fell to his knees. The ground beneath him was completely dyed in red.
I thought we made a deal. You shouldn't have agreed to my cousin's suggestion if you are not strong enough to take just one blow? Yue calmly but sarcastically questioned Du Ji. He had to deal with Du Ji quickly before the Lus arrived. He tried to hurt Yi Zhong. It's only fair he tastes his own medicine. So, when the Lus come I can tell them he agreed to this, Yue decided. Du Ji heard Yue's words, but he was too weak to react. He finally dropped on the ground and fainted. The Dus were shocked. Judging from Du Ji's injuries, they could see that their leader was unlikely to ever stand on his feet again. This defeat just ruined any chances for Du Ji to continue cultivating. He would be casted aside because of his defeat. His cultivation would wither, and he would be a burden for his family from now on. You deserve every bit of this suffering you will taste for the rest of your pitiful life. Yue looked at the Du Ji who was paralyzed on the ground. The moment you wanted to kill my cousin Zhong was the moment you should have been prepared to get killed yourself. The Yi family was left to the Du's mercy 3 years ago. If it wasn't for Master Yi, we would have been wiped out. However, we are no longer like we were at that time. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble sounded. It grew louder and louder as a shadowy figure approached. It was Lu Zhong, a 10-star condensed prime warrior the Lu family sent to coordinate the search. Lu Zhong thought that someone had found the Drakehead, so he rushed as if his life depended on it. He didn't expect to see 2 troops standing off under the moonlight by a hill. An angry cry resonated within the night. My family sent you here to look for treasure, not to fight each other, but... Sir, you have to give us justice. The Yes disobeyed your commands. They were preventing us from entering the area. They also attacked Du Ji. One of the Du's warriors stood forth and kneeled before Lu Zhong. I don't think Du Ji will live if he doesn't get medical attention immediately, he cried as he pointed to his fallen leader. Lu Zhong surveyed the scene. He could tell he was not at the Drakehead. All he could see was the Dus in a pitiful state, kneeling before him. Seeing Yue, his face ashened and his gaze was sharp as daggers. What the hell did you do to him? He is here under my command. Lu Zhong's fierce roar froze the Yes in place and stopped their hearts. His presence oozed anger and crushed towards the Yes squad. If you do not give me a reasonable explanation for these bold and stupid acts, your family will cease to exist in a day's time. Lu Zhong's eyes finally rested on the Yi cousins standing in front of their men. That's Yue, murmured Lu Feng, watching the scene unfold from the wilderness. The memory of the Runamaster's exam suddenly appeared in his mind. This kid is really talented. Maybe I still can recruit him after all and fit him into my plan. Lu Feng's revenge was always the first thought in his mind. The humiliation his mother suffered was not easily forgotten. Lu family was influential inside and outside Qing State. Lu Feng knew everything these people were capable of. I can't stand against them alone. They are capable of sending returned prime warriors here if they do find the place. However, maybe if this kid joins my side, Lu Feng was thinking, plotting. He was afraid his family's men would find the drakehead soon. He needed powerful reinforcement to distract and send people away from the pond. He could not bear the thought of losing it. Lu Feng needed someone as talented as Yi Wei. Nevertheless, he knew since the Runemaster Union entry exam that Yi Wei still held a grudge for what happened 3 years ago. Yi Wei, you are a complete idiot to challenge Lu Zhong. He might be only a 10-star condensed prime warrior, but he was known for his madness. He would even interrupt an elder if he heard something he didn't agree with, Lu Feng mumbled to himself. He was curious to see how this would unroll. Lu Zhong's sister, Lu Rong, was one of the elders and one of the strongest cultivators in the family. She was the reason Lu Zhong was bold, crazy but uncontested by the council of the well-established family. She was also the person who vouched for him to be in charge of the operation around North Hill Bay, the area which the Lu's intel told the council the drakehead was likely to be. Lu Rong wanted the council to trust her brother. Thus, if he was successful in locating the drakehead, he would gain a better, more solid reputation. This time I might be able to get him on my side. I will wait for a good opportunity to reveal myself and help him when he gets in trouble. Lu Feng concluded while he watched the Yes. Wipe out Yi family. Yi Wei's eyes filled with burning rage. Nonetheless, he reminded himself that he must be patient for now. He must handle this situation without causing any casualties to occur. He could always make Lu Zhong pay for those disrespectful words once he became stronger. Mister, please be reasonable and listen to what I have to say before reacting hastily. There is no reason for the Yes to slow the Lu's operation down. We were trying to carry out the search carefully at our ancestors' resting place. I promise you, the Dus are trying to frame us on the spot. Yi Wei said calmly. Is it so? Lu Zhong's gloomy face slowly turned towards Du Ji, who was laying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. This lone hill is my family's burial ground. The Dus always kept a grudge against my family due to some recent dispute. They took the chance to make a mess at our ancestors' graves while they were up there, so we asked them down to talk it out peacefully. There would be no way we let them on our sacred grounds just to watch them destroy everything as they do a rough job. Besides, he almost killed my cousin when my cousin was trying to reason with him. I was then lucky enough to stop him right before my innocent cousin would have lost his life. Said Yi Wei, doing a great job to sound shaken. Hearing Yi Wei's speech, Yi Zhong's face lit up. The situation wasn't so bad presented the way his young cousin did. Maybe our ancestral grounds won't be tainted after all. Yi Zhong bowed before Lu Zhong saying, please, mister. We just wanted to do a thorough job the most respectful way, for the Lu family's and for the Yi family's honor. We had to stand against the Dus and their unreasonable claims. Please, give us justice. The rest of the Yes joined in. The Du family clearly wants to take advantage of the Lus. You should remove the black sheep from the herd. Yi Zhong was trying to sound as indignified as he could, playing along with Yi Wei's speech. You don't want innocent blood on your family's name, right? You have to make an example or people like the Dus will just bring shame and injustice to our doorsteps. Nonsense. We didn't even touch the hill because you didn't let us. Don't let them fool you. The Dus replied, angered by the lies. Lu Zhong cautiously looked over the two families' squad standing opposite to each other. He sensed that something strange was going on and though one of the sides wanted to fool him, he did not have any useful evidence to make a fair decision. Peeking from the side, Lu Feng was amused by this whole situation. This Yi Wei is quite a character. Lu Zhong usually isn't easily deceived. I will not interfere with the dispute between you. Our task must be completed, so stop wasting my precious time. All of you, come up the hill with me to search this area once more. Lu Zhong pondered for just a moment then gave his orders. I want every inch of the bay area dug 3 feet deep. Lu Zhong decided to stay out of the argument. He did not care who was buried under the ground if it was not the Supreme who died around the region centuries ago. Yes. That's a wise decision, mister. The Dus were ecstatic. With the Lus backing their cause, they marched up the hill while scornfully looking down on the Yes. Yi Wei, Yi Zhong, and the rest were looking somber. This hill belongs to the Yes, our history and pride were buried on this hill. Yi Wei said furiously, paused and ground his teeth after saying each word. Lu Zhong cried out, I do not care who is buried here. How dare you blocking my way? He is interrupting a Lu family operation. Kill him. Dus were waiting for this moment, excited to see the Yi family getting destroyed by the Lus. The Yi squad's eyes went bloodshot. Yi Wei in particular was ready to charge forth. Knowing that their ancestral burial grounds will be stepped on by the enemies, none of them could remain calm. The Yes did not take a move, they all stood still and looked towards Yi Wei. Although Yi Wei was seldom home, they were all aware that throughout the years Yi Wei had become the family's soul, a person they all admired. To everyone on the squad, Yue was as influential as the Yi Patriarch. Yue extended his fingers. With his chi sword he drew a 3 feet wide line on the dirt between the dews and the hill. Who crosses this line will be dead, he shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Madman. Chapter 166, Madman. The gust of sharp chi-fused breeze hit the dews who stood close by and left fine lines of red marks on the exposed areas of their bodies. Stunned, no one dared to cross the line on the ground. They didn't think Yue would dare to use force against them in front of a Lu. You ignorant kid. Do you want to die? Lu Zhong's face twitched in anger. Like I said, all of you, come up the hill with me to search this area once more. Bloodlust was overtaking Lu Zhong's consciousness. His chi rushed out, fluttered his long robe. Both of his hands disappeared, sequences of runes surged in the air while his hands flashed in the shape of mysterious hand seals. Rumble. Lu Zhong's chi was flowing through the hundreds of runes. Immense surge of power was building up between the earth and the sky, so powerful that all the trees around fell at once, cut to their roots. Gigantic rocks floated around. A spectral giant bird of prey flew out from the explosion of the runes. Its cyan wings flapped rapidly. Tornadoes of primal energy swept the ground at the foot of the Ye's ancestral burial hill. Could this be? Lu Feng gasped, still hidden in the dark, shocked by the sight of the shadowy shape. The seal of Cyan Hawk, high-level mist stance. Lu Feng mumbled, looking horrified. He used this stance once to defeat a peak 10-star condensed prime warrior with ease. Should I really intervene before it's too late for Yue? Lu Zhong going in for the kill. Lu Feng always knew that Lu Zhong was an old maniac but didn't expect him to act this hysterically. The level of ruthlessness was beyond his comprehension. All the Lus that have been sent to Green Moon City were warned not to mess with Master Yi. Even the elders seemed to be afraid of what he might do. Doesn't he know Yue is Master Yi's only legacy apprentice? The pond is nearby. To let the Lus draw their men here would mean uncovering the Drakehead. This madness needs to stop. We can't have Master Yi and the Lu elders here, thought Lu Feng as he rushed out from his cover to stop. I acted too late. The Cyan Hawk gradually gathered his full strength, flapped its cyan wings to climb higher into the sky. Its beak suddenly opened and, after a few piercing trills, spewed out round after a round of a silver lightning. Rumble. The silver lightning rained down mercilessly onto Yue and the Yesmen. The earth crumbled while the silvery energy bolts were still mid-air. The cracks on the ground rapidly grew outwards as the Hawk's strike accelerated. The whole burial hill shook to the 10-star condensed prime warrior's powerful stance. While others were weak on their knees, Yue did not even flinch. When confronted by the bolts of lightning, Yue stomped the ground, and clouds of runes appeared at the bottom of his feet. Riding the clouds of star-shaped rune sequences, Yue's movements became unpredictable. He then fearlessly leaped right into the storm without a second of hesitation. These men behind me are my family's foundation and future. I have to protect them, thought Yue. He was aware that even the edge of Lu Zhong's powerful high-level mist stance would end the lives of many of these weaker warriors. Therefore, Yue couldn't just hide. He was there to defend his family's past, present, and future. Supernova stance, second evolution. Yue's earnest gaze was set on the lightning storm's center. His body shone golden. Yue's chi was amplified, burst out of the runes on his bones. 9-star condensed prime level. Lu Feng's jaws dropped. Amplified by the supernova stance, Yue's cultivation exploded instantly. The presence of a 3-star condensed prime warrior intensified, compressed and expanded to 3 times its original size and strength. Now, Sealnik triple primal sword. Although inside the lightning storm, Yue was protected by the thick layer of primal energy that oozed out from his skin. His hands danced in the air, guiding his dense chi into the runes he just drew. From just spots of scattered energy the runes merged and grew, taking the shape of an ancient sword. Yue barely hesitated. He assessed the situation quickly and figured out that it was necessary to use the Glacial Emperor's stance. The 10 meters chi sword was now infused with the power of Jotian Sword Notion and Polaris Academy Starshifter form. The stance now belonged to peak high-level mist grade. As the long sword began to shine brighter, Yue's will force and chi were drained completely. Only returned prime warriors or above were able to use high-level mist stances without emptying their sentience and dantians. Yue was able to use it, but it was in no means an easy task for the young cultivator. The rumors were true. This kid is as powerful as a 10-star condensed prime warrior. Lu Feng held himself back, stared at the chi sword in the sky as it fell down and defensively covered his body with a thin layer of energy. His widened eyes were struggling to even blink. 10-star condensed prime level. But the reports say he was only a 3-star condensed prime warrior. Both the Yes and the Do's were stunned by the teenager's display of power open-mouthed, their heads were swinging from left to right and back, trying to track Yiwei's figure. The Chi sword was surrounded by runes arranged in star constellations patterns. Yiwei controlled it telepathically, made it tear through the night sky, and the sword, together with the runes, sped towards the silvery lightning storm. Boom! 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 The star-like runes crashed onto the lightning bolts mid-air. A burst of explosive light blinded everyone at the bottom of the hill. The silvery bolts vanished together with the star-like runes. With fear in his eyes, Lu Zhong watched the Chi sword penetrate the spectral beast like a hot knife into butter. Meet your maker. Yiwei ground his teeth and watched his Chi sword as it sank into the Cyan Hawk. Bang! A destructive rippling force wave grew and filled the space, as the entire hilt disappeared into the bird. The mountains shook and the ground cracked. All the rocks and stones began to float, the trees that broke off started levitating. All the cultivators were shivering, they huddled up in fear, confused, speechless. Rumble! Inside the blinding globe of light, the spectral bird and the Chi sword disintegrated. The mix of scattered runes and energy reacted with each other and vigorously exploded. Both Yiwei and Lu Zhong were hit heavily by the explosion and sent flying backwards. Yiwei's face became pale, a line of blood dripped out of the corner of his lips. Although Sealnik Triple Primal Sword was no weaker than the seal of Cyan Hawk, the 10-star Condensed Prime Warrior was good at his favorite stance. Yiwei sustained some minor injuries. On the other side, Lu Zhong was shocked by the intense agony, his body was covered with gashes. His clothes were soaked in blood. How did a kid hurt me this bad? How can a small city like Green Moon City produce a youngster that powerful? Lu Zhong's eyes glittered, his face turned dark, realizing he might actually lose. The strongest youngster in the Lu family cannot even compare to this kid here. If I retreat now, I will become a joke. Looks like you need some help. Lu Feng revealed himself. What? Why are you here? Lu Zhong frowned, not pleased to see the bastard child. He never liked that the family decided to recognize Lu Feng's existence, how the board decided to include the 2-star runemaster as a part of the family. Why are you here? Yiwei's face was completely pale, he glared coldly, exhausted. Are you here to cause trouble again? This is the man responsible for Cousin Zhong's coma. Yiwei, if I assume correctly, your Chi and will force have been drained? Let me be honest with you, kid, your opponent here is famous for his recklessness. He once fought a returned prime-level elder just because he wasn't in the mood to listen. You could have been killed here. 1 Lu Feng established eye contact with Yiwei, his voice transformed into thin strands of Chi and the words sounded in Yiwei's mind. Pfft, then I will kill as much as I can before I fall. Yiwei replied with the same voice transmission technique. What are you planning now, Lu Feng? Stop being stubborn, what do you get out of your family's demise? I can actually help you here. Lu Feng shook his head and said. You? Help? Like how you helped the Du family 3 years ago. You are a Lu, just state your damn intention. Yiwei sneered. Yiwei, I admire you. With your talent, it is just a matter of time before you become a returned prime warrior. I am sure by now you've heard how the Lus exiled my mother. I hate them as much as you do. Lu Feng sincerely looked at Yiwei. I plan to wipe out the Lus in the frame of 3 years, and I can't do it all on my own. Furthermore, I will offer you one of my secrets. I know a spot where you can cultivate more efficiently. I am the only person who knows the exact location of a drakehead very close to where we are right now. Lu Feng was desperate, he replied quickly. You know of a drakehead? Yiwei's pupils dilated, so that's why you wanted to take over North Hill Bay. I do, and I am willing to share that information with you if you are to join force with me. Just one condition, you will have to make a heavenly oath and swear you will not tell anyone about the drakehead. Lu Feng was talking quickly. Just say yes, you idiot, you are going to die otherwise. Lu Feng knew that if he was to team up with a strong cultivator like Yiwei, the Lus might not ever find what they were looking for. As much as they hate saying it, even the Lus are a bit scared of Master Yi and the Runemaster Union behind him. Come on Yiwei, just do what is right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Joint Force. Chapter 167, Joint Force. Lu Feng, I do not wish to follow you. However, you are welcome to hold back the Lu family if you hate them this much. Yiwei had to make the right decision here. I will aid you. But I do not wish to have anything to do with dues. I feel like I've betrayed what's good in me just having to consider siding with you. Since the Lus came to Green Moon City, the Du's decided they should be the 2 Lu elders' dogs. I would love to get rid of these cowards, just let me deal with the Du family. And, if we are going to work together in any way, I need us to make a heavenly oath as soon as possible. Lu Feng's brows rose and continued, because I can't trust you either. Lu Feng also knew how valuable Yi Wei was to him. A 16-year-old 3-star runmaster, a kid who can fight a 10-star condensed prime warrior, one of the God 7, we will complement each other and no one will be able to stand in or way after the heavenly oath. Okay, but let's not waste time, as soon as we deal with this madman, we will make a heavenly oath. Yi Wei nodded, although him and Lu Feng had an unfriendly past, he was ready to put it behind him. Desperate time calls for desperate measure, there are more important things than revenge. I will have to put my grudges to the side for now to live. Yi Wei nodded gently. This wasn't exactly what he wanted, but the Lus were their common enemy after all. Good that he agrees. This kid is too talented and with the aid of the Drakehead he will become even more powerful. But as long as we are bound by the oath I have nothing to be afraid of when he becomes something I have no chance of controlling. Thought Lu Feng, excited and at the same time terrified. They quickly finished their conversation through the voice transmission technique. Lu Feng paced slowly towards Lu Zhong and whispered just 3 things, a 3-star runmaster. One of the God 7. Master Yi's only legacy apprentice. What? What did you just say? He is who's what? Lu Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He frowned, and his eyebrows almost stuck together. During the fight, it became clear to Lu Zhong that the Yi Wei had been trained well. He could see the Tianger's fighting techniques were advanced, but he never realized he was fighting a runmaster. Just the titles were enough to provoke Lu Zhong's fear. If he had harmed Yi Wei there, he would have had to stand trial not only in front of the Green Army but also the Runmaster Union for the untolerated crime of harming a potential leader of mankind. Even if I ignore all these people behind the kid, am I really able to kill him? I've never bled this much in a fight. Lu Feng saw how Lu Zhong's face changed. He decided to strike the iron while it's hot. He chuckled and said in a laughing voice, you can beat this kid easily. I mean, you are a 10-star condensed prime warrior. That's exactly why the Dus want to use you to deal with the Yes. I can take over and do the search myself with the Yes to make sure that the job is done properly while the Dus will stay down here. You can take the time to rest and recover from your injuries and watch over these cowards. I guess I should give this bastard a try, he seems knowledgeable. Lu Zhong liked what he was hearing. He patted Lu Feng trustingly on the shoulder, indeed. Like you said, this kid is very talented. You may take care of your ancestral lands, this young runmaster earned it. His sight finally fell onto the Dus, all of you are now under the command of Lu Feng. Do not dare disobey him. Or you will have to deal with me. Lu Zhong knew that if the fight went on, he would anger a lot of powerful men and probably even face exile. He therefore took his opportunity to step down and pass the responsibility over to Lu Feng, stepping away from the heat as quick as he could. I never thought I could trust this lovechild kid. I would have dug myself in a hole if he didn't help me in time. I would like to apologize. I hope you and your family can forgive my recklessness. Yi Wei casted his eyes towards Lu Feng, playing along. It was my privilege to fight such a talented youngster. And that was enough fighting for today. Come join me and Lu Feng for a drink, we should celebrate instead. Lu Zhong was trying to unkink the misunderstandings. Knowing Yi Wei could one day be an influential person, he didn't want or need more conflicts. Such hospitality, and this is not even your home, I wouldn't dare declining, smiled Yi Wei. He then looked to the side and winked at his cousin, Yi Zhong, would you please take the rest of the Yes and also Lu Feng with you so we can finish the search of this hill? Be quick, we don't want to miss the Lu's family feast and Lu Feng needs to join us for a drink before eating. Alright then. Let's go. Yi Zhong was confused by sudden request from Yi Wei to let Lu Feng help them search the grounds. But he knew his cousin would know better than put their family at risk, so he faithfully followed the lead. Lu Zhong. Are you going to leave Du Ji here? He was attacked by the Yes. We demand justice. The Dus were dumbfounded by the development, craved revenge. Du Ji was a great cultivator and one of the strongest in the Du family. Besides, the Dus used to be the big 3 of this city, they had never been treated like this. Humph, I have heard about the shady things your family did 3 years ago when the elders briefed us about Green Moon City. Furthermore, it's none of my business if this useless puppet decided to mess with someone he can't handle. Said Lu Zhong and chuckled disdainfully. His cold glare like daggers landed on the Dus squad. Yi Wei looked at the Dus. I had to show my strength and had Lu Feng talk this out for me, if not for him I would have been in trouble now. Ha, why do you Dus think you can convince this madman at all? Lu Zhong would not show mercy, not to puppets. No, not puppet, more like a dog. Said Yi Wei. The Dus stared back at Yi Wei, but didn't dare to say anything further. The Lu family is clearly favoring us. If the Dus 1TT stand back right now, they might lose more than their squad leader. Du's cold glares were piercing Yue, the sole reason why they didn't succeed in their mission and the man who paralyzed a valuable asset of the Du family. Yi Zhong and the rest started moving towards the hill. This storm had finally passed. Yue then told his cousin to return to the camp and he followed Lu Feng, away from the burial hill. The two young runmasters found a quiet spot close by, stood together on a peak and made sure they weren't followed. Neither of them spoke a word. Lu Feng's robe flattered, the cold breezes whistled between the hills and the mountains. Yue looked calmly towards Lu Feng. He wasn't lying about the drakehead. But how did he find it in the first place? He appeared calm but his mind was restless, trying to find answers, explanations. I guess it doesn't matter as long as the Lus cannot find the drakehead. Me and Lu Feng will be able to control the Lus for now. I think I made the right decision. Don't you want me to tell you more about the drakehead? Lu Feng seemed to read Yue's mind with his cold glance. As soon as we've made the heavenly oath, I will take you there. Yue's strength was comparable to a 10-star condensed prime warrior. I cannot match him. Lu Feng remembered how he couldn't sense Yue's chi and wondered if the teenager had already recovered from fighting Du Ji. What are we waiting for then? Yue replied. We solemnly declare that we mean well to each other. They said in unison and held each other's arm. I shall not expose the location of the drakehead in any way. Yue swore. I shall not harm the Yes in any way. Lu Feng followed. Come with me. Lu Feng felt reassured and led the way. Yue effortlessly kept up. The closer they were to the pond, the more Yue appreciated his old rival's honesty. Lu Feng really knows. As they were reaching the pond, an incredulous look spread over Yue's face. How did you find this place? He said. A few years ago, I was told about my past. I ran away from what I thought was my family, just to have some time and space so I could clear my mind. I accidentally wandered into North Hill Bay, and found the drakehead. Lu Feng answered, pointing at the pond. These past years I have been investing my time and effort onto rune knowledge, not much onto actually cultivating. However, I was able to break through to become a 4-star condensed prime warrior, which I am actually very proud of, considering my age. Lu Feng looked at the small ripples on the pond, his lips curled up to a self-disapproving smile. It's nothing compared to what you've achieved, of course. Lu Feng had always been confident with his talent, especially since he discovered the drakehead. Nobody in his circle could challenge him. But when he met Yue, his world turned upside down. Meeting his 16-year-old boy, who was able to better him at the Runemaster Union entry exam, made him re-evaluate life. Meeting Yue for the second time, Lu Feng was completely humble before the 3-star Runemaster who managed to go even while fighting a 10-star condensed prime warrior. Yue, the boy with red sentient. You deserve the drakehead more than I do, thought Lu Feng. Comparing himself to Yue, he suddenly felt unworthy. He could no longer be proud of any of his accomplishments. Although Lu Feng had planned his revenge for long, he realized he was still not ready to take on the Lus. Is 3 years really enough? Can I keep the drakehead from the Lus while trying to assemble my own crew? If the Lus were not desperately trying to discover the drakehead, Lu Feng would have had all the time he needed to harvest its power and, as he planned, become an influential figure within the family. However, even though the Lus didn't know the exact location of the Supreme's resting place, they were still aware that it was nearby Green Moon City. It would not take them more than 2 or 3 years to figure out the rest with the resources they had access to. Once they found the sacred place, Lu Feng would have lost his only way to avenge his mother. His desire to recruit Yue was based on his fear of not being able to achieve his goal on his own, so he would rather share the sacred place with the powerful kid that would be his ally, if the kid too wished to keep it a secret. You and I are like yin and yang, dark and light. We will complement each other and will be able to delay their search for at least a year, maybe 2 if we are lucky. Even I don't plan to mess them up before 3 years of preparation. It's impossible for me to become strong enough to physically challenge the Lus elders. They were the people that made my mother suffer. I was lucky to meet you. Yue, you are the most talented person I've ever seen. Even the best cultivators in Lu's family are not superior to you. Within 3 years, I definitely think that you will be able to challenge the Lus. I don't want much for myself. I just want to avenge my mother. I can't let them torture her any longer. The Lus have to pay for what they did. Lu Feng fiercely ground his teeth. Do not worry. We have made a heavenly oath. If you decide to challenge Lus in 3 years, I won't just stand and watch. Yue was feeling Lu Feng's hatred towards the Lus. He did save our family's squad today. Is it fair? Should I just let the past go? Yue suddenly realized. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Depth. Chapter 168, Depth. Yue and Lu Feng went on and discussed ways they could manipulate the Lu family, and how they should keep the search teams out of the heart of North Hill Bay. After briefly agreeing, they initiated their plan and began to cultivate. Yue negotiated to retain his recently established schedule. He would train by the pond during the daytime while tracking the Lu's movements, and lastly he would keep an eye on the Yes squad during the nights. Lu Feng would do the opposite. When either of the partners saw signs of the Lu's men nearing the Drakehead, they would set up diversions, even releasing wild beasts they captured, near the Lu's camps. As a result, Lu's men would alter their paths. A few days' time drifted past in a blink. Yue had consolidated his cultivation, so that he could focus on his next breakthrough to 4-star condensed prime level. Lu Feng admired Yue's cultivation speed. He was envious of the talent he saw before him. Nonetheless, he was oblivious to the fact that the Supreme's cultivating formula was in play. Yue's talent didn't really affect his cultivation speed in comparison. Hey Lu Feng, you have been cultivating here for 4 years now, right? Be honest, have you ever seen the sacred mark? Yue sat next to the pond and sincerely asked Lu Feng as he was coming to the Drakehead for his turn to watch the pond. I tried looking for it, but I have had no luck. Lu Feng shook his head. He then pointed at the pond. However, try going closer to the pond. My body is absorbing primal energy the quicker I get close to it? Yue stared curiously at the calm surface. Could the center of the Drakehead be inside the pond? I had the same exact thought. This pond looks ordinary, but actually it is not. Lu Feng spoke as he walked towards the body of water. I have dived in many times, more than I could remember. The first 100 feet was easy to dive into, but the deeper I swam things got scary. The water below that mark was drastically colder. I felt as if my soul was freezing. Lu Feng explained solemnly to Yue. Your soul was freezing? What do you mean? Yue frowned. His face showed an air of confusion. He could see that the pond water was flowing. It's not frozen, and even if it was, a condensed prime warrior like you could easily resist cold temperature. The setting sun caught Yue's attention. The Yes men were in North Hill Bay where frequent reports of wild beasts were spotted. He began to worry about Yi Zhong's safety. Lu Feng, would you mind watching over the Yes men just for tonight? Yue quickly glanced at the darkening sky and spoke to Lu Feng on the other side of the pond. Okay, just be careful though. Lu Feng understood Yue's intention. The two could read each other much better now because they trained and saw each other every day. Yi. Of course. Yue gently nodded. We're sitting on the Drakehead. I would like to learn more about this place. If we could find the sacred mark, we could start collecting and hiding the treasures before anyone else does. A sacred mark would appear in each Drakehead after a supreme dragon belt's birth. This mark, the key to unlock the Drakeetersel's treasures, was however nowhere to be found, not even by Lu Feng, a sharp young mind with a powerful body to match. You can relax and do your thing. I promise no beasts and no men will touch a hair on any of the Yes head under my watch. Lu Feng readily assured Yue. Just remember to cut me a share if you find out where the treasures are. I don't ask for much, just 30% is all. Don't worry, you can relax too. I will count you in. What am I going to do with all the treasure anyway? Yue replied calmly. We are working together now, so we should be fair. If we keep thinking selfishly, we will never be efficient in the time of our collaboration. There are no eternal enemies. As long as we can find a way to benefit each other, we should continue helping each other. When the night finally fell, Lu Feng left the pond. With the Starlight's guidance, he tracked down the Yes squad and began his duty as the Silent Guardian. At the Drakehead, Yue took off his robe. He grabbed a large green boulder between his arms and dove into the pond. Slosh! Yue held tight onto the boulder. He rapidly sank deeper and deeper into the watery unknown, causing some turbulence in the pond. I must be around 100 feet deep now. Yue pondered. Everything was still rather normal, though it was so dark he could not even see the boulder he was holding. However, he was still able to navigate with his extraordinary soul sensitivity. Yue continued diving down deeper into the pond. The boulder's weight accelerated his descent. Just as he broke the 100 feet mark, a sharp, overwhelming freezing sensation attacked every inch of his skin. How could the water become this freezing cold just like that? This is colder than seawater during the frozen winters. How can this water even stay liquid? Yue's brows tightly locked. The 3 golden cracks on his dantian began vibrating and released a vast surge of qi, filling and warming his entire body, erasing the numbness from the cold. There is something strange in this pond, and I need to go deeper to investigate. Yue dived deeper and deeper while continually holding onto the weight of the boulder. 110 feet. 120. Once he reached 13 feet deep, the boulder froze. It started to shake, and in a few seconds, it was covered with cracks. Finally, the stone boulder shattered and disintegrated. Yue slightly moved from side to side. It's impossible to maneuver in this depth and temperature, even the boulder froze and cracked from the pressure. Yue's face was paler than ever, his lips became blue from the blistering cold. He tried to keep his body warm, but his blood flow was drastically slowing down. Somehow, even the body of a 3-star condensed prime warrior was not strong enough to combat this cold. I don't believe it. I am stronger than this. Yue clenched his teeth even harder and drew a sequence of runes with his shaking fingers. Supernova Stance, First Evolution. The golden light on Yue's bones flowed, shone through his body and lit up the pond's frozen depths. He gained the body strength of a 7-star condensed prime warrior. I need to keep on going. The chi in Yue's body was accelerating, within his meridian systems. In turn, it marginally kept up with how quickly his body was freezing. 130 feet. 140 feet. 150 feet. When Yue reached 150 feet, the water temperature suddenly dropped again. His joints showed signs of freezing since the chi flow in his meridian slowed down as well. The energy began to solidify. At the same time, Yue's skin was glowing in an unusual purple color. My body is at the same state as a 7-star condensed prime warrior, and I still cannot resist the temperature. What is the source of this cold? Yue narrowed his eyes. Now, Yue's bones became rigid from layers of frost accumulating on the surfaces of his internal organs. A dull pain throbbed over his whole body. If I keep going like this, I will definitely freeze to death. Supernova Stance, Second Evolution. Nevertheless, he refused to give in. Rumble. His chi was further compressed and amplified, strengthening his body to that of a 9-star condensed prime warrior. Much better. Wrapped in coats of thick primal energy, Yue was able to dive even deeper despite the increasing pressure. After the second evolution, Yue descended all the way to 170 feet depth before his chi started to solidify once again. I think I am still far from the bottom. And I still haven't found anything. I don't think I can keep going on like this. Yue shook his head and took a hard turn to the opposite direction. He swam towards the sky in the fresh air. Once he reached about 120 feet below the pond's surface, Yue cancelled the supernova stance and his body returned to the state of a 3-star condensed prime level. Feeling threatened by the water's chilling temperature, Yue accelerated his chi flow to warm up his meridians and therefore his body. The quicker his chi circulated his body, the thicker and denser it eventually became. The pond is bone-chilling. I think I can attempt a breakthrough down here where my chi flows quicker. During this time, Yue was close to breaking through. How he could cultivate most efficiently was always one of his main concerns. If I could break through to become a 4-star condensed warrior, I would be as strong as a 10-star condensed prime warrior under the effect of supernova stance second evolution. Before my next breakthrough, I am not confident about being able to defeat a 10-star condensed prime warrior. Although Lu Zhong was heavily wounded, Yue's resources were drained. If they were to fight a longer fight, Yue would not have lasted long since he put all of his strength behind the Sealnik triple primal sword. After my breakthrough, my sword stance will reach a different level entirely. When that day comes, I should be able to take on even 10-star condensed prime warriors with the Glacial Emperor's stances. Falling star form. Yue steadied his body deep inside the pond, used the formula to further accelerate the fast-flowing chi, the energy tamped by the cold, into his dantian. I think my body is absorbing chi 20 times faster than normal speed. My sentient is being expanded as well by this freezing surges. Yue exclaimed. He sincerely believed the drakehead was close to the bottom of the pond. I have to break through before I am good enough for any task in my path. Yue clenched his fist in the depth of the dark, freezing pond. He used the formula once again, this time to overload his meridians. The silver moon hung high. Its soft light could not reach where Yue was, but it certainly acted as a torch in the dark for Lu Feng. Lu Feng had located the Yez and decided he should head back to the drakehead once he took care of the beasts around the area. While he was on the way back to Yue, he discovered that the Lus had assigned a 10-star condensed prime warrior to North Hill Bay. Why did they assign the dues to Lu Run? Lu Feng mumbled to himself high up a tree. Incognito due to the night sky, a man near Lu Feng was inconspicuous. It took a couple of seconds before Lu Feng recognized a bearded middle-aged man near him. Yue, the Lus sent another 10-star condensed prime warrior your way. I am not sure if I will be able to stop this one, please be aware. Lu Feng sent Yue a message through his runic badge. However, Yue, being too focused on breaking through, was not aware that Lu Feng tried to contact him. It was not long before sunrise, Lu Feng became increasingly anxious as he still hadn't received a reply from Yue. What are you doing? Don't tell me you got yourself killed. The Luz just sent 200 deuce towards the Drakehead's direction. I need you right now, UA.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 169, 4. Chapter 169, 4.
The Luz must have discovered or the Dews have snitched on the Yez.
Come on, UA, we can't afford you to be quiet right now. Lu Feng could not run the distraction show on his own.
North Hill Bay was not the widest stretch of land, but it was large. It took the duo a lot of creativity and precise coordination from two separate locations in order to herd the search teams away from the Drakehead in the past few days. Judging by these people's decisive movement, they do have a clear target.
What can I do alone?
Lu Feng held his runic badge tight, anxiously checking every 10 seconds if Yue had replied. It was not long before Lu Feng realized he couldn't just spectate in the dark. He ground his teeth, took a deep breath and revealed himself. "Oh, Lu Ren.
What are you doing here?"
he said, acting surprised.
"I could ask you the same question." Lu Ren frowned and replied. "What is this bastard doing here?" He thought to himself. "I didn't think you were assigned to any task for this mission?"
The bearded man asked, almost sounding like he was interrogating.
"Incorrect.
I was ordered by Lu Zhong to watch over this area."
"So what brought you here?" "To my knowledge you were assigned to the east side." Lu Feng smiled diplomatically and used the information he gathered to his advantage.
Lu Feng continued, "I just want the elders to recognize me, so I volunteered and spoke to Lu Zhong. North Hill Bay was my playground when I was a child. I thought I could help. I was tracking a powerful wild beast nearby and came to warn you once I could sense you and your squad's presence.
But if you rather have me gone, I am happy to just mind my own business."
Lu Feng turned around and continued in a convincingly sad tone, "It's discouraging sometimes when you just want the best for your family but being treated like dirt instead of being appreciated. I will be on my way. Just take care of yourselves."
"Did you say there is a wild beast? Was it a wild beast or a pact?"
Lu Ren was concerned. Maybe he'd know where the nests are.
Lu Feng. Wait. The rough appearance of the bearded man did not match his nervous voice.
"If it's a rare wild beast, I can't deal with it while babysitting these two idiots." Lu Feng was surprised by how well his hook worked. He wiped his cunning smile off his face before turning around to Lu Ren. "I'm glad I came through to you. I was going to ask one of the elders to deal with the rare beast if you would have ignored me." He then tried to remember the location of Beast's Nest close, but there was nowhere he could think of. Lu Feng appeared calm, but he knew there was no way he could make his lie convincing without Yi Wei. Lu Ren looked at Lu Feng, slightly suspicious. If there were a rare wild beast around this area, he had to be cautious. "A rare beast can wipe us all out, but shouldn't I have been briefed about it?"
Lu Feng, nephew, hold on. You are here anyway, would you lead the way for us to avoid the beast?
Lu Ren hid his cold eyes under a fake smile, just in case Lu Feng was right. "If there is a need for my services, I will of course assist my family," nodded Lu Feng, as he replied, making himself sound as sincere as possible.
I've been waiting to say this line since a minute ago."
Leading the way gave Lu Feng the opportunity to take Lu Ren and the Dews squad further away from the Drakehead and also investigate how much Luz knew about the position of the Drakehead or if they had a clue at all.
"After you, Uncle Ren."
Lu Feng led the 200 warriors and started walking away from the Drakehead, deviated from their original route. Lu Feng was cautious. He couldn't just lead them in the completely opposite direction, so he had to go around, in large circles, making sure Lu Ren did not get suspicious while he took them on a sightseeing tour.
"Halt!"
After about 20 or 30 miles, Lu Feng was immediately stopped by Lu Ren as he was about to take a turn to make the squad go the opposite direction of where the pond was.
Thump!
A muffled noise sounded as Lu Ren's hand landed on Lu Feng's shoulder, stopping him to walk further away. Lu Feng's heart sank, his face went pale, scared to turn around.
He knows.
"Lu Feng, nephew, you need to adjust our padding. Of course we want to avoid the wild beast, but we need to move towards that direction," said Lu Ren and pointed towards the burial hill again. The hill that was less than 10 miles away from the pond.
"Very well then."
It took all his effort to not sound nervous, while his heart was beating like crazy. Do Luz know about this, or is it just Lu Ren's intuition?
I hope it's the latter.
If it's just Lu Ren's senses, we can kill him and no one else will find out. But if it was the former, killing him will just trigger the Luz. Hundreds thoughts flashed through Lu Feng's mind, pondering every possibility, trying to find a way out. He is a 10-star condensed prime warrior. Killing him will be difficult, but I think it is possible.
Possible if the kid is here. What is taking him that long?
Lu Feng got to know you way better in the few days since they made the oath.
He hoped blunt stubbornness did not drown his new ally. No, he should be fine. He is the most talented cultivator I've ever met.
Lu Feng's cold gaze turned towards the dudes marching behind them. When Yue Wei comes, we will be able to kill Lu Ren, but that means innocent witnesses will have to die.
Maybe they deserve to die.
I've treated them well throughout the year, but now the Lus are here, they just completely disregarded my existence. Under Lu Ren's pressure, he had no other choice but to take them towards the Drakehead, marching slowly and in circles to avoid the fictional wild beast. At the pond, the water suddenly became agitated, ripples appeared on its surface, growing bigger and bigger every second. The whole pond trembled as a huge water torrent broke the surface, flew towards the night sky carrying a dark figure. Yue stood on top of the pillar of water, protected by a bubble of qi around him, his body was completely dry.
Shmush!
The water torrent suddenly exploded, filled the sky with droplets of water, as if a storm just broke out. Yue kept himself in the air, levitating, a hint of smile passed across his face.
4-star condensed prime warrior!
Exclaimed Yue, glad to be alive and excited to have broken through.
But let's not do that again.
Now, when I use the second evolution of Supernova Stance, I will be able to get to the level of 10-star condensed prime warrior easily. There won't be a lot of people below returned prime level who can rival me in strength.
Yue smiled, I would like to see Lu Zhong try to fight me now.
Ha, dot.
Boom.
Yue slowly landed next to the pond and put his light blue robe on. I broke through in less than 10 days here at the Drakehead.
This place is magical.
Yue could now feel a fourth crack on his silver chi ball within his dantian, smiled joyfully.
The runic badge is shaking, was Master looking for me? Oh, could it be Lu Feng?
Yue's low clearance meant that he could only use his badge to speak with people whose will force was directly registered to his device. The badge allowed runmasters to communicate using the voice transmission technique but relate across much larger distances without the need to be in close proximity with the other person.
Yue. The Lu sent a 10-star condensed prime warrior and they are approaching the Drakehead. Reply immediately as you see this.
Yue was shocked to hear panic in Lu Feng's voice.
Yue frowned, nervous, the Lus sent a 10-star condensed prime warrior?
Wasn't Lu Zhong responsible for this area, dot.
What is the situation right now? Where are you?
Yue quickly replied using the voice transmission technique through his badge.
It's not good. The Lus seem to know something. I am afraid we might need to kill Lu Ren. Are you ready?
After just a second, Yue's runic badge shook and Lu Feng's voice sounded in his mind.
Lu Ren?
Yue frowned, he was one of the two who gave the Yi Mansion a warm visit 10 days ago.
Lu Ren is just a 10-star condensed prime warrior, with my current level I should be able to beat him, thought Yue, tightening his fists. We cannot let the Lus find the Drakehead. I am on my way. Good job for holding them there thus far,
said Yue to his runic badge as a pair of huge wings appeared on his back. The primal feathers shook, and he sped towards the location given to him by Lu Feng. About 50 miles away from the pond, Lu Feng, Lu Ren and 200 dudes kept their search in a valley. Uncle Ren, looking for something like this tiny in the wilderness is not an easy task.
It surely cannot be done in just one night. Don't you think we should take a break? We will be more efficient when we feel fresh,
said Lu Feng after receiving Yue's last message.
Lu Ren glanced towards the tired faces of dudes and slightly nodded.
The treasure they were looking for was invisible to human eye, they had to spend a lot of their chi and strength to be able to scan the surroundings for energy disruptions, which was extremely draining, but also necessary. Having to go through the vast area during all day and most of the night, the dudes were exhausted as they were told to sit down and sense the surrounding with their cultivation formulas every 100 feet they walked. One of the dude's strongest warrior sat himself immediately on the ground after seeing Lu Ren nod to Lu Feng's suggestion and the rest followed. Breathing heavily, they took out their provisions, dried meat and flasks of water, to regain some strength and rest. The owls were hooting in the forests around the valley, the moonlight casted shadows on the ground. Lu Feng also sat himself down, his eyes slightly squinted, his sharp sense registered the tiniest disturbance in his surroundings.
Yue is nearby.
Through the runic badge Lu Feng could guess that Yue would be arriving and would be hiding behind the nearby woods. Lu Feng took a deep breath, stood up, took out a flask of wine and with a fake smile on his face walked towards Lu Ren.
Lu Feng took a gulp of wine and offered the flask. Wine? No, Lu Ren shook his head. Fine by me. Lu Feng smiled, pretended to be embarrassed by the decline and drank flask empty in mere seconds. Good wine. Lu Feng wiped his mouth and tossed the flask away.
Lu Ren did not suspect anything, sat himself down comfortably to rest.
The broken bottle was the signal for Yue. He agreed to ambush Lu Ren while Lu Feng would deal with 200 Du warriors. Clang!
The flask hit the ground and shattered into small pieces.
A crisp loud noise echoed through the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Spirit Flame. Chapter 170, Spirit Flame. Lu Feng turned into a phantom. He rushed towards the Du's 200 strong men, whizzed through them, and left trails of countless rune sequences in the air. Mountain Grasp. Lu Feng struck without warning. He summoned huge boulders in the shape of a fist, which fell from the sky right onto the Du's. Some of them were still relaxing and sitting down, and even though they noticed the sudden attack, they were too slow and exhausted to react. Rumble. 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 The giant boulders fell on the 200 warriors. A quarter of them were immediately crushed by the stance. Lu Feng was a peak 4-star condensed prime warrior, and he used all of his strength by trying to eliminate the Du's all at once. Most of them were lucky enough to escape the first wave of such a powerful and unpredictable attack. Lu Feng, are you out of your mind? Lu Ren widened his eyes in disbelief. I don't like those dogs either, but they are our family's dogs. Over half of the Du's died within seconds of the impact. What have you done? Lu Ren was too slow to react. He could not defend the Du's. Furiously he casted his cold eyes onto Lu Feng. Grunting, he quickly drew runes around himself and turned into a lightning bolt, leaving zigzags in the dark sky. Lu Feng's attack was too unpredictable. Even Lu Ren was unable to read the stance in time, not to mention the slower and less powerful Du's. Stop right now or I will break your limbs. Lu Ren rushed towards Lu Feng, but his path was suddenly blocked by another figure. Yi Wei? Lu Ren's lips twitched. His eyes opened wide in awe and confusion. Why are you defending Lu Feng? Just when I thought you were loyal to us, Lu Feng. Thanks for the demonstration of your betrayal. Lu Ren roared furiously as he figured out Lu Feng was hiding something. With the aid of Yi Wei, I will torture you until you tell me what is happening. His rage passed through his body as he looked down at the smashed corpses of the Du's. A great surge of powerful chi burst from his hands and turned into an energy tornado. The chi storm swept the ground, the earth cracked in a spider web pattern, and shook the whole valley violently. Lu Ren is much stronger than Lu Zhong. Lu Feng's face suddenly changed as he felt the Lu Ren strike grow stronger. He looked worriedly towards Yi Wei, wondering, will this kid be able to defeat him? But oh well, now there was no turning back. We have to kill all of them. No one can escape, it's us or them, all or nothing. Take care of the remaining Du's. I will handle this. Yi Wei looked quickly towards Lu Feng. His words gave the exiled great assurance. The runes on Yi Wei's bones glowed bright. Another monstrous burst of chi swept the valley. What was that? Just a few weeks ago he showed the strength of a 9-star condensed prime warrior. How did he break through? I don't understand. How can this be? Lu Feng's jaws dropped as his body shivered in the dense force wave emitted by Yi Wei. This kid is just unpredictable in every way. Lu Feng was scared of his ally, but he knew there was no time to spare. He produced 9 energy globes with another stance. The balls of chi turned into 9 shadows and surrounded the escaping flocks of Du's men, quickly killing them off one by one. No, you are not running away. Not under my watch. Lu Feng was effectively cleaning up the dispersed flock, eliminating the defenseless and panicking Du's. Meanwhile, Yi Wei was standing against Lu Ren on his own. I need to be quick. Yi Wei waved his hands. 10 blades of peerless chi words burst out from the tip of his fingers. There are more squads around North Hill Bay. If they hear or sense anything, we won't survive. The peerless sword chi blades was a powerful technique on its own, now that Yi Wei had the strength of a 10-star condensed prime warrior. The edge of these blades could easily penetrate the chi armor of Lu Ren, even that they were both at the same cultivation level. Lu Ren's eyes flashed with terror. He never expected such power to come from a 16-year-old. Buzz! The blades were approaching Lu Ren. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate his opponent. I have to treat him as someone one of my own level or I might die. His hands started dancing in circles, strands of complex, curved rune sequences appeared, and in just a second a shadowy object emerged from the nether. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, a huge 8-cornered prism was created from his chi. The sharp edges and mirrored sides were reflecting the moonlight, emitting an immense wave of chi. The dark prism encaged Lu Ren's body. All 10 of Yi Wei's chi swords were sucked towards the mirrors on prism sides. The chi swords struck onto the smooth mirror, but the prism didn't shatter. Instead, the swords were stuck onto shining surface. The mirror trapped them like quicksand, nullifying Yi Wei's attack. Lu Ren slowly exhaled and hid behind the large spectral prism. He felt relieved that he was able to defend himself. This kid is very strong. he thought as he recuperated from the stress brought by the peerless sword chi. Lu Ren is after all a 10-star condensed prime warrior. I shouldn't expect to kill him right away. At least I pressured him enough, so he already spent a lot of chi. Yue told himself as he finished drawing the runes for his next strike. Yue had another card up his sleeve, the peak high-level mist stance. He had been practicing it for the past 3 years, and even though it still wasn't perfected, he needed it to be able to kill Lu Ren. Yue needed time to prepare for his ace, therefore he used the peerless chi swords to keep Lu Ren busy, as he did not want the 10-star warrior to use a flare scroll while he drew the runes for Sealnik triple primal sword. If Lu Ren used his scroll, everything would be over. Yue, Lu Feng, and even the entire Yi family would not survive the Lu's family wrath. Rumble. Yue injected his chi into the sequence. The runes turned into a constellation-shaped network, flew high up in the sky, and lit up the whole valley. It then transformed into a 3 feet long sharp-edged sword. Die! Yue pointed his finger towards his opponent and yelled. His cold voice sent chills over Lu Ren's body. The chi sword surrounded by star constellations rushed towards the enemy all at once at an incredible speed. Supported by Yue's amplified chi, the long ancient sword's energy presence was twice as strong as when he used it before the recent breakthrough. Lu Ren gasped in panic as the sword closed its distance from him. 100 feet wide pit appeared around his body and kept growing as the sword fell lower. The stance created a large web of fissures as it dug the pit deeper and wider. This sword stance is a high-level mist stance. Lu Ren was standing right in the middle of the pit. His face lost all of its color, surprised by incredible strength of Yue's attack. Rumble. The long chi sword with hundreds of runic constellations reached its target. It seemed to everyone at the valley that the whole world shook. A dusty smoke cloud shrouded the space, and thunderclouds emerged in the night sky. Yue's attack just created a storm. Yue's sword attracted the violent energy of nature. A 16-year-old boy's chi did all of this? Even the strongest youngster in my family, Lu Fan, didn't reach this level at the same age. Lu Ren's heart was filled with horror as he felt and saw what Yue was capable of. Lu Fan wasn't just the strongest youngster in the Lu family, but also the strongest in the whole Qing state. He was known all across Zhou dynasty's reign for being smart and powerful, a true genius. But even he was not capable of using a stance of this scale at the age of 16. He is way stronger than Lu Fan. How is this even possible? Lu Ren did not expect such a small city like Green Moon to be the birthplace of a terrifying genius. I didn't think anyone outside of the 3 royal families could be this strong, this young, but... To maximize the Sealnik sword's destructive power, Yue used the Falling Star form, and guided the primal energy from the surroundings into his strike. Falling Star form became a lot stronger since I started training at the Drakehead, he thought. Few dudes that were trying to flee from the valley were stunned by the chi storm, swept off their feet. They knew their doom was near, trembled in fear. How could he be so strong? I remember him. He was the joke between martial families, the red sentient student who everyone. What did they feed him? The remaining dudes finally realized what a big mistake they made to mess with the Yi family. In their last moments they hated Lu Feng for turning the dudes against the Yi family 3 years ago, frustrated that now he was wiping out the dudes with a Yi, oblivious about the fact that they were just collateral damage. This guy. He doesn't really need me here. Lu Feng also saw the chi storm created by Yue's stance. He was glad that they didn't remain enemies. Yue's intense glare fell onto Lu Ren. No survivors. Yue channeled his whole strength, all his chi went into the chi sword that he held so tight. The sword's size made the strike look much slower than it was. Lu Ren saw the sword's trail but couldn't react in time. It landed right onto the spectral prism. Crack! Crack! The prism cracked from where the 10 sword struck, quickly shattering under the pressure of Yue's stance. I've underestimated him. Lu Ren widened his eyes in shock. The raging chi was pressing against Lu Ren, his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle's tip. It was too late to defend himself with a stance. His 10-star condensed prime cultivation level was useless against Yue's speed. Instead he took a few scrolls out of his sleeve and immediately tore all of them. Screens of runes appeared around Lu Ren, forming numerous defensive stances. However, put before the edge of the long chi sword, Lu Ren's last line of defense was almost non-existent. Although slowed by the layers, the sharp edge managed to pierce through all of the protective stances. Lu Ren helplessly watched as it mercilessly burrowed into his body. Plop! Lu Ren's face was pale as a piece of paper, his blood gushed out from his mouth and the bone-deep wounds on his body. Bones were broken, flesh was torn, Lu Ren was covered in blood, barely alive. Although the sword was strong, the defensive stances did absorb a fraction of the sword's momentum. Yi Wei was levitating, staring at Lu Run from above. He was panting, his face pale. Even under the effect of supernova stance second evolution, his chi and will force were drained by the use of this devastating strike. Yi Wei. Stop. Lu Feng leaped forth, landed next to Lu Rin before Yi Wei was going to finish his opponent. What? Are you changing sides again? Yi Wei was confused. In the Lu family, once a cultivator reaches 10-star condensed prime level, they will be asked to light up a candlelight in the clan's ancestral hall. If the cultivator dies, the fire will die, and the smoke of the dying flame will become the image of what the deceased cultivator saw before death. Lu Feng looked at Yi Wei and said, "That was close. Couldn't you have told me this earlier? My family could be wiped out because of this." Yi Wei sighed as he pulled back his fist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, No Survivors. Chapter 171, No Survivors. Before we kill any Lus who are above 10-star condensed prime level, we have to take care of a spirit token. Lu Feng explained while taking a small, green sandalwood box out of his bag. Lu Feng then reached into Lu Ren's inside pocket and found what he was looking for. The sandalwood box can temporarily disrupt the link between the spirit flame and the ancestral hall and the token these Lus carry. He held the small, glowing jade token up high, so Yi Wei could see it. You cannot kill me." Lu Ren coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with fear even though he made that bold statement. Lu Feng curled his lips up and carefully placed the spirit token into the wooden box. His gaze became ice cold. This is only the beginning. Bang! The next second, Lu Feng's fist was inside his uncle's chest, blood spattered everywhere, especially on Lu Feng. Even at this gruesome, Lu Feng's blood-stained smile only grew larger. Yi Wei was not told what exactly the Lu family did to Lu Feng's mother, but from his new partner's twisted face he could see how much it horribly affected Lu Feng. How are we going to do this? Yi Wei thought. He looked at Lu Feng and could feel the darkness in his partner's heart. He can see a few steps ahead of me in many things, but I don't know if I can be friends with him in the long term. Yi Wei was not going to leave anything to chance. The Lus cannot know anything about tonight. The sandalwood box works for a month. We'll say the Dews were ambushed by wild beasts. In Lu Ren's case, he had gone missing since the attack. Lu Feng scanned across the corpses covering the valley's ground. He spoke coldly. Okay. Yi Wei nodded and mumbled to himself. A month? What about after that? You know the Lus are efficient. They will eventually trace it back to us. I know what you are thinking, but we can't do much more. Lu Feng looked at Yi Wei, explaining solemnly. We should instead be thinking about how we can deceive the Lus. They were obviously heading to the Drakehead's direction. They don't really care about the Dews, but if they have an idea where the Drakehead is, they will keep sending stronger cultivators there, especially now that Lu Ren is missing. Lu Feng paused and continued, they might even send the returned prime warriors this way. If worse comes to worst, we will have to let them take the Drakehead for now. Then we would somehow trap and eradicate them at once. I don't know if that is a good idea. They will just become stronger if they take control over the Drakehead. I think I have a way to deal with the returned prime level elders. Will you go and spy on the Lus while I prepare myself? Yi Wei frowned as he spoke. He lifted his head and looked at the frustrated Lu Feng. There is no way back now. We should get ahead instead of wasting time to cover our tracks. Yi Wei clenched his fist and said, the next few days are critical, so make sure you gather as much information as you can. Okay, I will be on my way. Yi Wei channeled his chi. He flapped his primal feather wings and rushed towards the Drakehead pond. We are still in the dark. We will have slight advantage since the element of surprise is on our side. We just have to be careful, so the Lus don't know what we are putting into action. Lu Feng watched his partner flying away. There was a glint of hope in his eyes. Please, win this bet. We will all die if we lose. Lu Feng understood that he could not take on the Lus soon even if he spent all his time training and cultivating. On the other hand, he knew Yi Wei could. He's right though. With my identity, I can get more information than he. The heavenly oath they made gave him assurance. After arranging the crime scene to look like the aftermath of a wild beast attack, Lu Feng sped towards the Lus base. A few hours after the incident, 2 of the Lus condensed prime warriors investigated the area around North Hill Bay. What in the world? What the hell is with Lu Run? He was supposed to send someone back to base. He knows better than to be this irresponsible. I know, right? This is just outrageous.
A stinking metallic smell caught both the warriors' attention. They frowned and entered the blood-stained valley. Both of them began to shake in fear as they found the source of the reeking, overwhelming stench. They saw bits of stomach-turning, ravaged bodies covering the ground together with a few beasts' dead bodies. What the hell happened here? Where is Lu Ren? They investigated the valley thoroughly but could not find Lu Ren's body. You don't see him either? No, but even if he is here, I don't think we'd be able to recognize him. The beast might still be around. We have to be on our feet. Let's go back. One of the condensed prime warriors said, if Lu Ren couldn't deal with it, neither can we. After doing a brief headcount, the two warriors nervously left the way they came. ******. Green Moon City, City Lord's Castle. Two returned prime warriors were sitting still, cultivating. One of them was thin while the other chubby. They were both cultivating using the Lu's specialized formula. When they inhaled, large vacuum bubbles formed around them, and when they exhaled a faint thundering rumble echoed the whole courtyard. Sir, a large pack of wild beasts attacked the Lu Ren squad. There were no survivors. As well, Lu Ren was missing. The two condensed prime-level scouts reported. They shivered as they remembered what they saw. Did I hear you correctly? No survivors, you said? The chubby elder's eyes became bloodshot. Both scouts immediately bowed down, avoided eye contact, and became tongue-tied under the immense pressure. The thinner elder also opened his eyes. He interrogated with his cold voice. That can't be right. Lu Ren could have used a flare scroll. He knows better than to die without warning the others. Did you two see anything else, Dot? The scouts shook their heads, they were too scared to talk. Exactly, someone is trying to mess with our mission. The chubby elder murmured to himself. He then rose his voice and ordered to the scouts, send a message to the family. I want someone to check on Lu Ren's spirit flame. I need to know who is responsible for this as soon as possible. Assemble a team to search for Lu Ren. I want him in front of me in a day. Dead or alive? Sir, how about the search? Should we keep looking for the Drakehead before finding out who is behind this? One of the scouts gathered his courage and spoke up. Keep running the search. Brother, do you mind overwatching the base alone while I lead the search team into Northfield Bay myself? The chubby elder narrowed his eyes. He replied to the scouts slowly but aggressively, the council said they are pretty certain that the Drakehead is close to the Bay area. Now, this incident might be the proof of their assumption, but be careful, it could have been an inside job, said the thinner elder. He then nodded and thought, I have to lock this city down. There will be chaos if the other big families find out about the Drakehead. Since Yue returned to the Drakehead, he had been cultivating deep down in the pond in its freezing water. Like all condensed prime warriors, he was able to stay in water for an extensive period of time. He cultivated non-stop for 5 days, he refreshed for a lungful of air every few hours. Now that he was able to use his will force and the chi in his meridians being condensed by the cold water, he could speed up the falling star form even more. His body efficiently absorbed and purified the energy that came from the bottom of the pond. Within 5 days of intensive training, Yue's cultivation level quickly escalated. He was close to a 5-star condensed prime level. After the breakthrough, he would be able to have the body strength of a peak 10-star condensed prime warrior under the effect of his supernova stance second evolution. When I break through, I should be able to fight 2 10-star condensed prime warrior at the same time. Slosh! A pillar of water broke through the surface. Yue shortly followed. It shouldn't be long now before I am a 5-star condensed prime warrior, but how should I do it? Yue stood by the pond, muttering to himself. His body had been filled with chi for days, but he could not find an opportunity to advance. He decided to take his mind off cultivating and study the zodiac sword stance instead. Yue pointed his fingers at the pond, 36 chi swords nimbly flew across the pond's calm surface akin to a group of dragonflies. These chi swords are looking better and better. Yue proudly exclaimed. His tightened face smiled while looking at the ripples. These chi swords' movements are unpredictable. I can easily catch a 10-star condensed prime warrior off guard if I find the right timing to use them. Yue closed his eyes to simulate a fight. The Sealnik sword is still more powerful. However, if I have to fight a group of enemies, the chi swords would be more effective. He waved his arms around, ordering the chi swords to accelerate and curve. In his imagination, he shredded his eye opponents into pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, 5. Chapter 172, 5. What's the situation? Yi Wei spoke using runic badge. Yi Wei and Lu Feng had not seen each other for a few days, but they kept updating each other.
The badge in Yi Wei's hand gently vibrated.
Lu Feng's voice sounded in his head. I am safe here at the Luz, but one of the returned Prime level elders is missing, and reliable sources informed me that they are sending 8 10-star condensed Prime warriors from the headquarters to Green Moon City for reinforcement. Lu Feng's voice conveyed his anxiousness. I assume they will be going straight to North Hill Bay.
8 of them, Yi Wei grumbled and frowned. He was tightly clenching onto the runic badge. I can deal with one, but 8 of them. I don't think I am prepared for that. A returned Prime warrior is missing?
Yi Wei felt slightly concerned. His mind was clouded by the potential threats. I have to break through before any of them enter the North Hill Bay area, or else, I'm afraid their arrival will be the end of our mission.
Yi Wei paused and continued, how about the Dews? How did they react after learning about their people's deaths?
Lu Feng heard a noise close to him. After moving to a quieter spot, he replied.
The Dews? Pfft, I will deal with the Dews. Don't worry about that for now. They didn't link it to the Yes, your family is fine.
His gaze became cold. Since 3 years ago, the Du family knew more than they should have.
I guess I have to take them out altogether just to be safe.
After briefly bidding their farewells, Yi Wei put his badge back into his inside pocket and continued practicing the peerless sword chi. When dawn arose and dyed the sky orange again, Yi Wei jumped into the water to cultivate again.
Time is of the essence.
Yi Wei thought to himself.
He was feeling insecure.
He wondered whether the Luz would send their elites to North Hill Bay, and he suspected the returned Prime warrior was also on his way. While Yi Wei was cultivating, he trying his best to break through. The news of Lu Ren being missing and the Du's death spread quickly in Green Moon City. Of course, the citizens all believed it was the result of a wild beast attack. They all surmised a pact of powerful, vicious rare beasts were involved. The wild beasts' attack logically explained the state of the Du's when they were found and the disappearance of Lu Ren. All the Marshall family squad sent to search North Hill Bay felt nervous and demoralized. They were too scared to even enter the woods. Every time they heard the howling wind, they flinched thinking a beast would come and attack them.
After a few days of regrouping and planning, the Luz interrupted the awkward atmosphere lingering in Green Moon City.
Their reinforcement, 8 10-star condensed Prime warriors, were immediately deployed to the North Hill Bay area by the Luz elder based in the city lord's castle.
The Luz reinstatement of authority restored the locals' confidence.
Now that the Luz had over 30 condensed Prime warriors, in total, patrolling the North Hill Bay area including the local Marshall family's cultivators, the Luz could actually manage a high-grade rare beast attack. All the squads eventually overcame their fear. They became more efficient in their search again, feeling safe under the watch of the extra 8 10-star warriors.
Finally, they are here. Lu Feng stood high up on a tree. He was watching the Luz condensed Prime warriors from a distance. Despair appeared in his eyes. All 8 10-star condensed Prime warriors, and their puppets are heading to the Dreekhead's direction. Lu Feng was feeling more and more helpless. I don't see how Yi Wei can deal with all of them. They are covering this area as if Lu Zhong doesn't exist. I guess it makes sense. The 2 elders in charge of the operation here won't be happy if Lu Yong's brother gets all the credit for uncovering the Drakehead. Lu Feng smiled bitterly and mumbled to himself, 4 weeks. No, 2 weeks at most until they will find the pond, or in less than half a month at this rate. I cannot just give up like this. He bit his lips. Dad might be able to buy me more time. Since Lu Feng began cultivating by the pond, he saw the Drakehead area as his own hideout and became attached. He knew better than to let his emotion take over, however. He began to look for other ways out. He was ready to put his pride down for a greater cause. 8 more 10-star condensed Prime warriors, the Luz are using all the stronger cultivators in the region. Who can I count on now? Yi Wei was 50 feet deep in the pond, cultivating. He felt the badge vibrating, took it out and activated it with his will force. Lu Feng's grave voice sound in his mind. Yi Wei, the Luz men are here, we don't have more than half a month. They will find the Drakehead in 3 weeks' time at most if we don't do something now to slow them down. I can confirm they have sent 8 extra 10-star condensed Prime warriors to North Hill Bay. Lu Feng held his runic badge and spoke urgently. With this many powerful cultivators, they will be able to secure the Drakehead. We will have no way to regain control of the pond once they found it and figured out what it is. Also, in a month's time the sandalwood box is going to stop working. When Lu Ren's jade token reconnects with his spirit candle flame, the Luz will know about his death and North Hill Bay will be swarmed with their force. Half a month. I have to be prepared in half a month. I have the iron talisman fully charged, but I need more than that to fight that many. Yue, though of the Vermilion Runes, thought about the Glacial Temple, but soon realized he did not have enough time to seek solutions from these directions while he had to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. Cultivating here means I am absorbing and processing primal energy 20 times than usual, but that is not enough. Yue looked down into the darkness as he thought to himself. It was clear to him since he investigated the pond that the deeper he was, the quicker his body absorbs the surrounding energy. He also worked out that 45 feet was his body's limit without supernova stance. The runes are ready. Yue ground his teeth and activated the amplification stance. To endure pain and cultivate in the blistering cold was the most efficient way to become stronger. Bang! The rumbling burst of chi was muffled by the water pressure. Yue swam downwards, carried by the water current his stance created. 60 feet. 90 feet. 120 feet. This is the limit. The cold and the pressure stung every inch of Yue's skin, his lips were turning purple and his body began to shiver. The supernova stance will only last half an hour, I will have to think of a way to make the best out of it. Yue closed his eyes, used the falling star form in the dark and quiet. Yue was trying to push his cultivation speed, surprised to know how much quicker he was. It was now for him to fill up his meridian space. 33 times quicker. 10 days, with this speed I will definitely break through. Yue's eyes shone a determined glint. If I become a 5-star warrior, the Peerless Chi Sword should work effectively even if I have to fight 8 10-star condensed prime warriors on my own, given that I use the stance under the second evolution's effect. Excited by the possibilities, Yue began to train non-stop with a new interval, half an hour at 120 feet under, 2 hours at 45 feet and finally half an hour of resting and consolidating his cultivation on land. On the 7th day of training, Yue could feel the significance of his intense routine. He felt the chi in his body did not only get denser, but also warmer. His chi eventually burst out, span around his body, creating a vigorous whirlpool in the otherwise calm body of water. Bang! Yue could feel his sentient expanding, the excruciating pain was twisting his face. The Mystic Mount presence shone bright, helped processing the energy surges Yue overloaded himself with. 3 days before schedule, Yue had broke through with the extra compression he pushed upon himself. The progenitor had been watching all along, thought that he had to let the clan know about the threat somehow, as one of the best human cultivators he had encountered in terms of cultivating speed. 5-star condensed prime level. The exhaustion on Yue's face vanished, replaced by an air of curiosity. Now I can see how deep this pond goes. His eyes shone bright as he said. The last time Yue heard from Lu Feng, he was told that the Lus were sacrificing speed for thoroughness, and that it would have taken the Lus 1 more week until they reached the pond. Yue was therefore relatively relaxed, knew that he had until the night to consolidate his cultivation. And then he could tell Lu Feng the good news, plan how they should work to slow the Lus. I just broke though, there is nothing much I can do on the cultivation end that will make a more powerful fighter. I should be at peak 10-star condensed prime level when I use supernova stance. Yue thought to himself, calculating. However, the second evolution is not going to do a lot now. Even if I become a 6 or even 7-star condensed prime warrior, the amplification effect won't be able to push me through to returned prime warrior level. Condensed prime warriors' chi, silvery ball in their dantian and their life energy will transform once they break through to become a returned prime warrior. While the chi of warriors and condensed prime warriors glow silver, returned prime warriors' chi glow gold. The latter is 10 times denser. That difference separates the combat power of returned prime warriors to the lower ranked cultivators. I will need to evolve the supernova stance again to make an impact. I will not be able to deal with the Luz elders in charge in Green Moon City otherwise. Pu Yuan had once told Yue that it will take more than 10 years for him to learn the third supernova stance evolution. However, when Yue's body went through great pressure when he was struck by a demon king, during which the 80% of the runes on his bones were transformed, Yue revisited his memories of how strong Commander Shi and Ning City's Lord Chen were. I will study the supernova stance now, that is the only way to possess the power of returned prime warrior. Even just for 30 minutes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Supreme Palace. Chapter 173, Supreme Palace. The deeper I dive into the pond, the stronger the pressure will be, together will the freezing cold. I should be able to compress my chi enough. Then I will use the falling star form at full speed to heat up my body. My meridian should be able to expand that way. I'm just going to try it. Yue's eyes shone a glimmer of determination. He activated the runes on his bones, his chi amplified, strengthened his body to 10-star condensed prime level. 10-star Runmaster, Master Yi, South Star Academy's Principal Gu Qing and the City Lord were the strongest cultivators in Green Moon City. All three of them were peak 10-star condensed prime warriors.
Now Yue could consistently use the Supernova Stance second evolution. He had joined the three in terms of combat power. There were only a handful of cultivators below Return Prime level that could threaten him. I really need a hot bath after this, Yue thought to himself as he dove in. With the aid of Spindrift steps, Yue focused on shielding his body, navigated the deeper parts of the pond with relative ease. 120 feet. 130 feet. 250 feet. Am I finally at the bottom? The freezing temperature caused Yue's muscles to spasm. He ground his teeth and sped up his chi flow, so his body does not stiffen up. The water current Yue's chi flow created stirred up the sand and mud at the pond's bed. This pressure is vast, but it's still nothing comparing to the Demon King's grip. I need more pressure on my body. This will not compress the runes on my bones enough to transform them. Yue's thought. His feet were touching the soft, muddy pond bed. What is that? A faint blue light caught his attention. Surrounded in darkness, a spark of hope lit up in Yue's mind. After a few propelling strokes, Yue was only an arm's length away from the luminant blue pebbles that lit up the dark depth. So this is the real Drakehead. Yue frowned, examined the bright pebbles that covered pond bed. The freezing cold and the crushing water pressure felt less agonizing now his focus had been shifted. I should try cultivating right here. Yue sat himself on the bottom of the pond. The vast energy in his body weighed him down. He couldn't tell if he was shivering from the cold or the excitement. I am cultivating nearly 40 times quicker than usual. Just one day of cultivating here makes up for more than a month of training anywhere else. If I can stay here all the time, I can even become a returned Prime Warrior in merely a week. Yue shook his head and thought, only if the Supernova Stance's effect could last longer. Could this be the scared mark? Yue swam around to investigate, but nothing really stood out. But I can't get any deeper. Where is the Drakehead if this isn't it? Yue thought to himself, confused. While feeling frustrated, Yue felt a turbulence of chilling water crashing onto his back. He looked behind, to the left, realized the current came from a 2 meters wide crack at the corner of the pond. There is a tunnel. Yue's eyes brightened up, eager to find out what was at the other end. I have to hurry. Yue grit his teeth, ignored the cold and swam slithered into the confined space like an eel. The pressure increased and the temperature dropped even lower as he reached further into the tunnel. The runes on his bones were wiggling, shining gold, and the remaining tadpole-shaped patterns were turning into yin-yang shapes. This is it. I can come down here to evolve the supernova runes after I've rested. Yue thought to himself as he felt the vibration from the transforming energy on his bones. What is that? Yue had reached the end of the tunnel. He could see a chamber in front of him, made visible by the same shade of blue glow as the pebbles on pond's bottom. But instead of pebbles, he could see a 10 feet tall, 30 feet wide small palace. The bricks and stones were covered by algae and mud, dimmed out the ghostly blue glow. This building is draining the heat, I can feel it. Yue shivered, his veins were becoming purple, his muscles tightened up, his jaw was shaking, a knocking sound went through his skull. I can't get closer. Yue wanted to evolve his supernova stance, but he knew better than to damage his body irreversibly by the freezing cold. The 900 feet between him and the building structure was so close but yet so far. I need to know what I am looking at. Yue was determined though in agony. He waved his palm, sent forth a dense chi strike. Bang! A compressed water current flowed quickly from Yue's hand to the palace, ridding the vegetation and dirt off the blue structure. Rumble! The burst of water revealed the blue runic engravings. The temple resembled a runicle, only larger, and the rune sequences were more complex. Supreme Yu Palace. The name Yi Yu does ring a bell. Yue read the letters on the entrance and thought to himself, this is the Drakehead, there is no mistaking. Yue was eager to explore, but he could not deal with the cold. He could only look at the palace from distance. Supernova Stance's effect is fading. It's a shame I can't train here any longer. He knew he would have to rest before he could dive down again. Yue gave the palace a last glance before finding his way back out and up. Slosh! Yue broke through the pond's surface. The splash of water refracted the setting sun, projected a color spectrum onto his cheek. Yue's runic badge was twinkling, notifying him about Lu Feng's message. Wei, I can't doing anything now. They have developed a method to track energy disturbance. It will not be long before they figure out the Drakehead's location. Yue frowned after he processed Lu Feng's words. We have to act now, before they tell their superiors, otherwise we won't have a way to protect the spot when they send even more reinforcement. Lu Feng, I need you to come to the pond now, so that we can make a move tonight. Yue sent the message through his badge. Are you sure about this? We will have to deal with 8 10-star condensed prime warriors and some weaker cultivators also at condensed prime level. Yue, this is a serious matter, and there will be no going back if we decide to fight them.
Since they have not found the place yet, shouldn't we wait a little longer? We are still not strong enough.
Lu Feng's voice was shaking, he was nervous and it could be heard even through the badge.
Lu Feng shook his head on the other side. I've told him that all 8 of them are stronger than Lu Ren, why is he acting so stubborn? You have defeated Lu Ren swiftly but that drained everything out of you, that was a week ago, have you even recovered yet? No more waiting, we will do it tonight.
I told you, it had been all or nothing ever since we decided to kill Lu Ren and the dues. Yue Wei's determined voice came through the badge again. I have not been training so I could watch while they raid my family's sacred place. With my chi at peak 10-star condensed prime level, I can fight many at once or even win if we manage to set up an ambush.
Okay then, if you say so. I will be on my way.
Lu Feng put away the runic badge and rushed towards the pond. Although the duo had made a heavenly oath and decided to work as a team, the leading role had been shifting towards Yue Wei without either of them noticing. Lu Feng arrived at the pond to see Yue Wei calmly sitting on the grass, resting. After a brief moment he broke the silence.
Yue Wei, so what is the plan?
Lu Feng could not wipe the concern off his face although his partner seemed at peace.
Or do you have a plan at all? You might lose your life.
Calm down, I am not stupid, I will not risk our lives. Yue Wei patted Lu Feng's shoulder, smiled and said, we will attack from the dark, they will not even know who we are if we execute my plan correctly.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 174, Ambush. Chapter 174, Ambush.
Okay, Lu Feng grunted and said, what do you need me to do? I just have to clarify, I am not willing to die for this, I know I am not strong enough to help. He was sure that he would just become a burden in a combat with the Lu's powerful reinforcement.
We are an alliance, I know I should be encouraging you right now but I think your decision to fight them is questionable. He continued, well, frankly, I would call it recklessness.
I did not expect you to help me fight them off, and that is okay, I will need you to look out for me. If you see danger from a distance while I am attacking, I need you to send me a message on the badge. Yue Wei spoke each word clearly. Of course, you can fight them if you feel confident, just do it as clean as possible whether it be an escape or an ambush, we can't let them know who we are, but I will just kill as many as possible, make them panic, use the element of surprise, avoid them from communicating with one another. Yue Wei paused for a while, watched the ripples spread on the pond's surface as the breeze swept across.
What about Lu Ren? Have you heard anything from the returned prime level elders? He frowned. Actually, could this be a trap? Maybe they want to lure the people responsible for his disappearance with the reinforcement?
Not possible, they are suspecting something, yes, but as long as they cannot confirm Lu Ren's death, they have better things to worry about. You have to remember they are managing the Lus all around the area. Lu Feng grunted and chuckled. We have another week before the sandalwood box's effect wears off. Lu Feng placed his hand onto his chest to make sure the box was still in his possession. After his spirit flame dies down, we will have a few days before the news reaches Green Moon City, only then should we worry about the 2 elders.
If they do find out about Lu Ren's death, will they interfere?
Yue Wei paused slightly and then spoke. The 2 returned prime-level elders only care about the Drakehead, they will probably see Lu Ren's death as a necessary sacrifice to get to the Drakehead. Lu Feng just tried his best to summarize, retell what he saw and heard. When I last met them they were busy shouting at the other Lus, making sure they would keep the secret. As long as the returned prime warriors are not there to help I should be able to make an impact one way or another. Thought Yue Wei, his eyes brightened up. However, the returned prime elders will come after I kill more of the 10-star condensed prime warriors. So he is serious about it.
Are we going to have to fight the elders?
Lu Feng's face turned ashen, he did not think that far.
Lu Feng's concern was written all over his face as he realized his partner's intentions.
They both became silent.
He didn't want my help.
He summoned me here to talk about how we should clean up after he ambushed the Lus force on his own. The Lus condensed prime warrior reinforcements were now close to the Drakehead. If left alive, they would be at the Drakehead in 10 days, if killed, the elders stationed at Green Moon City might intervene.
Yue Wei and Lu Feng's operation was caught in a dilemma.
I have one way to mess with the Lus and that would be announcing the Drakehead's location, and let the other martial families fight. Lu Feng's lips were becoming pale, his frown grew deeper. We will crush the Lus at their weakest.
I will not allow that.
It will do us no good, I am not going to risk losing control over the Drakehead, it's my family's land, my ancestors' treasure.
Yue Wei's gaze intensified. Green Moon City is going to become a mess, would you like to see your home becoming a war zone? Put. Do you think your plan is better than mine?
Lu Feng grunted, he was more interested in revenge than anything else, to sabotage than to be constructive.
Any plan is better than your plan.
Yue stared at Lu Feng, surprised how someone could be affected by rage and revenge to such extent. We are alive because we are in control of the place. If they took over, we won't stand a chance to fight them by force. As I suggested, I will assassinate as much of them as I can. I will buy us time and we shall improvise from there. Be patient. Yi Wei replied. He believed the underwater palace held the key to him evolving supernova stance. When Yi Wei managed to evolve the supernova stance, he would have the power to fight a returned prime warrior. If he then acquired gadgets and tricks from the Runemaster Union and the Glacial Temple, he would even be able to stand his ground while fighting against the best cultivators in the Lu family regardless of age. As Yi Wei realized there were more important matters to focus on, he decided not to tell Lu Feng about the underwater palace he discovered.
I guess that is for the best. Lu Feng nodded, realized Yi Wei's decision was the sensible one.
He decided to trust his calm and collected partner, to protect their secret. The sun set into the West Sea, darkness descended, the thick clouds covered the silvery moon. Yi Wei stood up, freshened by the cool evening breeze.
Let's move.
After covering his face by a black disguise, his ghostly figure shot out, headed straight towards where the Lu's men set camp.
Hope it will all goes according to plan. Lu Feng ground his teeth and followed.
He kept a distance, tried to remember all the little things he was told to do. The woods were silence except the noise of dried leaves dancing. The duo went past a few beast nests in the windy night. They eventually arrived at a flat site filled with tents, looking intimidated as they were lit by the wiggling fire. The fact that they set up campfires meant they were either amateurs or not afraid of the beasts and other cultivators knowing their location. All of them who stayed up guarding the camps had incredible chi percents. Both Yi Wei and Lu Feng could feel the guards were at least condensed prime warriors. Yi Wei was standing on a bushy tree branch, surveilled the men dressed in white robes from afar. He could tell they were his target from the golden family crest on embroidered in front of their chests. He could tell from the chi disturbance that all three of them were condensed prime warriors, and that their leaders were in the camps, resting. The infiltration was done slowly and cautiously. Yi Wei had to wait for the perfect moment to strike, to make sure these condensed prime guards take their last breath before they could send their superiors a distress signal. The gusts of winds grew stronger as the night got darker, the clouds dispersed and the moonlight showered onto the woods. The wild beasts were becoming more active, but they avoided tents as they could smell and feel danger where the campfires were. Next to the swishing trees, the three guards were jealously looking at a shaking tent. These two women are surely energetic. Luli is going to be drained after this. One of them licked his lips and said vulgarly. You can't blame him, he is still young, he can't really say no to this kind of temptation. Good for him that he gets a night off, huh? But good for him maybe. How is any of us going to sleep if they are going to be this noisy the whole evening? It's nice to be young. All three of them took a sip of wine, laughing while they excitedly talked about women. While they were all keeping quiet, distracted by what was happening inside the tent, Yi Wei rushed out of the side bush. 3 chi swords flew out as he approached the trio. Plop! 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 The peerless swords slit all 3 condensed warriors' throats. Their white robes were dyed red. Their consciousness faded before they knew what took their lives and their eyes became dull and dim. Yi Wei quickly channeled his QI to hold them before they hit the ground. Their bodies softened. He gently placed their bodies down, made it look as if they were falling asleep. The campfire flickered in the night breeze. Having been through numerous life-threatening battles, Yi Wei was less and less emotional than he once was. The compassion in him had turned to a compromised heartlessness. These guys were guarding him while he does this. He has got to be someone important in the Lu family, thought Yi Wei. He must have trained non-stop at the Drakehead. Lu Feng was shocked to see Yi Wei's decisive and lethal moves, and what stance was that? It took him less than a second to put them to sleep. This monster, I can't believe he got this much stronger just in a few days. Lu Feng was trying to compare Yi Wei with other young cultivators, but he couldn't think or anyone comparable. Even within the Lu fan, the strongest youngster of this generation of Lu would be no match for Yi Wei. Lu Feng had always looked up to his young cousin and used it as a reference point, to know what he could improve on in terms of cultivation. I had been blind. I should have realized I only saw a small fraction of Yi Wei's talent when I was in Ning City. Yi Wei sneaked close to the tent in complete silence after he gently laid the dead bodies next to the campfire. How can he not notice I am here? Yi Wei chuckled as he heard the man's pant and the woman's moan. This man is a 10-star condensed prime warrior but a sloppy cultivator. I guess that's what it's like to be born into a big family. You get all the pills you need and your senses become blunt. 10 minutes passed. The man in the tent groaned, breathed deep and slow. This is it, he is not alert at all. Yi Wei reached for a scroll from his sleeve, tore it to deploy a runic array. The sound of the man and the woman in the tent suddenly became inaudible. At the same time as Yi Wei tore the scroll, his chi sword struck towards Lu Li's neck. Lu Li was startled, his pleasure evaporated, replaced by a sharp sense of pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Brutal.
Chapter 175, Brutal. Although Luli was not the most alert cultivator, he was a powerful fighter. His 10-star condensed prime-level body strength saved him. His tough skin and muscles allowed him enough time to defend himself. Identifying the source of the pain, he bent his body backwards to avoid decapitation. Who is it that dares to assault me? He grabbed his bag next to him and took out a scroll. Zoom! He tore the scroll without hesitation. A golden chi armor appeared on top of his whole body. The scroll lost its green glow as the stance was activated. High-level mist stance, golden light chainmail. Clang! 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 Yi Wei did not wait nor did he stop. As Luli was injecting his chi into the armor to strengthen it, Yi Wei kept striking. The chi swords mercilessly rained onto Luli's armor, denting and chipping it. Crack! The dents became fissures and the golden light chainmail stance disintegrated. Yi Wei's strikes then landed on Luli's left shoulder. He was bleeding out like a fountain while the residue energy from the swords and the armor hit the half-naked woman, striking her unconscious. Yi Wei frowned. He quickly approached his mark. He reacted so quickly. Have I underestimated him? Who are you? And how dare you make me bleed? I am a Lu Elder's grandson. Luli panicked. He screamed as he took another scroll out from his bag. He never thought he would be ambushed with so many guards protecting his camp. If the chi swords were just a split second quicker, they would have pierced through his neck. Luli held tight onto the two scrolls. He took a step back and channeled his chi to strengthen his body. Who are you? He stared at his assassin who was dressed in a black disguise. All the while, Luli looked for a way to escape. He knew a sound barrier had been made around the tent. Thus, his shouts for help would not be heard, therefore, he desperately strove to escape. So you are the direct successor of the Lu's bloodline? Said Yi Wei coldly, looking calmly at the topless young man. What do you want? If you keep me alive, I will reward you. I will even tell you a secret. Do you know what a drakehead is? Luli trod backwards as Yi Wei approached. His hands were shaking, but his grip was tight. He was ready to tear the scroll if Yi Wei got any closer. What about a drakehead? Yi Wei was startled but immediately realized he just heard a bluff. If he knows where the drakehead is, then the Lus wouldn't be here. A second was all Luli needed. He smiled mischievously as he tore the scroll in his hand. HMPFT. Yi Wei grunted and sent forth his chi swords. His reflexes were superior to Luli's. His chi sword nicked Luli's fingers and penetrated his palm. You sneaky man. Yi Wei grunted and created 5 more chi swords on each of fingers. With a palm strike, he directed the sharp spectral blades towards Luli's chest. Luli flinched and dropped the mystic scrolls on the floor. Nevertheless, he managed to inject chi into a dark green ring he was wearing. Numerous layers of green energy shield appeared between him and Yi Wei. Boom! Yi Wei's powerful strike toppled the tent but failed to penetrate the defensive Forbidden Mist stance. Cyan Light Shield. Luli has mystic arms. Yi Wei felt sloppy that he didn't notice the green glow on his mark's finger. Naive, do you really think that can save you? The green shield began to crack under Yi Wei's continuous strikes. Luli chuckled. He broke the tent and the runic sound barrier while Yi Wei was busy dealing with the green shield. Kid, nobody can save you now. You will learn what a mistake it is to mess with a Lu. The campsite suddenly became chaotic. What is happening here? Intruder. We have an intruder. The cultivators woke up to the sound of explosion. Damn it. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen. Yi Wei grumbled, finally shattering the green shield with the peerless sword chi. Luli roared. His muscles bulged up, and his skin gained a metallic glow. Good luck escaping. His bestial eyes were set right on Yi Wei's dark figure. With a heavy step, he lunged forward. Body stance. Yi Wei narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a cruel smile. Well, I didn't come here to mess with the Lus, I came here to kill them. Bang! 5 chi swords cut through air and landed on Luli's bare chest with a whirling chi trail. Luli's bloodthirsty smile froze at the sound of impact. He quickly slid backwards as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. 2 long trails appeared on the ground under his feet, but not a single mark was left on his body. Cough. Luli placed his hand on his chest, his body twitched in agony. Master Lu, are you okay? A group of condensed prime warriors landed around Luli's. 7 of them were at 10-star level. After checking their leader, they all put their eyes on Yi Wei. I am fine, but this kid has a trick or two up his sleeves. Be careful and don't let him get away. I want him captured and tortured. Lu Li said ferociously as he deactivated his body strengthening stance. His wounds began to bleed quickly as he relaxed his body. Therefore, he took an injury-controlling pill. The 7 10-star condensed prime cultivators surrounded Yue in no time, while the warriors from Green Moon City's martial families stood further behind. The locals were just there as a formality, none of them really wanted to risk themselves for the lose. Whoever captures this kid will be rewarded with 10 mist scrolls and a 3-star mystic arm. Lu Li screamed loud enough for the whole camp to hear. The warriors standing at the back can be ignored. Not only are they weak, I can sense that they don't even plan to fight. Yue's eyes scan across, these 7 though, are willing to fight me. He quickly made a long sequence of hand seals based off his decisive assessment. Numerous rune sequences bursted out and turned into 8 chi swords, flying straight to the enemy's front line. Careful! Lu Li's pupils dilated, haunted by his recent experience of Yue's technique. However, it was too late. Although every one of the 7 heard him, they had no idea how careful they should be. You should have listened to your leader, Yue said callously. The condensed prime warriors' attacks surrounded Yue from all directions. All of them used the same formula to strengthen their bodies, thus, the cultivators became small storms of energy. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yue identified the threat. He guided his chi swords to the 2 cultivators at the front. Both of them heard a popping sound and felt a hold in the layers of chi spinning around their bodies. How can it be so sharp? The 2 10-star condensed prime warriors' faces turned pale, regretting their decisions to be in front. Even though Yue's peerless swords was still not a mature stance, the fact that the technique was the foundation of a rare sky stance meant the chi swords were as strange to the Lu's men as they were powerful. The chi swords raged towards their target in less time it took an advanced cultivator to react. The 2 vanguards standing in the front could only watch and wait for their end to come. Swoosh! Yue's finger swiftly swiped to the left. The chi sword flew towards one of the 2. It penetrated his chest and immediately burrowed through his heart, sending him backwards. Root prison. Yue clenched his fist and rooted the other guard on the spot. This Lu was a little quicker to react, but not entirely. Lifting his arm up in hopes that it would save him, it was only to be cleanly sliced off. The other 5 10-star condensed prime warriors cursed and shivered, each one of them was startled by the casualties. Damn it! I warned them! Useless rubbish! Lu Li frustratedly shouted. He realized he would have to fight Yue on his own. He took another pill to enhance his body and chi and braced himself for this fatal fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Escape. Chapter 176, Escape. After neutralizing the 2 vanguards, Yue did not stop his attack. His hands danced in the air, created 36 chi swords, and flung them to the 5 condensed prime warriors trying to surround him. It seemed reckless to Lu Feng that Yue killed in cold blood, but he soon realized his partner's intention. The less people he had to control, the better. High-level mist stance, rippling armor. High-level mist stance, gold body plate. High-level mist stance, lilac wisteria. The remaining 5 10-star condensed prime warriors did not want to leave anything to chance. They quickly lit up the night sky with a sea of runes. The sequences turned into defensive stances, and when the shields were activated, the cultivators drew more runes that became attacking stances. Rumble. Yue answered the Lu's wave of stances by his own. His fingers were whizzing and his chi sword spread wide, crashed onto the 5 10-star condensed prime warriors' strikes. Who sent this masked man? He is ridiculous. He killed of the 10-star condensed prime warriors and gravely injured another in a brief exchange. There is no more than 3 cultivators in Green Moon City who are capable of doing that to my knowledge. The Martial family's cultivators stepped back, leaving the Lus on their own. Although they were promised mist scrolls and a mystic arm, they knew their limits. Yue didn't want to hurt the cultivators from his hometown, but he didn't have to do more than what he already was doing. They were all stunned by Yue's display, reluctant to help the Lus. Yi Zhong was in the crowd, to represent the Yi family. He was just watching on the side, not willing to risk his life for the tyrants. The assassin's figure. This is a young one, similar age to Little Wei I'm guessing, but stronger, much stronger. He mumbled to himself, couldn't help but to compare the disguised person with his precious cousin. Yi Zhong knew Yue was strong. To him, his kid cousin was strong enough to fight even with a 10-star condensed prime warrior, but not strong enough to do what this assassin did. Lu Feng was shocked. He watched everything from a mile away, on the top of a tree. When he fought Lu Zhong, he struggled. But this time, he is dealing with the 10-star condensed prime warriors in his own pace. After a few moments, Luli absorbed the energy and was nourished by the healing effects of the pills he took. Now in better condition, he glared at Yue with anger. One of them dead, one of them gravely injured. There are only 6 10-star condensed prime warriors left standing who can fight, including myself. How could he have done so much without getting hurt himself? I will not be embarrassed like this. Useless idiots. Stop standing there and watch. Kill him. Someone has to die for what he's done today. I will send him to the torture dungeons, but if he escaped, all of you will be sent there instead. Luli's face turned ashen, his veins bulged up, growled at the 10-star condensed prime warriors who were supposed to protect him. The 10-star condensed prime level cultivators shivered and their eyes twitched when they heard the torture dungeons being mentioned. That's when they knew their master was undoubtedly furious. They would rather die fighting than to spend a second in the torture dungeons as a victim. All 5 of them gained a second wind, and they decided to use their best stances, scrolls and mystic arms to get the job done. Within seconds after Luli's chant, a wall of stances was crushing towards Yue, swiftly and mercilessly. Felt the trembling earth and blinded by bursts the runic light in the sky, all the Green Moon City cultivators spectating were becoming pale and weak on their knees. Under the pressure of this many stances, any condensed prime warrior would be reduced to dust, even peak 10-star warriors would be paralyzed by the immense pressure. Starblink steps. Intimidated by the different stances crashing towards him, Yue's face turned dark, his figure became nimble and unpredictable. His stance used the force of his opponent's fierce attacks to create openings at the weaker spots, allowing him to escape the seemingly undodgeable wall of stance, with paths and movements none of the spectators expected to see. Sealnik armor. Sealnik levitation. Yue's gaze intensified. He was not going to let his guard down while facing more than 10 mist stance on his own. Some of the 10-star condensed prime warriors were even using high-level mist stances. Although Starblink steps was powerful, but it being a spirit stance meant that Yue could not just count on it to neglect the powerful mist stances. Humph. Yue's face was tensed but his eyes were calm and cold. He exhaled slowly. His Sealnik levitation stance altered gravitational force within 10 meters radius around him, slowing the wall of stances collapsing onto him. Peerless swords. While the incoming stances were held in the air, slowed down, Yue flung 36 chi swords towards his enemies. What? None of the Lus expected the assassin could fight back in such dire situation. They saw the chi swords coming, but they couldn't predict the sword's path. Only 2 out of 5 managed to dodge the chi blades with luck's aid. The rest of the guards' bodies were penetrated by Yue's attack, died at the spot and flew backwards. Yue did not reserve his chi, he used all his tricks in hopes that he could take control of the situation. I didn't think I have ever been humiliated like this. Luli's eyes became completely red. With his pulsating hand he took a scroll out of his bag. TTTS. You brought this to yourself, let's see if you can slither out of this forbidden mist stance. Luli looked at the scroll in his hand, his eye twitched. Felt slightly uneasy having to use something costly. This was my last forbidden high-level mist scroll. I can't believe I have to use what Grandpa left me all those years ago on a situation like this. Ivy Prison. Luli ground his teeth. Numerous sequence of dark, glowing runes burst out the moment the scroll was torn and became dim. The runes formed 18 vines of runic ivies, thick like a giant python. It grew and flew towards Yue. The vines caught up with Yue's speed. Chased him down, intertwined and linked together, forming a circular prison around him despite his best efforts to escape. Just moments later, Yue was caged. Kill him. Luli's bloodthirsty smile grew wider as he saw the trouble-making assassin being trapped. Bang! Bang! Luli spread his fingers, created a tiny opening on the ivy prison. The Lus condensed prime warriors followed their leader's lead, fired their best stances at Yue. Flames, chi swords, spectral beasts, were forming in the sky, alongside the runic ivy. Tens of stances were crushing against Yue simultaneously. You've killed a lot of our men, and you made me waste 2 of my forbidden high-level mist scrolls. I really want to get some information from you, but I also want you to die. Luli shouted. The runic ivy cage was no wider than 3 meters, and it was the target of over 30 Lus warriors. Even if Yue grew wings on his back, there was no way he could escape the impending doom. It's a shame that the assassin can't do more, but I guess that is good. I don't want trouble. It will probably draw more Lus to the city ultimately. What do you mean? Don't you want to fight? Don't you want our city back? The cultivators from Green Moon City's martial families began to speculate. Inside the prison, Yue created a spectral Sealnik beast and was still under the effect of Starblink steps. He tried both to break and to escape the constriction but did not have any luck. He frowned, focused on trying to break the prison while his Sealnik armor was still holding together. This is too tough, I just can't. Yue could probably break the prison if he had more time, but he was pressured by a number of stances that could soon take his life. Yi Wei. The Lu's returned Prime Warrior is coming, get out of there. The runic badge vibrated, Lu Feng's panicking voice sounded in Yi Wei's head. Why is Lu Qianyin here? Lu Feng recognized the approaching Lu Elder, not by the blurred face but by the speed-enhancing stance he was using. Returned Prime. Yi Wei gasped. He did not plan to be trapped, and certainly did not plan to fight a returned Prime Warrior in such condition. I need to get out of here, Yi Wei flicked his sleeve, and a dark scroll appeared in his palm. At the price of 300,000, the instant shadow scrolls were not used by many. Upon activation, Yi Wei became a mist, escaped the prison in vapor form. I will be back to kill the rest of you. Yi Wei taunted as he reappeared briefly in human form, shot out 36 more chi swords at some of the Lu's weaker men. The cultivator did not have the power to defend themselves against Yi Wei's swift strikes. Yi Wei turned into a thin mist again, reappeared a few hundred yards from the tents inside the woods. As the scroll's effect fell off, he used the Starblink steps again, turned into a flash and melted into North Hill Bay's dense vegetation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, North Barren Mountains. Chapter 177, North Barren Mountains. No. As the chi swords came closing in, the condensed Prime Warriors could only watch. They were not quick enough to react, nor were they able to do so due to the mass pressure waves Yi Wei's attack imposed. There was no time for stances or scrolls, only their demise. Bang! When despair was the only feeling these condensed Prime Warriors felt, seconds before their deaths, tens of golden bolts of chi caught up with Yi Wei's swords. With great precision, the finger-shaped bolts struck each of the 36 swords right before the Lu's men were killed. The Lus looked in awe at the golden fireworks in front of them. Their robes and hair were wet from sweating. Most of them felt numb and stunned since they were about to die. Lu Li, on the other hand, was relieved. If more of his men were to die, he would have to be punished even if his grandfather was an elder. Even if he can't help, he would be able to the witness to prove how strong this assassin is in front of the council. I don't think they would believe tonight's attack otherwise. Chase him. Lu Li ordered in a low voice as he leaped forth towards the direction Yi Wei escaped in. The cultivators from different martial families were hesitant. After giving each other a look, they all decided to follow, but just slow enough so the distance between them and Lu Li kept lengthening. Returned Prime Warrior's strength, he just casually crushed Yi Wei's strikes from miles away. Lu Feng made an even greater effort to hide his chi presence. There was an undisguised sense of fear and shock in his eyes. Being a cultivator himself, he knew how impressive the returned Prime Warrior's finger strike was. A cold glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. His figure shook and he disappeared into the shadow projected by moonlight onto the ancient branches. You will need more speed if you want to chase me down. Yi Wei thought to himself as he channeled his chi and transformed it into runes under his feet. With the Starblink steps, he became lighter on his feet, pulled ahead of the Lus chasing him. Knowing that the returned Prime level elder was going to catch up, Yi Wei leaped into the dense bushes and sped up while keeping completely quiet. If you want to catch me, you will have to find me first. As Yi Wei stood on the land registry, North Hill Bay only covered 60 square miles, but the mountain range that began inside the area stretched 1,000 miles northward, giving Yi Wei a labyrinth of trees and rocks for cover. However, even it was within Yi Wei's plan to utilize the mountain to shake the Lus. He, like a lot of returned Prime Warriors, did not wish to enter too deeply into the North Barren Mountains, which was the home of numerous wild beasts and demon hordes. 4 miles away from Yi Wei, a white-robed, chubby older man was accelerating. His fire-red hair fluttered in the wind. His belly wobbled as he sped through the woods. His movements were slow, but his legs were strong, and each of his steps produced 1,000 feet distance between them. Within 5 breaths' time, the red-haired elder, Lu Qianyin, had already covered miles. He watched over Lu Li and the rest from above. His presence filled the woods. His red hair illuminated the dark. It was bright as daylight, radiating 300 feet around him. His chi presence was affecting people's consciousness on a primal level. That is someone special. The Lus and martial family cultivators following were startled. They could not help but admire and worship the old chubby man running above the clouds. Elder Qianyin. The Lus landed and went down on their knees. Elder Qianyin. Lu Li quickly stopped and bowed with the utmost respect. Being the head elder's grandson meant that he did not have to get on his knees. Nevertheless, he was not going to waste his time on etiquette when he was busy chasing the assassin. I didn't think someone would dare interfere with our search. Lu Qianying's comedic face darkened. His cold eyes scanned the dense woods below him, trying to spot any abnormalities. Any idea who it was? Lu Qianying's penetrating gaze was set onto Lu Li. Sir, I am not sure. He was masked, and a lot stronger than I am. He has some mysterious tricks up his sleeves. There was no chance that Luli would tell the elder he was ambushed when he was in the company of a woman. All the 10-star condensed prime warriors and the locals we recruited fought him at the same time, but it didn't seem to be enough. Out of Green Moon City, I think only the City Lord, Principal Gu and Master Yi are capable of doing what the assassin did. However, judging by height, the attacker should be a teenager. Therefore, I assume whoever we are chasing is not from around the area. Not someone from Green Moon City? Lu Qianying frowned. He wondered if his nightmare had become reality. Had other families found out about the Drakehead? The Lus were powerful in Qing State, but in a grander scale, they were not considered as influential. The reason why the Lus sent 2 returned prime warriors to Green Moon City was primarily to contain the information about the Drakehead from spreading. Stop all other operations. Lock down the North Hill Bay area. Pause the search before this is settled. Lu Qianying said with determination, "Now, get up and keep chasing, you fools." The chubby elder narrowed his eyes and glared towards the mountains. This highland is known to be the nest of wild beasts and demons. If this reckless assassin decided to run, it would be towards the Bay Area, not the mountains. Lu Qianying headed in the direction where Yi Wei disappeared into. He spread his will force and used it as a detection tool. "I am too old to play hide and seek, but I will make an exception for you." Yi Wei's chi was hidden in his bones at rest, therefore, he was able to hide his presence. If he was not a supernova stance user, his neck would have been snapped by Lu Qianying already. As the elder ordered, Lu Li and the 5 10-star condensed prime warriors each took 7 weaker cultivators with them to search the Bay Area thoroughly. If the search team saw anything, they were ordered to immediately fire their flare scrolls to notify Lu Qianying. The Bay Area was vast, but for a returned prime warrior from one end to the other was just 50 steps reach. Shrouded by darkness, Yi Wei slowed down and covered his tracks entirely. He lifted his head and looked towards the Drakehead that was 20 miles away from where he was, making his choices of escape path very limited. The Lu's elder was on his way, and there was not a chance he would let Yi Wei live. At the hour of dawn, the slumbering trees were woken up by morning breeze. When the gust died down, the Bay Area returned to silence. A NIMBY figure sneaked out of the dense branched. The disturbed birds flapped their wings and flew off. It was Yi Wei. These people are persistent. Yi Wei turned to look behind him, confirming the Lu's men were still looking for him. They were chasing after him like packs of dogs tailing a fox. Yi Wei had already took the Lus on a tour around the Bay Area, but he still could not shake them. To make things worse, he could sense the returned prime warrior was closing in on him. "This is the Bay Area's edge. If I go any further I will be in the North Barren Mountains." Yi Wei looked at the high rise hesitantly and frowned. "This is basically an enormous beast nest. There are rare and even emperor-grade beasts roaming these mountains. Stop running and I will consider let you die a less painful death." Lu Qianying's voice rumbled the woods. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few chi bolts flew right at Yi Wei as the loud, threatening words acted as a diversion. "Fu *K, he knows where I am." Yi Wei could hardly hear the wind-breaking sound, but he sensed the elder's strike. He grunted and used the peerless swords to defend himself. Bang! The chi swords crashed onto the finger-shaped bolts, both stances disintegrated in a burst of light and a shrill sound. The chubby elder's willforce picked up Yi Wei's chi sword. "You can't hide." Lu Qianying was more or less sure about Yi Wei's location. His figure turned into a flash towards where the Shatter's runes were. "Fatty, follow me into the mountains if you dare." Yi Wei taunted as he rushed away from the Drakehead. "He will be able to catch me in a few seconds if I slow down even though I am a few miles ahead." Yi Wei channeled his chi down to his feet. With starblink steps, his movements were light and nimble. He used the wind and the branches bounced to speed himself up. There was no way back. Yi Wei ground his teeth and leaped past the stone tablet that marked the edge of North Hill Bay Area. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Pack. Chapter 178, Pack. Even though Yi Wei spent all of his energy trying to run from his pursuer, the distance between him and the returned prime warrior elder was not getting any farther but, on the contrary, closer. If the situation persisted, it would only be a matter of time when Yi Wei would be caught. He sensed the returned prime warrior's killing intent. The terrifying presence kept closing in from behind. Therefore, he took out the only remaining instant shadow scroll he had. When the cubby elder will catch up, the only way out will be to use this scroll. I will have to stay in shadow form for as long as I can. I should aim for at least another 100 miles. At 1.5 million contribution tokens each, instance shadow scrolls were considered treasures. Yi Wei was aware of its value, refusing to use it before the last possible moment. He was confident that the mystic mount presence in his sentient would be able to sense danger. Thus, if the Lu Elder ever decided to lead his men into the North Barren Mountains, he could utilize it to lead his pursuers to wild beasts and demons. Damn it, this kid is reckless. The chubby one-star returned Prime Warrior could vaguely feel Yue's energy entering the Barren Mountains. His face became dark as a starless night. The North Barren Mountains was the home to a variety of plants and animals. The abundant environment made it the perfect place for dangerous wild beasts to live. The high-grade wild beasts that resided at the mountains made Lu Qianying hesitant about entering. The more self-absorbed one is, the more they treasure their own life. He was not sure if Yue was stupid or brave. Elder Qianying, what should we do now? Lu Li and the other Lu's men all looked at the chubby returned Prime Warrior, waiting for the next order. All of the chasers lost their enthusiasm and anger as they realized the assassin had entered the North Barren Mountains. We will continue to chase him. Lu Qianying gritted his teeth and said. His gaze became cold as he placed his eyes onto the seemingly endless mountain range. Are you sure? Lu Li and the rest looked at the towering mountains. They were incapable of imagining a positive outcome if they entered the danger zone. What are you cowards so scared of? There are beast nests in these mountains and I am sure that kid knows it too. Lu Qianying stared at the scared men. He shouted. Even I will struggle to stay safe deeper in the mountains. Do you really think the kid will dare go to where I can't reach? Nobody can know why we are here. Even I might get into trouble with the council if this doesn't work out. I will be treading on thin ice. Lu Qianying clenched his fist. Lu Li and the others stopped complaining and reluctantly followed the superior's orders. Get moving. That kid is very good at hiding his chi presence. I am using a detection stance now, but I think I will not be able to sense him very soon. Lu Qianying became tense. He had been chasing for the whole evening without any luck. He was no longer underestimating Yue as he struggled to keep up throughout the whole evening. Yes. Lu Li and the other condensed Prime Warriors knew the importance of keeping the operation a secret. They knew keeping it a secret was also one of their top priorities. Swoosh. Swoosh. Motivated by the elder's words, they channeled their entire strength and followed the chubby figure into the mountains at top speed. Led by Lu Qianying's sharp sensing stance, the search team was able to pick up on the weak trace left by Yue, maneuvering in his direction. How did they manage to follow me? Are they actually daring to wander into the mountains? Yue frowned and thought to himself. Lu Qianying's stance was able to pick up Yue's location, but Yue's soul sensitivity was superior to the Lu Elder's detection. He was able to determine the search team's location from a further distance. Lu Qianying could only vaguely pick up Yue's location while Yue sensed all the living creatures that were giving of even the smallest life energy. On the edges of the North Barren Mountain, Yue's figure flashed between trees and rock, looking for paw prints and tracking marks. Beast nests were a rarer sight on the mountain range's outskirt. Yue had been able to sense a few beasts while he was running, but it would have taken more than a few beasts to strand a returned Prime Warrior supported by a large group of condensed Prime Warriors. Yue was looking for a large pack of wild beasts that could potentially occupy or even eliminate his chasers. It's harder than I thought it would be. People make the North Barren Mountains sound a lot more dangerous than they really are. Yue thought to himself while nimbly navigating the range at an extraordinary speed. They are half a mile closer. Yue's brows furrowed, remembered how the chubby elder's finger strikes were strong enough to be life-threatening from miles away. Knowing the elder's extraordinary close range pressured Yue. He, out of sheer nervousness, actually sacrificed a bit of his speed to keep track of the distance between him and the elder's lethal finger strikes. There is only around 4 miles between me and them. I have to find a pack of beasts soon or I will have to run deeper into the mountain range where then I would have to avoid getting surrounded by packs. Yue looked towards the high rise and the valleys and lead to the hills. He shook his head, shivering. Where are you when I need you? Yue stomped heavily on a giant rock, propelling him and accelerating his speed. The corroding rock split in half and cracked into rubble within seconds. Ha, desperate kid. Lu Qianying landed. He looked at the rubble 30 seconds after Yue broke the rock. His cruel smile grew larger. Speed up. We are getting closer. Lu Qianying swiped his arm and ordered his men to run towards where Yue went. Swoosh. Swoosh. Yue knew his life depends on how quick he ran, while Lu Qianying felt his family's uprising could be sabotaged by whatever power ordered the lone assassin to attack the Lu's camp. The distance between the two parties kept becoming closer. When the sun had faintly bleached the clouds light pink, the distance between Yue and Lu Qianying shortened to less than 2 miles. The distance a returned Prime Warrior could cover in less than 10 seconds. 1.5 miles, I am so close my speed enhancing stance could bring me right to you.
A cold glint appeared in Lu Qianying's eyes as he chuckled and thought.
Yi Wei could sense the Lus closing in.
The hair on his back stood up as he felt threatened by the returned Prime Warrior's fearsome presence. Yi Wei would much rather head deeper into the mountains than confront the Lu Elder.
Another hour passed, the sun was entirely above the skyline. It lit up the long and winding mountain ridge.
Sunlight flashed through the branches of the trees.
Yi Wei was camouflaged by the variegated shadows.
He just crossed over a valley, entering the highland in the dense woods.
A wild beast pack. As Yi Wei entered the dense forest, his sentience shook.
He smiled as he picked up their fierce presence.
Ah, finally. Yi Wei thought to himself, enjoy your meal. The mystic Mount Presence sensed the exact location of the wild blood wolves.
He was ready to lead the Lus right into the beast's jaws. 3 high-grade general blood wolves, 12 mid-grade, 40 low-grade. Yi Wei mumbled to himself as he counted. His enchanted will force diffused from him and filled the valley.
This gave him a detailed mind image of the location and even the thick hair of the beasts. Kid, today's date will be on your headstone. Lu Qianying growled. He was now exactly 1.5 miles away from Yi Wei. High-level mist stance, slide flash. Lu Qianying smiled as a yellow-glowing rune sequence appeared under his feet. Swoosh. Lu Qianying's figure became blurry.
He accelerated to the speed of a 2-star condensed Prime Warrior.
In a blink of an eye, a chubby, red-haired old man appeared in front of Yi Wei. You can't run now. Lu Qianying's fingers curled into a claw shape, aimed right at Yi Wei's head. Rumble.
A surge of primal energy rushed from Lu Qianying's dantian to his hand. A burst of runes appeared in the air and transformed into a 20 feet long and wide spectral palm. It flew straight to Yi Wei's skull.
Oh, hello.
Yi Wei stared above as the giant palm fell onto him. His lips curled up as he swiped his hand to the side, shooting a rain of chi swords from his palm towards the valley. Concurrently, a tearing sound came out of Yi Wei's left hand. A faint green hue wrapped around his body instantaneously.
Phew! Yi Wei's figure faded.
He turned into thin gray smoke and was carried by a strong gust of wind.
He pulled a whole mile ahead of Lu Qianying, going into the valley.
There was no pause in Yi Wei actions. It was apparent to the chubby elder that his target had calculated being caught. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 179, Split. Chapter 179, Split.
Yi Wei, the inheritor of the Glacial Emperor's legacy, had an almost unlimited supply of weaponry.
What others deemed rare and precious he cared little for.
Unless they contained earth stances, there were not a lot of scrolls that interested him, except, of course, rare scrolls that had functions other than standard offensive or defensive stances.
You little prick. Lu Qianying had chased Yi Wei for the entire evening. He could even feel the fabric on Yi Wei's face mask.
He felt outraged, his target had so casually slipped away.
Lu Qianying glanced at the valley and grunted heavily. He decided to enter with slight hesitation in his eyes and hindrance in his movements. Lu Li and the rest of the Lu's men entered the valley following the elder's lead. Bang, dot.
Just as Lu Qianying and his men entered the valley, the chi swords fired by Yi Wei had entered a cave at the bottom of the valley.
These golden energy blades crashed onto the cave's sides and exploded. Howl. Howl.
The explosion shook the cave. When the explosion quieted, there emerged a few hundred pairs of eyes. They opened simultaneously, furious and bloodthirsty.
Roar.
Inside the dark cave, the pack of wolves' eyes resembled hundreds of fierce yellow lights. Their eyes glowing like the moon in the dark morning air.
Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
At the exact moment Lu Qianying, Lu Li and the other 10-star condensed prime-level pursuers entered the valley, a few hundred blood wolves rushed out of the cave. The sound was like a stampede of nearly 1,000 paws stomping heavily. All the trees shook, and the stones on the ground loosened and rumbled.
Shit.
Blood wolves, a large pack of them.
The Lus heard the deafening howl.
They were terrified to see the glowing red-yellow eyes between the branches.
Sweet sages, there are hundreds of them.
The warriors' legs shook and their guts churned. Intimidated by the blood wolves' sinister reputation, they were told since they were young that these wolves would kill you or die trying.
You little bastard. I will cut you into little pieces whenever I find you. Lu Qianying's face paled.
His veins bulged up and his bloodshot eyes were as red as a beet.
He looked in Yi Wei's direction, imagining he was killing right then.
Being tricked by a kid was more than just humiliating for a returned prime warrior, it was shameful. Furthermore, Lu Qianying was struggling to stay calm after a restless night.
Lu Qianying's sensing stance was blocked by the thick rocks while Yue's willforce went into the caves and detected the wolves before any of the Lus did. Lu Qianying was raging. He felt like a seasoned hunter being humiliated by its prey. He stopped and stood still. His golden chi rushed out of his dantian, the pressure of the energy burst dug a 300 feet wide and 3 feet deep pit, the fissure on the ground spread across half of the valley. High-level mist stance, golden mountain seal. Lu Qianying's bloodshot eyes spotted Yue, who was hiding next to a cliff. He ignored the charging wolves and did not bother to protect Lu Li and the other warriors. He swiped his hand forth and made a few rune sequences. The cubby elder was more than ready to lose a few of his men if that ensured Yue's death. For him, it was more important to keep the secret about the Drakehead safe than a few lives. It was for the greater good. The burst of golden runic light condensed in the sky. It formed a 60-foot-tall pyramid shape. The sheer mass of the runes gave it a force of attraction as well as an immense pressure. The pyramid crushed and compressed the air, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the valley while tens of blood wolves were smashed and pressed into a meat paste. Awa! Awa! The three high-grade blood wolf leaders saw the violent death of their allies. With their superior and almost human-like intellect, they identified the murderer to be Lu Qianying. The leaders of the pack howled furiously. The runes on their bones began to flow, they sought revenge. The 7 mid-grade blood wolves followed their leaders. Their bloodthirsty eyes were set on the enormous pyramid. The stronger ones of the pack accelerated and turned into trails of blood in the sky. The wolves jumped. Their bodies flashed beside Yue, but his chi-less presence was not their target. Their revenge-filled noses pointed at Lu Qianying. Awa! Hundreds of wolves howled. Their heads pointed up towards the sky, mourning but also cursing. They were angered by the human intruders and their violent murderous act. Boom! 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 The trails of red proceeded in astonishing speed, crushing into the runic pyramid. The pyramid's fearsome force knocked the mid-grade blood wolves back. They fell on the ground and were paralyzed by the jagged rocks. The 3 pack leaders were bleeding out from their mouths. The wolf pack leaders were a bit stronger than the 10-star condensed prime warriors. However, the forbidden high-level mist stance used by a returned prime warrior was not something they could defeat or defend themselves from. The pack did not stop the pyramid from falling, but its path had been altered. Rumble! The pyramid flew right next to Yue. It shadowed his face before landing on the rocky cliff. The pyramid's raging energy exploded, and the cliff collapsed. All 100 feet of the cliff slid down, the east side of the valley was now flattened. Is this the power of returned prime warrior with only a flick of his finger? Yue's pupils dilated. His back was soaked with sweat. All the hair on his arm and leg stood up from his goosebumps. The returned prime warrior's power was unnatural. Recently, Yue began to be more confident with his cultivation level, but he now realized how vulnerable he truly was. He saw the wrath of the returned prime warrior with his own eyes. He was not sure if he had enough time to avoid the pyramid strike even with the aid of scrolls. He needed to escape quickly as possible. Luz, you can have fun with the blood wolves, I am out of here. Yue inhaled long and deep. After calming down, he stomped the floor, leaving a trail of star-like runes behind him as he escaped to the outskirts of the mountains. After witnessing the power of the chubby elder, Yue just wanted to be as far away from the fatal danger. You brat! Where do you think you are going? You're staying here with us. Lu Qianying could see Yue was trying to get away. He grunted and tried to leap towards the disguised kid's direction. However, just as he was going to leap forth, he found himself surrounded by hundreds of wolves. The fanged beasts were violent and reckless. Although they could not threaten Lu Qianying's life, they were capable of immobilizing him momentarily. When he managed to free himself, Yue was out of his sight entirely. Furious and crazed, Lu Qianying once again activated his sensing stance. Nevertheless, this time, it was all too late. He could not sense the tiny amount of energy the mysterious assassin gave off. This kid wouldn't dare enter the mountain range. He has to be hiding somewhere in the outskirt area. Now, go and search for him. Lu Qianying's face was completely red. I want the 10-star condensed prime warriors to lead a team of 5 each. Cover every inch of ground back towards the bay area. Bring me that kid dead or alive. And if you don't bring me that kid, consider yourselves exiled. He irately shouted. His red hair fluttered in the breeze as he forcefully tried to scan around. Yes, sir. Each and every one of the Lus bent down, bowing to Lu Qianying's supremacy. Though the teams were all condensed prime warriors, they did not feel entirely safe being in the area. They just had a near-death experience involving the large pack of blood wolves. They would rather leave and remain alive. Come, take a jade amulet, each of you. If you see that kid or feel like you are in danger, break it. The kid we are chasing is armed with many rare scrolls. I fear he has more tricks up his sleeves. Lu Qianying spoke as he handed each of the team leaders a forbidden high-level mist scroll. I don't care if you have to sacrifice your lives, or even your teammates. Just stay alive long enough to keep the kid there for 20 seconds, and I will be there. The amulet will help me locate you. Yes, sir, shouted Luli. This morning the head elder's grandchild had acted his most subservient he had ever done in his entire life or whatever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Thundercrack Stamp. Chapter 180, Thundercrack Stamp. Luli, Lu Hai, and the other 4 10-star condensed prime warriors each took 5 cultivators with them in their search for Yue on the outskirts of North Barren Mountains. All of them, even Luli, were afraid of the consequence of failing their assignment, and they feared facing the powerful assassin as well. Luli just fiercely wanted to annihilate him. Yue flew through the woods as he expanded the range of his willforce reach. He knew the returned prime warrior's senses given by their willforce was potent enough to detect energy from more than 10 miles away. 5 miles was the limit of Yue's willforce reach. Any further Yue could not sense if the object or person was farther from him. This is dangerous. They can set a trap if they know my location while I am oblivious on theirs. Yue gritted his teeth and continued to channel his willforce. 6 miles. 7 miles, his veins bulged up, and his sentient rattled as he reached his limit. No. This is still not enough. He injected chi into his sentient and dug deep to the mystic mount within. The golden presence of the mystic mount shone bright. Yue could feel his willforce thickening. 10 miles. 20, 30. Yue could finally sense his pursuers. He felt the Lu's movements. Judging by what he could sense, none of the small teams, not even Lu Qianying himself, had any idea on Yue's whereabouts. The returned prime warrior and the teams of condensed prime warriors slowed down. I might even be able to sneak back to the Drakehead and train a bit more if I am careful. They've just split up. Yue mumbled to himself as he sensed the slight change in chi disturbance. That's a good sign. It means they don't know where I am. Yue's eyes glistened. Although coordinated, the Lu's every single move was read by Yue. He noticed they were split farther and farther from each other. I've been chased for an entire night. I think it's time to turn the tables. But how should I do it? He was still haunted by the scene of the valley collapsing because of just one strike from the returned prime warrior. I can't defend myself against a forbidden high-level mist stance, not when it is used by a returned prime warrior. Yue muttered. Though it will be hard to find a chance like this, when all the teams are closer to each other again. Yue decided to launch a counterattack. I have been feeling anxious the entire night. Now it's my turn for you to feel anxious. I need to kill a couple of you to send a clear, direct message. Taking advantage of the Lu's split search, Yue quietly tracked down one of the weaker teams. He was ready to silence all of them. He hid all his chi presence. While sensing where the returned prime warriors were, he calculated the best time and place for the surprise attack. On the other hand, Lu Qianying was clear that his men were no match for Yue. He was trying his best to keep an equal distance between himself and each of the search teams. The seasoned elder knew he was looking for a needle in a haystack, so he kept his distance. It was his intention all along to use the 6 teams as bait. He correctly assumed that it was in the assassin's interest to eliminate as many Lus as possible. However, he was one step behind since he had no knowledge about Yue's sensory capabilities. One of the search teams is closing in, 6 of them in total. The strongest one of them is a 10-star condensed prime warrior. Yue was constantly assessing the situation. He waited patiently for his timing, though. After hours of stalking, Yue saw his window of opportunity. He took a scroll out of his bag and sped towards the team furthest away from Lu Qianying. Rip! The enchanted scroll was torn, sequences of runes bursted out from the tear. Yue was suddenly wrapped in a green runic light. He rushed towards the isolated team with speed of a returned prime warrior. Both of them being forbidden high-level mist stances, the green shade stance within the scroll was at least as quick as Lu Qianying's slide flash stance. Yue took more than one of these scrolls from the Glacial Emperor. Although he preferred using them defensively, he believed using them offensively also would gain him tempo. Swoosh! Yue became a cyan flash. He quietly advanced 2 miles distance. His gaze was hysterical, and he attentively looked forward to seeing his victims. Luli? Yue was close enough to identify the energy source, a direct descendant of the Lu's bloodline. This was worth the hours of stalking. Goodbye. Yue rushed forward, activated the second evolution of Supernova Stance as he shot 6 peerless swords to his targets. Plop! Clang! The chi swords hit simultaneously 5 condensed prime warriors. Their bodies were penetrated from behind. None of them could even see their killer's ice-cold eyes before they died. The dead bodies flew backwards from the Yue's powerful swords force. They were eventually stopped by the trees. It did not come to a surprise for Yue that he was able to kill 5 condensed prime warrior from the dark, but the man left standing did startle him. "It's you!" Luli saw his dead teammates. He turned around and recognized the familiar figure. "How dare you! This time I am ready for your cowardly ambush. You won't be able to run this time." Luli quickly leaped away from Yue. He crushed the jade amulet with his large muscular hands. He was still injured, consequently, he concluded before he started the search that he would not fight, but instead just buy time until Lu Qianying arrived to finish the assassin off. "Ha, and you call me a coward?" Yue immediately guessed the Luli's intention. He narrowed his eyes and shot 10 more chi swords right at Luli's chest. "Gotcha!" Lu Qianying felt the burst of energy released by the broken amulet from 40 miles away. Swoosh! Lu Qianying levitated, and he flew towards Lu Li's current location at a fearsome speed. "Same trick? How naive." Lu Li chuckled. He clenched his fist and channeled his chi to strengthen his body further. His muscles bulged up, and his skin gained a mysterious metallic shine. Titanic form is the most defensive out of the Lu's 3 Earth-grade cultivation formulas. Lu Li's disdainful smile grew wide. His fist flew towards Yue. Clang! Clang clang! After a deafening sharp noise, the chi swords dispersed. Lu Li was unharmed except a few shallow scratches on his fist. Both Lu Li and Yue were surprised. They both underestimated their opponent. Put! Lu Li's face darkened. He grunted and stomped the ground, his chi swept the ground, sending a shockwave straight at Yue. "He is stronger than me, but I don't need to beat him. I just need to buy my time until the elder comes." Lu Li was bold but not completely dumb. He knew what to expect. Starblink steps. Yue frowned. He quickly channeled his chi to his feet. The star-like rune sequences under his feet buffered the shockwave while he was charging towards Lu Li. Swoosh! Lu Li was struggling to follow Yue's ghostly figure. He threw his fist forth repeatedly to create a safe zone in front of him. However, before his eyes registered where his opponent was, he felt a cold breeze behind his head. Yue aimed right at the back of Lu Li's skull. His fist was infused with peerless sword energy and traveled at the speed of lightning. Clang! The sound of an iron hammer striking a rock sounded when Yue's fist crushed against Lu Li's head. "What a tough body! I don't think I have enough time to destroy him before the return Prime Warrior comes." Yue stared at Lu Li, counting the time in his heart. "I've landed all my chi swords onto the back of his head, at the human body's weak spot. I don't understand." He didn't even hurt Lu Li, and Lu Li's strikes didn't hit Yue even once. It seemed they were at a standstill. "You are still not strong enough to hurt me. Just surrender now before I tear you apart." Lu Li screamed and laughed. His heavy fists fell onto Yue like a rain of meteors. Bang! Dot! Yue's chi swords and Lu Li's metallic fist clashed against each other. The impact turned stones into dust and sent a rippling energy wave through the woods, snapping the tree trunks in its path. The enormous recoil stunned Yue slightly. He absorbed the main impact with a backflip while the star-like runes under his feet kept his body steady. "Earth-grade formula, huh?" Yue shook off the numbing tingle in his shoulder. He noticed the similarities between Lu Li's technique and the Polaris Academy's formula. His formula can redirect impact too. It's a shame the falling star form is unfinished. I am sure the Yi Supreme had worked on it, and I can feel its potential. Yue again tried to learn his opponent's tricks in combat. Any moment now, though Elder Qianying should be here. I have to keep this kid with me. Lu Li glared at Yue, like a wolf about to feast on his prey. He clenched his fist, his muscles bulged up, and his hair hardened and stood up like rows of steel needles. A metallic texture appeared in his eyes. Crack! Crack! Lu Li's arms were now twice their original size. The muscles rattled as he groaned. High-level mist stance, thunder crack stamp. Lu Li's chi turned into runes. The runes were wrapping around his arm, and it became electrically charged. He leaped up and struck at Yue. He covered all his escape routes with bolts of runic lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Mind Compass. Chapter 181 Mind Compass. Rumble. The raging energy from Lu Li's stance pressed Yue into the ground.
A palm-shaped mass of runes blocked all of Yue's escape routes while sharp arcing bolts occasionally struck fissures on the solid rocks close by.
Shit, I'm running out of time. Yue panicked.
He was worried about the returned Prime Warrior catching up. The Zodiac Sword is as sharp as my mind is when I draw the runes to it.
Yue muttered to himself.
His years of training flashed before him, and he felt inspired by the Lu's missed stance. Yue's eyes went cold, his chi surged out like a flooding river.
Let me show you what you just taught me.
With will force on his fingertips, he shaped his chi to runes, and transformed them into 36 peerless chi swords. You can stop a sword, but you can't stop a damn flooding river. The final form of the peerless sword consisted of 360 chi swords. It consisted of a fearsome river of refined, sharp bolts of energy. Although Yue was not close to understanding the sky stance's complete form, he was able to imitate the essence of the Zodiac Sword.
Yue relaxed his body and stretched his arms.
Both of them straight as a sword, both of them aimed at Lu Li's stance above his head.
Zoom. Zoom. All 36 chi swords intertwined, glided upwards smoothly against the gravitating lightning palm. Bang!
The bound chi sword struck the center of Lu Li's stance. The falling in momentum became an advantage for Yue. The slowness in Lu Li's attack made it easier to penetrate the lightning palm.
Plop! The connection of the stances was brief.
Lu Li was paralyzed by a shrill sound of the chi sword tearing through his best stance.
How is this possible? The elder's grandson could not do a thing. He hopelessly watched the runes fall apart. Lu Li never doubted Yue's strength.
He genuinely thought he found a way to defend himself, but he realized he was outclassed.
I've disappointed you, Elder Qianying. Lu Li's body was drowning in the massive stream of chi created by Yue.
His body began to chip and crackle, it was soon covered with bright red. The metallic glow on his skin faded, and a rusty smell grew intense as his blood evaporated. The young Lu fell before he could even use the scroll he was given. Yue breathed heavily, imitating a sky stance's chi flow at his cultivation level had taken an immense toll on him. His body was weakened, and his face went pale. Though, he managed to drop his opponent.
I still have time.
Yue took Lu Li's interspatial bag before he reached into his own to find a green shade scroll.
Rip!
A faint green light wrapped around Yue. He instantly traveled 2 miles in a flash and headed back into the mountains without hesitation. 10 miles, this is how much I need to keep the distance between me and him. He is faster and stronger than me, I can't take any risks.
Yue thought while looking towards the Lu Qianying's direction.
He sensed the warrior's chi. He finally felt a safe distance away, but he didn't entirely feel safe.
Imbecile! Lu Qianying screamed. He arrived at the scene 5 seconds after Yue took off.
His bloodshot eyes widened as he saw all the dead bodies. His gaze eventually set on Lu Li's ravaged corpse.
Don't you know your limits? What am I going to tell your granddad?
The elder furiously looked around to see if the assassin left in clues. Yet, there was nothing but woodland critters.
Shit!
Lu Qianying turned around and rushed back to the direction he came from.
You like playing games, huh?
He noticed the chi presence of the other teams fading, but he was too late. He was infuriated by lifeless bodies he saw while departing.
Useless. King, useless.
He counted a dozen more dead bodies.
None of them seemed to have struggled before they died. Lu Qianying lifted his head and clenched his fists. He cried and howled like a crazed animal.
His chi bursted out in all directions.
Bang!
The golden energy surge swept the woods. It turned trees into logs and dirt into a thick screen of smoke. All of a sudden, the beautiful nature became a wasteland as if it was stampeded by a pack of king-grade wild beasts. Lu Qianying harshly exhaled and carefully took a scroll from his inside pocket. His eyes twitched regretfully. The whole scroll was dark. There was a subtle pulsing glow, synchronized with its slow but pressuring aura. The scroll containing an earth stance was the most valuable possession Lu Qianying carried with him. It was given to him as a gift by the Lu Patriarch when he broke through to become a returned Prime Warrior. It contained the Mind Compass stance. Although the stance was not aggressive at all, its unique function gave it an unmatchable value. Considering one of the victims was the head elder's grandson, he could possibly be facing capital punishment if he did not capture the person responsible for this outrage.
Lu Qianying ground his teeth.
He opened the scroll and tore it swiftly.
Zoom. Zoom. A long rune sequence appeared in the sky.
There was a touch of gold to its vivid hue.
It kept stretching and eventually covered 100 miles radius around Lu Xianying. Whiz! The runes shrank quickly into Lu Qianying's head. He was suddenly able to see in his mind the life energy of all creatures within 100 miles. While his chi energy became undetectable. "I will catch you this time, you little bastard," Lu Qianying muttered. He quickly located Yi Wei through the image in his mind. With a heavy stomp, he became a shadow. This shadow zoomed towards Yi Wei like an arrow whizzing through air. Nothing stopped him pursuing his target now. Yi Wei was over 30 miles away from Lu Qianying. He was not aware of the danger he was in. This is a warning. North Hill Bay is the Yes land, and the Drakehead is therefore the Yes property. He was proud of his secret mission. This is not enough, though. I have to kill as many of them as I can. The more time they have to rethink their strategy, the better, but there are only 3 teams left. I should be able to finish them. Yi Wei was constantly calculating the best execution for his next move. It's good that Cousin Zhong did not follow, less to worry about when I strike. With his extraordinary soul sensitivity, Yi Wei stalked the Lus like an opportunistic predator who waited for the best window to strike. Yi Wei was heading back into the mountain range, avoiding the wild beasts. My revenge has just begun. I will kill every last one of you, one at a time. I will look into your eyes before I crush your hearts. He sat next to a tall rock. He took a pill and began to use the falling star form. The supernova stance was taking a toll on Yi Wei. His chi was drained and his body was exhausted. He was desperate to recover quickly, so he could finish what he started earlier. Yi Wei expanded his detection range as he recharged his will force, but he could not sense Lu Qianying's incoming. He focused on recuperating rather than being on guard since he already left the dangerous scene. Yi Wei had his eyes closed. The setting sun warmed his cheeks. He was relaxing and resting in the quiet wilderness for the first time after more than half a day of running. Less than half a minute after he sat down, he felt a strange chilling breeze. He opened his eyes. Crack! Crack! The breeze intensified, the trees around Yi Wei began to bend towards him. Shit! How did I not feel any of this? Yi Wei's face changed. He stood up and quickly grabbed the iron talisman from his belt. Bang! A pressuring presence froze Yi Wei in place. A chubby figure appeared right in front of him. The elder's hair was fluttering in the wind. The runes under his feet were condensed into small golden clouds after each step he took, thus leaving a trail of golden mist behind him. There was no primal feathers behind Lu Qianying's back. The returned prime was levitating by his own power, his mastery over natural primal energy. Any last words? Lu Qianying stared furiously down onto Yi Wei. His demeaning gaze intimidated and startled the unsuspecting Yi Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, The Gathering. Chapter 182, The Gathering. Lu Qianying's fearsome presence encaged Yi Wei. While Lu Qianying approached Yi Wei, sequences of runes surged out of his body. It's not even a stance yet. Yi Wei ground his teeth. He could not move an inch. He was bewildered by the returned Prime Warrior's control over him. Wait, I can take advantage of this. Yi Wei relaxed his body. Dropping his defenses, he allowed the Lu Elder's chi to penetrate his body. Then he directed the energy to his bones, using it to help transform the runes on his bones. I guess this will be good for now, but I needed to stay alive. Yi Wei was enduring the excruciating pain. He held tightly onto his iron talisman, waiting for the best moment to strike back. Yi Wei slowly lifted his head to take a good look at his returned prime-level opponent. His eyes lit up and his mouth opened to speak. The Drakehead is not something you lose can monopolize for your own profit. I've ordered my men to spread the news regarding the Drakehead's location if I didn't return back tonight. I would love to know the royal families would react. If they found out your family was not planning to share the treasures, they will kill you all. What? Who are you? How do you know this much? Lu Qianying's face drastically changed. He slightly held back his chi and stared cautiously at Yi Wei. It was not difficult for Lu Qianying to kill Yi Wei. However, having everyone learn about the Drakehead and keeping the Lu's family's trustworthy image and influence would be. Lu Qianying couldn't tell if the assassin was bluffing or not. He stared coldly at the masked man, calculating the most appropriate response. You are a liar. Show me some kind of identification. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lu Qianying screamed his ultimatum. His golden chi became thicker and grasped Yi Wei harder. Meanwhile, he casted his will force upon the assassin.
Lu Qianying attempted to extract information by mental torture. However, the returned primed warrior's specialty was not effective. Yi Wei's sentient vibrated and shone golden, rendering Lu Qianying's will force useless. I've seen this trick before. Even then I was not impressed by it. Yi Wei chuckled. He hoped by angering the elder would allow him some time to come up with an escape plan. Lu Qianying was concerned. He was surprised Yi Wei was not affected by his presence. It confirmed his suspicion that this assassin was indeed likely related to a powerful martial family. The Lu family's power reigned supreme in the Qing state, but in Lu Qianying's eyes, the assassin could very well be related to one of the royal family's rivals. He was therefore afraid to get himself involved in something he would not be able to handle. He hesitated to kill Yi Wei because he didn't want his family's future to be in peril. Furthermore, he could not risk potentially exposing the Lu's secret mission to the rest of the world. Thankfully for Yi Wei, a moment's hesitation was all that he needed. He quickly leaped forth with the aid of the star blink stance. This is good. If I feel him approaching I will just use another scroll. You cheeky little, Lu Qianying's cold gaze lit up. If I can't catch you, Lu Li's death will become my responsibility. Kid, I wouldn't be annoying now if I were you. In the end, I will be the one torturing you, so you better cooperative. Lu Qianying's chi transformed to a massive hand shape. It fiercely shot forth towards Yi Wei. My life is worth more than this scroll, I guess. Yi Wei was startled and unsure. He kept advancing, not willing to tear the scroll unless absolutely necessary. The North Barren Mountains is not men's territory. A low, screeching voice sounded. Lu Qianying turned his head. Yi Wei decided against tearing the scroll and instead he observed who was coming towards them. There was a cruel tone to the shrill voice. Yi Wei's ears felt a piercing pain. He was consumed by an unexplainable sense of fear. From what he could feel, the person who just came was at least 10 times stronger than Lu Qianying. Yi Wei's face became pale. He even blacked out for a second. Thankfully his sentient was enforced by the mystic mount. It's a demon king, Lu Qianying gasped. He shivered as he witnessed the disintegration of his runic golden palm. He lifted his head to look at the darkening sky. K, I shouldn't have followed him this deep into the mountains, . I knew what you've done to the Bloodwolves. I was nice enough to ignore how you disturbed the peace. Growl. How dare you come to our home? Are you trying to rub it in my face? Another rough voice sounded. It's a king-grade wild beast. Lu Qianying exclaimed. His face turned sheet white and his feet were uncontrollably shaking. He knew he was staring at death itself. Rumble. A pulse of primal energy shook the sky while a creature that was as large as a small hill stopped by. It was a king-grade beast, and its mile-long body was covered by dark moss-green scales. On top of its armor-guarded spine were 4 golden wings. Quad-wing barren beast. Lu Qianying was unable to remain calm. He took a few clumsy steps back before completely freezing up. He stood as still as a statue in front of all beasts residing in the mountain range. Swoosh. Swoosh. 36 arcs of fog bows brightened the dark sky. Each of the arcs quickly condensed to lotus paddle shapes and together formed a large rosette seat. A surge of energy created an opening in the middle of the rosette. A man came forth from the dimension within the mysterious structure. This pale man stood on top of the rosette, glanced at Yi Wei and chuckled. He then scornfully moved his attention to the returned prime warrior. Lu Qianying crossed the demon's gaze. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle's eye. The demon king was in humanoid form. He looked not a day older than 24 years of age. His perfectly proportionate face made his sinister presence slightly less repulsive. Yet, the strange glow in his eyes sucked his victim in a captivating, foreboding darkness. 3 more demon king and 6 more king-grade beasts arrived. The demons stood behind the rosette seat while the wild beasts were levitating in the shadow of their leader's wings. This is the skeleton demon king. He is the 3rd and strongest son of the Nightfall demon emperor. Lu Qianying was uncontrollably stuttering and shivering. He wondered what attracted all these wild beasts and demons when any single one of them could have easily killed him. The skeleton demon king possessed the strength of an 8-star returned prime warrior, meaning even the patriarch could not do anything. Lu Qianying was spasming. The skeleton demon king stared at Lu Qianying. He was calm. It looked like he had no intention to fight. That did not matter since Lu Qianying was unable to move. Released from Lu Qianying's enchanted will force, Yi Wei was free to move. He could not see any difference between a normal human being and the demon before him, but his stomach acted like it was eating him from the inside. He knew he was looking at something evil, therefore, he clenched tighter to the iron talisman and the scroll in his other hand. Yi Wei had no idea if the gadgets were going to save his life or not.
Nevertheless, he had no other choices. A one-star returned prime warrior who dares to wander this deep into the North Barren Mountains, are you insane or just suicidal? You know more than well that this is no place for the living. The Demon King spoke. He snickered at Lu Qianying's idiocy. He then nodded at the quad-winged Baron beast. When I heard that some bloodwolves were killed, I thought we were attacked by the royal Huyan family. Oh well, you can be the appetizer of the night for the young ones. The winged beast spoke human tongue again. It inhaled air as it lifted its head. A large golden beam of molten lava erupted out from the dark deep abyss of the beast's mouth. Lu Qianying was telling his body to move, but it did not work. He defensively watched as the beam flew at him. What is he talking about? Are the royals around? If so, I might have a chance of living, The elder did not want to die, thus he bit his tongue. The intense pain reawakened his senses, he then quickly moved out of the impact zone. Once he landed on the ground and steadied his footing, he channeled his chi and shaped it into runes with his fingers as quick as he could. Never did he think he would use his best stance for the chance to survive. Forbidden high-level miss stance, frozen gold split sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Huyan. Chapter 183, Huyan. The Sky Freeze formula was not only the precursor to Frozen Gold Split Sword, it also synergized to Forbidden High-Level Mist Stance, making the cultivator momentarily stronger while using the stance. Motivated by the will to live, Lu Qianying's chi flowed faster than usual. He quickly drew thousands of runes. The temperature around his chubby body dropped drastically, and the ground began to frost over, quickly turning white. Zoom! The returned Prime Warrior's runes turned into white flakes. They then gravitated towards Lu Qianying's hand, forming a white chi blade. Lu Qianying thought he dodged the lava pillar, but he soon realized that the beast's incinerating breath was following him. He lifted the sword and struck the lava. He knew that he had to somehow deflect the incoming attack since he did not have the speed to avoid it. Bang! The white chi sword melted, it evaporated before it even touched the lava. The runes were reduced into a thin layer of scattered energy. The quad-wing Baron beast had the strength equivalent to a 7-star returned Prime Warrior. Lu Qianying, the 1-star returned Prime Warrior, was aware his resistance was futile. Nonetheless, he did all he could in hopes that his effort would help him survive. Rumble! The lava pillar fell onto Lu Qianying. It engulfed him and burrowed him into the ground. The impact caused a brief earthquake. The elder's bloody and burnt body was left motionless in the pit created by the beast's breath. How is he still breathing? The quad-wing Baron beast frowned in shame. The scales on his face made a sizzling sound. He was afraid his allies would doubt his capabilities since he did not kill Lu Qianying as planned. Put! The quad-wing Baron beast grunted. He lifted his hoofs and stomped down at Lu Qianying. Swoosh! The powerful leg strokes sent shockwaves down onto the pit. The hill around it began to collapse. This guy can't even defend himself against the beast's breath. Yue ran and found shelter more than 300 feet away. He was desperately hiding behind a tree, shaking the whole time while tightly holding his talisman. It was obvious to the young 5-star condensed Prime Warrior that he could easily become the next victim. He slowed his breath and contained his energy the best he could. He realized he would not be able to escape the beasts and the demons if they were eager to chase. Just before the hoof was about to take Lu Qianying's life, as many as 20 beams of light crossed the sky. A thunderous horse chant stunned the beast. A cultivator appeared on the end of each light beams. All of them were returned Prime Warrior. And all of them were stronger than Lu Qianying. Viled winged abomination. You will pay for injuring a returned Prime Warrior. His powerful voice echoed the mountain range. 7 turquoise chi blades ignited and flew towards the winged beast's feet. The beast's gigantic blue eyes disdainfully stared at the chi blades. Klapa turquoise blades? What is the royal Huyan family doing here? He nimbly turned his enormous body and stomped forth. He defended himself with his sturdy hoofs. Punish them! The royal squad's leader shouted as his stance crashed onto the winged beast's limbs. While the squad, the returned Prime Warriors rushed towards the 7 king-grade wild beasts to his command. You can clean the dirt on the ground with your faces. The beast was bold. He fearlessly led his pack to the spirited human cultivators. The Demon King understood his ally was in a tight situation. He lifted his hand and curled it into a claw. He then struck towards the squad leader. Your Kai no Mi won. The demon's beast and royals started a deadly brawl. The clash of forces created an energy maelstrom in the sky. It wrapped the dimension. Dark scars, opening to other realms, were spreading above the battlefield. Yue could feel the ground he stood on was shaking tremendously. The trees and rocks were breaking and sinking into the soil. A surge of energy erupted out of the maelstrom. It hit the ground while a pulsating wave spread outwards through the mountains. The towering hills collapsed and the land cracked where the wave passed through. To the battlers, Yue was just a part of the environment, unnoticed. Under the pressure of all the powerful presences, Yue could not move. He too began to sink into the ground, but he was looking a step ahead. He used this outside energy to power the runic transformation on his bones. With the next supernova evolution, I will be able to have the strength of a returned prime warrior. Yue lusted after power which would give him the ability to escape and protect what his ancestor left to his family. Yue looked around and spotted Lu Qianying. He could see the elder was wiggling, though the ground was trembling. He wanted to finish him off, but he was too afraid that one of the royal squad would intervene. Ouch! The runic patterns on Yue's bones kept transforming. He was overwhelmed and engulfed by pain as the transformation process was about to reach its end. Even in pain, he was alert, though. Although none of the demons or beasts saw him as a threat, he knew he could easily become colossal damage. He felt like he was lounging in a burning room. Shit! The surface waves were heading towards Yue's direction. He tore an instant shadow scroll immediately since he knew he would become miles underground within seconds otherwise. Zoom! Sequences of runes burst out of the scroll. They wrapped around Yue and made him disappear from this terrifying and threatening scene. Within the same second, a whole globe of light vanished and reappeared 100 miles away from its original location. Rumble! After Yue's departure, the battlefield became a 30 miles wide bald spot within the mountains. Just in time. Yue glanced at the brawl from a distance. He gasped as he realized the scale of the destruction. There was no signs of life, only debris and blood remained at the battlefield. I would have died if it wasn't for the scroll. I need to become stronger, at least a returned prime warrior level. Yue inhaled deeply and muttered. His eyes shone determination. At least I don't have to worry about Lu Qianying now. He looked at the destroyed battlefield and thought. If he was willing to kill me, he should have been ready to die as well. Yue sat down to adjust the chi flow in his body but could not focus. He was too agitated and concerned over the beasts, the demons, and the royal family's involvement in the search of the Drakehead. The images of the battle haunted and teased him. He clenched his fist, stood up and looked towards the Drakehead. There is no other way. I have to finish the third supernova evolution. I have very limited time to improve my cultivation. Yue mumbled. He was nervous. If anyone who were involved in the fight moments ago realized how close they were to the treasure, the Drakehead would be lost forever. 24 days had passed since Lu Ren was killed. The green sandalwood box's effect is only going to last for another week at most. Yue bit his nails as he muttered, they will know Lu Feng's and my involvement. Then they will be able to guess easily that we have been sabotaging their missions. He shook his head and continued, there is another elder stationed close by. Lu Feng's and my life would be at risk. After clearing his mind, Yue sped towards the secret pond. He didn't have to worry much about the Lus wandering close to the Drakehead now that he had killed most of the search team leaders. Yue leaped upwards to the top of the woods. Using a springing motion from the trees, he achieved an astounding speed. It only took him less than an hour before he was at the pondside again. The young runemaster was completely focused. He took a deep breath and wrapped his body with protective layer of chi and will force. Immediately, he dove straight down to the bottom of the body of freezing water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Report. Chapter 184, Report. Back in Green Moon City, Lu Feng was cultivating, sitting with bent legs on top of one of the city lord castle's watchtowers. Although he seemed focused, his twitching brows were showing the opposite. He had returned to the Lu's base since he lost Yue 2 days ago. He figured the safest thing to do would be hiding with the Lus so he would have alibi when asked if he knew anything about what happened at North Hill Bay. Lu Feng cared about himself more than anything or anyone else, but knowing that he could never complete his revenge alone, he worried about Yue. What the hell? It's almost been 3 days now. Lu Qianying is not back, which can be good, but Yue is not back either. What could have happened? Lu Feng stopped his training, opened his eyes and kept glancing every 5 seconds at the runic badge he placed on his lap, refusing to be the first to get in contact as it might tip off whomever captured Yue. Being in the blind was a torturous experience, every second was fueled with anxiety. Lu Feng grew nervous, his legs shook, there was nothing else for him to do than wait. The box's effect will wear off in 6 days. When Lu Ren's spirit flame is out, the Lus will find out what happened. Lu Feng muttered to himself, I can't really just count on Yue, it might be the time to give up on the Drakehead and just try to stay alive. I will wait 5 more days, if I don't hear anything from Yue by then I will leave the city with my father. Lu Feng clenched his fist, and when I leave, I will spread the news regarding the Drakehead. I will make your lives miserable. There are plenty of powerful people that can take over my revenge. He glared at the Lu's office before making his way to his father's. At the Drakehead, deep down the pond. Yue was protected by the second supernova evolution. He gritted his teeth, enduring the crushing pressure and the extreme temperature as he looked at the green glowing palace 900 feet away. Yue thought about entering the palace, but the intense freezing surges of energy emitted by the palace were stopping him from doing so. Zoom! Zoom! The cold surges penetrated Yue's body, reached deep into his bones, pressuring the runes and altering their shape. Besides a small amount of runes on his skull, all the runes on Yue's skeleton had transformed into yin-yang shapes. He lusted for power and paddled himself closer to the palace in hopes that he would therefore reach the third supernova evolution quicker, which would give him a returned prime warrior's strength. Just a bit closer. Yue struck a long stroke against the cold water. Even though he felt his joints frosting up, he just kept going. The numbing pain dampened his senses and awareness. Yue only realized his second supernova evolution was wearing off when he was about to run out of chi. He would freeze to death without the stance, and he did not have the strength or time to return to the surface. As the amplification stance wore off, Yue found it increasingly harder to move his body. The ice on him was only getting thicker, constricting him tighter. My life cannot end here. He used his last strength to paddle closer to the palace, closed his eyes and used the falling star form to flood his system with primal energy. He channeled the rush to his head, forcefully transforming the runes. Bang! With the third supernova evolution, Yue's falling star form quickly transformed the surrounding energy to his own. Only if I had this kind of strength when I had to fight Lu Qianying. Yue was feeling euphoric but also regretful. Swoosh! Yue jumped out of the water, leaving ripples on the pond surface. Shit, am I too late? Yue just realized he hadn't contacted Lu Feng since he started dealing with Lu Qianying. He quickly took the runic badge out of his interspatial bag. I really hope you didn't do anything stupid. Aware that his partner was not at all cool-headed, Yue frowned, realizing how his lack of communication could easily be interpreted as his death. In Yue's head, the situation regarding the Drakehead was already complicated enough as he saw how the royal family was close to the area. If Lu Feng was to spread the news, there was no doubt that a full-scale battle will break out. Fortunately, Yue was able to get in contact with Lu Feng. They quickly caught up through the runic badge. He learned that his partner was not far from setting up the diversion, to put his escape plan in motion. Did Lu Qianying die? Yue was eager to find out what happened in battle within the North Barren Mountains when he was cultivating. The Elder? He did not die, but he was gravely injured when he was sent back to base. Lu Feng paused, feeling confused and anxious. Did you give him the injuries? No, it wasn't me. Yue shook his head, suspecting that the royal squad must have gotten out of the battle alive and managed to rescue the Lu Elder. Do you know what happened? Did he say anything? Although Yue sounded cautious, he now possessed the strength to challenge the Elder if he was to use the third supernova evolution. Wait, if it wasn't you, then who was it? Lu Feng felt puzzled as Yue left out the details of his recent venture. Demons and beasts were involved. I suspect that they are also searching for something in the area. We will have to be alert at all time from now on. Yue answered calmly. Lu Ren's spirit flame will die in 6 days. At that time the Lu family will find out my involvement in sabotaging their expedition. They might even be able to extract images of you if one of the more experienced investigators decided to extract Lu Ren's memories. Lu Feng sounded concerned and angry. If we are going to be exposed anyway, I would like to somehow lead the demons and beasts to the Lus. He was feeling under pressure. He knew that the Lus will be furious and that he would need to do a lot of work just to survive. On the other hand, Yue was feeling less concerned. He knew too little about Lu Feng to care too much. To him the sole purpose of their partnership was about helping each other achieving a goal. He was worried for the Yi family, but he knew that his connections could just save his life and get his family out of trouble this one time, if the Lus learned his involvement. The Qing State branch had confirmed you as the most recent addition to the 7 new runes. The Lus won't dare to touch you or your family even if your involvement had been exposed. Lu Feng picked up on Yue's calm, becoming envious. However, they are known to be treacherous when dealing with their rivals. I would hire some guards if I were you. Lu Feng, can you please hold your tongue about the Drakehead? Give me 2 weeks, I will do what I can to keep the Lus busy while I think of a solution. Yue suggested in a solemn tone. Stick to your words. You might not have to worry about yourself, but I do. I will go as far as I can just in case, which means I won't be able to help you personally. Lu Feng sighed, I am telling you right here and right now, if I feel pressured I will spread the news to keep them busy, away from chasing me. When did I ever let you down? 2 weeks, that's all I ask for. Yi Wei's determined gaze was aimed right at Lu Feng. We will keep each other updated and share information. Lu Feng's voice was getting quieter. I will have to prepare a couple of things before I leave. Lu Feng's father, one of the 3 runmasters based in Green Moon City, had been running his operations and business in the city for over a decade. Leaving town was more than just packing and taking off for the father and son. Humph. Yi Wei put his badge back into his bag, relieved to hear his new 7 rune status being confirmed. He was ready to matter into his hands now he knew nobody can openly harm him and his family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Starfall. Chapter 185, Starfall. The third supernova evolution requires a lot of strength from the user's body. Now, if I consider my current cultivation and body strength, the amplification effect will not last 30 minutes like it's supposed to. I will either need to improve my cultivation or somehow refine my supernova stance within the week. The Lus should be worrying more about other matters than just searching for the Drakehead. I should prepare myself while I still can. Cultivating at the Drakehead does solve half of the problems, but I need to somehow recondition my body so that it can take full advantage of the supernova stance. Yi Wei thought about the time when he fought Lu Li in Tu Fushan. He remembered how his opponents were able to gain a commanding position by brute force. Yi Wei stared at the rippling pond surface, his mind wandered while his eyes just stared into the abyss. Coming to his senses, Yi Wei pulled out his runic badge and flipped through the Union's catalog. He was not impressed by anything weaker than the Earth stances. As he went through page after page, he could not afford anything he was actually interested in. After a bit of calculation, Yi Wei figured out the quickest way to earn enough contribution tokens for the stance he wanted was to identify and submit the second vermilion rune. However, even this relatively easy task would take him more than a week. Yi Wei was deep inside his head. He imagined what would happen if he was to fight Lu Qianying again with the third supernova evolution. He saw himself fighting, but he did not see himself winning. He will outlast me. The returned prime level strength will be meaningless if it only lasts half an hour. After coming to this dismal conclusion, he reconsidered other options he had. No, the Zodiac sword wouldn't help. I won't be able to make a significant improvement on it without spending at least a week. Stance-wise, I should be able to do more with the Sealnik stances, those should be my focus. This is not good enough. I might need to fight some returned prime warriors very soon. Yi Wei kept mumbling to himself. He tried coming up with ideas. Wait, Qi Xiu and Lu Li were physically strong too. Their strength came not from their stances but from the formulas they used when they fought. Maybe I should try to work on falling star form? If the formula truly originated from the Yi Supreme Warrior, it should be much more than a cultivating formula. Yi Wei muttered to himself. The more he ran the formula in his head, the more he was aware of its flaws. He sighed when he became sure that the falling star form was still incomplete despite his successful refinement of it 2 years ago. Yi Wei shook his head. He needed to rid himself of these negative thoughts. He looked right at the pond wondering if the third supernova evolution would bring him closer to the underwater palace. Maybe if I can get in there, I will be able to learn something useful. Now the strongest cultivator in the Yi family, it was up to him if his family would survive the Lu's wrath when worse came to worst. The young Yi determinedly dived into the pond. Splash! As before, the water became colder the deeper he went. He did not activate the supernova stance until he reached the maximum depth his body could endure. This way he could spend just a little more time exploring the depth at his best condition. Yi Wei activated the newly transformed runes and the compact chi in his bones by redirecting his will force into his skull. The yin-yang-shaped runes spun and stopped in a complex coded sequence. Yi Wei's chi pulsated and thickened. Within a second, his power crossed the vast gap between condensed prime warrior and returned prime state. This is comfortable. Protected by chi comparable to that of a one-star returned prime warriors, he enjoyed the boundless energy flooding his body. The Supreme Palace. Yi Wei dared not to waste time dwelling on the vigorous energy surges provided by the third supernova evolution. He sped up and quickly headed towards the bottom of the pond. Swoosh! Yi Wei's pulsing chi reduced the water's pressure. His body glided forward like a serpent through the route with least pressure and current. 900 feet. 600 feet. 300 feet. With just a few powerful paddling strokes, Yi Wei came closer to the palace than he had ever done before. What is this? His motion had been slowed down considerably. Although he was protected by the amplified chi, he was startled by the intense cold he suddenly felt. What the hell is in the palace? Yue gritted his teeth and kept paddling against the cold current. Damn it, I really shouldn't go any further than this. He stared at the glowing palace. 290, 280. Despite his enthusiasm, Yue's joints were quickly frosting up. The cold energy waves pressed against him, stopping his momentum entirely. I honestly thought I could get closer than this. Yue's lips were pale purple. His shaking body kept losing strength. He decided to use the falling star form to absorb energy around him to warm his body up. Despite the effort, Yue was not able to get any closer. Zap! The palace shook. The letters on its facade shone bright, and the golden beams of light were flowing and intertwining. After seconds of thickening and condensing, the golden beams merged into one and sprang out rapidly towards Yue's forehead, connecting the palace to Yue. Bang! Yue's reflex was no match for the speed of light. He could not react, and he felt an immense pain in his head. After entering Yue's body, the surge of golden energy heated up his blood. His veins were expanding, the soul-crushing agony was only intensifying as the heat rose. The temperature went from one extreme to the other. The freezing energy was not capable of neutralizing the heat that was flowing through Yue's veins. Yue felt increasingly dizzy. His powerful sentient was the only thing keeping him sane. Yue's muscles were tensing up, and he was blinded by the golden light that stunned him. Barely conscious, he still knew once supernova effect fades, the energy would consume him and end his life. Held in place by the mystic power of the palace, Yue's body ignored his mind's order to leave. He could not escape despite his strong will. Arg! In extreme pain, Yue growled and accidentally engulfed some of the freezing water. The blood that leaked out of his mouth dyed the water around him pink. His hot blood began to shine just when his consciousness was fading away because of the pain. The spots of sparkles in his blood resembled the Milky Way. These dots of light were then transported to his head from multiple sections of his veins all over his body. Zoom! Zoom! The star-like energy sparks melted into the hot, golden energy surge. Just within a few breaths, the vigorous golden energy calmed down and infused itself into Yue's blood. Yue's pain vanished as the bright light died down in his veins. All that was left in his blood from the golden surge was a mass of runes. Yue slowly regained consciousness. His sentient identified the runes. These are similar to the runes that make up the falling star form. Could these be? Yue tried to link the pieces together. He realized the golden surge could have been infused by the Yi Supreme's will. Considering my mediocre cultivation, the mystic mount presence alone should not have been enough to keep me alive through that surge. If that's the case, it might have been the power in my blood, the power of Yi Supreme, that saved me. Yue bent his legs and sank to the pond's bottom. He channeled his chi and felt that the runes in his blood were speeding up his natural energy flow in his meridians. With the golden energy filling Yue's blood, he now became a part of the palace's power. He was initiated into his family's bloodline. He realized the greatness the pain provided him. The golden beam activated my bloodline's true power. Yue opened his eyes wide. He felt euphoria all over. These are very likely to be the runes I need to complete the falling star form. Thank you so very much. I am grateful. Yue respectfully glanced and bowed slightly towards the palace. He turned around and stomped the pond bed. Pushing himself up, he raced back to the surface as his supernova stance faded. Splash! Yue leaped out of the pond and expanded his chi. His robe fluttered wet but quickly dried because of his abnormally high body temperature. By using the Yes runes, I will finally complete the Yes cultivation formula. Yue told himself. Wasting no time, he began to introduce the runes in his blood into the falling star form as he purified the energy he just absorbed along with it. I will refine this formula until I unveil its secret power. Yue closed his eyes. Calming his mind, he aimed at getting rid of random thoughts and focusing. He sat next to the pond. He sat motionless as a statue of Buddha, analyzing over 10,000 runes with his sentient while he absorbed the primal energy around him with falling star form. His body fell asleep, but his mind was completely awake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Exposed. Chapter 186, Exposed. At the city lord's castle, inside the quarters where the Lus assigned to themselves, a red-haired white-robed silmold man sat in the middle of a hall. He was scolding while tens of condensed prime warriors stood and listened with their heads facing down. The slim figure was Lu Qianhuan, 3-star returned prime warrior and Lu Qianying's older brother.
For a whole week, the elder had been dissatisfied with the complicated mess the North Hill Bay mission had developed to, from Lu Ren's disappearance caused by wild beasts' attack to the assassination of Lu Li and tens of the family's condensed prime warriors. If Royal Huyan's men did not intervene, his own younger brother would have died in the North Barren Mountains. Although the royal family squad left right after delivering Lu Qianying without saying much, Lu Qianhuan was more than sure that the royals were aware of what the Lus were up to around the area. The whole situation was bothering the elder, as his effort might all be in vain if the Huyan family was to get involved. Being the royals' ally might mean that they will get nothing out of the Drakehead. The mission had been considered a failure by the Lu Patriarch himself since he heard the news about their losses, but none about succeeding. Not only the Patriarch was dissatisfied, the men under his command were also living in fear and had been expressing their negativities. Being pressured from above and under, Lu Qianhuan was experiencing great stress. He was blaming everything on the masked assassin and whomever was behind the assaults. Lu Ren had been missing for a month. I am pretty sure that he had died. I will be surprised if his disappearance is not related to the masked boy. Still no news on him? Anyone? I would love to find out who you are. I have ways to make you suffer a painful death. Thought Lu Qianhuan. His face was ashen, his eyes were dark and aggressive like a hungry predator. Pop! Lu Ren's spirit flame flickered, and the elder immediately spotted it with his whitened eyes. He had been keeping the candle close since it arrived from the family's ancestral shrine. I would love to see who was responsible for all this mess. Lu Qianhuan had been waiting for the flame to die. He stared as the fire became dim. Spirit smoke. Lu Qianhuan's hands flew in air. His hand seals created a long rune sequence that flew towards the smoke cloud that appeared when the fire died. Swoosh, dot. Lu Qianhuan and all the other cultivators simultaneously focused on the center of the hall as the rune sequence sculpted the smoke. The screen of smog recreated what Lu Ren saw right before his death. That's Lu Feng. Everyone in the hall recognized the new family member's face. They gasped for air, shocked and infuriated. Ungrateful bastard. The delicate teacup in Lu Qianhuan's hand turned into dust. He stood up and shouted in fury, "Catch him! Break his arms and legs if he tries anything funny." Yes, sir. The Lu's condensed prime warriors gave a synchronized answer without hesitation. 5 of them bowed immediately. None of them expected the aspiring runemaster, the new addition to the family, to be a cold-blooded betrayer. They were all shocked as they thought Lu Feng would be more thankful, to prove his worth instead of murdering his own clan, sabotaging an important mission. Wait, don't go yet. The bastard is not strong enough to kill Lu Ren. Let's see if I get more information out of the smoke. Lu Qianhuan channeled his qi. The image went further back in time. Zoom. Zoom. Just when the 5 condensed prime warriors turned their heads, they saw the smokescreen changing its shape. It became the scene of the Sealnik triple sword stance being used and its user behind the strikes. Whoever kills a Lu, and the killer's 10 closest kinship will be executed. Lu Qianhuan's face turned dark, his cold words echoed the walls. Find out who it is. I don't want him walking on this planet. The elder was merciless. He was ready to kill anyone who threatened the Lu's reputation and authority within Qing State. This is Yi Wei. I am pretty sure, sir. This is Yi Wei, from the Green Moon City's Yi family. Lu De, who was sent to the Yi mansion not long ago, recognized the face. He is 16 but already a condensed prime warrior. He is a 3-star runmaster. Do you know him? Lu Qianhuan stared at Lu De. Sir, I do not know him personally. I've met him once and was intrigued by him, so I found out more about him. Lu De kept eye contact with the furious elder, shivered as he reported solemnly. I want Yi Wei here and I want their family mansion locked down. Not even a fly may leave the premises. The skinny elder gave the orders with a straight face. But, Lu De hesitated, looking at the elder with fear in his eyes. Sir, he is Master Yi's legacy apprentice. Master Yi's only legacy apprentice? That's him. Lu Qianhuan frowned. He had heard of Master Yi even before researching Green Moon City and the neighboring areas, and it was him who gave the orders not to mess with the 10-star runmaster when the Lus took over the city. Lu Qianhuan's eyes went cold. He grunted and said, No, not this time. He has to die, even if he is protected by Master Yi, but... He was not willing to anger Master Yi, but that was just him respecting the well-established runmaster. The proof of Yi Wei's involvement and his suspicion of Yi Wei being the masked assassin justified his cause. But, Lu De smiled bitterly. 10 days ago, the Runemaster Union's Qing State headquarters had listed Yi Wei as one of the 7 new runes. I am sorry you did not hear about this news earlier, sir, but I didn't think it would be relevant. A new rune. The elder gritted his teeth. Having been one of the best strategists in the Lu family for years, Lu Qianhuan knew that Yi Wei was out of his reach from what he could gather. He had enough experience dealing with the Union to know what matters they take seriously. What a brash little boy.
He is inconveniently brave. Lu Qianhuan's fists were tightly clenched, his gaze was getting colder and colder. 7 new runes, it is just a title. Just because nobody in the entire Zhou dynasty dares to touch you openly does not mean I can't kill you from the dark. Lu Qianhuan thought to himself, beginning to calculate. His experience had armed him with many dirty tricks. Lock down the Yi family, don't hurt anyone yet, find out everything about them and pressure them accordingly. You have to blow smoke into the hole to catch a rat. Lu Qianhuan narrowed his eyes, remember his face, I want to know as soon as possible if any of you saw him outside of Green Moon City, if you see a chance to kill him, do it, I want no witnesses. I will send my brother back to the Bay Area once he fully recovered, he should be ready again in a day at most, don't do anything too stupid before he is back in the field. When the Lu's men left the meeting, Lu Feng had long left Green Moon City with his father Master Mu. The Lu's men had searched both Lu Feng's and his father's houses, they were forced to return to the furious elder with more bad news. For Sage's sake. Lu Qianhuan screamed and demolished a wall with his bare knuckles, he was completely maddened. He had no way of venting out this much resentment. I want you to start rumors about the Yes, I want their city to hate them. Before the sun rose again, made-up news about the Yes involvement in the black markets and smuggling had spreaded, citizens were talking about the Yes bribing the city lord. Miles from Green Moon City, Lu Feng had heard all of these rumors from his contacts. They lose her onto your family, the people in Green Moon City will start hating the Yes, make sure the patriarch knows that Lu Qianhuan is starting rumors about your family, if things are not dealt with delicately, the Lus will have a reason to wipe out the Yes. Lu Feng knew exactly how these games were played, he decided to warn Yi Wei by leaving a message. The Lus had done this many times, this is only the beginning. Thank you for notifying me. Yi Wei replied within seconds the first message was sent. Do not return to the Yi mansion just yet, you will be watched and followed if they spot you at all. Lu Feng had grown fond of Yi Wei without realizing since the partnership started. I get it, you should take care of yourself too. Yi Wei laid the badge down, he looked at the pond next to him then faced south. If anything happened to anyone in our family, I will count the Lu family responsible and I will make them pay. Yi Wei went back to cultivating, it was hard to put his worry aside but he knew better, he knew that he would need to become stronger now the conflict had scaled up immensely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Cosmic Rage. Chapter 187, Cosmic Rage. One step at a time, right now, I need to refine the falling star form. Yi Wei took a deep breath. Upon releasing his breath, he let go of all his worries and closed his eyes. Yi Wei's soul sensitivity was extraordinary due to his enhanced sentient, which made stance and formula refinement relatively easy tasks. However, at high-level mist grade, the falling star form's structure was thousands of times more intricate and complex than any of his previous stances. The runes injected into his blood by the palace was not only inspiring, they were the foundation of the supreme falling star form. 3 days had passed. Yi Wei had not moved a muscle since he sat down next to the pond, his mind was completely occupied by the rune combinations and QI flow. While Yi Wei was perfecting his stance formation, Lu Qianying had just recovered from his injuries with the help of heavy medication prescribed by the best doctors around the area. He was sent right back into the wilderness an hour after he could stand. Although his body was still a bit stiff, he was enthusiastic and, most importantly, eager to seek revenge. The chubby elder had always mistaken the assassin to be someone sent by a superpower. When he was told by his brother that it was a local who nearly caused his death, he was furious, wanted to avenge his men and wanted revenge. Surrounded by 1,000 miles of mountain range, the North Hill Bay area stretched long, its heavy vegetation and complex landform made it difficult for the Lus to carry out their search quickly. Learned from his near-death experience, Lu Qianying had ordered his men to stay away from the mountain area, he knew that he had no way to protect anyone against the creatures that threatened his life. Lu Qianying was aware that the likelihood of his teams capturing Yi Wei was low, but all they could do was to wait and keep alert. He left the more physical tasks for his subordinates so that he could focus on regaining strength and his recovery. Not being able to find Yi Wei nor Lu Feng, the Lus were letting out their anger onto the Yi family. As the rumors flew in Green Moon City, none of the Yes dared stepping outside their front gate. The Yes were nervous, they wanted news from Yi Wei, wanted to know if he was okay, but on the other hand they did not want to hear anything from the young runemaster, afraid that the Lus would have a way to find out Yi Wei's whereabouts if they did get into contact. North Hill Bay. Yi Wei was still in a zen state, his robe fluttered in the wind while his body still as a statue. The night was lit by the moon and stars, he opened his eyes wide, the thousands rune-long sequence just finished resembling itself in his sentient. The rune sequence condensed and intertwined formed a semi-transparent humanoid-shaped figure, it shone bright and crossed the sentience boundary, entered Yi Wei's meridians. This is it. I can feel the difference. Led by the runes, the chi within his body started circulating in a new route. Yue exclaimed as the energy within him ran smoother and quicker than it ever did. Bang! A white pillar shone down from the heavens. Yue bathed in the pillar of light, the pores on his skin opened up and rapidly sucked in the cosmic energy. The energy surges raged and rushed through his meridians. The new reincarnation of the falling star form processed the raw power, converting the raging surges into storable chi. Inside his dantian, the silver ball of energy rattled and expanded. As the result, the sixth crack appeared. This is now an Earth-grade formula. I can feel there is a stance within this sequence too. I have to find out what it is. Yue was not overly excited about his breakthrough, instead more interested in developing the falling star form even further. I can't waste this. Yue thought to himself. He closed his eyes and focused on processing the cosmic energy. The quicker the Earth-grade formula ran, the hotter the cosmic energy became. The primal energy from his surrounding began to condense into globes of light, floated towards the light pillar. The concentrated primal energy balls quickly merged into the light pillar. The momentum of these balls sped up the energy absorption in all. Is this part of the formula? Yue tired to follow the energy movement with his eyes but got blinded. He instead felt the flow with his outstanding soul sensitivity. He was surprised to find out how effective the falling star form had become. Although the supreme falling star form was powerful, the extreme speed Yue absorbed the cosmic energy was caused by the power in his veins. Feeling euphoric because of his successful refinement, Yue was not aware of his blood's involvement. If the falling star form's body strengthening effect is as good as the starshifter formula from Qixio and the titanic formula of the Luz, I could probably just walk into the Luz base and fight them now. Now that his cultivation formula had been improved over high-level mist grade, Yue was expecting his new meridian routing to alter his body strength, like Qixio whose meridians was flexible, thus allowed him to evenly spread enemy strikes impact, Luli whose meridians were lifted close to his skin, thus protected him from physical attacks. A Supreme had worked on this formula. I would love to see if it has similar hidden effects. Yue relaxed his muscles, let the energy fill him as quickly and as much as he could in hopes that it will activate whatever effect there was within. Yue's cultivation was improving rapidly. Although he was in pain as meridians were overloaded, he did not wish to slow the falling star form down even the slightest. The rampaging surges, the blend of cosmic and natural primal energy were flooding into and expanding his dantian. Within seconds of sponging, another golden crack appeared on the energy ball. The pillar of cosmic energy did not get any thinner nor did it slow down. Even after powering 2 breakthroughs it was as thick and the energy was dense as when it dropped down from the sky. Yue could feel a fissure forming on the energy ball in his dantian. He could feel his blood boiling as his blood transformed into a light shade of rose gold. Happy exploding. Kid. You won't be able to handle your supreme blood. A hoarse voice sounded in Yue's mind. Yue's hopefulness became fear. After hearing the progenitor's voice, his pain had significantly intensified. What is he going on about? He became confused and frustrated. The silver ball of energy throbbed faster and faster. The 8th golden crack was shining brighter. Yue's sentience shook as the energy in his dantian drifted out of control. Although Yue was almost at 8-star condensed prime level, his dantian was about to explode. If he could not control within the next minute, he would be blown into pieces. Shit. Yue's face became pale. His system was saturated, but he had no way of stopping the cosmic energy entering his body. His skin was stretched, cracked, and therefore covered in blood. The situation had suddenly become life-threatening. With a bitter smile on his face, Yue tried to remain calm as he could while he tried to figure out a solution. I am not ready for the falling star form, my body is too weak for it, but... Despite his greatest efforts, Yue failed to gain control over the situation. The raging primal energy kept entering his body. Not only did he fail to slow the surge down, it just kept accelerating within his meridians, enlarging his body and stretching his skin. Arg! This has to stop. Yue's bloody face was twitching in pain. He was overwhelmed by pain and despair. If I die, my whole family will be killed by the Luz. Yue's body kept expanding, turned into the shape of a ball. The falling star form reached its culmination. It was beginning to digest the cosmic energy, stabilizing the chi flow in Yue's body. Yue shivered. A sequence of bright runes escaped his meridians, left his body from right between his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Result. Chapter 188, Result. The runes scattered, regathered and formed a miniature star-like orb. The dense surge of cosmic energy, instead of entering Yue's body, rushed into the orb. Did you just saved my life again? Yue thankfully looked at the pond. He felt exhausted and, yet, exalted. His white robe was stained red from blood and soaked with sweat. The young runemaster was full of questions. He quietly looked at the fist-sized orb, feeling the runes and energy flow within. What is this? It feels like a stance, is it safe? His hand hovered forward, hesitant to touch it. Zoom. Zoom. Zoom.
The orb engulfed the raging cosmic energy, and it grew to the size of a large melon. The runes inside it were twinkling, whizzing and swirling. It took only 10 minutes before the white light pillar disappeared and was consumed by the star orb. The orb was filled with runes, but Yi-Wei could not feel any energy disturbance.
What are you?
Yi-Wei took a deep breath. He wrapped the orb with his will force, attempting to figure out the unknown object's properties.
Zoom.
Upon contact with Yi-Wei's will force, the orb transformed into an elongated shape and began to squirm.
After seconds of pulsing, the light orb turned into a human form.
Yi-Wei stared at the bright shape. He could see its face was featureless, but its stature and height reminded him of himself.
Buzz.
Buzz. The bright shape became more defined, features could be discerned.
Its fuzzy aura simmered. Its eyes slowly opened.
It stared right back at Yi-Wei, acknowledging his presence.
This is, Yi-Wei widened his eyes. He was startled by the clone of himself that was standing just inches away. An unprecedented weird feeling overwhelmed Yi-Wei.
Not only did the bright figure look the same as himself, he felt that he had grown extra limbs. Yi-Wei wiggled his toes a dozen times. He could see and feel the clone was mirroring his movements. After a few more shrugs and shakes, he learned to control the clone's movement without moving his own limbs.
Right uppercut. Bang.
The star clone's right fist immediately flew forth and up. It tore through the air with immense momentum. Although now a 7-star condensed prime warrior, Yi-Wei was knocked back 10 meters by the blazing wind stirred up by the clone's punch.
By the sage's name.
Yi-Wei expressed an air of utter shock on his face. His eyes stared at his star clone. It is as strong as a returned prime warrior even without the supernova stance. Yi-Wei then made his clone use a few hand seals, but no runes came out.
Oh, that's a shame.
He was slightly disappointed by his clone, but, overall, he felt positive discovering such a powerful perk that came with the supreme falling star form. Yi-Wei sat himself down and manipulated the star clone to do the same. He saw that the clone technique would have room for improvement once he became stronger.
Lu Qianying, I don't know how you survived the last time. But I will personally make sure you don't live through our next encounter.
With his fist tightly clenched, he felt his newfound strength. This new strength enlivened him to make such a daring proposal that last time he saw Lu Qianying he would have never made. He felt like a new man, and, in some ways, he was. Now, he was a 7-star condensed prime warrior who had just absorbed the cosmic energy. He felt confident to be able to defeat Lu Qianying under the 3rd supernova evolution's effect. In a combat situation, he would be capable of taking on multiple returned prime warriors with the light clone in play.
The light clone will be my hidden aces. If I could find a way to improve it, I will literally be twice as strong as I am. Now let's get things done.
Yi-Wei set his eyes on the clone and blinked. It shrank back to a small ball shape again.
The twinkling orb then flew back into Yi-Wei's head.
As Yi-Wei broke through to become a 7-star condensed prime warrior, his willforce detection reach expanded to a 50-mile radius while boosted by the mystic mount presence in his sentient.
Ha! Cowards!
He could feel that the Lus were close to each other unlike the last time they searched the area.
Strength in numbers indeed. Yi-Wei joked to himself sarcastically. Swoosh! Yi-Wei stomped the ground.
He suddenly turned into a flash of light and left the Drakehead area. There was no fear in his mind. He knew he was the hunter, not the hunted.
We are going eastward. Lu Qianying was frustrated. He was struggling to balance speed with safety.
That little bastard is somewhere around here, he said viciously. There was nothing he wanted more than to avenge the Lu's condensed prime warriors by redeeming himself.
This would only be done by capturing Yi-Wei.
You can hide but your family can't.
They are sitting ducks. Lu Qianying's cry echoed throughout the woods. You too are going to die with them.
If you keep hiding, I will make sure our men break every bone in your body and flay every inch of your skin when we have you cornered. Since his recovery, Lu Qianying had shifted his anger onto the Yi family because Yi-Wei was nowhere to be found. Although he was ordered not to make a move, he consistently started rumors about the Yez and supported the Yez rivals with weapons and scrolls.
Despite Master Yi's involvement in defending the Yez, a few cultivators from the Yi family were injured and hurt in seemingly random brawls and feuds. You know what?
I heard the Yez ancestral grave is close by.
We should have a look over there. The chubby elder pointed his fingers to the Drakehead's direction.
At the beginning of the search, Lu Qianying was convinced that Yi-Wei could still be close to the North Barren mountain range, but after a long thought, he realized defending the Yesland could have been one of Yue's many reasons for wandering in the Bay Area to begin with. The Lu's men were all on their toes. They knew that the elder was stressed, even on the verge of losing his sanity. They were just taking one order at a time. No matter how silly it may seem, they were not willing to argue or discuss strategy with their unreasonable leader. "Lu Qianying, you are a lucky one, aren't you?" A beckoning voice sounded in the Lu's ears. "I really thought you died after you were sneezed on by the horse. You little dog." Lu Qianying's face flushed flaming red as if someone slapped him. He did not expect to be called out on something he was ashamed of. None of the Lus apart from the family council knew that he was gravely injured by a wild beast. The team of condensed prime warriors were all shocked. So the sighting reports were legitimate. "We are under-equipped." They all looked at their leader, the chubby elder. Resentment appeared in their eyes. Their respect and fear for their leader turned into doubt and nervousness. "You bastard! I have been waiting for you." Lu Qianying's face contorted. His bloodthirsty smile widened. "Show yourself, you mouthy coward." Despite the infuriating comments, Lu Qianying did not mind that Yue appeared in the Bay Area at all. To him it was almost a gift. He planned to make the illegal act of killing a 7 new rune member look like an accident and blame it onto the breast and demons if ever questioned. The cubby elder looked up at the canopy of the woods where Yue's voice came from. He was boiling up. The idea of a violent revenge put a twisted smile on his face. Without moving a muscle, a pulsing wave of golden chi bursted out of Lu Qianying's body. It swept the leafy ground and rose along the trees. Ku Shu. The thick truck swung vigorously, but Yue stood steadily on top of one of the shaking trees as if nothing happened. Yue coldly glared down at the chubby elder. His face was stoic. He acted as if he hadn't heard a word. His arms folded behind his back, a sequence of runes leaked out his body. The temperature around him drastically dropped. The young runemaster was less than pleased with Lu Qianying's threatening words, but he was not going to argue or reason with the Lu. Instead, he was going to express his antipathy with action. "Words won't save you or your men," Yue muttered impassively to himself. He was tired of the retaliating Lus. The runes around Yue suddenly disappeared and turned into an invisible shockwave, blasting down onto the ground. Lu Qianying was not affected by the shockwave, but his men's faces turned pale. Despite their best efforts, they were struggling to stay on their feet. "All of you are an embarrassment to the family name," the elder shouted, dissatisfied. Seconds later, he could feel the shockwave intensifying. "What? This kid was no stronger than a 10-star condensed prime warrior just days ago. What happened, boy? Did your master give you some pills to take?" Lu Qianying shouted at Yue and then turned to his men. "Don't be scared. We outnumber him." Actually, Lu Qianying did not care about his men living or not. His heart was clouded by hatred, and he cared little for anything else than eradicating the reason of his humiliation. "What a surprise! I thought you were going to run like a chicken again." A golden chi storm was brewing around Lu Qianying as the runes around him condensed. The intense golden hue of Lu Qianying's chi represented his pride as a returned prime warrior. His energy was twice as dense as the chi that flowed in condensed prime warriors' meridians. "Die!" The chubby elder channeled the chi to his palm. With a quick swipe he shot a pillar of blinding golden runic energy exactly to where Yue stood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Chase. Chapter 189, Chase. Boom! The golden beam heated up everything in its path. Leaves and branches were scorched. The crackling noise left the Lu's condensed prime warriors in shock. They realized they would lose their lives if the stance struck them. The light pillar was focused at Yue, but its energy was pressing onto him, engulfing him. "This is why training is important, Lu Qianying." Yue calmly looked at the powerful pillar. He was glad that he could now empower his body's strength to returned prime level. "And I have the blood of a supreme." The yin-yang shaped runes on Yue's bones lit up. His chi flowed through his body, accelerating and compressing. He clenched his fist and endured the pain that came with the process. Crack! 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 Yue's chi leaked out of his body, creating a continuous popping noise. Third supernova evolution. Yue, attached to the tree, swung back and forth. He used the oscillating momentum to back up his punch. His golden fist drew a bright arc in the sky, aimed downwards at Lu Qianying's strike. A high-pitched shrill sound deafened the elder's men. Bang! The moment these two powerful strikes met, the mountains shook. All of the Lus were quick enough to react. They leaped back a few hundred yards. So stunned were they that they simultaneously looked towards the tree Yue stood on through a screen of smoke and dust. Yue was steadily as a rock even while in his relaxed form. His fist held Lu Qingying's golden energy pillar in place. We are supposed to capture him? How? All the Lu's condensed prime warriors became doubtful. They looked towards the messy red-haired figure in front of them for some guidance. Yue's powerful chi presence was slightly suffocating them. Nonetheless, apart from fearing their enemy, the Lus were also admiring the young talent and respected what they did not expect to see. Explode! The chi on Yue's hand further condensed. Runes flew out of his fingertips. Within a second, his hand was covered in a layer of runes. He clenched his fist and pushed it into the light pillar. Bang! Lu Qianying was sure his palm strike could drop Yue like a fly. He was in deep shock as he witnessed its disintegration. Shards of his chi and runes rained down from the sky, assailing the ground with thousands of meters deep holes. The ground shook and the residual shockwaves spread from the points of impact. While some of the Lu's condensed prime warriors were able to marginally dodge the scattered shockwaves, some were less agile to do so. Half of the cultivators Lu Qianying brought with him were knocked off their feet. They were sent flying hundreds of feet away and no longer in the condition to fight. The Lu's tensed posture made Yue's gentle descent look more graceful than it actually was. He walked down from the top of a tree as if there was an invisible staircase. Each step he took sent forth a golden energy pulse. You are not even a returned prime warrior. How could you have lived through my palm strike unharmed? Lu Qianying's competitive spirit lit up. He furiously clenched his fist. Fatty, I am disappointed. I thought your strength was on a higher level than this. Yue stared coldly at Lu Qianying. His confidence and cockiness grew as he learned just how strong he could be under the third supernova evolution's effect. I am stronger than a one-star returned prime warrior. Yue could feel a tingling sensation. It seemed the texture of his chi was altered by the supernova stance. Little bastard. You will pay for your arrogance. Lu Qianying was appalled at Yue's arrogance. His face was dark as a rain cloud. He couldn't get his head around the fact Yue, who had run from him like a defenseless rabbit, was now strong enough to confront him face to face. Feeling threatened by the speed of Yue's exponential growth, Lu Qianying was aggravated. He was prepared to kill the youngster when he was still be able to, but now? Could he still kill this transformed Yue? Lu Qianying's body shook, a surge of golden chi bursted out from his danton. The primal energy around him began to spin like a whirlpool. Bang! The ground underneath Lu Qianying began to crack. The 10-feet-wide fissures spread over a mile, small hills afar were crumbling and falling flat. Lu Qianying was not holding anything back. He showcased his returned prime-level strength. The condensed prime warriors he brought with him were knocked off their feet. They were too shocked to even cheer for their leader. Yue! I will end your family after I kill you. Lu Qianying shouted. His glared at Yue like a hungry wolf set on devouring his prey. He was determined to destroy his opponent with haste. High-level mist stance, golden mountain seal. The whirlpool around the chubby elder turned into a length of runes, which then split and formed the frame of a pyramid shape. Same trick as last time? Yue's will force diffused outwards. He calmly analyzed the energy flow within the pyramid, feeling each rune's transition. You are as stupid as you are stubborn. This time Yue did not want to dodge or obtain help from wild beasts. He confronted the stance and felt ready to neutralize the incoming threat with his own strength. Get crushed! Lu Qianying screamed as he lowered his hand. The chi pyramid descended and quickly fell onto Yue. Rumble! The Lu's condensed prime warriors were scared by the shrill noise created from stance falling. They jumped and swiftly ran away from Yue's location, struggling to keep their balance on the quaking ground. I would be killed by this stance if I fought you yesterday. Yue exclaimed. He narrowed his eyes and flipped his hand, grunted and swiped. Peerless chi sword. All 36 sharp bolts of chi merged together. He sliced through the thickened air and crashed into the pyramid shape. Yue did not have time to work on the zodiac sword stance, but now that his chi was amplified to a returned prime level, his chi sword wads multiple times sharper and harder than it had even been. Bang! Yue's sword flew forth and kept extending itself. Its force and momentum resembled a flooded river. It quietly turned the trees and rocks on its path into powder. The sound of Yue's sharp chi sword piercing the runic pyramid was almost inaudible. Now what? Yue's voice struck like thunder, striking each of the Lus, thus deafened them simultaneously. The 36 strands of chi swords broke up on Yue's command. Each of them absorbed more primal energy and then reunited. The swords rushed towards Lu Qianying at an incredible speed.
Lu Qianying assessed the situation. He quickly realized there was no way for him to dodge the incoming strike as the dimensions of Yue's chi swords were too great. With his will force and a chain of hand seals, he turned the golden chi around him into layers of runic armor. Clang! 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 The chi sword crushed into Lu Qianying as an oncoming flash flood. It released bright sparks of runic gold into the air. His armor was shattered and eroded away in seconds. Lu Qianying was bleeding heavily. He was knocked off balance completely and flew off like a stringless kite. How is this even possible? Lu Qianying's widened eyes. His eyes peered through the dust and light and just couldn't quite believe a child had just perfectly countered both his offensive and defensive stance with one strike. How did this little bastard become this strong in just a few days? It's impossible. Lu Qianying thought to himself as he flew backwards, leaving a trail of dust behind. Unless Yue was already making his next move while Lu Qianying was still startled. His figure became blurred, and his palm was following the dust trail. I have to kill him quickly, I can't deal with the royal family's force. Yue decided. Brother, Yue is here, and he was stronger than he was days ago. I am guessing that he found the drake head. I can't fight him, not on my own. Lu Qianying spoke to the rune in his palm while running away from Yue. After finishing the message, he clenched his fist and the rune vanished. Hang in there, I am on my way. Lu Qianhuan immediately received the message. He muttered and sped out of the city lord's castle. He headed north towards the Bay Area. What do you mean you can't handle him? I know you are injured, but you are a returned prime warrior for Sage's sake. Is that kid a returned prime warrior already? It can't be. Not even if he had been training at the Drakehead nonstop for days. Lu Qianhuan thought to himself as he covered tens of miles in mere seconds. Either way, I will not let him live. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, A Blood Shadow Stance. Chapter 190, Blood Shadow Stance. While Lu Qianhuan was running towards Yue, his brother Lu Qianying was doing all he could to run away from Yue. Fatty, I know you were involved in pressuring my family these few days. Now, it's time for you to pay. At the speed of a falling meteor, Yue caught up with the chubby elder. Lu Qianying could hear Yue's voice getting closer and louder. He turned around and found out the young runemaster was closer than he expected. High-level mist stance, slide flash. Lu Qianying's chi was not completely stable as he was still recovering from his internal injuries. There was a second delay between his channeled his energy and the speed-enhancing stance actually activating. Two clouds of flickering runes appeared underneath his feet. Swoosh! Lu Qianying accelerated to his top speed in matter of seconds, but there was no grace to his nimbleness. He was running like a panicking rabbit. He had disgracefully even left behind his own men so that he could escape quicker. Lu Qianying was not happy being the hunted. His face was twisted, and he gritted his teeth while running and leaping. Yue's eyes lit up. His will force rapidly spread and expanded. It picked up Lu Qianying's chi presence from 20 miles away. Elder Qianying is done. The Lu's condensed prime warriors became pale, overwhelmed by fear. Quickly! Back to base. Go! What are we doing standing here? Their leader had left them behind, and the young Lu cultivators were all terrified. They dispersed and escaped to different directions. Put! Yue could sense every single one of the Lu's movement. He casually swiped his hand backwards. His chi swords followed each of the escapees. Concurrently, he made a snap decision to tear a scroll, which activated a stance to speed up his chase. Plop! As Yue disappeared into the mountain range, his chi swords landed on all his targets, ending many lives simultaneously. Arg! The echoing screams and cries filled the woods as the dead bodies fell. Lu Qianying, you won't get away. Yue's aggressive voice was the only sound Lu Qianying could hear. The elder was not pulling ahead in any way, but Yue could not quite catch up. Every time Yue was getting close, the returned prime warrior would use a speed-boosting stance to avoid being caught. If Yue could not find a way to break the cycle, he would never catch up with Lu Qianying. Under the third supernova evolution's effect, Yue's will force density and chi quality radically increased. However, the only speed-enhancing stance he knew was Starblink steps. The high-level spirit stance was not converting Yue's 2-star returned prime-level strength to speed efficiently. I have to pay the Glacial Temple a visit after things calm down because this is not close to giving me the speed I want. Yue grumbled to himself, frowning and planning while running. Yue had gained access to the runic chamber not long after his first visit to the Glacial Temple.
It contained all the rare runes the Glacial Emperor collected throughout his cultivation career, which was 13,600 specialized runes. Yue had thought about refining the stance in his spare time, but he always decided against it. Due to the fact he wanted it to be his main project, he refused to develop the first stance he created in a mediocre manner. Throughout the 3 years of training, Yue was drained of energy nearly every day. He had actually only had the chance to visit the runic chamber less than 10 times because he simply did not have the chi to activate the Jade Trinket teleporter to get to the Glacial Temple during any free time left over, which was not much anyway. In terms of stance grade, Lu Qianying had the advantage, but with the Supernova stance, Yue had the cultivation advantage. Yue calculated that it should be possible that Lu Qianying runs out of steam before his own amplification stance runs out if he pressured the Elder hard enough. Swoosh! Swoosh! With just a few steps Yue and Lu Qianying overpassed, acres of lands were destroyed. The wilderness of the North Hill Bay was anything but peaceful. The gentle critters were panicking in their own home, crying and howling to warn the others. Brother! I need you right now. Lu Qianying's eyes turned red. Blood dripped from the corner of his pale jawline as he desperately screamed. The chubby man was running low on both chi and will force. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to ignore his injuries and push himself quicker. Nervous for his brother's life, Lu Qianying was fast. Nevertheless, his speed did not enclose the distance between North Hill Bay and the city any closer. Lu Qianying, stop wasting your time. Accept your fate. I will not let you live through today. Yue's aggressive voice thundered. The Elder's body was shaken by the loud noise, the chi flow in his body was destabilizing rapidly. Shit! Lu Qianying screamed as he felt a spike of pain in his chest. Using the speed-enhancing stances had worsened his internal injuries. His chi was out of his control when he tried to use yet another stance to get away. He had slowed down by half just seconds after his stance stopped working. Yue sensed Lu Qianying's deceleration. He grunted and activated the Starblink steps, covering a mile in the blink of an eye. He could now see the Elder's back. What did I say? You won't get away. Yue narrowed his eyes. His fingers released runes. They quickly condensed and became 36 chi swords. The swords merged into one, echoing a wide sword, crushing towards Lu Qianying. Brother! Save me! Lu Qianying screamed desperately. He could feel the sharp chi approaching. He desperately wished to dodge, but he did not have the energy to do so. This time he was completely out of solutions. Lu Qianying was too injured to use any stances. Even if he could, he would be no match to Yue's peerless chi swords at his best. Little bastard. Stop now or else. If you kill my brother, I will make sure myself that all the Yes suffer a painful death. I will even kill the pets and plants at your family mansion. Lu Qianying's furious voice reached Yue's ears from 20 miles away. Great, he would die in peace now he heard your voice. Yue smiled sadistically and retorted. He narrowed his eyes and kept injecting chi into his strike. Yue swung his arm downwards. It was too late for him to change the course of his chi sword, so he decided to quickly make the kill in order to move on to dealing with the approaching 3-star returned Prime Warrior. Avenge me! Lu Qianying's voice faded while his figure disappeared in the pillar of runic light. His scream lasted less than a second, all was quiet as he was shredded to pieces. Yue dove into the light beam where Lu Qianying disappeared into. He emerged with a blood-soaked interspatial bag in his hand. He sure was not going to miss out on looting an elder of a powerful family. Lu Qianying's face contorted into a beast-like agony, his muscles twitched as he felt his brother's chi presence vanished. You and your family will pay for what happened today. Lu Qianying growled viciously while flicking his fingers repeatedly, sniping Yue with bolts of golden chi from miles away. Blood shadow stance. Lu Qianying squirted blood from all over his skin. The dark droplets dispersed and heated up. All his blood became a thick red mist. Dwelling in his own anger, the skinny elder did not think twice before trading his blood for energy. He activated the incomplete earth stance. Swoosh! The skinny figure turned into a red mist, doubling his original speed. Time itself lengthened in the point of continuum where Lu Qianying passed. When he reappeared in his human form, he was already in front of Yue. I will make you squeal. Lu Qianying muttered behind a thin mist of red. He changed the texture of his chi and detonated the primal energy. The entire Bay Area shook from the sudden burst. Yue was forced to back off for half a mile to avoid the epicenter, he looking concerned. He did not expect to have to fight a 3-star returned Prime Warrior when he woke up this morning. He grunted and shrugged, empowered his body with chi to let the energy storm slide off his skin. I can't run from this man.
This fight will be all or nothing, Yi Wei thought to himself. His gaze intensified. 36 chi swords merged into one. It flew from Yi Wei's hand towards the skinny elder. The shrill noise of the strike muffled by the explosion just moments before the initiation. Lu Qianhuan looked at his young opponent with ferocity. He was infuriated, but strangely, at the same time, he admired Yi Wei's strength. 2-star returned prime level, even Lu Fan can't compare to this kid in front of me. Nonetheless, it doesn't mean I will let you live. The elder recognized Yi Wei not only as his brother's murderer, but also as a threat to the Lu's supremacy in Qing state. His stare became as cold as a glacier. The wrinkled hands maneuvered in the air. The hand seals turned into a blur. Lu Qianhuan fired a ground-shaking energy bolt at Yi Wei's chi sword. High-level mist stance, Thunderbird seal. His golden chi condensed and turned silver by the specialized runes on his hands. The bolt became alive and split into hundreds of silver-winged buzzards, which covered the sky and dove straight to Yi Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, 7th Sealnik Stance. Chapter 191, 7th Sealnik Stance. The Thunderbird seal was one of the 9 most powerful stances the Lus possessed. The mist stance consisted exclusively of specialized runes. Although to activate the stance only required as much energy to activate any other ordinary mist stance, the rare specialized runes that composed it translated the energy more efficiently, making it as powerful as an earth stance. Lu Qianhuan had no desire to hold back. His brother's death confirmed Yi Wei's extraordinary talent. He did not want to leave anything to chance, tried to make the kill as quick as he could and get out of the fight uninjured. All of Lu Qianhuan's opponents who saw this stance, including a 3-star returned prime warrior, died from it. The elder left very little to chance, and this was why he was completely ruthless. No chances taken, no hope left. Die. The hoarse voice sounded out like a war horn. A large bird flew up through the clouds and spread its wings as the elder screamed the word. Crack! Crack! The Thunderbird vigorously flapped its wings. The fanning motion of its wings created a golden gust. Yi Wei's chi sword was instantly crushed and scattered. Unexpected by even Lu Qianhuan, Yi Wei's sword turned against him because of the raging current. Crack! Crack! Yi Wei was stunned and almost paralyzed by the sudden burst of energy. Under the pressure of the Thunderbird, he stood staring while his bones creaked. I expected less from you considering how weak your brother was. Blood gushed out of Yi Wei's mouth. His pale face wore an aggressive look, though. Insolent child. Lu Qianhuan's cold eyes bore into Yi Wei. He lifted his hand and pointed his right index finger at him. Flop. The Thunderbird's eyes widened. Its intense gaze pointed straight at Yi Wei. Its shrill caw sent shivers down his spine. While Yi Wei was still immobilized by the gust of energy, bolts of lightning came out of the bird's eyes and rained down upon Yi Wei, striking him in a quick succession. The pressure Yi Wei endured was great enough to crush his entire body. The only thing stopping it from doing so was the support from the runes on his bones. His veins constricted, and the drop of supreme blood expanded against the pressure. The expanding energy circulated throughout his body. A subtle but dense energy held Yi Wei's body together. The power of the supreme blood grew within him. In a matter of seconds, Yi Wei was strong enough to spring back up on his feet. He bent his knees and gathered strength, briefly aimed at the Thunderbird and launched himself up into the sky. What the hell is going on with this kid? Lu Qianhuan exclaimed. He was dumbfounded to see Yi Wei's ability to strike back, but he also mocked Yi Wei at such a poor decision. Shouldn't you be trying to run? Yi Wei saw the true, unreserved power of Lu Qianhuan. The specialized runes in the elder's stance was a rare sight. Lu Qianhuan's power inspired Yi Wei and provided him the conceptual base structure of the 7th Sealnik stance. Although Yi Wei had been spending as much time cultivating as he did trying to figure out the 7th Sealnik stance, he was not able to create an effective energy flow in the given runes. Before Yi Wei's eyes was a well-calibrated specialized mist stance. He was not going to let the chance slip. He closed his eyes to feel the exact kind of flow he had been trying to create for the past few days. Sealnik armor. Triple Sealnik punch. Searing Sealnik palm. Sealnik descend. Sealnik ironbark seal. Sealnik triple primal sword. Yi Wei activated the falling star form and began to steal chi from the very stance that Lu Qianhuan wanted to take his life with. Using the stolen energy, he quickly drew all the runes to the first 6 Sealnik stances. He rearranged the sequence to the order he had in his head all in a matter of minutes. The 7th, Sealnik reveal. He mumbled as he put together the 6 stances' essence. The specialized rune sequence rattled and transformed into a mile-tall Sealnik beast figure.
On top of the beast's head were 3 long and sharp horns. The runic patterns on its scales constantly flowed and transformed. The beast's image gave Yue flashbacks of his visit to Bloodmist Valley. He smiled and charged forward the skinny elder. Roar! The seal-neck beast's cold gaze set onto the Thunderbird. Its jaws wide open, and its nose pointed right at the Thunderbird. The provocative sound seemed to have a mockery undertone. The seal-neck beast crouched then leaped. With a mysterious aura and momentum, the beast lunged at the bird. It froze time and space on its path. The lightning bolts were held still in the air. Swoosh! After another roar, all 3 horns on its head grew in length. They glowed ghastly green, each of them became a sword that could cut the sky in halves. Within seconds the seal-neck beast's nose was touching the bird's torso. The 3 horns impaled into the core of Lu Qianhuan's strongest stance. A destructive shock wave and rumble quickly spread throughout the sky. The powerful Thunderbird was torn apart with ease, but the seal-neck beast wanted more bloodshed. It decisively turned its head around and stared at Lu Qianhuan. The ghoulish beast then aimed its claws at the elder's head. The runic seal-neck beast was not only as large as a real one, it was also as smart as one. What stance is this? Lu Qianhuan was intimidated by the gigantic runic seal-neck beast. His calm was quickly replaced by fear, his breathing quickened and the golden ball of energy in his dantian shook uncontrollably, making the chi flow in his body extremely unstable. I am not going to let you live. Lu Qianhuan screamed, and he exhaled deeply. The elder tried to suppress the raging chi in his body. He desired to utterly destroy Yue, which shone in his facial expression. A chi disturbance no weaker than the Thunderbird stances quickly developed as he successfully tamed the energy, transformed the surge into a rune sequence. Lu Qianhuan ignored the high odds of being injured by the recoiling energy. He activated the Piccolo-level earth stance that he had yet gained full control over. He felt that the danger of being consumed by his own earth stance was worth the risk. He would certainly die if he did not retaliate against the wrath of Yue's 7th seal-neck stance. Sun-shattering lightning stance. Lu Qianhuan grunted. His hair rose and flew behind his head, his robe fluttered to the surge of energy his earth stance emitted. The Lu Elder's chi immediately condensed into a ball of energy in the sky. The ball released its power in the shape and speed of a large lightning bolt and shot at the large seal-neck beast. Bang! The entire bay area shook as the bolt impacted against the beast. The crash of chi brood collided and erupted in the sky, and the lightning bolt became dimmer as it broke apart the runes that made up the seal-neck beast. Yue could feel the pressure from behind the beast. The energy flow in his body was disrupted by the imposing strike. He grew nervous as the lightning bolt advanced and penetrated the runic beast's torso. The 7th seal-neck stance took a toll on Yue's will force and chi reserve, the 3rd supernova evolution's amplifying effects beginning to fade. Yue came to the realization that Lu Qianhuan's gamble was paying off. The 3-star returned prime warrior was stronger than himself. He had to decide now whether he should try to counter or he should run. The 7th seal-neck stance will be stronger when I have time to work on it. I should not fight an unsure battle. The young runemaster thought to himself. He placed his hand onto the seal-neck beast, and he absorbed as much energy as he could. He then used that energy and turned himself into a globe of runic light, which blinked and flashed backwards. Bang! Not only did Jiwei successfully escape, he tempered the residual energy into small dense shapes. They all fired at once and caught the skinny elder off guard. Damn it! You sneaky little bastard! Lu Qianhuan was hit from all directions. He screamed as blood gushed out from his mouth. He suffered from not only the recoiling force of his own stance but Yue's surprise as well. The skinny elder stopped and adjusted his chi flow. With the momentum of the lightning bolt behind him, he rapidly leaped towards Yue's direction. He distributed his energy to nourish the injured parts of his body. Yue could feel the elder catching up. He closed his eyes and ran the falling star form at its full speed. A constellation-like runic array projected into the air from inside his sentient, and it became a light clone. The clone tackled the chaser and stopped the elder as Yue kept moving forward at incredible speed, finally disappearing into the woods. What the hell is this? Lu Qianhuan was forced into a close combat fist fight with the light clone. He could not ignore any of the clone's strikes no matter how much he wanted to. Each punch and kick was precisely aimed at his body's weak spots and strong enough to knock him out. Lu Qianhuan had not had a fist fight since decades ago. By the time he neutralized the light clone with his rusty moves, Yue was already miles away and nowhere to be seen. Deep inside the woods, Yue landed on a flat land covered by the tree's shade. He felt safe enough to sit down. He adjusted his breathing and regulated the chi flow in his meridians. With closed eyes, Yue felt the drop of supreme blood in his vein.
He located it close to his waist and tried to manipulate the energy within with his will force. With the aid of the falling star form and the vast energy in his blood, he refilled in Dantian with chi. His will force began to also recover. After replaying the 7th seal Nyx dance in his mind a few times, he grabbed the runic badge from his inside pocket.
Master, are you there?
Yue spoke into the badge and waited for a replay.
Wei. Where are you?
Master Yi's nervous voice sounded after the badge rattled.
You have to be careful, I heard the Lus found you, is this true?
They did, but I am fine. I killed Lu Qianying, but his brother is still on the loose, please take care of the Yes Master.
The mansion might be his next target. Can you maybe take them out of town to somewhere safe?
Yue replied in a desperate and solemn tone.
You killed who?
Master Yi's voice broke. How did you manage to take care of a returned prime warrior?
Not now, Master, please.
I promise I will explain everything to you when all of this gets settled,
said Yue. It should be fine. I contacted one of my old friends from the Union.
He is a returned prime warrior.
Lu Qianhuan won't be able to do much to us for now.
I will look for the suitable place for your family to hide out before the Lu send any reinforcement.
Thank you, Master.
Yue felt relieved, smiled, and said, Please take care of yourself.
I will keep you updated.
Master Yi said in a light tone, glad that his apprentice was still alive. Pu Yuan will be able to help me with the seal Nyx dance. After ending the conversation, Yue took out a jade trinket and started channeling his chi. A figure appeared and grabbed Yue's shoulder and stopped the teleportation.
Who are you?
Yue panicked. He looked to his left to see a wrinkled hand on his shoulder.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 192, Hellion. Chapter 192, Hellion. The hand belonged to an elderly man dressed in a purple robe. He was 3 steps away from Yue.
His hair was shoulder length, his white beard was as long as his arm. The skinny old man greeted Yue with a friendly smile and a nod. Just like Yue, the old man had no chi presence. His grip was firm, but his figure seemed weightless.
Yue's heart sank, and his pupils dilated. This is madness.
Although clueless about the old man's cultivation level, everything he could see indicated that the bearded man would have killed him without even Yue knowing of it.
If that was his intention all along. He is stronger than even Master Yi. Excuse my forwardness, but may I ask who you are?
Yue rightfully assumed the old man was friendly. The old man solemnly kneeled down and spoke.
Ha ha ha. I like your humbleness, Yue. The old man stroked his beard and said, I am Hellion Jun.
I have been watching you since you dove down into that pond and found the drake head. I am impressed by how quick you learned to control the supreme blood in your veins.
Ha!
Yue startled. He couldn't believe what he just heard.
Sir, do you happen to be related to Green Moon City's Yi family?
Judging by how well the old man's stealthiness and knowledge was, Yue knew he was standing next to a man stronger than any wild beast or demon he had encountered in the wilderness of North Barren Mountain so far. Hellion Jun's curious gaze fell upon the jade trinket in Yue's hand. Seeing him trying to teleport was the reason why he decided to reveal himself.
So you are it.
You live on the feisty side, but you seem to live by a principle.
Not bad.
By now Yue had understood that if the old man stood in front of him, he was probably related to the Glacial Emperor. If the old man wanted me dead, I would already be dead.
Sir, could I help you with anything? Yue bowed.
I am from one of the royal families if you have not yet worked that out.
We are currently recruiting cultivators from all across the dynasty.
The officials are more interested in fighting each other than eradicating wild beasts and demons nowadays. Thus, we've decided to take the matter into our own hands.
Hellion Jun's smile never faded.
His look was as soft as his voice.
Royal?
Yue murmured to himself, feeling nostalgic as he thought about his old crush who was also from one of the 3 families.
You heard right.
With your level of talent, I wouldn't be surprised if you get recruited by any one of the 3 royal families. We might not be as influential, but I can promise you we treat our cultivators better than the other 2 families, Hellion Jun said with pride.
What I want in return is your permission for me to use the drake head.
I meant to ask your patriarch but decided against it as the information might go public. I'd much rather have it peaceful as it is now. I know for a fact that among the living no more than 3 people know about the Drakehead's location, the old man continued. I have been training here for more than 10 years, and I still need a few more years until I will be able to break through my current cultivation level. In truth, I would really like you to keep this place a secret. In return, I will watch over the underwater palace. Helian Jun gravely said. His look suddenly intensified. I would never go there out of respect for valuables left in the palace. They are treasures that should only be inherited by who has the Yes blood flowing in their veins. Yue widened his eyes again. He was surprised by this great offer. He couldn't think of any downsides at all. Okay, you got me, who am I lying to? The old man chuckled and said, I will watch over your family even if you don't join us. For old time's sake. After having calmed down, Yue reasoned with himself. First he was scared, then he was happy and relieved. A person like him has no reason to lie. We would like you to join us. We don't have many rules for non-familial members. Of course, Call of Duty must be answered. In return, we will provide members with resources and protection. Helian Jun was not trying to lure Yue into becoming a member. He just wanted to show the real world to the Glacial Emperor's inheritor. This will get me closer to her. Yue mumbled. His mind wandered, and his eyes glowed bright. It had been his dream to get out of Green Moon City, and when he became strong enough to visit the capital since the Daily Xian left him. Yue did not need to think for long. He kneeled down and bowed, thank you for giving me the chance. I would like to join the Helian family. Ha ha. Good. That's great news. The old man's laugh was playful. It sounded as if it came from someone half his age. With the talent you have, you will see greatness in a few years and maybe even achieve it if you cultivate hard. One more thing, you will be up for a review that decides if you are qualified enough to gain the privileges of a familial member. I will not let you down. Yue nodded. I don't have the most catchy name, but I need you to remember it. Within 2 years, when you feel comfortable, you should head to our palace at the capital. Show the guards the sigil plate and tell them I sent you there. The old man kept babbling. Yue suddenly felt a heavy weight on his hand. A piece of metal appeared in the middle of his palm out of nowhere. He quickly grabbed onto the cold object. Thank you for looking after us. Yue made a greeting hand gesture and said. Don't mention it. I will send word back home. The loser already in big trouble for harassing a 7 new rune. Now that you are associated with us, I have hundreds of ways to make them pay for the deeds they've done. I will make sure that nobody touches the Yes. Helian Jun said with great authority. He is not only the strongest cultivator I've ever met, he is definitely one of the more selfless ones too. Yue thought to himself, realizing the old man was looking at the bigger picture and thinking of the mankind. This is personal but not completely personal. The more talent I show, the more important the Yi family would be to him. Sir, about a week ago I encountered an alliance of demons and wild beasts not far from here. They were fighting the Huyans. Were they all looking for the Drakehead as well? Yue asked concernedly. Not sure, but they won't be able to beat me even if they are to join forces. Ha ha. Helian Jun smiled at Yue. Kid, the sigil is a runic array. You can contact me with it. But you need to figure out how yourself. The old man's figure faded into the background right after he said the last word. When Yue had digested what he just heard, the mysterious royal had already disappeared. There was no trace of the two meeting each other apart from the sigil plate in Yue's palm. One less thing to worry about. Yue muttered to himself, I am not going to rely on him though. I have to do what I can, such as get more combat experience, so I will become stronger. Yue knew that Helian Jun would be watching him, excited about the possibility of experimenting more now he had a seemingly reliable safety net. Yue took a few deep breaths and injected his chi into the jade trinket. He resumed what he was doing before the strange encounter. The jade trinket lit up. Sequences of runes burst out and circulated around Yue while he injected more chi into it. He felt a little nauseous as he emptied his dantian. Swoosh! A crisp noise briefly sounded. Yue had disappeared into the wormhole created by the runic array. Lu Qianhuan was oblivious, struggling to recuperate. He held a scroll in each of his hand in case if he ran into Yue again. You little bastard, I will find you and kill you even if that means I have to turn this area upside down. He exclaimed as he paced frustratedly around. The Glacial Temple. Mr. Pooh. It's been a while. Yue waved at the large spectral figure in the center of the Great Hall. 7-star condensed prime level. Pu Yuan turned to Yue, surprised. It's only been 3 months since I last saw you. What the hell happened to you since then? The Glacial Emperor's previous servant had an exceptional standard, but even so, he did not foresee Yue's swift cultivation improvement. It's a long story. Yue laughed and shook his head. He was open to talk about his many near-death experiences,
But he had something else in mind. Mister, I have recently learned the Sealnik reveal, and I wish to polish it in the runic chamber.
Do you have any tips for me? Yue wished to deal with the loose publicly to clean his family's reputation. The 7th. Well done. Pu Yuan could see a slight bitterness in Yue's smile. Deep down he could guess the young runemaster had learned combat knowledge the hard way. He smiled and continued, the 7 stances were created by my master. There are little space for improvement, however, it is possible merge the 7 stances into one.
7 into 1? That is genius. So these 7 stances are only puzzle pieces. Yiwei's heart fell. Earlier on when he used the 7 stances to fight Lu Qianhuan, he could feel a strange connection between the 7 stances. I have been wondering why the creator of this realm and temple was only capable of composing low-grade stances. That's just what Master did. If you are inspired by anything inside the chamber, you should follow your heart. Pu Yuan nodded, recognizing Yiwei's capabilities. Follow me. Yiwei kept up with the guardian. He headed towards one of the biggest collection of runes in the dynasty. Cultivation is not easy. You will face dangerous people and things. Relax yourself as much as you can and avoid getting stressed. I should have told you this earlier, but if you are going through a hard time, seek help from the Hullians. Their patriarch studied under my master. Pu Yuan said calmly. He was proud of what Yiwei accomplished but also worried for his safety. I know. Yiwei smiled, amused that his theory of Hellion Jieyuan was not too far off. Here you go. Pu Yuan opened the gate to the runic chamber and patted Yiwei's back with his gigantic finger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Speed of Light. Chapter 193, Speed of Light. Thank you. Yiwei nodded, bowed, and stepped into a museum of priceless collection. The young master of the temple paused, baffled by everything around him. It was not his first time entering the runic chamber, however he couldn't stop looking at the etchings on the mahogany doors. These runes are. Having participated in the Runemaster Union entrance exam deeply changed his perspective on runes. Ever since he spent 3 days working with them and finally created his own stance, he learned to appreciate the beauty of runes. It was not until today that Yiwei appreciated he was looking at decades of hard work and research, that each curve and straight line of the runes meant something. Specialized runes represented power. Runemasters and even Grand Runemasters have been known to involve themselves in violent feuds, both on the battlefield and out, just to acquire one of these rare runes. The value of the runic chamber's content exceeded by far the most powerful sky stance in the Runemaster Union's inventory. Squeak! Yiwei inhaled deeply and pushed the heavy doors. The dark hall lit up immediately after the mahogany flaps sealed the runic chamber's entrance. The young Runemaster walked into a starry night. The twinkles were the only light source in the otherwise empty hall. The specialized runes were scattered, loosely filling the hall. They all appeared to be fading, but the shine was solid. Where do I even start? Yiwei muttered. He closed his eyes and felt the energy of each of the runes in the air. Some of them had cores hotter than magma, some of them were as cold as glacier, some raging like storm, some stable and sturdy like rocks, or too sharp to touch and others soft enough to use as a pillow. Yiwei sat himself down, thinking of nothing but the star-blink steps. He dictated the rune sequence that composed the stance in his mind, took it apart and tried to identify where he could insert any of the 13,600 runes to improve it. Having used the stance in real combat, Yiwei gained a better understanding of how primal energy was converted to speed when he created the stance. After a few minutes of experimenting, he was able to find a few more stable runic structures that were suitable for the initial fractions. After consolidating the initial fractions, Yiwei felt a need to widen the sequence due to the increased chi flow within the sequence. With his exceptional will force, Yiwei identified a few more ductile runes which would make it possible for the stance to run at a high speed even when chi input is lower than optimal. The sequence was becoming complete as Yiwei infused more specialized runes into it. The flow was becoming smoother and faster. After 4 hours of continuous hard work, Yiwei had found optimal position in the sequence for all the runes he added to the sequence. A thundering rumble sounded as he put the 12th rune in place, and Yiwei was suddenly consumed by a huge pillar of cosmic energy. This is. Yiwei opened his eyes, looked at the sequence in front of him and smiled, satisfied with his modifications. It's now a low-level mist stance. Yiwei had many previous experience with cosmic energy. He knew better than to waste some of the purest energy he could have access to. He activated the falling star form as fast as he could and immediately processed the raging energy that entered his body. The silver ball of energy in Yiwei's dantian expanded as the result of the cosmic surge. The 8th crack appeared. It was not a surprise to him as he was already a peak 7-star condensed prime warrior before consuming the cosmic force.
The pillar of light eventually faded. Supreme Falling Star form was running fast and smooth. It took less than an hour for Yue to process the wild energy. This is good, but not enough. Starblink Steps needs to be a forbidden high-level miss stance, Yue muttered to himself. He figured out that if he would be fighting returned Prime Warriors, he still needed more speed. Yue calmed himself down, continuously attempted to fit runes into the Starblink Step sequence. It took him half a day to infuse 24 extra specialized runes, and by the end of the session his stance became a mid-level miss stance. After receiving cosmic energy again, Yue diluted and absorbed all of it as quickly as he could. Even though the surge was not powerful enough to push Yue to another breakthrough, it greatly improved the capacity of his meridians. I can't think of a better place to refine stances, Yue said to himself. Encouraged by the positive result, Yue continued researching on the runes after a short rest, in hopes that he would be able to pick out ones that are useful for improving any of his stances. The young runemaster sat still in the middle of the runic hall. The chi as his body was calmly pulsing, completely in sync with the runes around him. He became a part of his surrounding. The runes in the hall were attracted to Yue. All of them seemed to be shining towards him, highlighting him in the rather dimmed enclosed space. The more specialized runic structures Yue learned, the more he gained respect for the Glacial Emperor. It seemed to him that the more he discovered, the more mysterious the strongest cultivator of his time had become. Yue was starting to understand how the Supreme Falling Star form was able to buffer primal energy more efficiently than other formulas he learned, and he was even beginning to imagine how some of the stance in the hall could be related to how the sage was able to create a stance to harvest power from belief. I will master all these runes one day. And I will make a name for myself. Yue thought to himself as he jumped up into the air. He reached his arm out and grabbed an energetic spark. Number 81. This should be the final piece. Yue opened his eyes, looked at the rune in his hand constantly shifting its shape with a smile on his face. Swoosh. He drew the rune sequence to the Starblink Steps with his right hand while holding the 81st extra rune in his left. Get in there. His left arm swiped outwards, shot the rune into the sequence he just drew. The rune was constantly moving, whizzing through air looking for the most suitable position to insert itself under Yue's guidance. Yue's tired eyes lit up. After an hour of putting runes together and taking them apart, his will force identified the weakest point in the sequence. All the runes in the newly refined stance brightened simultaneously and lit up the hall. A surge of chi flowed through the rune sequence. A long ribbon of glowing star-like energy sparks filled up the runic chamber. It grew into a belt that briefly resembled the Milky Way. Triggered by Starblink Steps upgrade, another pillar of cosmic energy descended from the heavens, engulfing Yue entirely. It's technically only a high-level mist stance, but the specialized runes should give it an edge. Its effect should be comparable to a low-level earth stance. Yue thought with a slightly twisted, euphoric smile on his face. He knew that he would be able to compete with Lu Qianhuan, or maybe even other returned Prime Warriors if the Lus decided to send them to Green Moon City. It's a shame I will need a lot more chi in order to push for 9-star condensed Prime level. Yue shook his head. I should work on my sentient. I've improved so quickly it has become one of my weaker sides from being the strongest. For a 16-year-old, 8-star condensed Prime level is naturally unreachable. Although Yue was one of the nation's best young cultivators, the same drive that motivated him was also frustrating him. The Sealnick Reveal should be the next to be refined. Offensively, I have Sealnick Reveal, Starblink Steps for speed, and with the Light Clone as my safety line, I should be able to deal with whatever the Lus are going to throw towards my direction. Yue muttered to himself, planning to turn a crisis into a self-improvement exercise. Speaking of which, I need to work on the clone too. Yue frowned, not satisfied by how little impact the technique made in his last fight. Only if the clone had the power of a 2-star returned Prime Warrior, he thought to himself as he stood up and walked towards the exit of the chamber. Maybe I should ask Pu Yuan to see if he had any more tips and advices. Yue rushed back into the main hall and spoke with the temple's guardian about his recent encounters. Light Clone. Pu Yuan's curiosity made him look like a child again. You have to show me it before I can help you with improving it. Yue channeled his will force. A bolt of starlight shot out of his forehead, became a clone and had taken the shape of its owner within the blink of an eye. Your forefather is a genius. Pu Yuan looked at the light clone in awe. He appeared calm but was just too shocked to show emotion. He once was the Glacial Emperor's follower, and even he had never seen a technique quite like Yue's light clone. He could not fully understand how the clone seemed to have its own meridians and chi flow. This is the perfect combination of a stance and a formula. So, do you think you can help me improve the stance? Yue was impatient and needed an answer. I am not sure, kid, but this is not just any clone technique. It seemed to be an enhanced version of your mirrored self. Pu Yuan answered in an uncertain tone. Like all other stances, it should become stronger as your cultivation becomes higher. That's what I've discovered. It is stronger than it was before my breakthrough just a couple hours ago. Yue became more frustrated. My question is, do you think there are other ways the technique can be improved? it is still too soon to judge. Just be patient, you will see soon. Pu Yuan smiled, patted Yi-Wei's shoulder. For now you should just focus on breaking through to the returned prime level. Runes and Qi don't feel pain. Even if your light clone only has the power of a 1-star returned prime warrior, it will be able to fight 2 and even 3-star returned prime warriors, as you might already have realized. Pu Yuan continued, use it to aid yourself escaping for now, worry about how to fight alongside it when it becomes stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Help. Chapter 194, Help. After considering Pu Yuan's words for a minute, Yue realized that if it wasn't for his light clones he wouldn't even have the chance to escape Lu Qianhuan, a 3-star returned prime warrior's assault, in one piece. I get you, I am not ungrateful. However, I am not satisfied with it. I will have to fight more returned prime warriors soon, and I will be needing the clone to fight, not to escape. Yue shook his head and sighed. If the clone has its separate qi flow, then it is more or less a qi puppet. Pu Yuan laughed and looked back at Yue comedically. Well, I didn't create the stance, so I am not sure how it works exactly, but I do know someone who is familiar with clones and puppets. Yue nodded. Having fought stone giants in the Blood Mist Labyrinth, he knew from the back of his mind that the Glacial Emperor was able to remotely controlling structures with qi. Blood Devourer crystals, they were developed by my master to power his automatic defensive system, if you did not already know. You can try to make your clone absorb the crystal's energy. Pu Yuan swiped his arm. A small pile of transparent red crystals appeared in the middle of the hall. Do it slowly, you know about the side effects of the energy these stones carries. Pu Yuan pointed at the delicate glowing stones. Thank you for the advice. The young runemaster said gratefully as he looked at the pile. If the clone can become a little stronger, I will be able to crush Lu Qianhuan at his best with the Sealnik stances and my supernova stance. Protected by one of the royal families, Yue was going to use it to his advantage and redeem his family's reputation in Green Moon City. This is not much more than an educated guess, you have to try it to confirm if it works. Pu Yuan let go of Yue's shoulder. That's all I have to say, I will be looking after you if anything should go wrong. Okay. Yue briefly replied as he activated his light clone. He was experienced with absorbing energy with crystals and didn't take Pu Yuan's advice too seriously. Crack! The light clone grabbed one of the crystals and crushed it. The compressed energy was immediately released as it turned into dust, surging into the clone's meridians. As the clone tried to incorporate the crystal's energy into its own qi flow, Yue's consciousness was getting disrupted by an aggressive killing intent. I have learned how to deal with this years ago. Yue muttered. He was completely calm when he called upon the Mystic Mount's energy in his sentient, which purified the aggression. Now in a nourishing soothed state, Crystal's energy was doing more good than harm, slightly strengthening Yue's sentient. Zoom! When Yue successfully tamed the aggression, his light clone accepted the qi. You are right. I can improve my clone's strength by using the crystal. Yue stood up excitedly and exclaimed at Pu Yuan. Keep absorbing. He controlled his clone to crush more and more crystals. He was not at all worried about being consumed by aggressive primal energy. Within 5 hours, Yue had upgraded his clone to 2-star returned prime level. Pu Yuan, do we have more? Yue said, looking at the piles of dust where the crystals were placed. Those are valuable treasures to many. You can't even buy them from the Runemaster Union. No, I do not have more of those. Pu Yuan said, annoyed. He blew onto his beard, stared at Yue and thought, I am not going to let him take shortcuts like this. Especially when it comes to using Blood Devourer crystal. Oh, what a shame. Yue's lips moved to one side, there was a cold flash in his eyes. To be honest, it should be fine, a 2-star returned prime level clone should be able to draw or even knock out someone like Lu Qianhuan. Mr. Pu, thanks for your help. I should be going now. Yue thought about the awkward situation he put his family in, getting desperate to return home. Yue activated the teleportation array again as he waved Pu Yuan goodbye. His smile slowly faded into nothing as his figure disappeared in front of the temple's guardian. This kid is more talented than Master was. With supreme blood in his veins he might actually be able to overtake the Glacial Emperor's level. Maybe one day I could really return to the livings, Pu Yuan muttered after Yue had disappeared. He sighed deeply, clearly displaying that he had unfinished business before he passed away to become what he was now. I would love to step outside again, maybe visit my old friends. Pu Yuan's hoarse voice sounded, his loneliness echoed in the hallways. A heavy shower cleansed North Hill Bay, the drops of rain had washed off layers of dusts and dirt off the leaves, the evidence of the recent violence in the area shed, settled on the ground. After a sizzling sound shook a few branches meters above ground, a crack ran deep into the earth and a wormhole appeared. Yue quietly walked out of the darkness bounded by the perfectly circular gateway. Now where did you go, Lu Qianhuan? Yue was completely dry, the raindrops never reached his hair, it was stopped by an invisible force, the water slid off and revealed a spherical shield around him. Starblink steps. Yue straightened his fingers, with great precision he dictated the long sequence of specialized runes, 1,000 feet wide chi belt appeared above the trees. The belt of runic light rapidly grew in length as soon as Yue jumped atop, stretching towards Green Moon City. Hope I am not too late, the young runemaster thought to himself, the rush of chi carried him towards his hometown at the speed of over 10 miles a second. He was timing himself meanwhile, noticed that he was faster than the Lu Qianhuan as he remembered. The thick rain clouds were just carried away from Green Moon City by the midday breeze. Thousands had gathered in the center of the city lord's castle. Hundreds of long, antique tables and tall chairs were tidily lined up. Each of the furniture pieces was engraved with the city's crest, they evenly covered large square. All martial families in Green Moon City except the Yes were invited to a feast hosted by Lu Qianhuan, who sat on the chairman's seat. Although in his own premises, Shao Qingyun, the city lord was forced to take a seat behind the guest. Next to the city lord was Gu Qing, the principal of South Star Academy. Most of the attending families noticed that none of Yes were present despite the fact that the Yi patriarch had led his family to its recent height and actually deserved a seat in a city gathering. Lu Qianhuan looked down upon his guests with a spiteful gaze while they were chattering. Have you heard the rumors? Lu Qianying died. Seriously? I thought that was just some kind of sick joke. Any idea who killed him? I mean, the man is chubby and kind of clumsy looking, but he is a 1-star returned prime warrior. People are saying Yue killed him, but I am not sure if I should believe it or not. Yue. The people involved in the conversation and the eavesdroppers all gasped for air, could not picture the 16-year-old as a killer. Haven't you heard? Yue is one of the God 7 since the cultivation tournament in Ning City. I heard he broke through to return prime level 2. A 16-year-old returned prime warrior? How is that even possible? The martial family's patriarchs glanced at each other in awe, all of them jealous of the young talent's achievement, trying not to show their amusement, afraid they might be punished by the victim's brother. All of them who heard the news realized that if Yue had truly surpassed the city lord in South Star's principal, it would not be long before Green Moon City is ran by the Yes. Do you think Lu Qianhuan would take his brother's death lightly? Even the Lu family does influence the government. Yue is now affiliated with the Runemaster Union, he cannot do anything without bringing his family down. Well, why do you think Lu Qianhuan invited us then? If Yue is working against the Lus, should we even be here? I heard from the men we sent to help Lu Qianying that the Lu's condensed prime warriors were killed by Yue. The Hans are out, I care about my family. I've sent them on these stupid, dangerous missions for long enough anyway. Yes, that's a good point. The patriarch's wishful thinking made them believe Yue was fighting for the city, that they were protected by relation. I've sent 124 warriors to help them searching whatever they are looking for, I even sent my own son out there. All of the patriarchs were not happy with the arrangement. They found it more and more ridiculous that the Lu elders seemed to always have extra requests. Now that they had a chance to gather in one place, they couldn't help but venting out their resentment. Lu Qianhuan was not in a better mood. He was aware if the family council learned the recent developments around Green Moon City, he will be ordered to make peace with the Yes and the Runemaster Union. The risk of the Lu's search being exposed was getting higher as more and more cultivators were getting involved. The Lus had little chance to cover up if they decided to murder Yue. Lu Qianhuan was never going to let go. He was a firm believer of the eye for an eye principle, therefore he did not report the latest news to the council. Instead, he called them who he thought obeyed him to a meeting. The skinny elder stood up, his arms were crossed behind his back, his aggrieved stare seemed to be focused on everyone in the square, his spine-chilling chi presence was filling the space. Mouths were sealed shut by Lu Qianhuan's slight movement. Greetings, everyone. I will be needing 3 extra condensed prime warriors from each of Green Moon City's martial families by noon tomorrow, thank you. Lu Qianhuan's voice struck the palace like thunder, his determined tone shook the thick flooring stones. Quietness fell again as the elder's voice faded. None of the patriarchs dared to openly challenge the dynasties and the Runemaster Union's authority. Furthermore, sending condensed prime warriors to capture a returned prime warrior did not sound like a good idea to anyone in the gathering. In a small, remote city, condensed prime warriors were considered rarities. However, the request seemed reasonable to Lu Qianhuan's standards. His rage made him completely blind to this simple fact. Green Moon City's patriarchs looked nervous, sweating as if they were sitting on cushions made of needles. They were putting their family's future in jeopardy by not willing to risk the lives of the cultivators who were going to build their family's future. All of them were feeling helpless. They simultaneously casted their eyes onto Principal Gu and City Lord Xiao, hoping they would come up with a solution.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 195, The Battle of Green Moon City. Chapter 195, The Battle of Green Moon City. Elder Lu, that request is a bit too much.
Green Moon City does not officially belong to the Lus in any way. Principal Gu was a man of few words, but he was not going to stay quiet when the city's future could be forever damaged because of the Lus' rage. Besides, his professionalism was not going to let him side with an outsider against the strongest cultivator South Star had ever schooled. Xiao Qingyun also felt the need to give a speech. He was convinced by the Lus that he should let the superpower run an operation around the area, and was led by the elder to believe that Lu's expedition was going to benefit the city. He needed to let the citizens know. Even though he was responsible for the recent mess, he wished nothing more than returning peace to the people.
Lu Qianhuan, I was authorized by the dynasty itself to take care of this city.
The martial families are under my command by law. You will have to stop threatening them. You are basically challenging the dynasty's reign doing so. The city lord grunted and said, Say whatever you want, this is the real world where strength is all that counts. The Lu family is well established, and we have royal connections. You should be grateful that you have a chance to serve us. Lu Qianhuan argued, his gaze was as cold as his voice, his chi was pressuring the city lord and the principal.
The returned prime warrior's presence was threatening everyone at the square, physically and mentally.
The minds of the Green Moon City cultivators were greatly weakened. Lu Qianhuan didn't care about the price he might have to pay, he just wanted to avenge the chubby man who grew up with him. Every single one of Green Moon City's elders and patriarchs willingly bowed to Lu Qianhuan. The cultivation mismatch eliminated their will, the slim chance they had to retaliate. After making sure everyone was quiet and obedient, the skinny elder started his speech. As you might have heard, the Lus are not in good terms with the Yi family at the moment. I know Yi Wei is protected by the Runemaster Union, that's why I don't wish to harm him, I just need him captured. The patriarchs were looking at each other, confused. They all wondered if Lu Qianhuan had gone insane. Please, keep in mind that he did commit murder.
Lu Qianhuan could sense the tension, tried his best to cover his rage.
My brother deserves justice as much as Yi Wei deserves protection. If you don't cooperate, I will make sure all of you get punished for conspiring together with the Yes, Lu Qianhuan said slowly, staring at Gu Cheng and Xiao Qingyun. The city lord and the principal then shared a look. Subconsciously, they both understood it was better to agree than to retaliate.
So be it.
People. You heard what Elder Lu said. Xiao Qingyun pretended he was still mind-controlled by the elder, turned to the martial family's leaders. Seeing that the principal and the city lord had softened up, Lu Qianhuan grunted scornfully. The Lu family respects and appreciates, we will reward him or her who locates Yi Wei with 10 million silver, 3 4-star mist-grade mystic arms and 10 mist-grade scrolls. The news of Master Yi's returned prime warrior friend had already spread amongst the martial families before Lu Qianhuan called for the meeting. Although nearly all the guests were mesmerized, they could feel that something was not right, that the orders they heard were not beneficial to them in any way.
3 days, that's how long you have. If Yi Wei isn't delivered here by then, I cannot guarantee your safety. Lu Qianhuan chuckled, I've heard reports of demons and wild beasts sighting around the area, maybe they will decide to raid the city, who knows? Gu Cheng and Xiao Qingyun knew exactly what the elder was implying, they widened their eyes, silently protesting against the ludicrous ultimatum. The two strongest men in Green Moon City wanted to unite the people in the square to stand up against tyranny, but had no way of doing so. A belt of light in the sky and a shrill sound snapped the guests out of confusion, a small dark figure blinked within the bright arc. Lu Qianhuan, don't waste your time terrorizing my hometown, I am right here.
The young runemaster appeared in the air, in the center of the square.
What are you going to do?
You. Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up, his smile turned sinister, you are not on the guest list but I am glad to see you. The elder's bloodthirsty gaze landed on Yi Wei like darks.
Take him down. Lu Qianhuan grunted.
18 of the Lu's 10-star condensed prime warriors and over 50 other weaker condensed prime warriors flew upwards to Yi Wei like a swarm of locusts. Why would you walk yourself into a dead end to die? Lu Di, the 10-star warrior who previously met the young runemaster, was one of the first Lus to recognize the intruder, his lips curled up to make an evil smile, you are seriously outnumbered.
Surround him. Don't let him escape. He is known to run like a chicken.
The Lus fired their best stances once they were in range, the sky momentarily filled with runes, and sunlight was blocked by the small army. You are a talented kid, but you are seriously stupid to return. Principal looked worryingly at Yi Wei, muttering as he tried to calculate how he could rescue the South Star student. The city lord was also analyzing the situation, he too could not believe Yi Wei would walk into the Lu's crew alone. Xiao Qingyun rooted for the Yes but knew how strong the 3-star returned prime warrior was.
The local patriarchs and their men immediately took cover when the fight broke out. In the chaos, they communicated with each other using voice transmission technique. Arg. I feel bad for the Yez. They could have put the city on the map. The Yez future is heading to its end. I heard the rest of the Lus are at the Yi mansion right now. This must have been a trap all along. They are trying to bait Master Yi's returned Prime Warrior friend out of the house so they can destroy the mansion. Yi Wei is a fool. I can guarantee you, Lu Qianhuan will not turn Yi Wei over the authorities. The Runemaster Union was known to have zero tolerance to whoever threatens or even just harasses protected subjects. The Lus will get into trouble, not the Yez. Does that mean we are witnesses? The locals shivered. They realized if the Lus were going to kill Yi Wei right here, they will also be killed. Although they were jealous and some of them even wanted Yi Wei dead, they'd rather be alive and live in a city where the Yez dominated than to die. Led by a 3-star returned Prime Warrior, the Lus crew was rather confident. They worked as a team, synchronizing their strikes. They trusted their leader and believed in their strength as a collective more than they feared the 16-year-old. Yi Wei stared down at the swarm of the Lus men and their stances. He grunted as he activated the second supernova evolution. His cultivation exploded to 1-star returned prime level. Lu Qianhuan, nice stance, what's its name? The human shield? Yi Wei shouted comedically, riding the light arc, his palm fanned downwards. A chi wave pressed down at the Lus men towards the ground. Bang! The condensed Prime Warrior's stance did not hold up against Yi Wei's simple strike. They exploded in thousands of runes scattered in the sky. Yi Wei used the screen of runes to his advantage. Without any of his opponents noticing, he quickly channeled energy from his blood, empowered Starblink steps and activated Sealnik triple primal sword. The sharp bolts of chi accurately landed on his targets, pinning them down, interrupting any attempt at levitation. Contrary to Lu Qianhuan's expectation, Yi Wei did not hold back. The Lus men were quickly mutilated. None of them could defend themselves even the slightest. The young Runemaster had no fear. With Helian Jieyuan's promise, he was ruthlessly expressing his rage and resentment that had been building up ever since he returned to Green Moon City from the tournament. He turned the number disadvantage around effortlessly, and became the only person levitating in the sky just seconds after the Lus began their attack. The city lord, the principal, and the rest of the guests were shocked to see the battle. The teenager's domination confirmed all the rumors regarding the 16-year-old's capabilities. Subsequently, both Gu Cheng and Xiao Qingyun decided to help Yi Wei escape if so he needed, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. They figured out if Lu Qianhuan's revenge was to succeed, the human race would have lost a rare and powerful asset. You little prick, even if you are protected by the Runemaster Union, my family will make sure you pay a price for what you have done to us. Lu Qianhuan's face turned pale, his veins bulged up as he witnessed his men dropping from the sky one by one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Secret Weapon. Chapter 196, Secret Weapon. You are an idiot. I struggled to find an excuse to kill you. Lu Qianhuan muttered to himself. But now I don't even have to cover up your death. I am just defending myself and you've somehow lost your mind in a random bloodlust. That's how the history books are going to read. The local patriarchs were stunned by the haunting scene of dead bodies falling from the sky. They shook their heads and looked away, impressed by Yi Wei's strength but despised by his bold foolishness. In their minds his chances of living through the day were getting slimmer and slimmer as the 3-star returned Prime Warrior's rage reached its boiling point. Everyone! You are my witnesses. Yi Wei just committed a mass murder. Lu Qianhuan's cold eyes stared up at Yi Wei, his face turned ashen. Even a 7 new rune is not excluded from obeying the law. Thunderbird Seal. Lu Qianhuan rapidly activated his powerful earth stance as he no longer had to play it safe. Squeaks and rumbles echoed within the walls of the city lord's castle while Lu Qianhuan's dense golden chi condensed in the sky. The formless golden energy was then sculpted by the elder's willforce into the shape of a bird of prey. The thunderbird's wings spread and flapped vigorously. Chirp! The bird's call drowned out the screaming crowd. Over 10,000 bolts of lightning bursted out of its eyes as it ascended high up in the air. A storm was brewing at the city lord's castle. The bolts struck simultaneously towards Yi Wei. The 3-star returned Prime Warrior's stance planted an apocalyptic image in the locals' eyes. Lu Qianhuan, I am no longer the one you fought. Yi Wei's figure faded, swayed within the belt of the runic light. None of the bolts managed to connect to Yi Wei. The improved Starblink steps turned him into a phantom. The young Runemaster casually maneuvered left and right, becoming momentarily untouchable. What kind of speed-boosting stance is that? Lu Qianhuan's eyes widened, his pupils dilated. The elder tried his best to follow Yi Wei's movements, but he could not pinpoint where his enemy was. Instead it just made him dizzy. Due to its wide area of effect, the Thunderbird stance had always been Lu Qianhuan's first choice when it came to catching speedy opponents off guard. He felt humiliated by how effortlessly Yue was able to escape from his Earth stance. How could he master an Earth stance in just 2 days? Lu Qianhuan had no memory of ever seeing Yue using a powerful speed boost, therefore his mind froze when he saw Starblink steps. No. I am thinking too much, he must have used a scroll. The elder muttered to himself, trying to convince himself his opponent was not as strong and talented as his analytical observation suggested otherwise. I was careless last time, this time you won't even have a chance to run. Lu Qianhuan screamed, if you do, make sure you don't run back to your family mansion, you will not like what you are going to see. My men are there and they will destroy the place as soon as I send the order. From the tone of Lu Qianhuan's scream, Yue could tell that the elder's desire to kill was growing stronger. The skinny elder was trying to cover his nervousness with rage. He had no way to match Yue's speed, therefore he spat toxic, threatening words. Lu Qianhuan, I know what you are trying to do. I will end you before you can call for help. Yue rolled his eyes and chuckled, his hands turned into a blur, countless runes bursted towards the elder. Third Supernova Evolution. Sealnik Reveal. Powered by the sudden rush of amplified chi, the specialized rune sequence condensed and immediately exploded, turning into a mile-tall spectral Sealnik beast. Take that! Yue finished the last hand seal, giving life to the beast he just created. In less than a second after the beast opened its eyes, it began to charge. Its 3 horns pointed at the elder, growing in length and girth, creating a triangular-shaped vacuum zone in the storm. Lu Qianhuan recognized the stance but could not figure out why it was nearly twice as strong as the last time he saw it. A shadow of concern crossed his face, he could smell death coming from the 3 horn blades. Low-level earth stance, dry lightning. The elder was not quick enough to dodge, he made a quick decision between enduring the numbing recoil of the dry lightning and to die in the hands of his brother's murderer. Now! Yue anticipated Lu Qianhuan's slight hesitation and quickly activated the falling star form. His will force leaked out of his sentient and formed a light clone. Under the young runemaster's control, the clone flew towards the elder with a 2-star returned prime warrior's speed. The light clone had no feelings and senses, it rushed right toward the runic lightning pillar Lu Qianhuan deployed. Bang! The clone's fist reached Lu Qianhuan's stance before the beast's horns did. The speed of its punch was repelling air on its path, making the fist strike even faster. Bang! The flash of light crashed into the lightning pillar, shockwaves spreading quickly from the point of impact. The castle's walls crumbled like biscuits, grand structures were destroyed in the matter of seconds. This is unbelievable! Xiao Qingyun screamed, looked at the debris in shock, too late to worry about evacuating the place. The principal was right by his side, carrying as many injured as he could, trying to escape from the range of the impact. They were focused on saving as many as they could and did not even have time to look up at the fight. The lightning pillar, however, was powered by a 3-star returned prime warrior, it could not be stopped by a mere clone. The fist did not neutralize the elder's stance and Yue's clone dispersed after loosening the rune foundation of dry lightning, buying a little bit of time and space for the beast to charge to the elder. Predictable. Yue mumbled as the 3 green glowing horns connected onto Lu Qianhuan's body. The elder was knocked off balance by his own stance's recoil and had no possibility to react. Pop! 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 The 3 ghostly bolts exploded onto Lu Qianhuan's body, knocking down what's left of the castle on its trail. People that managed to escape were looking at the destruction from behind a screen of dust, trying to keep balance while the ground fell apart. This kid! He is making Lu family's elder struggle. It's not just cultivation level and strength, the stance he used is also extraordinary. The city lord spoke to South Star's principal who stood next to him, behind a runic barrier they just created. Lu Qianhuan was covered in blood, he clumsily climbed out of the ruins, trembling. You little bastard! How dare you! I will tear you apart. Lu Qianhuan's face was scarred and twisted. He channeled his chi and drew runes after runes inside the cloud of blood mist he was surrounded by. The cloud of red expanded, a vast murderous intent could be felt by everyone present. What is he trying to do? Yue's palpitating heart told him that whatever technique Lu Qianhuan was going to use next, it would be extremely dangerous. Principal Gu, I think we need to do something, or the whole city will be history. The city lord said as he tried his best to keep the shield up. Yue is still fighting, have some faith, we can't be both places at the same time. The principal replied, he was certain that if the shield went down, all of the patriarchs would be suffocated. The crimson-colored energy around Lu Qianhuan was infused with specialized runes that he drew, and transformed into the shape of a large lotus. Damn it! Am I too late already? Yue murmured nervously and shot a peerless chi sword at the elder. Clank! The bolt of light was stopped 10 feet away from Lu Qianhuan.
The blood mist acted as a protective layer, its toughness caused the chi sword to shatter.
Lu Qianhuan's hysterical voice, though, broke through the mist.
Imbecile!
You are too weak and stupid to stop me.
You should be glad that I am putting your stupidity to an end together with this tiny pathetic city. That's what you get for disrespecting the Lus. The skinny elder was blood-crazed, his rage that had been building up since brother's death exploded all at once. Yue felt hopeless. He could sense that the terrifying energy came from an alien object inside the elder's body and it was growing at an exponential rate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 197, Demon Lotus. Chapter 197, Demon Lotus. You are right. Somehow you managed to activate that power inside you. However, if there is anyone here who can stop that from happening, it is me.
Yue said while grabbing the iron talisman he had hanging on his waist all this time. The talisman emitted a small round ball of energy which rapidly expanded and became an invisible gravitational field, trapping Lu Qianhuan. The elder's hysterical laughter became muffled then turned completely silent. His body was held in place with his mouth open. Being suddenly frozen by Yue's mysterious technique, he was utterly shocked. The energy inside Lu Qianhuan stopped flowing and the red mist around him quickly dispersed.
Die!
Yue yelled as he fired 36 chi swords all at once, aimed at the elder's chest. Yue used the talisman even knowing that charging it up again would be difficult and time-consuming. However, the fearsome energy he felt in the blood mist made this an easy decision.
Bang! The merged chi swords explosively penetrated the elder's body. Although frozen, Lu Qianhuan could still feel pain, and his face turned pale as the left side of his chest burst open. The asterisk starred.
You have no idea what you've done, Lu Qianhuan thought to himself as the talisman's effects start to fade.
Ha ha ha.
The whole city will now perish because of you, Yue.
Lu Qianhuan screamed as he slowly stood up.
His eyes were dim and lifeless, his ribcage empty.
Yue gasped for air as he witnessed the terrifying sight.
Shivering in fear, he took a few steps back. The young runmaster was completely surprised, while Lu Qianhuan seemed to be at peace, welcomed his death. After his breakthrough to the returned prime level, the elder decided to explore one of the 3 forbidden grounds. The royals had no policies stopping people from entering the 3 areas, but it was known to the dynasty that going to these areas was just asking for death. Regardless, many cultivators were still confident enough to dive into the danger zones in the hopes of finding rare treasures. The Blood Tear Isles were a conglomeration of desert islands scattered within the inland sea, and this elder was one of the few who had managed to survive the savagery of those islands and live to tell his tale. On one of the islands, Lu Qianhuan caught a rare blood parasite. Driven crazy by the excruciating pain, he bore his own heart out hoping to stop the agony. Just when he was about to die from blood loss, a carnivorous demonic lotus took him by surprise and consumed his heart. The blood lotus then settled into the elder's body, using him as a host to harvest his chi.
In return, it incorporated itself into his circulatory system and kept him alive.
Not only did Lu Qianhuan learn to use the demonic energy of the lotus to improve his cultivation speed, he was also inspired by it to create the blood shadow stance. Before his travels, him and his brother had just broke through in a long duo cultivation training session. The Lu brothers were similar in every way, from appearance, cultivation talent, all the way to their temper. But since Lu Qianhuan's return, he had lost weight and his cultivation speed improved drastically. While, on the other hand, his brother remained a 1-star returned prime warrior, he had broken through twice in just 2 years.
The elder's achievement did not go unnoticed by the Lu's council. The commander's position for the Drakehead mission was actually a reward. It was the patriarch's way to show his appreciation and approval. Lu Qianhuan never thought he would be pushed so far, and knowing he was past the point of no return, he decided to use the destructive energy that had been accumulating in the lotus to destroy the young runmaster and the city that ruined his future. With his last breath he injected his remaining chi into the lotus, releasing it from his chest. Is it over?
Yue could no longer feel any signs of life from Lu Qianhuan, but he hesitated to go closer and check as the blood mist was still lingering. The lotus quietly levitated within the mist, and not even Yue could sense its existence. But even so, Yue did not let his guard down. He vigilantly stared at the red cloud expecting something to happen.
Lu Qianhuan is dead.
Principal Gu said, also looking at the red cloud.
He was greatly shocked and standing still.
How is this possible?
The city lord said, doubting his senses.
He could not believe the elder had died just like that.
Lu Qianhuan was a 3-star returned prime warrior.
After coming to their senses, the audience also realized what had just happened, and they looked at Yue in disbelief.
In a city where the top cultivators were not any stronger than the 10-star condensed prime level, the defeat of a 3-star returned prime warrior was something they could never fathom they would see. After a brief moment of shock, they started talking energetically. The times are changing. With a youngster like this, Green Moon City will be ran by the Yes from now on. Interesting. Exactly a century ago the Yes were strong, and even the city lord had to give them face, I heard. Ha, this is karma. Us, Mos, have always kept a good relationship with the Yes. As for the patriarchs that had poor relationship with the Yi family, they shared a devious look. They all wished that the Lus would not take the death of 2 elders and hundreds of their condensed prime warriors lightly, even if seeking revenge would mean angering the royals and the Runemaster Union. Some of them were already thinking about how they should send their quickest men to the state's capital to explain the situation so the Lus would react immediately. As the residual energy from the violent battle began to die down, the patriarchs all turned away, chatting. As the lotus was slowly absorbing the scattered runes in the chi close by, it revealed itself, and Yue was the only person who noticed its presence. What is that? The young runmaster said in his head while frowning and narrowing his eyes. Kid, that is a demonic lotus, the sinister-sounding, black-scale progenitor's hoarse mutter echoed in Yue's mind. And? The progenitor's tone made Yue feel extremely uncomfortable. And? Ha ha ha. You will all be very dead soon. The lotus will explode when it is fully charged, and this one is by no means small. Lu Qianhuan must have fed it well. The progenitor replied, laughing at Yue's bad luck. You don't stand a chance. You are nowhere near strong enough to stop it nor quick enough to outrun it. You will become dust, and I, my friend, will be quite safe inside this scale. Does it mean the explosion will affect the city? A shiver of pure terror traveled down Yue's spine. He could not just stand and watch. He could not just leave his family and the citizen of Green Moon City here to die. The hair on his back rose as he activated Starblink steps and took a courageous step forward in the lotus direction. The young runmaster reached the demonic plant in less than a second and retrieved it with a chain made from chi. He unloaded a vast amount of his amplified energy into the runes he was writing, and turned around, flying away from the city. Ha ha ha. Kid, you should be running away from it, not with it. The progenitor's sadistic laugh sounded in Yue's mind. I guess it doesn't really matter, it's too late. You will die either way and the city will be destroyed. Crack. The lotus suddenly bloomed. The first layer of its 9 petals fell, unleashing a terrifying energy wave. Woo! Yue was just a meter away from the lotus and was immediately swept off his feet by the tsunami-like energy wave. He tasted rustiness in his mouth as he coughed up a mouthful of blood while flying backwards for miles like a stringless kite. Zoom! 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 The lotus slowly began to spin. Its spinning was accelerating in time with the waves it was producing. Within a breath's time, the lotus energy had engulfed the whole city within seconds. What's going on? Gu Chang and Xiao Qingyun tried to activate the shield again, but the red mist's energy was pressuring them so much that their dantians were unable to flow with qi. Arg! The pressure quickly escalated, and the city lord and the principal fell to the ground together with the rest of the citizens, shaking on the floor. No! Yue tried to get closer to the lotus. Gritting his teeth, he ignored his injuries and the pain he was enduring, but despite his effort, he could not move his body more than an inch. Ha ha ha. Just relax. It won't be long now. The progenitor was still laughing maniacally. Be happy, at least you will not die alone. Every living Su in the city felt the impact, thinking it was a foreshock to an earthquake. That was not natural. Master Yi could feel the chi disturbance from the Yes mansion, and looked towards the city lord's castle with a flash of fear in his eyes. Even over 30 miles away from the lotus, Master Yi's breathing was becoming irregular as he was already being affected by it. No, definitely not. The Runemaster's 3-star returned prime warrior friend could also feel it. His chi flow was drastically weakened. The energy waves were growing stronger and stronger, the city was shaking more vigorously as houses and other buildings were beginning to fall apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Greater Transmutation Array. Chapter 198, Greater Transmutation Array. This has to go. Yue, being closest to the lotus, could tell that it was far from over. Light clone. Peerless sword chi. The young runmaster refused to be a victim and let the city's population of over 1 million perish because of a madman's pride. With complete focus and determination, Yue ignored his body's limits and channeled all of his remaining energy. With the chi sword as a drill and his clone as protection, he recklessly penetrated through wave after wave of radiating energy, towards the lotus. Kid, just give up. All is already lost. The explosion will wipe everything out, and a radius wider than 500 miles will be flat ground in moments. The progenitor laughed, seemingly looking forward to the disaster. Yue ignored every word he heard and kept his eyes focused on the blooming lotus. Are you stupid? You might even be able to survive if you used your speed to run in the opposite direction. The progenitor genuinely could not understand the young runemaster's actions. Shut up. Yue squeezed the words out of his bleeding lips. Even with his chi sword and his clone negating the impact, his skin was cracking and tearing. Just seconds of trying to push himself though the energy waves covered him in blood. Not here. Not here. Not her. Yue's mumbles became more and more inaudible. All he could feel was pain. His will was what kept him going, although his body was telling him it couldn't continue. Chook. The fierce energy waves were denser close to Lotus, and this caused his chi sword to break apart, melted and turned into a paste texture. Yue was now only 10 feet away, but every inch forward was the greatest struggle he had ever faced. Maybe, just maybe I will be able to suppress the Lotus with the Mystic Mount's power in my sentient, Yue thought to himself, as he watched his clone crumble. 3 feet. Yue's body was now under more than twice the pressure without the clone relieving the energy waves. Yue's skin was burning and his muscles were tearing, even strengthened by the supernova runes his bones were beginning to crack. While his body was becoming weaker and falling apart, his gaze became sharper. His supreme blood was activated by the pressure and heat. The Lotus energy was destroying his body while his blood repaired it at a rapid rate. The repeated destruction and rebuilding was the most pain Yue had ever felt. The slicing and destruction had numbed his senses, and he could not feel his body at points. However, his body was becoming stronger from the process. Arg! With his inherited power, Yue screamed and slowly overcame the distance between himself and the Lotus. At the Drakehead, Helian Jiyuan opened his eyes, disturbed. He stood up and lifted his hand, pointing his palm at Green Moon City. This reading is off the charts. How could a God's prime level demon even get into the city without anyone noticing? Helian Jiyuan's twisted facial expression showed his panic. How dare they ignore the holy treaty? The royal's figure turned into a blur, disappearing swiftly and quietly. Like all powerful cultivators, the royal family's grand elder was extremely prideful. He very seldom got himself involved in disputes between parties he thought was below him. Helian Jiyuan was almost insulted by the outburst that disturbed his training. Yue's shaky right hand was no longer covered by skin, but that did not stop him from reaching and attempting to grab the Lotus. TZSS. The scalded muscles on his fingers was peeling off by the time he touched the demonic plant, and all 5 of his fingers were just bones. Arg! The remaining muscles on Yue's face twitched involuntarily as he used his will force to clench his fingers onto the Lotus. The moment he gripped it, he became light, able to use some of the Lotus energy. With the extra energy, he sped upwards while trying to crush the flower with his will force and chi. This is it, Yue said while above several layers of clouds. He could feel the pulsating Lotus energy had stopped intensifying. Even with supreme blood in his veins repairing at an outrageous speed, Yue was running out of chi and will force. But not knowing exactly how strong the explosion was going to be, he decided to just keep flying upwards for as long as he had the energy to. Tada. The demonic Lotus vigorously rattled against Yue's fleshless hands, emitting a red glowing energy. Is it trendy these days to be so reckless? Doesn't school teach kids to value their lives anymore? Just as the energy started expanding, a spatial tear opened in the sky and a white-bearded man suddenly appeared next to Yue. It's you, Yue was relieved to see Helian Jiyuan. As he was already past his body's limit, and seeing that help had arrived, he passed out from fatigue. This kid was ready to sacrifice his life for the city. This level of selflessness is even more impressive than his talent for cultivation. It seems I have indeed kept my eyes on the right person. The bearded royal quickly caught Yue. With admiration, he gleefully looked at the unconscious youngster in his arm. Before this incident, the Grand Elder saw the talent in Yue and recruited the young runemaster because of his respect for the Glacial Emperor. Now though, he truly appreciated Yue's temperament and spirit, he knew he would be a future powerhouse. Bang! The demonic Lotus unleashed its destructive power, but the explosion had been confined and stayed the same size, held and contained by Helian Jiyuan's chi. Zoom! The aura around the Royal Grand Elder glowed rose golden as he put his specialized runes into it, transforming it into one rune-thick screen. Of course it's a demonic Lotus. What was I thinking? The demons wouldn't achieve anything if they started a war here. Helian Jiayuan untightened his frown and swiped his arms, wrapping Yue in a golden runic weave. Greater Transmutation Array. With just a few hand seals, the Grand Elder channeled the primal energy around him, turning nature's power into his own. It perfectly melded with his runes and the energy shined and flowed like molten glass. Using less than 1/100th of a second, Helian Jiayuan fluidly made 9 more hand seals. The energy around him stretched into a long, thin thread and knitted itself into a complex array. The array blasted open a dark rift in the sky. Bang! The noise was not proportioned to the miniature explosion. The crack swallowed the energy of the lotus. The crack then spat out a cube of light, and contained inside was the lotus. With only 2 seconds, the Grand Elder took control of the whole situation. Helian Jiayuan levitated peacefully above the clouds while looking at the lotus and thought to himself. If it were a full bloom, even I wouldn't be able to control it. The Prime Dragon Ridge technically belongs to the Yes. I should pay them back somehow. The Grand Elder muttered, looking at the runic weave with a smile on his face. This kid is a Yi and the Glacial Emperor's inheritor. He has great temperament too. The lotus goes to you then. And we are even. Helian Jiayuan shook his head, and managed to fight his urges to claim this rare plant as his own. He flicked his finger, and the lotus immediately melted into Yue's shoulder. How did you not die from this? The Grand Elder finally had the time to take a closer look at Yue's injuries, and he frowned while sighing. After flicking his sleeves, the old and the youngster disappeared. The news of Yue's stand against the Lus, and his victory over Lu Qianhuan, spread across the city within the day. 2 days after that devastating battle, the whole state was aware of what happened at Green Moon City. Martial families within the state were concerned, and all showed interest in how the Lus reacted to the Elder's death. Even the Green Army and the Runemaster Union were paying attention to this new development. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Lu. Chapter 199, Lu. At the Rockblade Mountains just outside Zhoutian Sword School, Jinshin sat cultivating on one of the sword-shaped peaks. His chi was saturating under the clouds in the shape of swords, gliding around like eagles. Jinshin opened his eyes when a pigeon called. He opened his hand as the bird released the small scroll it carried. He widened his eyes after reading the text, clenched onto and crumbled the paper. For the past 3 months I have been training day and night just to improve my sword techniques and refine my Blood Moon assassination sword, but I guess that does not give me the right to fight you again. Jinshan's sword chi accelerated as he became more emotional. I will catch up with you. The next time when I have the chance to challenge you I will be the victor. His competitiveness and thirst for power became his drive. Jinshan decided that Yue was his worthy rival. The stronger his rival became, the more motivated he was. Apart from the low profile, Lin's the other 2 royal families were recruiting youngsters to become a part of their forces. Jinshan had been famous and watched by many powerful people since he became a God 7. He had recently been recruited by the Hellions, but since he cared more about the art of sword than anything else, he didn't bother replying. If I continue to stay in my own head, I will never overtake Yue. The 15-year-old closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I shall take the offer. Within the 36 outskirt cities region, Yue's previous opponents at the tournament were all shocked to hear the news. Most of them were the strongest cultivator from their own cities. They could not believe that it only took 3 months of cultivating for Yue, who had the strength of a 10-star condensed prime warrior, to become strong enough to defeat a 3-star returned prime warrior. After seeing Yue defeating Chisho from Polaris, Shurhundian from Trisolar and single-handedly tamed Galaxy Academy's lineup, a lot of the cultivators and citizens from the region were excited about the rising star. When they heard the news, they were proud and ecstatic, believing that Yue would soon rise to become God's prime warrior. As Yue was now a cultivator comparable to the city lord of Ning City, the region's leader, the Green Army had now decided to not only see Yue as a talent, but also a potential threat. To the officials and established powers within the region, the speed Yue was growing seemed unnatural. It unavoidably raised concerns and disturbed the balance of powers. The families closer to the army and the Runemaster Union had clearly gained popularity among the influentials. At Ning City, the city lord was discussing recent affairs with his strategists. Inevitably the topic of Yue came up. I like that kid. Back at the tournament he was fighting like a peak 10-star condensed prime warrior. That was only 3 months ago. I don't think he will do anything against me. I saved his life in the end. City Lord Chen Yuan expressed casually, feeling slightly nostalgic about the tournament. But, sir, the man he killed is a 3-star returned prime warrior who had spent time cultivating in one of the forbidden areas and survived. The city lord's deputy was not as trusting as he didn't fight alongside Yue. If I say it's fine, then it is.
Rumors had it that he did what he had to, for his family and his city. If we should read anything out of the information we gathered, Yue should be a trustworthy ally, not the opposite. The city lord explained to his man in a relaxed tone. The Lus, on the other hand, we may have to keep an eye on, but. Are you sure, sir? This kid will most probably become a god's prime warrior or even a supreme. If we ever have a chance to deal with him, it will be now, when from what we've gathered, he is still injured. Yes, I am sure. Keep the Yes close, help them if they need it. Chen Yuan replied sincerely. I'd rather him become a supreme than any other youngsters I saw fighting in the tournament. Like the region's capital, many martial families had taken the same approach towards the Yes, treating the Yi family like celebrity royalties. The gates of the Yi mansion had become busy again, teeming with gift-bearing messengers. However, the Yes did not have the time for their guests. They were panicking over the missing young runmaster, arranging search groups to cover the city and the surrounding areas. On the edge of the Lus landed Qing State's capital. At the throat of a giant volcano sat a majestic palace. Its white exterior was lit red by the radiating magma. The walls did not stop the heat and the raging flame from the outside. In the middle of the burning hall, a white-haired and bearded old man was sitting with crossed legs, cultivating on top of a large straw cushion. The old man's graceful figure flickered and crackled, periodically fading and materializing. According to rumors, the Lu Patriarch was an 8-star returned prime warrior, but he hadn't fought in public in decades. His actual cultivation was a mystery. Granddad. A stern-faced youngster appeared in thin air before the palace's gate. A blurry white glare coated his body, and his white robe, insulating the lethal heat. Lu Fan was the most talented young cultivator that had been born into the Lu family in the recent centuries. At the age of 22, his 5-star returned prime-level cultivation placed him amongst the dynasty's elites. After the Green Moon City incidents, the Lu elders held different opinions as of how they should react. While some insisted they should retaliate, some of them would like the family to officially apologize to the Yes, the Green Army and the Runmaster Union. Without an unanimous decision, the board had no choice but bring the matter to their leader, and Lu Fan was the only person the Lu Patriarch would see in person. Hey, come on in. The old man's gentle but sturdy voice echoed the hall. The gate slowly swung open automatically. He opened his eyes, seemed happy to see his grandson. What's the matter? Elder Qian, 150 of our condensed prime warriors were killed in Green Moon City by a kid called Yue. The council could not agree on how the family should react, and here I am, asking for your opinion. Lu Fan respectfully looked towards the center of the burning hall. Who is this Yue then? The elder's voice was unemotional, but his eyes lit up. Feeling offended but excited, the empire he built have not been challenged since more than decades ago. Yue, from the Green Moon City's Yes. Best young cultivator of the God 7, one of the 7 new runes. As you can already guess, he has the power to defeat a 3-star returned prime warrior. Lu Fan spoke slowly to make sure the Patriarch got every bit of the information. Okay, that sounds interesting. The Lu Patriarch muttered, seemed to be impressed, moved. So in terms of talent, he is not worse than you. I get the picture now. That would be the case. From what we can gather, the kid was just a condensed prime warrior less than 3 months ago. Lu Fan took a deep breath and continued, and that's the reason we believe that he learned the Drakehead's location. The Drakehead? The Patriarch rose his brows. And also, a cyan-colored flame appeared. The fire transformed into the shape of a humanoid in front of Lu Fan. I have just mastered this, but... Cyan clone. The Patriarch appeared not to be interested, just nodded and vaguely smiled. Not bad considering you were just 22. You might even be able to hold your ground in the ring against the head elder. Speaking of whom, is he still at 6-star returned prime level? Yeah, Granddad. Lu Fan nodded, his fire clone shrank and returned into his body. He looked at the Patriarch with an intense gaze and continued, do you think I should take care of Yue myself then? He sounds like a dangerous character if I am honest. The smile on the Patriarch's face vanished and his tone became harsh and cold. It's a shame he was not born into a powerful family. The Lu Patriarch shook his head as he made the decision. I will send someone else to do the job. We can't tolerate this kind of disrespect as much as we can't put you at risk. This can get complicated. Are you sure? He is one of the 7 new runes. Lu Fan tried as hard as he could to sound calm. I am guessing you have already thought about how to deal with the Union then? The 7 is just a silly title and the Qing State Union is just a shell. It has no real authority. The Patriarch grunted and answered. We are not amateurs, we will not leave traces that leads the kill to us. Okay, I understand. Lu Fan nodded and backed to the exit. Just as he was about to leave, a flowing purple sigil appeared in the hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Heritage.
Chapter 200 Heritage. The sigil glowed in a noble shade of lilac. Helions. The patriarch furiously leaped forth from his seat and grabbed it as it twinkled. His hand clenched into a fist and crushed the sigil into pieces. The message it carried was directly injected into his sentient. The rage he felt twisted his face and bulged up the veins on his arms. Little fan, tell the council not to touch the Yi family. There will be consequence if just one hair on Yue's head is missing. Anyone who does anything to the Yes will be executed. The old man's long white brows arched up, his voice had a sizzling undertone. Lu Fan's was shocked to hear the harsh, contradicting order, looking at the patriarch in frustration. Your wish is our command. The youngster nodded reluctantly, dared not reason with the enraged old man. You should think about training in the field from now on. You should be able to handle most missions we have available now that you mastered the fire clone technique. The patriarch flicked his finger and shot a golden firebolt at Lu Fan's forehead. Pay the Huyans a visit, bring them all the information we have on the Drakehead. Show them the mark on your forehead and they will know I sent you out. Understood. Lu Fan touched his forehead and bowed respectfully. He was doubtful about the decision but he didn't show it. He bowed again as he walked out of the gate. Hellion. The Lus can't touch you but we know people who can. The patriarch murmured as soon as he was alone again, we will be blameless if the Huyan gets rid of Yue. The elder chuckled grievously, drowning in vengeful thoughts. Yue was lying unconscious in the center of the underwater palace at the Drakehead. His eyes were shut, his organs, bones, muscles and skin were heavily damaged, destroyed in the explosion. If it wasn't for the supreme blood in his veins, he would have died together with Lu Qianhuan. You dumb little kid, didn't they teach you to think before you act? You could have notified me. Lu Qianhuan was just a 3-star returned prime warrior, I could have dealt with him even before he pulls off the suicidal move. The Hellion Grand Elder shook his head while looking at Yue. The corrosive energy of the lotus would have killed most ordinary folks, and it was still lingering on Yue even it had been days since the explosion. He is lucky to be a Yi. His blood is continuously healing him. Hellion Jieyuan kept his hands on Yue's back, supporting the young runemaster's vitals with his own qi. Just a bit longer. His blood should neutralize the residue toxicity. Hellion Jieyuan had no way to counter the lotus energy, the only thing he could do was supporting. He is going to gain more than he lost. Hellion Jieyuan could visualize the qi flow in Yue's body, could clearly see that the youngster's qi was compressing, that the qi flow was strengthening the youngster's body as it was being repaired. Without the lotus stimulation his blood will not even be activated. When he eventually wakes up, he will be a lot stronger, the royal sighed and muttered. Just 16 but already an 8-star condensed prime warrior, 2-star returned prime level clone and he has supreme blood in his veins. He is also sitting on the Glacial Emperor's knowledge and treasures. I wonder what I would have become if I was as lucky as he is. Ha ha ha. Hellion Jieyuan was feeling slightly jealous but understood Yue's rise will be for the greater good. The healing power of the supreme blood continuously worked against the lotus toxicity, the runes in Yue's blood were slowly catching up with the rate his body was decaying. Although Yue was not practicing a body strengthening stance, his physical form was enhanced by abnormally rapid healing process, his body strength was now comparable to even the strongest opponents he fought. In the Grand Elder's eyes, it was only the matter of time before Yue reached his own cultivation level. I've wasted enough time. Hellion Jieyuan thought to himself as he sat himself down and focused on his own body. Supreme Yu Palace was the Drakehead's core, being in the sacred halls meant that Yue's qi flow was sped up more than 100 times its normal speed. However, the source of the freezing energy that could turn even Yue to a piece of solid ice if it was not for Hellion Jieyuan's aid. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Yue finally woke up after the lotus toxicity was completely digested by the power in his blood. My body, Yue gently clenched his fist, the energetic strength woke him up. What happened to me? He exclaimed in disbelief. Not only was he prepared to die for the city, he was certain that his life actually ended when he lost consciousness. Yue froze in confusion, his mind was absolutely blank. Kid, are you awake or still dreaming? Hellion Jieyuan stood up and walked towards Yue with a smile on his face. That's it. It was you. The Royal Grand Elder was the missing centerpiece of Yue's memory. The young runemaster had a sudden moment of clarity. You appeared out of nowhere right before the explosion. Yue looked gratefully at Hellion Jieyuan and thought, you saved my life, healed my injuries and strengthened my body. I owe you too much. Yue went on his knees and thankfully nodded. I will dedicate my life to the Helions. If you need me to do anything just let me know and I will get it done or die trying. Kid, you can take that back for now. I stopped the lotus exploding, but I did not stop the lotus from killing you. Helian Jun said laughingly. Don't just thank me for you being alive. You lived and your body strengthened to 1-star returned prime level because of the supreme blood in you. The royal wore a cryptic smile on his face, amused by how confused and clueless Yue actually was. Supreme blood? Yue did not get much out of Helian Jiyuan's vague words, he therefore closed his eyes, channeled his will force to investigate his body's state. The young runemaster could feel the small, powerful portion of his blood was resting in his sentient, and that quite a large sum of runes were detaching from the pool of golden fluid. The runes Yue could feel were separated from the supreme blood during the healing process, after absorbing the toxins. I have always suspected there is a stance somewhere in those 10,000 runes in that little pool of blood. Yue closed his eyes and felt the connection between the loose runes. I can already see how my theory can be true. Supreme Yi Yu must have left the runes in his blood so the Yes could someday rediscover it. The young runemaster felt euphoric, like a child who figured out how to run for the first time in his life. It can't be just any stance if it's hidden so well. That doesn't make me any less grateful. I would have been killed if you didn't intervene. Yue looked at Helian Jiyuan right in the eyes and said. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, greatly appreciated Yue's humbleness and modesty at such young age. Sir, I can feel a powerful stance in my blood. Would you mind watching over me in case my chi flow gets out of control? Of course. Helian Jiyuan nodded and sat down to cultivate, filling the room with his will force so he could monitor Yue while focused on his own training. Yue also crossed his legs and sat down to study the runes further. This is a spectacular body enhancement stance. The young runemaster's will force was soon able to rearrange the runes in his blood into a more refined structure. To become a sage, one must transcend their life energy to a higher level through a heaven stance they created. The failure of the supreme transcendence will cause the cultivator's soul to slowly disintegrate in the course of 10 years. The Eternal Star was a sky stance created by Supreme Yi Yu for the transcendence. After the failure, he spent the rest of his life to infuse the runes of the stance to his eldest son's blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 201, Eternal Star. Chapter 201, Eternal Star. Most cultivators that failed their supreme transcendence were not able to deal with the pressure of their impending death. Even the kindest supremes had been recorded to go on illogical sprees, killing anyone they see. As for Yi Yu, he did not become violent under the pressure after his failed attempt. Instead, he disappeared from the public and later even from his family. He left the mansion with all his belongings, leaving them to deal with everything. This indirectly caused the decline of the Yes. Nobody knew where Supreme Yi Yu went and, sadly, nobody had a chance to record the stance he created for his ascendance. The Eternal Star had been hidden in plain view throughout the centuries without anyone figuring out its structure or function. Although the stance was inevitably mentioned in the family's history books, the passages were brief and undescriptive. The sky stance had been relentlessly refined by the Supreme before his ascendance. It wasn't yet a heaven stance, but it was only a few compressions away. If the Supreme had the time and will to develop the Eternal Star, it would certainly have become a heaven stance. This is astoundingly close to being absolutely flawless. Yue's chest was pounding as his breathing quickened, becoming irregular. Yue widened his eyes in surprise as the runes in his sentient rearranged themselves and composed a message. The stages are as follows: Return Star, Divine Star, Supreme Star, and Last Sage Star. The young runemaster was amused but focused as he analyzed the complex sequence. He even thought it this far through. If I learned this, I would be able to beat anyone on my level. After digesting the large amount of information, Yue could better appreciate the intricacy of the stance. No, actually not even a 10-star returned prime warrior would be unable to do anything to me when I master this technique. The Eternal Star stance is about energy transformations, dissipating the opponent's strikes, and converting this energy to power my body. The harder I get hit, the faster my chi will flow, and the more my body will be strengthened by this stance. These 12 complex patterns make up the first stage. If I can interpret them and use them as a stance, Yue thought to himself as he tried to categorize the sea of images in his head. He decided to just memorize a small portion. He was in no hurry as the entire stance was stored in his blood. This should keep me occupied for a while. Yue opened his eyes with a smile on his face, energized and motivated. My body has already been strengthened to a 1-star returned prime warrior's level by my supreme blood. Just how strong will I be when I figure out the moves on these 12 patterns? It is quite strange having stronger defense on my exterior than interior. Yue thought while he opened and closed his hand, looking at the muscles in his forearm contract. I feel like a savage demon, or a dumb wild beast, but... Enough pointless thoughts. Yue changed his attention and dived right back in his mind, carefully studying each of the runes in the 12 patterns. After going through all of them once, the young runemaster frowned in frustration and muttered to himself. Yue had identified 4 key difficulties in the return star stage. I guess it wouldn't be a good stance if it were easy to learn. The first difficulty involved being able to sense and channel the energy of the stars. Supreme Yu had learned to harvest the energy of a specific constellation above the zenith continent while creating the stance. Without the star's energy, the patterns in his head was redundant as there were no other means of power to activate the special runes. Unlike primal energy that fills the sky and earth, the energy of the stars was light years away through space, gravitational fields, and planets. Even powerful cultivators had no way of sensing the star's energy without the blood of a supreme. I should be able to make this work. Yue checked the runic patterns in his head a few more times. After studying them for a while, he had memorized the tiniest details. The young runemaster closed his eyes and made a simple hand seal in front of his chest. It was ancient and interpreted from the rune patterns in his head. His will force became a thin thread reaching up into the dark and empty space. With his cultivation, Yue's will force could currently reach over 30 miles, but it was minuscule compared to the distance between him and the stars. The ancient hand seal created a protective layer around the energy he emitted, thus strengthening it. 30 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 150 miles. Yue's will force reach had expanded multiplied time over his limit within seconds. He swapped hand seal as the thread reached its maximum length. His energy oscillated in space and began to detect the stars. 10 hours passed without a trace of starlight. Yue opened his eyes in the middle of the underwater palace and his depression was obvious on his bitter face. I felt nothing at all. He thought to himself, frustrated as half a day of struggling turned out to be pointless. I am pretty sure my will force reached space. How was 300 miles not far enough? Yue held his frown as he kept wondering what went wrong. Even with the hand seal, Yue's will force did not reach more than 200 miles. In the history of the Yes, Supreme Yu was the last person in the family recorded to be able to sense the power of the stars. Although will force that could reach 150 miles was quite a feat, it was not sufficient for the purpose of harvesting the power hidden in the stars. I can't believe this. Yue's determination was hard as steel. He clenched his fist hard enough that his knuckles cracked. I can do better, much better. I will have strength as great as any returned prime cultivator if I somehow figure this out. Yue tried again to extend his will force, but with no success. He became even more tired and frustrated. Maybe I am just too weak. His face was slightly pale when he decided to take a short break to review what could have caused his failures. But my will force is much stronger than what is it supposed to be compared to my 8-star level. Wait. The quickest way to empower my will force is my supernova stance. It's so obvious. Why am I so stupid? Yue mumbled to himself. If only I thought about this earlier, then I wouldn't have been stuck for so many hours. The basics of falling star form was the only thing the Supreme left the family. Yue had no way of knowing how the eternal star stance worked. I just have to try. Third supernova evolution. Yue's cultivation was amplified in just moments, reaching returned prime level. The strand of his will force kept extending, traveling deeper into the darkness. Over 1,000 miles away from the ground, Yue's will force could now pick a faint, mystical energy. That is underwhelming. Although Yue could now feel the energy, he was yet to be capable of absorbing and using the star's power due to his low cultivation level. Cultivating it is, and I am at the best place for it. Yue thought to himself, realized how lucky he was. I should be able to break through soon. The young runmaster sat down and started using the falling star form, getting the advantage of the supernova stance while it was still active. Bang! The underpalace shook as surges of primal energy rushed towards Yue from the water, the sky, and the earth. He was absorbing them almost 100 times quicker than usual. Like a giant magnet, the palace was continuously attracting energy. No matter how quick Yue drained, the palace kept up, saturating the area with nature's power. Just a few days later, Yue's Danton developed the Night Crack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Sacred Marks. Chapter 202, Sacred Marks. After entering 9-star condensed prime level, Yue was extremely spirited. He briefly consolidated his cultivation and used the third supernova evolution to see if he could reach the stars. With the ancient hand seal, Yue's will force was able to stretch 5,000 miles against the planet's gravity. Still not enough, Yue frowned, deflated. He could now sense the star's energy better, but his will force was still not strong enough to draw the energy back to him. Here in Supreme U Palace I can absorb primal energy more than 100 times faster than I do outside. I should just keep my head to it. If I keep up my pace, I will be able to power through to 10-star condensed prime level very soon. Yue clenched his fists, rethought his strategies. Try again when you broke though, no stressing Yue. He muttered to himself. Only one minor breakthrough away from having to stand before the returned Prime Gauntlet, Yue was starting to worry about the major breakthrough he will soon have to overcome if he wanted to go further with his cultivation. Minor breakthroughs can be overcome by hard work, but major ones requires cultivators to defend themselves against inner demons, to be able to figure out on their own how they can efficiently and safely route the energy their gain resulted by their Dantian and Sentient upgrade. Yue was focused, put all the frustrations to the side and cultivated. 2 days passed in a flash. The young runemaster sat still and became one with nature. After 20 more days, he was still in the same position. He did not eat or sleep, lived off the energy he consumed. Undisturbed by the outside world, the young runemaster just sat still and cultivated for a whole month. Helian Jiyuan had occasionally been out of the palace to patrol but kept it quiet so Yue could keep focus. Crack! Yue shivered and the whole palace shook. The silver ball in his Dantian was now covered by 10 golden cracks. You are already a 10-star condensed prime warrior. Helian Jiyuan muttered to himself as he sensed the chi disturbance, shocked by the speed of Yue's improvement. I have tried cultivating without any disturbance too, but even then I was not able to push myself that hard. I am cultivating 50 times normal speed here, but the Drakehead was a yes flesh and blood, and this kid is using the Yiyu's formula. The royal looked at Yue and thought. This must be why he is getting more out of this palace. 10. Yue opened his eyes and shouted excitedly, if I still can't channel the star's energy I will just try again when I am a returned prime warrior. The young runemaster was trying his best to remain calm, but behind the calm he was dreading for the major breakthrough. I will get through eventually, but how long am I going to be stuck for? A month? A year? Let's go. Yue exhaled slowly and filled his lungs with fresh air. He activated the third supernova evolution, made the ancient hand seal. The texture of his chi and will force immediately transformed. Zoom! His will force quickly condensed and became thread-shaped, shot upwards to the sky. It can go further. Yue muttered to himself, pointed his bloodshot eyes up at the sky. I have to hold on to it, I can keep pushing. 1,000, 2,000, Yue grounded his teeth, kept channeling his will force despite the dizziness he felt. 6,000, 8,000. The thread of will force stopped stretching at 12,000 miles above ground level, but Yue still could not channel the star's energy. No! This can't be it. Yue's face was pale as a sheet, but his determination kept him going. He ignored his pain and changed hand seal, used his life energy to power his will force. Although bleeding out of his mouth and beginning to faint, the strand of will force still managed to stretch and climb to a staggering 14,000 miles altitude. I am still not strong enough. Yue's will force was weakening, becoming thinner and struggled to hold up in space. Just when he was about to faint, a golden glow filled his sentient. Zoom! Zoom! Dot! The Mystic Mount's ancient energy freshened his body, his fading senses and consciousness awakened from fatigue. Swoosh! Yue's will force was empowered by the golden energy, the strand shook and rapidly stretched longer through space debris. 16,000, 18,000, 20,000 miles. Within a breath's time, Yue's will force was twice as far as it was. It kept reaching outwards to the unknown with no signs of slowing down. The stars! Yue filled the constellation's energy with his sentient, shouted with joy, I am connected. I need to be quenched by the starlight. The young runemaster swapped hand seal to draw the immense energy formed among the stars back at himself. Bang! A large, sparkling pillar of amber light connected Yue to the stars. This is it. Yue stood up in the starlight, smiled in sheer happiness as he pushed himself past the first obstacle of learning the eternal star stance. Now I can start using the star's energy to strengthen my body. From what I can gather, there should be 4 steps in the absorption stage. The will force should be thin as a thread to start with, then a pillar, next level would be thick as a river, and in time I should be able to draw energy from the stars as much and as fast as I wish. Yue thought to himself, surprised that he was on the second step with the help of the Mystic Mount presence in his sentient. Surrounded by starlight, the first runic pattern in the Yue's mind began to move, his hands were moving voluntarily, making a new hand seal. Once the hand seal was made, the cells in his body began to engulf the energy. His skin, bones, muscles and his organs hardened. What stance is the kid learning? The energy disturbance he is causing is ridiculous. It's almost as strong as cosmic energy. Helian Jiyuan stopped cultivating, opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar sight, a pillar of starlight. Yue's body shook as the surge of energy entered him, a layer of icy crystals was forming on his surface of his body. The starlight was quickly absorbed by Yue's body. The first runic pattern melted into his blood, disappeared as the light faded. Crack! Yue casually clenched his fist, caused a small chi explosion under the water. A muffled shrill sound filled the palace as he tensed his muscles. My body strength is comparable to a 3-star returned prime warrior. Yue slowly relaxed his grip, satisfied by the immediate result. How did you do that? You have only been here for a month and your body strength tripled. Was the stance you practiced given to you by your family? Helian Jeyuan, the knowledgeable royal, was surprised and curious. Eternal star. Yue answered with a smile on his face. Are you sure? I thought that stance was lost in time. The royal lost his voice. It's one of the strongest sky stance of all time. You have heard that name before? The youngster was interested, wanted to learn more about the stance. Of course, it is a famous stance in a certain group of cultivators who studied the history books. Helian Jeyuan chuckled and spoke. About 1,000 years ago, mankind was going through a difficult time. The continents were scorched by a horde made up of a few billion demons. Supreme Yue single-handedly fought and defeated 6 demon emperors, after which he chased the leading progenitors all the way back to the abyss where they came from. The royal played with his beard as he told the story. Supreme Yue was recognized as the strongest cultivator since the sages. After that battle, he gained schools of disciples too. Although he disappeared after failing his supreme transcendence, his influence lived on. Helian Jeyuan took a deep breath and continued. For hundreds of years after his disappearance, demons were actually too scared to cross over to our side of the land. What? 6 demon emperors and a progenitor? Yue gasped and said. Will I ever be at that level? Ha, you are the inheritor of the eternal star stance. You should prepare yourself to fight demons and beast. The royal grand elder patted Yue's shoulder and said in an encouraging tone. Yes, sir. I am a Yi and I will live up to my family name. Yue nodded, said sincerely. You can start training soon. There are 3-star returned prime level demons and beasts around the area. I can catch one for you when you are ready for it, said the grand elder in a joking tone. My cultivation is nothing comparing to Supreme Yi and yourself. Please don't make fun of me. Yue blushed and muttered. I have cultivating for 300 years, and Supreme Yi had been doing the same. Don't you dare compare yourself to us. The grand elder squinted his eyes and said. The young runmaster realized he just spoke nonsense and tried to change the subject. Sir, you have been cultivating here for a while. Have you ever seen the sacred mark? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, The 10th Mark. Chapter 203, The 10th Mark. Of course I have seen the mark, I am not blind. Are you sure you want to know where they are? There are demons and beasts waiting for the marks to surface. Helian Jeyuan said. Although powers strong as the 3 royal families could benefit from the Supreme Dragon Ridge's treasures, the Grand Elder cared more about cultivation than any treasure. Helian Jeyuan would not even have left the Drakehead if he was not intrigued by Yue's unique chi presence, an energy signature that reminded him of the Glacial Emperor. The demons and beasts had known about the Drakehead for centuries. The Grand Elder's presence was the reason why they lived in the North Barren Mountains and stayed deep in the valleys, away from the Bay Area. Their fear and respect was the only thing that kept Green Moon City peaceful. Yeah, and the Huyans are here too, and I don't think any of them would just leave without getting a sacred mark or two. The city will never be safe for now. Yue sighed and said, wishing the Grand Elder would intervene but also realized it was less than likely. Do you have any idea when the marks will be released by the Drakehead? 2 months, but that's just a guess. It all depends on how much we use this place, and you cultivating here is not making it any easier to predict. Helian Jeyuan laughed and replied. The demons and the beasts are too close to Green Moon City right now, Yue thought to himself. He wished to leave for the Hulyans, to train while seeing the world but couldn't stop worrying about his home. The marks are in here, and I am capable of speeding the process up then breaking the disc open. Helian Jeyuan smiled, seemed to able to read Yue's mind. He pointed at the jade disc in the center of the hall. It stood 20 feet tall, completely black from top to bottom. If we crack the disc open right now, we will be able to acquire 1 or 2 marks. If they are busy fighting for the treasures in the mountains, they will away from the Bay Area and the city. Yue quickly thought of an outlandish solution, walked towards the jade disc and channeled his strength. He struck the jade disc with a 3-star returned prime warrior's power. Puff! A muffled noise sounded. The jade disc was not even scratched, remained perfectly intact. Sir, how can I break the seal on the disc? Yue tried to follow the waving energy flow underneath the jade artifact's polished surface, but failed to work anything out.
If you are going to use brute force, you will need the strength of a 7-star returned prime warrior to crack the disc.
Helian Jun spoke smilingly.
Or you can learn to use the power in your blood.
Try, condense the energy to your fingertip.
The Grand Elder instructed, decided to make a tuition out of the situation.
Close your eyes and feel the warmth in your blood.
Technically, the Dragon Ridge's treasures belongs to the Yez, but I guess Supreme Yi you did not just want to hand it to you.
The amount of treasure will just turn the Yez into other families' target.
Helian Jun kept talking while Yi Wei channeled his blood's power. That's why he left the freezing barrier in the pond, it's a good gating system. Yi Wei thought about the Grand Elder's words, quietly agreed. We haven't gotten any of the treasures yet and the Lu's already almost wiped us out. You are right, sir, there is no way that Yez and me can defend the sites once the treasures are unearthed.
I'd rather keep the Yez out of it.
If that means letting the beasts and demons fight have the treasures instead, so be it, I'd prefer peace any day at this point. Yi Wei replied, he could now feel a warm pulse in his hand. The treasures are not just gold and silver, he knows it and he is willing to give it away. Helian Jun shook his head and chuckled, admired Yi Wei's naivety.
If I was in your position I would be begging me for help.
The Grand Elder was intrigued by Yi Wei's decision. The Huyan, the demons and the beasts will not leave North Hill Bay for the time being, each of these forces were capable of destroying Green Moon City. If the scared marks are out in the open, these dangerous forces will turn their focus to searching the treasures away from the city.
Yi Wei thought and nodded.
The Dragon Ridge's treasure does belong to the Yez, I will reclaim them from whoever took from us once I became stronger. Like the other Dragon Ridges, the Supreme Yez treasures are spread in 9 different locations, but I can feel 10 marks in the Jade Disc. I am not quite sure what ID the 10th mark for, but it stores more energy than the other 9.
Helian Jun said to Yi Wei, his gaze penetrated the Jade Disc.
Once you've opened the seal on the disc, I will capture a mark or 2 for you, as a token of appreciation.
The Grand Elder calmly said. I will try to catch the odd one. Thank you, sir. Yi Wei bowed to Helian Jun.
He knew that once the seal is opened the 10 marks will fly, then land on random locations far away and that he was not quick or strong enough to stop them. Sir, you are more than welcome to get a couple of marks for the Helians, Yi Wei offered gratefully. Even if you were just doing things according to your own rules, you did save my life. Helian Jun was strong enough to capture multiple marks, and even if a few of them are to fly away from the Drakehead, he will still be able to easily track them down.
Not the demons nor the beast, not even the Huyans would be able to do anything to retaliate.
The universe is a cycle, I've taken advantage of the Yez by cultivating here. I am catching marks and sending you to the Helians for good karma. If I take more from the situation, that would make me a greedy person. Helian Jun's eyes shone a gentle glow, he stroked his long beard and continued.
Karma is a form of limitation. If I want to improve my cultivation now I will have to be one with the universe, rid myself of karma and other limitations, physical and mental. I was born into a royal family, that was an advantage the universe had given me, and I left them to train on my own for the same reason. The Grand Elder sighed and nodded at the confused young runemaster. Kid, when you are at my level, you will understand. Okay. Yi Wei nodded politely but didn't understand a word. I think I am ready.
Yi Wei stared at the jade disc, lifted his finger and nicked the tip with his dagger. Drips of golden blood dropped onto the dark jade, revealing all the runes Supreme Yi you placed in it years ago. The disc shot out 10 bolts of light, the speed they traveled had made them barely visible.
Bang!
The black jade disc shook as layers of protective seals fell apart, the burst of energy tore a dark crack open mid-air. Swoosh! Swoosh!
The marks escaped one by one, slipped into the crack in a flash. No so fast. Just when the 10th mark was flying away, Helian Jun leaped forth.
A vortex of will force formed in his palm, the great force of suction froze the last mark like a hummingbird, levitating, but completely stationary. Swoosh! 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 Dot! All other 9 marks had left the palace while the 10th began to vibrate, shake vigorously like a critter trying to escape a death trap.
Bang! The mark kept rattling and spinning, releasing surges of primal energy at the meantime. A fighting one.
Helian Jun's face changed, his casual smile was slowing disappearing as the mark unanticipatedly grew stronger. The vortex in his palm turned golden and the suction force doubled.
It was only after 2 hours of constant fighting when Helian Jun successfully suppressed the 10th mark.
Drained of energy, the mark quietly laid still in the Grand Elder's hand. When Helian Jun had the time to relax, the other 9 marks were already miles away in different directions.
This is completely different to the other ones, be careful how you use it.
The Grand Elder handed over the 10th mark to Yi Wei. Remember, there is no hurry.
Be safe. Thank you for the advice, sir.
Yi Wei bowed and said in a flat, respectful tone.
I am grateful for the mark, and I will remind myself of your teachings, always. Karma, Yi Wei thought to himself. I will have to pay you and the Hellions back to become stronger. To become a force of my own. Now, what is in here? Yi Wei asked himself as he injected his will force into the mark. His face turned pale as millions of messages rushed into his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Beast Wisdom. Chapter 204, Beast Wisdom. This is ridiculous. The Yes will become the strongest family in the region very soon with these treasures. Images of 9 locations flashed inside Yi Wei's head, followed by the image of a precise runic array design. Yi Wei quickly realized that it was a selective translocation array. Before his death, Supreme Yi Yu had predicted where the 9 treasure spawns were going to be, and placed the arrays to transport the more powerful artifacts from the 9 spawns to the 10th location. A location that was chosen by him, protected by 10 drops of his own blood. Supreme Yi Yu had created a runic vault, Yi Wei thought to himself in shock. The other 9 spots are insignificant if the arrays functioned as intended. Having prepared to give up all the marks left him no hopes for gaining anything but peace for the city, Yi Wei was startled by what he just discovered. How hilarious would it be if they killed each other for the mediocre treasure left by the arrays? Ha! Yi Wei imagined the conflicts outside that was caused by the 9 surfacing sacred marks, chuckled and muttered to himself. With Hellion Jun as a guardian, Yi Wei was not at all worried about the Drakehead location being exposed. The young runmaster must now gain experience and get inspired from the outside world. Staying in the Drakehead would not help him figure out he should transform his cultivation to the returned prime stage. This is great. Once I manage to break through, I will come back to consolidate my cultivation. Yi Wei closed his eyes and planned the near future in his head. I will tell Granddad about the Drakehead when I become strong enough and when the family has control over the treasures and artifacts. After carefully putting the mark away, Yi Wei decided to continue studying the Eternal Star Stance. He wanted to stay close to Green Moon City while the storm and battles for the rights to the sacred marks raged on. I will prepare myself. The young runmaster glanced across the hall and saw Hellion Jun cultivating, went to sit next to Sage-like old man. Both of them were still as statues, the occasional sound of water current crushing was the only sound. The pillar-shaped willforce reached the stars, drew energy from the constellations back down to Yi Wei. Inside a globe of twinkling energy, the young runmaster began to interpret the second runic pattern. While Yi Wei was focused on cultivating at the Supreme Yu Palace, the Skeleton Demon King's army, Quadwing Baron Beast's horde and the Huyan's forces were shedding each other's blood, fighting for the marks. The home to ancient trees and historical rivers was ravaged by the fire of war. Skirmishes between the powerful forces turned woods into desert. Many of the North Barren Mountains' magnificent peaks were flattened to small deserts. Out of the 9 marks, 4 were obtained by the Skeleton Demon King, 2 by the Quadwing Baron Beast and 2 by the Huyans. All 3 forces traced the last mark to a lake 300 miles north of the Bay Area. Bones, you've gotten 4 already, don't you think you are a bit greedy? Get out of the way. Huyan Haoze, the royal family's young 7-star returned prime warrior, was outraged by his inferior's incompetent, which he thought was the reason why he only got his hands on 2 marks. Swoosh! A jade-colored fireblade drew a line in the sky, flew right at the Demon King's right hand where he held the marks. The North Barren Mountains is my territory. Both of you need to show some damn respect. The leader of the beast said as his 4 wings flapped in a quick succession. His body was immediately sped up by the thrust, his 20-feet-long claws were pointed right at the 7-star returned prime warrior. The bloodstains on the beast claws were set aflame by the speed it traveled. The smelly of rusty iron filled the air when the paw struck onto the fireblade. Hundreds of shockwaves were sent outwards from the point of impact. Stop that winged abomination! Huyan Haoze commanded, went on to confront the Skeleton Demon King. 3 of the royal family's elders, who were exchanging blows with other demons and beasts, knocked their opponents back and leaped towards the beast's head. The last mark is ours, you filthy animal! They empowered their bodies with chi, glowing golden, and fell at the beast like comets. On top of a towering peak just a few miles away from the battleground, a sleek-figured girl sat quietly spectating the brawl. She was calmly still, while her cyan dress and violet hair flowed in the pungent wind. Your Highness, are you sure we should leave the mark be? The silver-haired old man energetically darted his eyes around to keep up with the fights, turned, and asked in an urgent pace, slightly nervous. The Dragon Ridge is left by a Yi, so it belongs to the Yes. Lin Zian stood up slowly and said emotionlessly. Her delicate facial features made the battlefield seem more vile than it already was. She did consider retrieving a couple of marks for Yi Wei but realized it will do more harm than good considering the Yi family's current state. The old man reluctantly looked at the mark that was being contested, moaned and asked, if we are not here for the mark, why did you bring us here at all? I just needed some fresh air, my feet led me here. Her lips curled to a natural, bittersweet smile as her memories brought her back to the moment when she first casted her eyes onto the boy that slept through her lecture. Miss, I don't wish to be minding your business, but you will be heading to the rainsec soon. You should cut all ties with people from your past, you are going to be in a different world. He sighed and frowned, understood Lin Zian's sentiment but said what he thought had to be said. I know. She cleared her throat and closed her eyes, her voice clear and sweet as a bell but slightly shaky. Lin Zian knew better than anyone else about her own future, but it only made her realize once she went, she might not be able to see Yi Wei ever again. You told me you wanted to relax outside before you head off, that was 3 years ago. And you have been wandering around since. The old man sighed again. I don't understand why you picked this kid, miss. You've met so many outstanding boys in your life, but you shut them all down. Senior Qin, that's enough. Lin Zian bit her lips and interrupted, I will get going once the brawl is over. So you are not going to say goodbye to him? No, it's fine. Lin Zian shivered and shook her head, decided seeing the end of the battle was enough. Him and his family should be safe when these fights end. A loud laugh from afar caught her attention. Ha 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 ha. Hu Yanhauze, who did you think you were? Your cousin Bai Yan? The Demon King helped tied onto the ninth mark, have you seen how pasty your face is? I haven't even used half of my strength. The skeleton Demon King had the strength of an 8-star returned prime warrior, came from the bloodline of a demon emperor, he completely outclassed the human squad's leader. Don't speak of his name with your filthy mouth. He could have beaten you with just one finger if he was here. Hu Yanhauze was ugly in defeat, extremely displeased to only have gotten 2 out of 9 marks. He enviously gritted his teeth realizing he had no way of competing. This is okay, I can use the loose reports to locate the Drakehead while they go for the treasures, the young 7-star returned prime warrior thought to himself, it will make up for everything, but... For most cultivators, training at the Drakehead speeds up cultivating speed by more than 50 times normal speed, its value was not less than the 9 treasures put together. I will get you another time when my cousin is around. Hu Yanhauze shouted and signaled his men to withdraw. The skeleton Demon King and the Quadwing Baron Beast knew that they could win a fight against the human squad but could never wipe them out completely from the past few days of constant fighting. They began a telepathic talk right in front of the returned prime warriors. Ha! You can go if you want. The skeleton Demon King gazed at the royal squad, his eyes had a sinister glow, his pupils as red as blood. I know they will be searching for the Drakehead, it is useless for me and you, I will destroy it. Humans are annoying as they are, we don't need you to get stronger. The Demon King giggled and spoke to the beast's mind. Him and his silly family has no authority over us, not. Wait, Bones, we don't know where the Drakehead is, how are we supposed to destroy it? The Quadwing Baron Beast moved its colossus head, stirred up a storm as he shrugged. You can send a couple of your dogs to tail these humans. The Demon King muttered to himself, sighed and rolled his eyes. Smart. We will just wait for them to show us the way, huh? The leader of the beast found the idea amusing, giggled, and ran out of breath. This idiot, how did he even grow that big? Did he grow up with man and other beasts dropping dead in front of him? The Demon King frowned, I should have listened to Dad, I'd rather work with humans than beasts if it wasn't for their stupid righteousness and self-justifying attitude. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Quiet Departure. Chapter 205, Quiet Departure. The Demon King tried to blank out his hatred towards the beastkind. I don't have to work with these stupid creatures forever. When we've sabotaged the plans of those humans, I will get rid of them somehow. The beasts were born with thick skin and powerful bodies, thus the demons had always needed them to fight for them on the front lines. Demons were born with superior intelligence and were raised to be devious. The alliance between beast and demon was therefore amongst one of the oldest cross-race partnerships. After the brief verbal treaty between the skeleton Demon King and the Quadwing Baron Beast, the human squads escaped, while a few of the beast leaders' quickest inferiors followed the royal squad and watched their every move. 3 days had passed since Yue began to study the eternal star stance at the Supreme Yu Palace. The pillar of starlight gradually faded away and the underwater current grew weaker. It's been 3 days. They should be done fighting by now, Yue thought to himself, eager to get out of the palace and into the world. He needed diversion from cultivating to get inspired, needed to find an opportunity to unearth Supreme Yu's treasure. He looked to his side to see that Helian Jiyuan was still cultivating. I will be heading off for a while. Take care and thank you. The palace's gate opened as Yue approached. He turned and bowed. The palace was protected by a freezing current created by Supreme Yi, and, although Yue currently had the strength of a 3-star returned prime warrior, his body still could not withstand the cold.
The young runmaster immediately used starblink steps and melted into a belt of runic light. He escaped the 30 feet thick layer of the densest freezing water in less than half a second. The brief exposure was enough to cover Yue's whole body with a sheet of blue ice. Had he hesitated while escaping, his whole body would have turned into a block of ice regardless of his 3-star return prime-level bodily prowess. Splash! The surface of the pond broke open in the shape of a flower, and Yue flew out from the middle. Ha ha! Here it is! Guys! The drakehead is underwater! Yue heard a chant the moment he surfaced. Get him! Huyen Haoze was elevated, his men recklessly rushed towards the direction of his finger. These are Hyans? Yue looked up to confirm his senses. More than 10 of them, and they are all returned prime warriors. The corner of Yue's mouth twitched and moved up to form a smile. He expected the drakehead's location to be discovered sooner or later, and he also knew the exposure would be meaningless as long as Helian Jeyuan was around. I would love to see you try. Yue calmly stood next to the body of water with arms crossed in front of his chest, waiting to watch a show. Bang! A shockwave came from each of the returned prime warriors' direction, all having expanded their presences to pile pressure onto Yue. Kid, is the drakehead at the bottom of this pond? Huyen Haoze's voice boomed, and the pond began rippling. He surfed the wind, looking down at Yue. The vast pressure began stacking onto Yue's upper body. It startled him to a recoil as he backed off a few feet. This must be the royal family's young leader. His strength and power are insane. Yue had gained a lot of confidence since defeating Lu Qianhuan, but he was again humbled by this confrontation. Yes, you are right, the drakehead is in there. Yue said, pointing at the pond. Good. I like it when people cooperate. Huyen Haoze's eyes lit up as he gazed upon the water, while his men smiled excitedly. For a family like the Huyen, the drakehead meant more than the 9 marks altogether. It was easy for the resourceful royal family to set up a base around the area and have their young benefit from the accelerated cultivation speed. Having a whole generation strengthened might even topple the balance between the 3 families in the Huyen's favor. Huyen Haoze, you are as sloppy as you are weak. When the royal squad was already daydreaming about the rewards they will be given for discovering the drakehead, a shrill voice snapped them out of their stupor. The skeleton demon king, quad-winged baron beast, and their followers appeared from behind the dense woods. You two have taken 7 out of 9 marks together, while the Huyen took 2, and you are going to chase us? What for? Your kind can't even use this place. The 7-star returned prime warrior flicked his fingers behind his back, signaling his men to guard the pond and to prepare for a fight. Ha, everyone is here. It's gonna be a good party. Yue looked up, astounded by the gathering of world-shattering powers. During their last encounter, Yue felt like an ant within a pack of elephants, but now he was mentally prepared and physically stronger. He was able to stand his ground, able to feel comfortable spectating from a rather close distance. It's good that Grand Elder Helian is close by, but I think I will be able to get out in one piece even if they decide to turn their aggression to me. Huyen Haoze flew up into the sky to the Demon King's altitude, ready to bargain. Mr. Clean Robe, you can't be more correct about the drakehead. No, us demons can't really use it, nor can the beasts, but together, we are stronger than you. So I am going to make you an offer you can't really refuse. The Demon King wore a creepy smile. The threats made Huyen Haoze furtively sweat. What do you want? The youngster glared at the Demon King, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Huyen Haoze had grown up thinking the beasts and demons were evil and believed the demon's request would not be a reasonable one. Ha ha ha, ready to talk? The skeleton Demon King clapped and laughed, staring at the man's interspatial bag. As you said, the drakehead is worthless to us, but it's worth more than physical treasure to you, especially when your family is already that powerful. Don't be ridiculous. Huyen Haoze's whole body shook. He was even prepared to sacrifice one of his arms. The marks are ours, we fought and won them over fair and square. The sacred marks were not only the keys to great treasure, they were also left behind by a supreme. The prideful Huyen refused to just hand them over to a demon. You are welcome to say no. It won't take much effort for me and Wings here to destroy this place. The Demon King said in a cold tone. You, the 7-star returned prime warrior, was furious, his shoulders shaking so much that it almost looked like he was having spasms. 1 mark, final offer. I planned this mission for weeks. I cannot have you unreasonably demand what I worked so hard for. It's your problem, not mine. You can tell your family, so the next time they send you on a mission, they will give you twice the men. Maybe then I will reason with you. The skeleton Demon King read the situation perfectly and left little space for negotiation. Pfft, easiest hustle in my life. You are pushing it too far.
Hu Yanhao's hysterical gaze intensified.
His chi materialized and oozed out of his body like a mist of smoke, raising the temperature around him as he got angrier.
I hope he fights for it instead of giving up the mark. Yue could sympathize with him, knowing that the Drakehead will never fall into the hands of the Huyan nor be destroyed by the demon.
Wait, they are greedy enough to want my family's treasure and the Drakehead.
What was I thinking? The young runemaster shook his head, deciding to keep a distance from it all.
I am on my own side, my family's side. A duo had tailed the demons and beasts since they left the battlefield, catching the development from afar.
For Sage's sake, whenever there is trouble you have to be in the middle of it all, Lin Zian thought to herself, nibbling on her bottom lip as she watched the confrontation escalate.
Miss, we've seen enough.
We should get going.
Senior Qin urged impatiently, right now, you are not helping him and certainly not helping yourself.
Can't you see he is still in danger?
If I leave right now, I won't be able to help him when he needs it.
Li Zian's frown was deep for her young age, and so was her attachment to Yue.
You know that Helian Jiayuan is at the Drakehead, why are you being so stubborn and unreasonable?
Senior Qin replied.
We still have to finish our task, your target will soon be out of detection range. Having spent the last decade watching over Lin Zian, Senior Qin had grown attached to her, becoming more and more protective.
Yes. You are right, Lin Zian nodded.
Saddened, she turned around and stepped away.
I am sorry for being unreasonable.
She turned into a flash of light, and her guardian followed. Wei, I have to go for now, please take care of yourself. I may be a million miles away, but I will come back someday, she thought as Yi Wei's Qi signature faded from her detection range. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 206, Number 10. Chapter 206, Number 10. The tension between the Hyans and the Demons Alliance was worsening, neither side was happy with the other's proposal. Okay. Fine, I'll hand it over. Hu Yanhao's face cringed, unwillingly forced each word out of his mouth. I have to give to earn.
Over time, the Drakehead is more valuable than all the treasures put together.
I am making the right decision.
I can still explain the situation to the Elders' Council. I am not weak. Although trying his best to justify his act, Hu Yanhao was aware that he was in denial.
You too. I require a heavenly oath for my safety.
He looked at the marks in his head, then back to the demons and beasts.
Sure. We will not lay a finger on the Drakehead if you hand over the two sacred marks.
The skeleton demon king and the quad-wing baron beast made the hand seal and a symbol appeared on the back of each of their right arms.
Okay. Take them.
Hu Yanhao wrapped the marks with his chi and threw them over.
You idiot.
Yue thought, stared at the package as it flew across the air.
It wasn't that hard now, was it? The demon king clenched tight onto the marks and began to laugh hysterically.
He turned his head to the side and said,
Wings, you know what to do.
Children, stomp this place. The quad-wing baron beast cried with open eyes, his smile revealed his razor-sharp fangs. He had been waiting to give the order since the demon king came up with the plan.
What do you mean?
Hu Yanhao stared at the rampaging pact and screamed.
Stop them. Kill them if they get in the way.
The beast's leader howled as he ordered.
Drop your wishful thinking and don't be an idiot.
The demon king chuckled and said in a ruthless tone. I didn't specify who we are and we don't have fingers, we have paws and claws. By the way, I didn't say anything about not killing you lot either. It's funny how you humans pride yourselves in intellectual capabilities. He swiped his fingers, added with a mockery overtone, get rid of them before they call for help, but... Hu Yanhao was furious but never nervous. He quickly drew a few complex runes and muttered, nice trap, idiot. The two marks in the demon's hand were suddenly turned into two sparks, exploded, and expanded to become a 30 feet wide fireball, engulfed the demon king entirely within a second. I am too smart to think I am always the smartest. Comparing demon intelligence to humans is a big mistake. Hu Yanhao's penetrating gaze was set on the blazing fire. He quickly covered himself with chi and rushed in to deliver a devastating palm strike and retrieve the two marks from the stunned demon.
I will end your life right here and now.
The skeleton demon king's skin was melting and peeling off. The green glow in his eyes shone through the ball of fire as he screamed in agony.
Bang!
The demon dispelled the chi and the flame on his body, lunged towards Hu Yanhao at extreme speed.
The opposing forces engaged into an all-out battle as their leaders fell out.
The 7-star returned prime warrior was able to gain a slight advantage by the surprise attack, but strength between the demon king and the warrior was too vast, so much so that the royal squad had to support their leader instead of fighting with an advantage. Meanwhile, the large pact of charging beasts had connected, immediately crushed the royal squad's front line.
The team of human elites were pushed back against the pond, unable to retaliate. Experienced as the Skeleton Demon King, Yue could sense that Huyenhauser had hidden a strange rune in the marks but kept quiet about it. These people will do anything if it leads to what they want. Wanting is one thing, getting through Hellion Jun is another. Yue smiled and drew a rune sequence under his feet. His figure faded into a belt of light, glided away from the heavy traffic of charging beasts. No longer feeling comfortable being close to the pond as the battle intensified, Yue escaped to a hill just 10 miles away from the Drakehead. Ha, I almost forgot how fun it is to watch fights. The beast's ferocity, the demon's sharp eyes for weaknesses and the men's ability to adapt and respond optimally, he calmly sat on the peak, learning from the wide variety of fighting styles. Howl. Roar. A large pillar of compressed water discharged from the pond when the pact of beasts were 100 feet from the surface. The pillar exploded as it reached the clouds, waves and bolts of scalding water were shot to all directions, knocking the brawlers back for miles. As the water strikes landed and evaporated, a golden rod was revealed. The pulsating runes on the rod joined its end, became a disk of energy. After a muffled rumble, the energy disk began to ripple and expand, completing a circular shape. The speed of the disk made the wild beasts look slow, its size made them look like a group of harmless critters. The entire group of charging beasts that was heading to the pond was now in a shrinking bubble. The layer of golden energy was a web made of billions of fine runes, diced through the thick-hided beasts like hot wire through lard. They came out of the other side of the bubble eroded, as a mist of fine dust. The horrific sight paused the brawl momentarily. The leaders of the three groups were all stunned, shaking as they felt and saw the lives of hundreds disappearing right in front of them. Rumble. Beams of golden light burst out of the calm wobbling pond surface. The runes within the beams rapidly climbed on top of each other, intertwined to knit a 300 feet tall statue. You lot are just rude and annoying. Leave. Or be removed. Hellion Jiyuan's words physically shook the mountains. The outermost layer of crust was loosened, sprang like waves across 100 miles radius. Bang! Bang! The stunned brawlers rained down from the sky. Their bodies were covered in blood and bruises. The three leaders were able to resist for an instant, but their bodies gave in after a few seconds. They too joined their inferiors, littered the ground and the mountains with small craters. That is Hellion Jun. The missing Grand Elder. Huyenhauser had known that face since he was a child when he visited the Hullion's palaces. He was told the stories behind each statues erected in the main palace. He gasped for air, screamed as his face became paler. Let's go, we are not fighting this fight. Seeing a legend that had not been seen in public for over 100 years was as terrifying as seeing a ghost. The young Huyen tore a few healing scrolls, gathered the surviving and ran. Damn it! The Skeleton Demon King and the Quad-Wing Baron Beast were completely shocked. They cruised as they climbed above ground. They all knew that just a flick of the statue's finger could exterminate them all at once, escaped before the Grand Elder changed his mind. He dealt with all of them with just a howl, Yue murmured, felt a chill on his spine as he watched the powerful demons and beasts run for their lives. I will catch up to your level one day. That's my main concern dealt with. He slowly exhaled, felt grateful for Hellion Jiyuan's intervention. Yue stayed in the Bay Area for a few more days. After making sure the demons and beasts were gone for good, he began studying his sacred mark and was soon able to get a few clues on the treasure's whereabouts. On the 6th morning after the brawl, Yue headed north. Stopped once he discovered the hidden valley where the sun rose and set on its ends. He soon found his way to a well-covered cliff at the bottom of the valley, discovered the opening of a deep and wide cave. He followed the mark's instruction, entered without hesitation. A gigantic, completely black structure appeared as he was 200 meters deep. If it wasn't for its lukewarm temperature he would have walked right into the gates. The young runemaster placed the sacred mark in his hand, then onto the gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Onwards. Chapter 207 Onwards. 1,200 supreme crystals, 600 primal crystals. Yue could not believe his eyes, muttered to himself as he counted up. I can probably hire a returned prime warrior to protect me for half of my life if I pay them with just one of these supreme crystals. Yue had soon collected most of the vault's content. He planned to take some of the materials to one of the Runemaster Union branches. He was told since he entered the Runemaster Union that he should craft a soul arm but haven't had the tokens to get the materials, until now. Some of the items Yue could not quite identify, but he would bring them with him so the Hellion might be able to help him value them. There are more than 600 jade bottles and each of them are filled with over 100 pills. Yue opened one of them. Not only could he smell the expensive herbs, he could actually feel the primal energy bursting out from the tiny opening. My body is completely relaxed and I haven't even taken one of these pills. In the center of the vault stood 10 transparent bottles made of supreme jade, each of them was half full, filled by a glowing scarlet liquid. Supreme blood. Yue leaped forth and carefully placed them into a smaller department of the bag. I can misplace all the other contents but not these 10 bottles. This should be everything. Yue exclaimed as he swept the last corner of the room. It took more than 2 hours for Yue to work out the logistics and clear the vault. He left the valley after making sure he had concealed his tracks. It's ridiculous how well Supreme Yu's transportation array worked. If people found out how much I've taken today, my family is probably going to be in trouble. Meanwhile, a few thousand miles away. What is this? I want an explanation. Anyone? The skeleton demon king's rage echoed the cave. His inferiors were shivering in fear. Your Majesty, we have no idea. This is all we found. The squad leader's head fell off his neck as the demon king swiped his arm right. He was less than amused by the common chi stones and gems. I fought and searched for days, and this is what I'm getting? The green glow in his eyes intensified. A supreme's treasure should be more and better than this. Maybe someone was at the treasure spots before us. He muttered and tried to deduce. Huyan Hausa. I don't know how you did it, but well played. A few months later, the area around and including Green Moon City returned to peace. Furthermore, the Lus did nothing to pursue the Yes. It was the coldest winter in decades. The Yi mansion was covered by a thick blanket of snow. The study was lit by strands of runes, the runes that made up the original falling star form created by Supreme Yu. Surrounded by small piles of scrolls, Yue had been working all day and night for a whole week, jotting down the runes for the formula and a tutorial on practicing it. The young runemaster had decided to leave the low-level earth formula and a collection of stances to the Yi family. Since the Yi family was yet to be strong enough to defend the whole treasure, the young runemaster decided to leave just a portion of the findings behind just in case the family's enemies have learned about the acquisition. Before Yue started writing, he put his iron talisman aside with a piece of supreme crystal and it was now completely recharged. That's about it. Yue yawned and stretched his back. I think I am ready to leave. It had been a known fact for Yue that he needed to go to the outside world to get inspired if he wished to successfully break through to return prime level. But when it came to the time to say goodbye, he was not too sure about leaving his family behind. Butler Fu. Yue called. Young master? The caretaker gently opened the door. Would you mind telling Grandpa and the others to meet me in the main hall? Yue requested as he looked around the room he grew up in, feeling nostalgic but yearning to exploring the world. Sure, master. Butler Fu could easily read the teenager's intention. The young master's childish face was slightly cringed as if he was already homesick. So are going to leave after all? The butler was unsettled. He sighed and looked at the narrow shoulders in front of him that had been carrying the Yi family for the previous years. You were so small and considered untalented not so long ago, look at you now. Yue's contribution did not just make the Yi family the strongest family in Green Moon City undisputedly, it was recently also gaining statewide attention, glorified due to the recent events regarding the dispute with Lu Qianhuan. The butler had been serving long enough to tell when someone is prioritizing the family over their lives. He knew Yue was the reason why the mansion was now often visited by the influentials. The Zhou dynasty is vast. I am still not strong enough comparing to many. I have to travel when I am young so that I can become as great as Supreme Yu. Yue exclaimed, tried to lift the wrinkles on Butler Fu's face, to make the old man smile. I will return, so I will need you to tidy and clean the room for me once in a while. Don't tell me how to do my job. The butler laughed and replied. He is all grown up now. Minutes after, the Yes all stopped what they were doing, headed to the main hall and leaving trails of footsteps in the snow on the open hallways. Grandpa, these are blood of the late Supreme Yu. It is extremely strong and cannot be harvested by normal methods. Sorry I didn't have time to experiment with it. I am sure you can figure something out. Yue greeted the patriarch, discreetly handed over the vials and whispered. Thank you for coming everyone, I have something I would like to give to you all. Yue pointed at the scrolls he placed on the long tables. I have refined the falling star form to low-level earth grade, and selected 12 high-level mist stances. You should all look at them and study them when Grandpa says you're strong enough. He reached to his inside pocket and interspatial bag, emptied some of the contents on another table and said, these pills should last 10 years. Use them and do not take shortcuts while cultivating. Grandpa will be assigning these resources as fair as possible like he always did. Learn to use these scrolls and arms, take them if you need to complete a high-risk mission. Our family needs to grow and that means every one of us will have to work harder. Little Wei, are you sure about going to the Hellions? The Yi patriarch took a deep breath, saddened and faintly nervous. Yes. The young runemaster nodded determinedly. I need diversion, I need to see and experience the world. Without inspiration I will never break through to return prime level. Okay. I respect that. But when you are out there, please be careful. Remember, there is always sinister where there is good. Yi Jingqing patted Yi Wei's shoulder, spoke in a worrying tone. No matter where you are, what you face, this house will always be your home and root. These gates will always open for you whenever you decided to return. Thank you so much, Grandpa. The young runemaster closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around his grandfather. Little Wei, take care of yourself, please. Wei, if things don't go your way, don't push it. You can come back to rest any time you like. While his uncles and aunts bade farewell, his parents were speechless, walked up to join him next to the patriarch with wet eyes. We are so proud of you and we will miss you. His mother whispered in his ears. After a minute-long hug, Yi Wei walked towards Yi Zhong. He punched his cousin's shoulder and said, Cousin Zhong, take care of everyone when I am away, please. Idiot, that goes without saying. Don't be too reckless out there. Yi Zhong nodded and slightly shuddered. After bidding everyone goodbye, Yi Wei left the hall with Master Yi. His master led him to one of the remote courtyards. Since you are heading off, I should fill you in. Master Yi said in a gentle tone. The royal families work in a rotation. Since 30 years ago, the Lins have been in charge of governing and general policy, the Huyan are controlling the Green Army, maintaining order within the borders, and finally the Helians in charge of finance and exploration. Although the Lins are in power, they are keeping a rather low profile. They have been spending their resources on expeditions together with the Helians instead of having a tight grip over the dynasty. Master Yi continued. Hyans and Helians are not friends, they fell out a while back when the Green Army failed to report some treasure findings. Yi Wei frowned and said, that means I should beware of the Hyans? Master Yi nodded, you have been given a great opportunity, but you've also been dragged into a very delicate and complex situation. The master and apprentice paced in the courtyard and spoke about other related matters. About an hour later, Master Yi walked Yi Wei into a customized runicle. Send me a message on the badge whenever you want to talk to me or need me, otherwise just let me know when you've arrived. I shall be at the capital in a few weeks, we can catch up then. Master Yi proudly placed his arm around his legacy apprentice's shoulder, said gently. Thank you for all these years of taking care of me, master. Yi Wei smiled, nodded, and stepped into the luxury compartment. Flakes of white were covering the sky and the ground. Yi Wei's runicle took the quickest route out of town. The hovering vehicle left no trail on the carpet of snow. Yi Wei sat in the warm seat on an exotic beast skin, looking through the walls with his Willforce-empowered eyesight. He gazed at his hometown dressed in white, his eyes followed the main road out of town to the skyline afar as his mind wandered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Million Stars Palace. Chapter 208, Million Stars Palace. I have to use the connections I made, the opportunities I've been given. The Helians will help me climb the ladders without a doubt. I will be a fool not trying to get stronger and higher through them. I am not just going away, I am entering a new world. A world where class and standing matters. I came from a family of a supreme and I've inherited the Glacial Emperor's legacy. I will use those to my advantage in the future. And maybe then, when I've gained a better status, I will win Xian. Yi Wei clenched his fist, determined since he learned from his master that Lin Xian was the only daughter of the Lin Patriarch, the dynasty's emperor. He now understood why she had to keep a distance. The reason she left was to protect him from a dangerous world. I will become unstoppable. Yi Wei muttered, his eyes glittering with determination. His thirst to become powerful was dominating his mind. I will not shut myself in a room and train, that is just stupid. I will learn from the Helians, interpret their wisdom and incorporate their methods to suit my cultivation. I will not become one of their pawns. The capital was divided into 3 zones, each zone was a smaller city ran by a respective royal family. So this is how things are in the capital. Yi Wei's runicle glided through the mild winter storm, approaching Helian City. As he was closer in, he was seeing more and more runicles on the roads. Zoom! A luxurious runicle whizzed by. At 10 times the size of Yi Wei's carriage, it looked more like a mobile palace. Yi Wei could feel a great presence from the gigantic runicle's direction, looked at the small open yard next to its driver's seat. The young runmaster quickly identified the source of the chi presence in between a group of gorgeous escorts, at the young man that was dressed dashingly, in the center of the small dance. He then shifted his focus to the flagpole at the runicle's hind end where the Bai family crest was fluttering in the wind. The Bai was one of the 16 superpowers of the Zhou dynasty beneath the 3 royal families. Each of these 16 influential households had over 1,000 years of heritage. They were treated as nobles, extension of the royals. The young Bai sensed Yi Wei's attention, turned around and stared back with his drunken gaze, rose his glass as the runicle drove further away. Zoom! The Bise accelerated and disappeared into the skyline. Its speed caused a turbulence, shaking Yiwei's runicle vigorously. In the following minutes, Yiwei encountered a few more lavish runicles. This is the 12th of them. What are the Bise up to? Show-offs? Yiwei channeled his chi to stabilize his ride, decided against confronting as he was alone and new to the area. Just wait, you will be bowing before me one day. The three imperial cities were the heart, brain, and soul of the dynasty. They were guarded by the strongest elites of the land, safe from the threats imposed by demons and beasts. It was natural that the 16 superpowers based themselves close to the royals, but the area had turned into the dynasty's most materialistic region because of the amount of money that came with them. Yiwei shook his head, rid the pessimistic thoughts. He looked ahead to the hills and buildings ahead. A few hours later, a large conglomeration of building structures as wide as the skyline appeared on the horizon as Yiwei's runicle escaped the valleys. The young runmaster could feel the royal city's energy and life from 100 miles away. He could also feel a faint, ancient runic presence emitted by the centuries-old city walls. This is a Colossus runic array. Yiwei mumbled to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He noticed that there was a flow of runes circulating, maintaining a semi-spherical shell around the entire royal city. The scale of this barrier is unbelievable. I wonder how many centuries it took for this enormous runic structure to be built. Not only did the array protected the royal city, it also shielded the 500 miles radius around it, creating a humongous no-fly zone, a zone that was powerful enough to turn any lawbreakers, even 10-star returned prime warriors, into dust. Yiwei had realized he would have to stop as he went closer to the shield and saw a large amount of wayfarers. He got off the runicle and stored it in one of his interspatial bags. He then used the Starblink steps, attempted to finish the last 600 miles of his journey as fast as he physically could. It only took an hour before Yiwei arrived at the front entrance of the Hellion city. He lifted his head to appreciate the beautifully crafted frame of the 2 miles tall, 1 mile wide front gate. The young runmaster was slightly hesitant to move as he was secretly terrified by the immense energy he could sense from within the rectangular shape, but he eventually joined the lengthy queue to enter the city. 3 vermilion gold each, and there are 12 of you. Of course it is going to cost you 36 gold. One of the golden armored guards yelled impatiently. Yiwei could tell from the guard's chi presence that all of them were returned prime warriors. 1,000 silver exchanges to 1 gold, and we do not do exchanges here. You can either try your luck with other groups in the queue, or you will have to ask the vendors around. However, I can't guarantee you they will buy your silver in a fair rate. Nonetheless, you are to pay the entry fee in legal tender if you wish to step your feet in the capital. The guard captain explained in a cold, strict tone. The group then shuffled along the queue, emptied their pockets to gather the correct amount. One of the guards handed over a jade sigil as he received the fee. After briefly reading some information regarding the royal city displayed in the air by the sigil, the group finally walked through the gates. Although Yiwei had never seen queues that long, the guards were processing them efficiently and systematically. Only a few minutes after joining its end, it was already his turn to pay. He immediately melted into the crowd and headed into the city after receiving the jade sigil. Zoom! The young runmaster was mindlessly going with the flow. He injected his chi into the sigil and derived information of the royal city directly into his mind in return. So the municipality is divided into the inner city, south, north, east and west. The inner city is a restricted area that nobody may enter without the royal's invitation. And intruders will be killed on sight. Yiwei frowned as he received the messages. That is a bit unforgiving. The east wing was the most developed, busiest area. It was predominantly a commercial area where many trading guilds and individual merchants also set up their posts and markets. The west wing was a residential area, home to thousands of powerful cultivators and the headquarters of many influential families and forces. The elevated living expenses and cost of land made the west wing a prestigious location. The south wing was the fun quarter. From casinos to restaurants, brothels to parks, the south end provided the city with entertainment that was suitable to the young to the old, the traditionals to the loose-moraled. The north wing, Million Stars Palace. Yiwei's face showed concern as he processed the information. The Million Stars Palace spanned over 100 miles. It is set up by the Helions to house the young elites they have recruited from all over the dynasty. Its size revealed just how eager the Helions were planning to expand. A whole zone dedicated to the Reruts. Yiwei exclaimed, forgot that he was surrounded by other visitors. They must really care about us. He noticed he made a fool of himself, muttered with a blushed face. But that also means that there are tens of thousands as special as I am. They might be stronger or weaker, but they surely all have potential to achieve greatness. I am Green Moon City's strongest, and maybe even the best young cultivator of the 36 outskirt cities region. But I don't think I should expect recognition just yet. Well, ranks are just numbers in the end. It will be nice to have someone to compete against, or someone to look up to.
I have to keep fighting stronger opponents and just improve through combats and mistakes.
If I don't exceed my limit, I will never break through to return prime level quickly enough. Yi Wei was thirsting for battles, for the thrills and the improvements that come with bloodshed.
He missed the rush he experienced during the regional tournament. The city was tall and wide, as the center was a prohibited area. Even with Yi Wei's speed, it took him more than 2 hours to get to the north wing from the south-leaning entrance. The Million Stars Palace. The palace's front was on the edge of Yi Wei's sight after the long trip, although he was told the shape and the size of the palace, experiencing it firsthand still mind-blowing. The gates of the palace was made of forged cyan meteorite, the polished surface was glittering like a cloudless night. To each sides of the gates was a row of 10 feet tall golden giants, each of them standing straight as a pole.
What are these?
Yi Wei stared at the giants. He could not sense any sign of life, but his sensation picked up a cold, intense chi presence from each of them.
Who are you?
Just as Yi Wei stepped forward towards the gate, a young cultivator appeared out of nowhere and shouted. His purple robe fluttered as if he had sprinted out. Yi Wei, of Green Moon City. Yi Wei skipped the socializing, grabbed the talisman given to him by Helian Jiayuan from the interspatial bag hung on his waist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 209, The Black Dragon Listing. Chapter 209, The Black Dragon Listing. Newbie.
The purple-robed youngster took the talisman from Yi Wei's hand. A small smile appeared on his cold and emotionless face. He waved and said, "Welcome, but be warned, there are 137 new recruits in total, and they are all trying to prove something. You will really have to work hard to stand out." Yi Wei nodded, surprised that anyone at all could tell that he was eager to compete and to prove himself. He was then led to an area filled with outgrowing weed. Soon they arrived at a remote villa. It was old and dirty, its walls were cracked and decorated by moss.
"This is you, newbie." The purple-robed youngster didn't even bother to remember Yi Wei's name.
He took a deep breath, coughed as he nearly choked on the unpleasant odor.
"This looks like an abandoned house." Yi Wei frowned as he assessed the building, wondered if Helian Jiayuan's invitation was a joke. "Don't give me that face.
All newbies are assigned to places like this." The purple-robed youngster quickly read Yi Wei's body language. "There are a few more newbies to come. I will call all of you for a meeting when they've arrived. Being here give you access to the Helian's bottomless resources, but if you want better access and a better life, you will have to fight for it.
I will be on my way if there isn't any questions. Thank you very much for leading the way. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?"
Yi Wei handed over a small jade bottle as he spoke in a respectful tone.
"Ha, blood essence pill, ha, you big spender."
The caretaker popped open the cork and smiled. "I am Bailey Hengtian and I will watch over you for now, but..." After receiving the handsome bribe, Bailey Hengtian's attitude changed completely. He walked back towards the villa and patted Yi Wei on the shoulder. "It's true that all of us were invited here by the Helians, but they seldom come by, let alone governing this place. We have our own rules here pretty much since the palace was built. Let's put it this way, the Helians recognized every one of you newbies, but that is just as much they recognized everyone who was chosen to stay here. If you wish to blend in, it's not the Helians you have to impress, it's the veterans you have to prove yourself to. Before then, you are just another newbie, a disposable trash here in the Million Star Palace."
Yi Wei frowned immediately and asked. "That sounds harsh. Doesn't the Helians interfere with the bullying?" "Interfere?" Bailey Hengtian laughed and replied, "What is the point?
All the cultivators here are gifted and know better than to steal and to kill. I actually think they anticipated this to happen, as an intended gauntlet to mold us, making us humble and tough."
"Ha ha. I see. So are there any shortcuts to be accepted into the inner circles?" the young runemaster asked curiously. "The quickest way?"
Bailey Hengtian gave Yi Wei a brief visual inspection and smile. "The annual newcomer fights is the palace's tradition. If you win that, you will probably be recognized by the veterans."
"I see."
Yi Wei nodded. "It makes sense. They are all elites in their own rights and they have all the reasons to be a bit prideful.
I will have to show them I am on their level as much as I would prefer learning from better cultivators."
"Well, yeah, what you said is right, but..." The caretaker hesitated. "Look at the valuable jade bottle in his hand. Don't tell anyone that I've had this conversation with you. Even if you win, don't expect that the veterans will accept you right away. The newcomer fights are invented by alumni long ago to establish fear and authority, and its effectiveness is the reason why it's still around. They'd do just about anything to make all the newbies taste the dirt, to repress them." Bailey Hengtian spoke slowly to make sure Yi Wei heard every detail. "Once newcomer champion has been decided, he will get to fight one of the veterans. Needless to say, the oldies will show no mercy just to make a point."
"Okay, I get it." Yi Wei nodded. "By the way, when and how can I move to a better villa?" The Helians officially host a series of fights for this facility every year. The better villas will be rewarded to the top 5,000 contestants. Unfortunately, that just happened not long ago. You will have to wait a year. Bailey Hengtian patted Yi Wei's shoulders. Don't feel bad, most of us here have lived in one of these trashed villas. It will only make the upgrade feel even better if and when you get to move. You could be an elite, be treated like noble back in your hometown, but even dragons will have to coil up here. Is there no other way? Yi Wei sighed as he looked scraped paint on the walls. No, unless your name appears on there, then the Helians will send you to one of the private quarters, and they will even assign servants to serve you. The caretaker shook his head, pointed at the black dragon statue's head in the sky towards the center of the palace. With its height at 500 feet, it was visible from all corners of the Million Stars Palace. He did not get into details as he didn't think much of Yi Wei. And that would be? Yi Wei's confused eyes followed the caretaker's finger. The crafted dragon did not look anything more than a decoration to him. That, my friend, is the Black Dragon listing. Out of the 30,000 residents, only 1,000 of our names are on the statue. Bailey Hengtian looked up with respect and envy. And needless to say, they fought hard to earn the privilege. The caretaker was a gifted cultivator. He had been a resident of the palace for 3 years since he was 17, but his name had not once been on the statue. All the cultivators who have their names on the list were at the weakest a 3-star returned prime warrior, a 2-star returned prime warrior at the age of 20. He was the most respected person in his home region but only considered mediocre here in the palace. 1,000 places, huh? Yi Wei's brows rose as he smiled. He wanted to be friendly and showed the caretaker his cultivation level. Ha ha. I know what you are thinking, and my advice is don't do it. You will simultaneously get hurt and humiliated. Bailey Hengtian burst into laughter. Have you ever been in a fight, and how old are you? 15? 16? You will have to be at least a 4-star returned prime warrior if you want a chance to squeeze yourself into the list. But in his 3 years living in the palace, he had never dared challenging a lister once. Tell me if I am wrong, you are at 10-star condensed prime level, correct? He wore a mocking smile and continued. You are good, among newbies maybe. Just learn your place and try in 5 years or something. You don't need these veterans' approval. You will get your supplies and resources from the Helians either way. Alright, that's it. I've told you too much already. Like I say, I will call you up when for the induction and the newcomer fights. Bailey Hengtian waved and bade farewell. 4-star returned prime level? Doesn't sound unachievable. Yi Wei smiled, waved back as he thought. I already have the body strength of a 3-star returned prime warrior before even using supernova stance. When I was still an 8-star condensed prime warrior, I did beat Lu Qianhuan. The iron talisman helped, but he was a reckless 3-star returned prime warrior. Yi Wei muttered to himself. My light clone is far stronger now too. He calculated and calculated, figured out it was not impossible to get himself in the Black Dragon listing. I can't live like this. I have to figure out how to challenge the listing sooner rather than later. Yi Wei walked around the villa and shook his head. Found a clean patch of grass to sit on outside the building. He sat down, focused himself and began to cultivate. In just 2 hours, Bailey Hengtian made his return to summon Yi Wei. The young runmaster joined the group of newcomers and soon arrived at the main square. All 137 newcomers lined up on the stone tiles, all of them curious and looking around nervously. Yi Wei. You are here too? A familiar voice rang in the young runmaster's ears. It had been a while since their last encounter, but Jian Shen's babyface did not change a bit. He was wearing the same white outfit and his handsome face was still making the girls blush. Jian Shen was keeping his cool, kept a distance from the other newcomers instead of making connections like everyone else was trying to do. I didn't expect to see you here. Yi Wei was delighted to see a face he knew, walked up and greeted. Although his facial features were not as symmetrical as Jian Shen, his sleek body and masculine charm was also attracting attention. I will not lose to you here. Jian Shen's eyes lit up, wished to redeem himself from his defeat at the regional tournament. Ha, one of us has to be wrong. Yi Wei smiled to his rival, his friend in cultivation. Jian Shen had been one of his motivations, what pressured him to train harder when he was feeling low and tired. So do you know who is the strongest among us newcomers? Yi Wei scanned across and asked his old friend. I have not fought any of them, so I cannot answer that accurately. Though I have seen a few of them making a fuss over the living conditions and they were pretty strong judging by the mess they made. Jian Shen answered calmly. I see. Yi Wei nodded, not surprised that others were also unsatisfied with the living arrangement. They were probably used to the privileges they had back home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 210, There Are Rules. Chapter 210, There Are Rules.
Him there, made the most mess. Jian Chen pointed into the crowd. Yue followed Jian Chen's finger to see an 8 feet tall, well-built young man. He was dressed in a sleeveless beast hide. His muscular chest and arms glowed like metal, made him stood out like a watchtower in a cornfield.
He looks interesting. Yi Wei murmured. Uteniu, that's his name. But everyone calls him the Bull in secret.
I am pretty sure he is at 1-star returned prime level. He made a scene and knocked down a few walls in his villa before Bailey Hengtian tamed him. Jian Chen quickly took his eyes off the aggressive Uteniu, shifted his attention to Yue and thought, I will be able to beat the bull. How about you, Yue?
You must have gotten stronger too, right?
A sword that hesitates is a sword that breaks in battles, Jian Chen thought to himself. He saw Yue as his target since the rushing defeat at the regional tournament. He was here to face his demons, to get rid of the self-doubt that had been building up because of the encounter. While Yue and Jian Chen were chattering, catching up,
20 veterans were looking down onto the palace, assessing the newcomers.
While Yue and Jian Chen were chattering, catching up, 20 veterans were lounging on a hilltop just outside the palace, looking down onto the palace, inspecting this year's newcomers.
We ought to get a few troublemakers, it could be worse.
We only really have one reckless brat this year. Uteniu even looks like a rabid dog. I didn't expect much from him the moment I saw him entering the premises, said a youth dressed in a gold robe, his cold gaze aimed at the young giant, shone through the shadow his hood casted on his face.
He is new, what do you expect? And why do you think we make the newcomers fight every year?
All of them will learn to respect this palace.
A light laughter sounded as a faint silvery figure walked forth.
The youngster in gold robe was Zhou Kuang, and Bai Qing in silver. Both 3-star returned prime warriors were renounced presences at the Million-Star Palace. Although neither of them were on the Black Dragon listing, they were at the pinnacle of their cultivation level. The 20 strong behind him were last year's newcomers. They rejoiced shaking the first-year label but were still slightly traumatized by how the palace treated them.
No matter what you say, I am going to fight the strongest among them in a bit. Why you? I want to give him or her a beating. Enough nonsense.
There are a few dangerous newbies this year. All of you who are returned prime warriors step forward, we are drawing straws. Zhou Kuang's gaze landed on the newcomers as he spoke to his followers. We have to step on them, break them.
Boss, you are overreacting. We have been training in the secret realm. Do you really think these newbies can beat us?
They bickered and argued. All of them thought they had been through enough to show the newcomers a tough time. Recruited by Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing, they were eager to improve and prove themselves to the Helians in the future. Bailey Hengtian briefly explained the rules to the volunteer, single-elimination newcomers fight series and suggested the winner of the series might have a chance to be relocated to a better villa. All 136 youngsters at the square suddenly became more enthusiastic. They all stretched and warmed up as they waited for the first person to step into the temporary ring. I am sick of the pigsty already. I am going to kick all your heads in to get myself moved.
Come on then, who wants to get knocked out first?
With ground-shaking steps, Uteniu walked into the square's center. I am pretty sure I am the strongest man here. Any of you pieces of trash care to prove me wrong? His walnut shell-shaped eyes bulged up, his rumbling voice startled the gatherers like dry thunder and his chi swept the square like a ruthless storm.
I, Li Wu, will prove you wrong.
A figure took off from the crowd and rushed towards the center of the square. All 137 newcomers had their own pride. They were all used to being the best, although some of them were quieter than others. None of them was going to believe the other was superior without a fight.
Bang!
The two's chi shell crashed together, filling the square with ripples of recoiling force waves, and the whole square felt a shock.
Cute. Uteniu took the initiative and leaped into the air.
His fists were fast, fired down like a rain of arrows, filled the square with a shrill exploding sound.
With an advanced speed boosting technique, Li Wu's figure turned into a flash.
He avoided waves of Yu's punches for a minute before he was caught by the reckless strikes.
Li Wu was just grazed and slowed. Uteniu seized the opportunity and lunged forth to deliver the knockout punch. Who else wants to taste my fist?
The bull glared around and shouted with his foot on his defeated opponent. That strength is rather impressive, Yue murmured as the crowd went wild. Yeah, Bailey Hengtian was punched by a fist with similar force. He was knocked back 3 feet even he managed to divert the momentum. Jian Chen added, then thought to himself. His cultivation is still unstable. I don't think he had been a returned prime warrior for long. He is only physically strong because of the body strengthening stance. Jian Chen then closed his eyes and replayed the brief fight in his head, calculating the best way to handle opponents with a physically aggressive fighting style like Uteniu's. A few more contestants ran into the ring, but all of them, including a 1-star returned Prime Warrior, fell to the punches. The newcomers became cautious after the returned Prime Warrior fell. None of them wished to risk embarrassing themselves in front of everyone else.
Ha ha ha, is that it? How about if all of you come at once? It will save us some time.
Eugenio's arrogance grew in victory. He stared down at the crowd with a disdainful gaze and shouted. None of the newcomers were happy that Eugenio's ego grew, but there was nobody to stop him. They were elites, but the truth was that vast majority of them were yet to be returned Prime Warriors.
Don't you want to shut him down? There is no way you could lose.
Jian Chen turned to Yi Wei and smiled. I'm not interested in fighting someone who doesn't have much to offer. Yi Wei chuckled and shook his head.
Jian Chen nodded agreeingly, peeped towards hills where the veterans stood. Anyone more challengers? Bailey Hengtian scanned across the square and waited. Are you sure you don't want to fight him?
You will be stuck at the trashed villas for at least another year, but... Most of the newcomers were brought up by powerful martial families. They never had to fight anyone, fight or confront in their lives. They all felt ashamed, mistreated, but too shocked and scared to react. Ha, I am pretty certain the Helians would endorse the bullying. These people are soft and clueless.
Real talents can swim up against the current, fight against the odds. Bailey Hengtian chuckled, then announced in a slightly wicked tone, Eugenio will be the series winner in 3, 2, 1. Show time.
Zhou Quan, Bai Qing, and their followers clenched their fists and cracked their knuckles.
Boss, let me deal with him.
A scar-faced youngster stepped forward and shouted confidently, licked his lips at the thought of humiliating Eugenio. He will be on the ground begging for mercy in 3 blows.
Don't let me down, Fengshan, go. Zhou Quan nodded.
Upon the approval, the scar-faced cultivator jumped off the hill, turned into a flash and rushed towards the square.
What do they call him again? The bull?
Bai Qing couldn't keep his eyes off the 8-feet-tall teenager. Don't worry, Fengshan is as strong as a 1-star returned Prime Warrior can get. I am pretty sure he can even take down ordinary 2-star returned Prime Warriors on a good day.
Nicknames and gimmicks are irrelevant. Zhou Quang replied, clearly not concerned about the matchup. Ah, screw you all. Have fun living like pigs for a year. Eugenio's laughter echoed. His smile grew as the other newcomers looked more upset and irritated. Idiot. Do you really think it will be that easy?
A sneer came from the sky and everyone looked up with wary eyes.
You will be staying exactly where you've been assigned.
Fengshan was levitating 30 feet above ground looking down at Eugenio, said in a cold voice.
What do you mean?
Eugenio's hysterical smile evaporated. He narrowed his eyes and screamed at the unexpected visitor.
Not only Eugenio, all newcomers were also confused.
I fought with my own fist, earned my place with my strength. The bull shouted at the mysterious scar-faced cultivator in the sky, then set his furious eyes onto Bailey Hengtian.
Is this some kind of stupid joke? Are you serious? Has any of you ever been to school before?
You can't really avoid being messed with. Yi Wei was the only newcomer with a clear head. He rolled his eyes and thought.
There is another condition. You may get relocated if you beat me. If you don't want to live like a newbie, you will have proved to us that you are not weak like a newbie.
Fengshan pointed at the bull and stated fiercely. This is a part of the tradition here. If you don't like it, then leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211, Stepping Up. Chapter 211, Stepping Up. Shameless shenanigans. Eugenio's face became pale.
All the other newcomers did not want to take the bull's side but did so nevertheless as they wished expressed their frustration.
Are you just making new rules as you go along? How is this fair?
They screamed and shouted. Fengshan took a deep breath and shouted with thundering volume, fair.
You kids are naive. Didn't you all know fairness is built on a winner's bloody knuckles? Ha ha ha.
His laughter drowned out the crowd.
Enough talking.
You are talking meaningless gibberish. Eugenio felt tricked. He was tricked into an unfavorable fight, screamed furiously.
I will fight you and make you feel like a newbie.
Screw you.
Eugenio cursed loudly as he channeled his chi.
The runes in his muscles flowed quickly, triggering an explosive strength. He stomped the ground and launched himself into the air and, with his momentum amplified by the body's strengthening stance, flew towards Fengshan like a humongous cannonball. Fengshan coldly glared down at the rampaging bull, calmly opening his hand to condense his fire-red chi onto his fingertips. His energy immediately morphed into flaming runes, dancing in his palm before it shrunk into a globe.
Low-level earth stance, sun shock palm.
Fengshan extended both his arms as he glided down towards the young giant.
Swoosh! A harsh red light bloomed on his palms, falling onto Eutenio like a blazing sun. The bull immediately lost balance upon contact, sent hurtling to the ground like a comet. Rumble! The impact shook not just the entire square but also the initiates into awe as a man-shaped crater appeared in the middle of the ring. Eutenio's body-strengthening stance made him plow through solid ground easily like a piece of hot red metal through a block of lard. It all happened in a few seconds and not a sound was made by anyone at the square. All the initiates were in shock as they witnessed the best of them being knocked out by Fengshan with just one blow. Well fought. My name is Fengshan, by the way. It's a bit rude that you didn't greet me before the duel even though it didn't last long. Fengshan flattened his lips, staring at the small pit that he just made, and chuckled disdainfully. If he was a veteran with the same cultivation level and the same strengthening stance, he would have lasted at least 3 blows. Sloppy and inexperienced. This newbie king did not do his training justice at all. He continued talking in a disdainful tone, casting his cold gaze upon their shocked faces. All of you should learn from this. We do not tolerate newbies with a stinking attitude and arrogance akin to him. The initiates' vengeful looks turned depressed, their furious eyes softening as they lowered their heads. Fengshan's stunt stabbed their self-esteem, and they were forced to accept what happened as the strongest of them had already fought and lost in their minds. The scar-faced youngster grunted then started a little speech. We don't care how your hometown once treated you like treasure. The world is bigger than you knew it was, and you are here as a newbie in Hellion City now. This means you are going to respect and obey. He continued as the initiates' heads bent lower, wishing to brand the message into their heads while their memory of his powerful strike was still fresh. When you get told to do something, do it. Or else you are just looking for trouble. Kneel down. And repeat the palace's rules after me. Don't even think about standing up before I tell you we are done. Fengshan spaced a laugh between his act, assuming a despotic stance while speaking in an excessively harsh tone. The whole square of initiates froze, none of them were good at taking orders, especially orders coming from a youngster at their age. They were all celebrated talents in their region, and all of them had struggled to become who they were today. Most of them were here to focus on cultivation and felt the oppressive policies were unnecessary, even excessive. They were itching to stand up and express their resistance and pride within. A figure furiously shot up from the crowd, his childish face looking not a day older than 16. Who do you think you are? Just because you have been living here a few more years than I have doesn't mean you own me. My father is the leader of the Hongdu Commandery, he will hear about this. I am walking out, who's with me? Encouraged by the son of someone influential speaking up, a few more initiates stood up. They glared at Fengshan and Bailey Hengtian as they spoke their minds. Don't overstep the line. We might not be as strong as you, but there are only 2 of you. You don't want to corner us, trust me. Yi Wei remained quiet, spectating from the sideline. He wondered if the conflict between the new and the old had always caused this much tension, wondered if the induction routine had ever ended in bloodshed. The veterans knew better. They knew most initiates would stay for a chance to gain great power. Ha ha ha, pathetic. Are you trying to threaten me? Do you think I will beg you to stay? Fengshan chuckled disdainfully. In his point of view, fewer initiatives meant less future competition. Just leave then. Don't waste space and resources. Despite the squabble, none of the initiatives walked away. They were furious, wishing to retaliate from the bottom of their hearts, but they were not going to just give up the chance to be chosen to work for the royal family. Why do I care about your father being a commandery leader? It's all the same for me. If this is your first year, you are going to listen to me. Fengshan hummed mockingly and made numerous hand seals as he spoke. If a damn lesson is what you need, a lesson is what I will give. Low-level earth stance, sky gulping stamp. The runes floating around his hand flew up to the sky, expanding to compose a giant handshape. The stance then fell onto the commandery leader's young son. You want to tell your dad about this too? You've been caught. Just as Fengshan grunted, the handshape in the sky darkened and created a force of suction. The teenager from Hongdu was dragged up into the giant handshape. Click. The giant hand clenched as Fengshan clenched his fist, and a bone-chilling cracking sound silenced the speculators. Arg! The victim's head was the only body part left outside the clench, and his complexion was purplish pale. Large drops of sweat ran down his scrunched-up face as he cried in agony. Kid, remember where you are. This is Million Stars Palace. Your identity had become a newbie the moment you stepped through those gates. Your powerful family has no authority in here. Fengshan flew next to the giant clenched fist and slapped the exposed head until it became swollen. What made you think you could interrupt when I was speaking? You are weak and unworthy. Fengshan spat on the teenager's face before he released the clench. Let this be a lesson to you all. Whoever resists will get destroyed. The young man's injured body began to fall from 50 feet high, and his arms and legs were dangling, swaying in the wind as most of his bones were broken. The initiates were as quiet as cicadas during winter. They dared to think but dared not to speak nor move. It was becoming apparent to them that Fengshan was going to set an example with whomever stepped up against him. It was crystal clear that he would crush dissenting opinions and actions. And therefore, all of the initiates swallowed their pride in anger, taking their bloodshot eyes off Fengshan. Time was the most precious resource. If they had to miss months of cultivation and training due to injuries, they would surely fall behind. An initiate close to the ring was the first to kneel down, followed by many others. All of their faces were red, and veins protruded on their necks and foreheads. Their bodies trembled with deep resentment. Fengshan watched the injured fall and laughed hysterically as he saw the initiates choose to turn their backs to a fellow newcomer. When the body was 10 feet above the ground, a blurred figure took off from the crowd. A mist of chi appeared beneath the falling body, absorbing the momentum and causing it to gently land. Was that really necessary? I think you've overstepped the line. Yue calmly stood in the air, letting his emotionless gaze rest on Fengshan. Eugenia was making a mess on his first day and might have deserved a lesson, but you can't punish someone for speaking their mind. You can't treat us like trash and have us kneel down like slaves. Especially not with your preposterous reasoning. Yue stood in the middle of the ring, looked up, and said, You may be stronger than the bull, but you're also dumber. Jian Chen chuckled. He was one of the few in the square who had yet to kneel down. The bold speech drew everyone's attention. Both the initiates and the veterans had their eyes set on Yue, all shocked by what they heard and saw. Guys, should we help him? He might actually die. He is too impulsive. He just dug his own grave by trying to be nice. Wasn't it obvious that Fengshan hates heroes? Can't this kid read the situation? The initiates were talking among themselves, looking sad and sympathetic, anticipating another cruel scene. Another mouthy newbie? Fengshan sneered as he channeled his chi. With a swipe of his arm, he sent forth an immense shock wave in Yue's direction. Newbie, you will kneel before me, conscious or not. Bailey Hengtian could not believe that Yue would stand against Fengshan despite the warning. This kid did give me a nice bribe, he could be very resourceful. Fengshan, wait, there must be a misunderstanding. He shouted and flew between the scar-faced veteran and the young runmaster. Brother, do you remember anything I told you? This is the palace's tradition, don't be a fool. Stand back, now. Bailey Hengtian used a voice transmission technique to warn Yue and darted his eyes to the hills afar. Fengshan is just a puppet. 2 veterans called Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing are behind it. They are not on the Black Dragon listing, but they do have some influence within these walls. Apologize and stand back. I will deal with the rest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, First in 10 Years. Chapter 212, First in 10 Years. Bailey Hengtian could not understand Yue's calmness. He kept winking and widening his eyes, hoping that Yue would get the message and stand down. The young runmaster followed the caretaker's eyes to the hilltop where the veteran group hid, staying placid and refusing to step back. Thank you very much for the advice, but I will be responsible for myself from here on out. The caretaker shook his head, feeling resentful as Yue's feistiness reminded him of himself as an initiate. He was regarded as the cultivator with most potential back in his region, and this particular trait, the pride, was the exact reason why he had a hard first year. He learned that there were always a higher mountain somewhere else and that his talent was tiny, not worth mentioning to the palace's elite. If I can't get through to you, reality will, Bailey Hengtian thought. Are you done defending this nobody, Bailey? Fengshan grew impatient. He respected the caretaker as a stronger cultivator, but being better connected, he could do what he pleased. Yue is just joking around. Come on, apologize and step aside. Bailey Hengtian took a step back warily. He could not afford to offend the people behind Fengshan. He took the gift from Yue and did all he could to watch out for the newcomer. Everything subsequent to his intervention was out of his hands. Honoring Bailey Heng's interference, Fengshan held his strike and straightened his back. He quietly stared at Yue, waiting for an apology. What are you waiting for? Apologize and kneel with the rest of the newbies. I will let you off this one time because Bailey Hengtian spoke for you. Fengshan looked as unpleased as he sounded. Yue's cold gaze did not leave Fengshan's face for a second. You are just a powerful owner's loud dog. Let me speak with the person who put you up to this silly bullying act.
I don't want to waste my time beating a pet.
You want to stand out?
I will paint you red so everyone can see you from miles away.
Fengshan's face turned red as he slowly walked towards Yi Wei.
For each step he took, primal energy in the air condensed under his feet, forming a transparent staircase. Brother, thank you for stepping up for me, but don't get yourself hurt.
Just stay quiet for now and we will make him pay when we are stronger. I, Hong Hai, will remember your kind act and pay you back someday, somehow.
The injured teen clumsily sat up and shouted as loud as he could. Arg! Blood came gushing out of Hong Hai's fresh wounds as he moved.
Speak to me when you've recovered. Yi Wei did not pay the slightest attention to Fengshan and looked down, concerned.
Jian Shan, please take care of Hong Hai for now.
Yeah.
Jian Shan calmly obliged, taking the injured to lay against a wall at a corner. More than 100 initiates were startled, ready to run. On the contrary, each of Yi Wei's moves and words reflected his calm and collected state of mind. He acted casually as if he did not feel Fengshan's murderous presence. The initiates, who had all witnessed how easy Utenio and Hong Hai fell, wondered if Yi Wei had a death wish. I see you have been speaking with your fist all this time. I think I know just how to communicate with you. Yi Wei stared ahead at Fengshan and channeled his qi. Before the young runemaster could step forward, Fengshan's qi quickly turned into the shape of a hand again, grabbing onto his body.
Got you. He clenched the giant hand as tight as he could. You don't know who you are fighting against. Yi Wei was not only not affected, his muscles effortlessly bulged up against the pressure.
You are no match for my strength. His eyes lit up as he pushed back the grip entirely.
Fengshan's stance fell apart in just a second.
Swoosh! Yi Wei's figure turned into a blur while he was still speaking, disappearing in thin air before the very eyes of his opponent.
What is this speed? Fengshan was slightly nervous about the fierce presence closing in.
He sensed danger and immediately tried to channel his will force, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Wei was already next to him before he could react.
Holy sages! The initiates gasped for air, having no clue as to how Yi Wei accelerated as he did.
Bailey Hengtian was the only one whose eyes followed, frightfully surprised by what he saw.
Crack! A chilling sound echoed in the initiate's consternation and Yi Wei's fist sank into Fengshan. The strike's focused energy had dug a pothole on the scar-faced cultivator's chest.
You! Startled by the punch, Fengshan's body tightened in agony, the seizure denying him a chance to defend himself. Yi Wei then turned his waist to power his fist, spinning a full circle before sending his opponent flying down to ground.
Bang! Fengshan's body landed with the momentum of a meteorite.
The square rumbled, and everyone, including the two-star returned Prime Warrior, were stunned like statues. None of them expected the person who defeated Utenio with one blow was defeated by one blow himself. They were completely silent, and at the same time confused yet euphoric. Fengshan could not even return a strike. Bailey Hengtian rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if he had just seen a ghost in daylight.
Utenio was just loud and big, but Yi Wei is insanely strong.
I think it is clear now who really is the best initiate.
I didn't see anything. He must have beaten Fengshan with one strike. Is he really one of us? He must be a 3-star returned Prime Warrior.
The initiates were all curious about the hero of the minute, trying to figure out how strong Yi Wei was and why he did not step up against Utenio. Yi Wei did not look older than the other newcomers on average, but his strength obviously exceeded the mean by miles. The boys were becoming envious and the girls were having a crush. However, they were also inspired to become stronger, as respect seemed to come with strength in the Million Stars Palace. They were threatened, kneeling down and ready to give up their dignity, but Yi Wei stopped their suffering with just one punch. The initiates were now curious about what was coming next, hoping that their new idol would have a way to handle the veterans.
This kid is stronger than I expected. He might even be stronger than me. Ha ha.
So he tricked me into believing he was still a condensed Prime Warrior. Bailey Hengtian was certainly not weak, but he was only respected almost exclusively by the initiates due to his poor connection with the cultivators higher up on the ladder. Behind Fengshan, there were Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing, both of them peak 3-star returned Prime Warriors. Apart from the Black Dragon listers, the duo were among the strongest within the premises. Being close to many of the top 1,000, they were almost authorized to take care of monitoring the palace while the listers focused on cultivating and competing for the top spots. However, Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing are not the kind of people you want to cross, especially not when you are new.
Bailey Hengtian was impressed, but he did not think things were looking good for Yi Wei.
Unless he gets into the Black Dragon list, which is going to be hard regardless of how strong he is. Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing both creased their brows as they saw Fengshan's crushing defeat from the hills. This newbie is not weak at all, and he surely knows it himself.
Bai Qing said. Their reputation was now hanging on a thin thread. If the duo failed to tame the initiates, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among the veterans. This is an outrage. What does he think he is doing? His incompetence is causing us to lose the respect we worked so hard for. How the hell did he manage to lose against a newbie? He was hit only once. Zhou Quan's glare was cold as ice. The whole group remained silent in fear as they sensed their leader's aggression, stepping back quietly. Meanwhile, they deemed themselves lucky that Fengshan took the fight, thinking the swift defeat would probably mark the end of his privileges. I can't blame Fengshan for this, Bai Qing said coldly. That boy is a mean fighter, and he had been hiding throughout the fight series. All the recruits are 18 or younger, and most of them are condensed prime warriors. It's reasonable to be caught off guard. This kid is probably the first initiate in a decade who has the kind of strength to defeat a 2-star returned prime warrior. You don't really see under 18 2-star returned prime warriors these days. Not even the ones that bury themselves in the secret realm to cultivate all day and all year can reach this newbie's level. Bai Qing curled his lips to a discreet smile. First in a decade, like you said. Am I the only person finding it interesting? Do you want to fight him? Zhou Quan raised his brows. Of course I do. Bai Qing nodded, turning his head to his partner. But first, I would like to see with what style he fights. Luo Han, make the newbie move a bit. Sure. A well-built teenager walked out of the group, his blue eyes set right at Yue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Ice Sword Print. Chapter 213, Ice Sword Print. At 2-star return prime cultivation, Luo Han was the strongest among the group apart from the leaders, Bai Qing and Zhou Quang. He had been training in one of the lesser secret realms, Frozen Moon Realm. There, he encountered the opportunity of his lifetime. He accidentally absorbed the essence of an ancestral frozen moon crystal, and a fearsome chill had entered his meridian sense, making the quality of his chi better than most other 2-star return prime warriors. Luo Han only got in the palace a year ago. The then condensed prime warrior broke through to 2-star return prime stage in just 11 months' time. With his quick rise to fame, he attached himself to Zhou Quang's group and was therefore introduced to powerful cultivators on the Black Dragon list. A year ago, Luo Han did not stand out as an initiate, but due to his cultivation speed, he quickly earned himself the status of a rising star of the palace because of his talent, luck, and network strategies. Bai Qing, this is a chance for you to shine. Why are you passing the opportunity to Luo Han? He is useful, but he is not loyal. We have to be careful. We might one day be bitten by our own dog if we fed it too much. Zhou Quang stared at Luo Han's silhouette, said with a faint evil glow in his eyes. Zhou Quang, how long have we been in this palace? Bai Qing smiled as he avoided answering the question. 3 years. Zhou Quang answered hesitantly, failed to see the relevance of his partner's question. How about Luo Han? How many years has he spent here? Why are we talking about this? He was an initiate before today's induction. Are you stupid? Fine. Let me put it in perspective. Do you think Luo Han will be weaker than us in 2 years' time? Bai Qing gave up being cryptical. Oh, Zhou Quang was at a loss of words as he realized Luo Han's overlooked potential. With this cultivational speed and efficiency, he might even get himself into the Black Dragon list when he manages to break through. Some people are destined to do extraordinary things. He is one of them, with or without our help. This kid has greater potential than either of us. His talent will bring him into the Black Dragon list. He is not for us to control. Bai Qing's eyes flashed a glow of wisdom. He stepped up next to his partner and whispered. To me, his intention was pretty clear from the start. He adhered to us because he wanted the connections we had. I would have done the same in his situation. It was a smart move. If we help him to get his name out. In less than another year, he could become the training partner of a top 100 lister. Then our little group will be dancing with the dragons. He smiled, continued whispering into Zhou Quang's ears. I will make sure he remembers that we gave him the chance to shine. You are overthinking it. Why don't you spend your time worrying about people and things you can count on? Zhou Quang chuckled. The pair had been through tough times together, but their views often differed. The Bai family is one of the 16 superpowers. We have been through the test of time, wars, and politics. I am not a direct descendant of the bloodline. If I want to have a say in my family, I will have to gather my own force and show them I am capable of solving problems of a larger scale. Bai Qing sighed with a sense of regret. If Luo Han turns out to be unreliable, I will just have to find someone else with similar potential and earn his or her trust all over again. I thought your family is over 1,000 years old. You sound so smart, but I think you are making simple things more complicated when you can just train harder like him. Zhou Quang reluctantly shook his head and looked towards the square. The newbie is not weak. How long do you think he will last against Luo Han? Within 3 blows.
Bai Qing narrowed his eyes, laughed confidently. As a newbie, he is extraordinary.
However, Luo Han outclasses him slightly. The temperature at the square dropped drastically as Luo Han's figure appeared in front of the initiates. They sent Luo Han.
Bailey Hengtian suddenly became cautious as he recognized the built and the ice blue eyes.
Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing really wants to end the show right now.
The caretaker sighed. Having seen Luo Han's capabilities, he was aware that even himself, a well-seasoned 2-star returned prime warrior, would have trouble staying on his feet for more than a few exchanges with whom Yi Wei was about to face.
You are an excellent cultivator.
Luo Han silently walked up to the center of the ring, aimed his penetrating blue eyes directly at Yi Wei.
I could say the same to you. Your chi is very special.
Yi Wei smiled calmly, replied with a friendly tone while his eyes were lit up by competitive his spirit. This palace is just incredible. I can't wait to fight and learn from the stronger ones on the Black Dragon list.
You are probably the strongest initiate in a long while, but as much as I appreciate new blood like you, there are traditions to be kept.
Luo Han slowly lifted his arms as his chi rushed out. The golden blue strands of energy froze the water in the air, covered his palms with a layer of glittering crystals. The crystals grew and turned into a flowing gust, refracting the sunlight and shone millions of rainbows onto the ring.
Sometimes you just can't force tradition onto changing tide.
Yi Wei smiled and filled his body with qi. His muscles bulged up and his qi presence spanned like a hurricane.
Both Yi Wei and Luo Han stood still, but the battle has already begun.
The gusts of flowing crystals and the hurricane of qi crashed onto each other as the two cultivators sped up the qi flow within their meridians.
This is shocking.
So this is his true strength. The initiates were forced to back up to the edges of the square, shocked by the vigorous qi disturbance.
Unbelievable.
He is new like us, but it seems like he is not losing ground against these veterans.
Do you think he can win this fight? This veteran is much stronger than the last one. Don't be overconfident, be careful. Feeling suppressed, the initiates wanted to break even.
They were nervous for Yi Wei as all of them could feel Luo Han was clearly stronger than Feng Shan. Yi Wei is very strong, he might even be stronger than me, but Luo Han's power is literally from another realm, Bailey Hengtian muttered. I just can't see a newbie winning. It will take at least a Lister's strength and experience to take Luo Han down cleanly. The real question here is how long can Yi Wei last before falling? If he shows enough potential, he might be approached by the Listers. When that happens, nobody will dare to touch him. Luo Han's stare became aggressive as his chi flow reached its quickest. His hands quickly whizzed through air, making hundreds of strange hand seals within seconds, guided the surrounding primal energy to himself. Surges of wild energy then lifted him high up in the sky and sped up the freezing gusts. The air in the square became thicker as the moisture began to solidify. Swoosh, dot. Millions of ice crystal converged into a globe as Luo Han finished making the set of hand seals. The globe expanded then shattered, forming hundreds of ice swords, each of them 10 feet long, and all held together by sequences of blue runes. Luo Han then clenched his fists, rearranged the swords into a large array with his will force. The frozen sword array span rapidly, pulling heat out of the square as it grew.
This is the ice sword print. Does he want to kill Yi Wei?
Bailey Hengtian's heart dropped, shocked by Luo Han's decision. Rumored to be a high-level earth stance, the ice sword print was a rare, long-lost stance. Its manifesto was found by Luo Han during his training in the Frozen Moon Realm. Although he was yet to fully understand its power, Luo Han's frozen chi complemented the rune set and he was able to use the ice sword print at peak low-level earth grade. I only use this stance in special occasions. You should see your defeat as an honor. Luo Han's body was steadily floating in the air, his voice rumbled like thunder. The ice swords were then rearranged to make 8 trigrams, turned into a gigantic array. Rumble. The array crashed down violently in a zigzag movement, emitted series of irregular energy waves as it traveled rapidly cut through the thickened air. Yi Wei could feel his limbs were becoming heavier and his chi flow was slowing as the array approached. Calling this a powerful stance is an understatement, Yi Wei muttered as he looked at the spinning swords, not panicking the slightest though under immense physical pressure. Having learned the basics of the Eternal Star stance, he was not even planning on using extra chi to defend himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 214, next. Chapter 214, next.
Yi Wei remained calm the whole time, unmoved by the pressing energy surges and undaunted in the midst of screams and tremors. His eyes were focused on the tilting sword array, registering its every slightest sway. He took a ghost step to the side as the array fell onto him, pulling his fist back quickly while his nose was close enough to smell the layer of evaporating ice on the swords.
With a quick springing action, he threw a heavy punch. There was no trace of chi around the fist, but his skin, bones, and muscles were toughened by the energy that was outwardly absent. His knuckles were pointing straight towards the array, in which the air in front of him was quickly compressed, exploding shortly after. Marked by a series of ear-piercing noise, his fist crushed down on Luo Han's stance countless times. Bang, dot. The swords were blown to smithereens by the explosive force of Yi Wei's plain but effective counterstrikes, turning into a small blizzard. The loud explosion did not help assuage the buzzing in their ears, so the initiates fortified their shields, nullifying the rain of ice shards while the ground trembled. Each of them was an expert in combat, so the newcomers were all shocked to see an earth stance being countered by sheer physical strength. Impossible. Bailey Hingtian widened his eyes, staring at Yi Wei as though he was looking at a rare monster. He could not imagine even a beast or a demon equivalent in tier to the returned Prime Warrior stage possessing bodily strength comparable to Yi Wei's. What is he? Luo Han's stance can even drop a 3-star retuned Prime Warrior. How can a newbie at 10-star condensed Prime level withstand it with body strength alone? But the Eternal Star Stance, created by a Supreme, was a sky-grade body strengthening technique everyone in the palace didn't even know existed. For a faint moment, everyone present began to feel a light sense of dread as they watched Yi Wei fight. They could all see how the young runemaster possessed a strange power, an unfamiliar strength that nobody understood. Yi Wei did not hesitate for a split second, and having visualized and predicted the sword array's movement with his extraordinary soul sensitivity, he calculated the shortest path to Luo Han. With the Starblink steps, he turned into a beam of light and reappeared 100 feet ahead at nigh instantaneous speed. Your turn to take a hit. The young runmaster's fist carried the speed of a shooting star, aimed at Luo Han's chest. Yin Yang punch. Luo Han's mind cleared up as the turbulence that came with Yi Wei's punch brushed his face. He realized he had no time to obsess over why his stance was countered, because the cultivator who effortlessly nullified his stance was now on the offensive. OM. With both his arms drawing a semicircle simultaneously, Luo Han conjured a round shield in front of him. He then transferred all of his freezing chi into his left hand while he condensed and heated up his willforce on his right. His hand's fluid motion perfectly merged together the two extremes, and the essence of the burning sun and the freezing moon rotated, enlarging the shield. Bang! Just as the shield materialized, Yi Wei's fist connected. Although the sheet of rotating energy was thin, but extremely resilient, the punch could not penetrate its defense. Yi Wei subtly swung his shoulder, giving his strike an extra push, and stretched the shield. His fist then powered on and hit Luo Han in the chest. The moment Luo Han was sent flying, his shield bounced back the momentum that was applied to it. Yi Wei lost his balance, flung to the opposite direction. Luo Han grunted as a drop of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He frowned, feeling his moderate injury. Yi Wei quickly used the Starblink steps to outspeed the force that was reflected from his strike, looking calmly at Luo Han as he regained his balance. You will lose. Yi Wei said with an appreciative smile. He could not feel the slightest sense of exhaustion, owing it to the Eternal Star boost that had given his body as much endurance as it had explosive strength, and this without tapping into the power of his supreme blood. In contrast, he could sense Luo Han's disrupted and decelerated chi flow. Losing to you is not at all shameful. Luo Han wiped away the blood with his sleeve. He stood up straight and smiled back. Graceful in defeat, his eyes expressed a slight but undisguised disappointment. He couldn't help looking back at the time when he was an initiate himself, and better appreciated Yi Wei's strength. He had a feeling the young runemaster was probably strong enough to challenge the Black Dragon list, enough to make the listers keep an eye on him. I was the strongest initiate before today. I was impressed by how I set myself up to be the rising star before today. Luo Han looked at Yi Wei, mumbling. His competitive spirit had awoken. This will not be our only fight, and I do not plan on staying at the losing end. A word of advice, beware of the veterans, for they will come after you. Shaming initiates is a petty tradition, but it has its place. He said frankly, sighed, and lifted his head. I hope fighting them will be as inspiring as our exchange today. Yi Wei fearlessly replied, sincerely smiling. Farewell. Luo Han could not understand but nodded, approving of the young runemaster's enthusiasm. He turned into a flash and returned to the magnificent villa at the hilltop. Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing were silenced by what they just seen, as neither of them expected Yi Wei's prowess nor could they figure out how he attained that crisp but tough fighting style of his. He won 2 in a row. He is a solid fighter. The initiates lowered their barrier, boiling over in excitement. They looked up at the levitating Yi Wei with great admiration. This is only the beginning. I wonder how tough the top listers are, Yi Wei muttered while narrowing his eyes to look at the distant hills.
Aiming at the summit of cultivation, the young runmaster was always ignoring the difficulties, trying to look further ahead and learn more, always thinking a step ahead, but he was aware that quickly moving forth and challenging stronger opponents was the only way to carry himself to the top. Zhou Kuang stood silently at the top of the hill at the back of the villa. His presence was cold and his face was twisted. The responsibility to harass this year's initiates was solely his, which meant his reputation and credibility would be besmirched if his task remained unfinished. Even Luo Han lost against him. Bai Qing had his eyes at the square, whimpering as he tried to reassess the situation. Neither of them had heard of initiates with the strength of 3-star returned prime warriors, let alone seen one. Newcomers as strong as 2-star returned prime warriors were rare, but not unheard of. However, throughout the Million-Star Palace's lengthy 1,000-years-long history, the former was rarer than a phoenix's feather or a dragon's horn. Veterans are responsible for guiding the new, as arrogance and laziness need to be purged before the initiates grow into their own. This tradition is quietly approved by the Hellion family, and it's not going to end under my watch. Zhou Kuang's golden robe fluttered as he channeled his qi. Now that Luo Han, the best cultivator under his command, had lost, he could no longer lead the mission from a distance. Zhou, don't let your guard down at all times. You have to remember this kid had only used a strengthening stance and nothing else. It's hard to imagine a kid at his age being good at more than one thing, but I have a bad feeling about this. Bai Qing raised his brows, speaking in a concerned tone. Neither Zhou Kuang nor Luo Han wished to recruit Yi Wei. They figured it would be more trouble than good, and how managing someone so strong and outspoken would not be efficient. Only Black Dragon Lister can beat me within these walls. This newbie cannot. Zhou Kuang impatiently jumped off the hill and flew towards the square, his fluttering golden robe leaving behind a long glittering trail in the sky. I don't agree, but I guess we don't have the luxury of choice now. Bai Qing watched Zhou Kuang's figure becoming smaller, muttering to himself. Neither of them would bow to an initiate, but this task of restraining the newbies was given to the duo by a higher power. They had no grounds for declining anyway. The veterans enjoyed vast resources and had access to secret realms, and with those privileges came pride. When the weaker veterans occasionally lost against new blood, the stronger would always avenge the weaker to justify the Hellions' trust and honor the opportunities given to them. The only way for Zhou Kuang to be blameless would be by losing, as defeat could also validate Yi Wei's strength. However, Zhou Kuang was not the kind to surrender just to be blameless. He wanted to be approved by the listers, not forgiven. Beating Fengshan is not at all an unachievable task, but beating Luo Han as a newbie? This kid will become a monster. I don't care about Luo Han. It's time for Zhou Kuang and Bai Qing to wrap it up. We need the newbies to know their places. Indeed. This is not about amusement, this is about tradition. The traditionally brief fight series and induction had ran for almost double its normal duration. The violent qi disturbance had caught the attention of the palace's veterans. They gathered in small groups and showed great interest in the young runmaster, who had caused all the disruptions. Under the attention of thousands, a brush of golden light arrived into the square. The initiates felt a sharp discomfort as the sudden pressuring qi disturbance descended like a flash of light. Now a 3-star returned prime warrior? What's next? A sage. Does bullying appeal to the veterans this much? It wouldn't mean anything even if Yi Wei gets beaten. You lot have been training with all the resources you'd need. Just let him pick a new villa to live in. We are not stupid. You may want us to respect the veterans, but we respect credibility as much as we respect power. The initiates screamed and bickered. They could see Yi Wei's chance to win was diminishing as the veterans seemed uninterested in putting an end to their cause. There was no fairness in a cultivator of several years' worth of resource advantages denying a 16-year-old initiate without the same mileage of his promised benefits. Yi Wei has gone too far now. He will be an enemy of the public here in the palace unless he gets onto the Black Dragon list. Bailey Hungtian thought to himself and sighed. He had just threatened 29,000 veterans. All of them will just see him as a competitor and alienate him. He has to get himself into the top 1,000 to be respected now. He might be able to beat a 3-star returned prime warrior, but it takes much more to take down a lister. They all have their own specialties. The caretaker knitted his brows worryingly. His heart rooted for the underdog, but his experience objected to the wishful thinking. A 3-star returned prime lister can probably beat any ordinary cultivator at 4-star returned prime level and fight evenly with a 5-star returned prime warrior outside the palace. The initiates looked at Yi Wei's back in awe. None of them saw him as a rival and instead considered him a leader figure, as though they were seeing a hero of revolution in the flesh. They were humble and supportive. He can win. Jian Chen's eyes were staring at the ring. He was not bothered by the gap between Yi Wei and himself, rather he was oozing with determination. He would fight and get stronger until he overtakes his rival.
Bailey Hengtian gazed upon Jian Chen. He could feel that the sword-wielding teen was one of the strongest present in the square. The man in golden robes is Zhou Kuang. I personally can't think of anyone outside the Black Dragon list beating him. Your friend there is not likely to last more than 3 exchanges, so don't get any funny thoughts, or you will just be sabotaging your future here. Bailey Hengtian had become numb, having played the game of greed and power for years. He felt refreshed by Yi Wei's boldness. Although he didn't have a good network nor had he powerful friends, he reflectively did what he could to try to protect Yi Wei's ally. Nobody is strong enough to, trust me, so stay back even if Yi Wei gets beaten badly. Help him when this is all over, help him recover. If you two partner up, in a year or two, you can even start thinking about the Black Dragon list. All the initiates were looking at the square's center with clenched fists and hoped for the best. Nice to meet you. May I ask if your name is on the Black Dragon list? Yi Wei looked at the fluttering golden robes, sensed the 3-star returned prime level magnitude of chi disturbance, and asked calmly. Yi Wei was not scared, he merely lusted for a chance to push himself to his limit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Precursor. Chapter 215, Precursor. You think you deserve to fight a lister? It amuses me how shamelessly ignorant one can be. Zhou Kuang said coldly as he disdainfully glared at Yi Wei. It seemed to Zhou Kuang that not only was Yi Wei not interested in contending with him, but that Yi Wei had somehow learned his failure to enter the list despite 3 years of best efforts. The more he engrossed himself in his own thoughts, the more twisted his face became. That's a no? May I ask how I can fight one of them? Yi Wei had no desire to pose a threat, as he just didn't see the point in it. To him, it would be excessively inefficient if he had to fight all 29,000 weaker cultivators before he gets to learn from the 1,000 elites. I have been here for 3 years, and I must say it's my first time meeting a person as arrogant as you are. You want to fight a cultivator on the Black Dragon list? Fine, if you ever manage to beat me, I will personally arrange the fight for you. Zhou Kuang's face turned ashen, his knuckles cracked and rattled, and his urge to kill the person stood in front of him grew. Zhou Kuang did not consider the chances of himself losing, he believed wholeheartedly in the hard work he put in the 3 years he had been in the palace. That the sweat and blood had made him undeniably stronger than any newbie he could think of. You have a strange way of answering questions. Yi Wei nodded, ignoring the aggressive urge he could feel in Zhou Kuang's chi presence, and seemed to be in his own world. If that's the case, let's fight. Your inefficiency in communicating has cost us a lot of time already. Yi Wei slowly lifted his head, looking at Zhou Kuang dead in the eye. The young runmaster's calmness and indifference had angered and intimidated Zhou Kuang even further. Fine, very fine. I am interested to see the strength that fuels your pitiful arrogance. It can't be much if you have to compensate it with this little show you are putting on. Zhou Kuang gritted his teeth, his words sounding harsher and colder as he spoke. Bang! Zhou Kuang clenched his fist and channeled his chi, the golden ball of energy in his dantian glowing brightly. His meridians stretched and all 3 purple fissures on the ball widened as a rush of his chi squeezed through. Low-level earth stance, shadowless finger strike. He flipped over his palm, and his hands were suddenly bathing in an intertwining sequence of runes. He then flicked his fingers, shooting 3 invisible and silent bolts of chi at 3 of Yi Wei's most vulnerable parts. Humph! Yi Wei coldly grunted. All 3 invisible bolts were immediately picked up by his sharp soul sensitivity. His muscles and bones made a clattering sound as his energy pervaded every part of him. He made a fist and converged his strength into his right arm. His arm quickly shook, bending backwards to a bizarre angle. He swung his fist back and forth 3 times, and his punches soared like cannons. Bang! 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 3 dull explosions echoed in the square, but none could see the source. The force of Yi Wei's punches and Zhou Kuang's bolts were undetectable before the clash, the explosion of energy expanding in waves. The solid blocks of rock that made up the square's ground began to crack under the immense pressure. The tiles over them quickly turned into dust. Low-level earth stance, blood-shock claws. Zhou Kuang was surprised that Yi Wei could detect his invisible strikes with great accuracy, but he did not flinch. He made a series of changing hand seals, in which a blood-colored claw appeared and came flying towards Yi Wei's neck. In the ring, Yi Wei narrowed his eyes at the sharp claws. With a quick stomp, a river of runes condensed under his feet. Melted into a star-like light beam, his figure became unpredictable, swaying unstably. Swoosh! He shook 3 times in quick succession, narrowly avoiding the viscid, chi-empowered claw. Such ruthless strikes! Yi Wei quickly dropped his feet onto the belt of runes, letting the stream of energy carry his body back and forwards out of harm's way.
He stared at Zhou Kuang's evil smile and his face turned stern. Behind a screen of debris, Yu Wei's gaze turned cold, quickly identifying his opponent's whereabouts, and quietly pushed his body through the small dust storm. His fist carried a few gusts of wind, flying directly for Zhou Kuang's head. The young runemaster struck with a silent lethality as a reciprocation to Zhou Kuang's vicious intent. How naive. Bring it on then, boy. Now I don't even have to make an effort to catch you. Zhou Kuang screamed, provoked by Yi Wei's reaction. He did not plan to evade, but rather match Yi Wei's intensity. Hiding behind waves after waves of fierce claw strikes, Zhou Kuang rushed into the cloud of debris. Both of his hands carried the strength to take out returned prime warriors. Bang! Bang! The two fighters' figures crossed in the sky, claws and fists clashed, and a muffled rumble sounded. Within the matter of a few breaths of time, the fighters had exchanged hundreds of blows. Zhou Kuang's claws were as sharp as razors, Yi Wei's fists were sturdy and heavy like a mallet. Neither of them could gain an advantage. The initiates watched in fear as the screen of debris turned into a storm. They are dead even. How is this possible? Bailey Hengtian could just make sense out of the blurred shroud of dust. Expecting a one-sided battle, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How can a newbie fight like this? Is he related to the royal families? It's only been a few months since we fought, but he's become so powerful. He almost fights like a different person, and now he is twice as strong and fast, Jian Chen murmured, his eyes shining with admiration as his chi expanded in excitement. Watching the fight closely, the initiates were reflecting upon their own selves. The pride and the arrogance in their hearts slowly started to sap away at their backbone. Regarded as their respective region's best, all of them were handpicked by the Hellion agents. Although they were siding with Yi Wei as opposed to the veterans, they were inevitably threatened by and envied the young runemaster's superior talent. The girls within the group of initiates were naturally attracted to Yi Wei. They found themselves blushing. Their fine, crystal-clear eyes glued onto the young runemaster, impressed by the masculinity in his stand against, supposedly, a senior. Growing up treated as princesses, they were as picky as they were strong. None of them could help themselves from having a crush on the powerful rebellious figure. Boom! Affected by the storm of chi produced by the fight, the wild primal energy in the air inflated and exploded in mid-air in the ring, each wave potent enough to knock an initiate unconscious. Even fully defending himself with a layer of chi armor, and perfectly dodging the waves, Bailey Hengtian's face turned pale. He flew backwards next to the square's entrance as he realized he could actually die if he was hit. The caretaker was sweating, startled by the strength and mastery displayed by Yi Wei, glad that his greed drove him to accept the bribe from Yi Wei, to establish connection with potentially the strongest initiate that Million Star Palace had ever seen. Boom! The two figures crashed into each other again, another thundering sound filling the square momentarily as a visibly rippling force wave swept the dusty ground. They both flew backwards for over 300 feet after the exchange before either of them could regain their balance, stirring up several shrilling gusts in the process. Zhou Kuang's chest rose and flattened in a few quick cycles. After adjusting his breathing, he glared across the settling dust at Yi Wei. His daze shone through his dark pupils, evidently surprised. He was stupefied by the fractions of their combative exchange that just flashed back in his mind. Were we even this whole time? Zhou Kuang was confident about his own cultivation. Although he was not as prominent as the gifted who squeezed themselves into the Black Dragon list, though still not far from being strong enough to challenge the top 1,000, he was a top 3-star returned prime warrior throughout the entire dynasty who just needed to polish a few bad habits in order to translate his power into combative context. Meanwhile, Yi Wei was utilizing the little pause to analyze his opponent, calculating his next move. He was evidently impressed by Zhou Kuang's capabilities. I came to the right place to refine my techniques. Yi Wei mumbled and drew a refreshing, shuddering breath. I was almost starting to believe the eternal star stance would make me undefeatable amongst 3-star returned prime warriors. The runemaster thought to himself. Now I am truly looking forward to fighting the ones capable of entering the Black Dragon list at 3-star level. They must have some tricks I can mimic then customize. I just put an end to this fight. Yi Wei's eyes glimmered with excitement. If this is all you can do, we can stop fighting now. The young runmaster said calmly, his posture contrasting Zhou Kuang's restlessness. Just because you can match me for a few exchanges doesn't not mean you bluff your way through? You should be ashamed of yourself. Zhou Kuang interpreted what he heard as another insult, his stress and frustration quickly rendered into fury. His hands whizzed, eagerly became different hand seals as his envy turned sour. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Black Dragon Valley. Chapter 216, Black Dragon Valley. The hand seals immediately stimulated Zhou Kuang's body, and thousand surges of gold-tinted qi rushed out and filled the sky. The thick streams of qi further condensed into the shape of a gigantic finger. Almost a mile in length, it had a jade-like and translucent glow. The menacing structure looked large enough to poke a hole in the sky, and millions of runes flowed throughout the whole length in an organized but complex pattern, giving off the semblance of a fingerprint. Although Lone Finger Blast is incomplete, it is certainly powerful enough to kill you, Zhou Kuang murmured while sneering hysterically. The tip segment fell onto Yi Wei with a downward swing like a pendulum. Zhou Kuang could barely remember the rune sequence, whereas the correct order and the shapes were his limit. Having had very limited knowledge of the mid-level earth stance, he had yet to become capable of powering the blast efficiently. His face turned completely pale as his qi and will force were completely drained. Feeling as though he was pushed to the edge of a cliff, Zhou Kuang was betting it all on this one last stance. His instinct told him that he had no chance of winning a long fight against Yi Wei's immaculate and efficient fighting style. Yi Wei's robe pressed against his body, and his entire hairdo was pulled backwards, fluttering backwards in the face of the high-pressure turbulence. But he appeared abnormally calm. "You are finally showing your ace in the sleeve?" Yi Wei smiled indifferently, slowly taking a small step forward. A light orb shot out from between his brows, glowing and expanding into a humanoid shape. Light clone. Having been improved by Blood Devourer crystals, Yi Wei's clone was also at 3-star returned prime level. But unlike his real body, the clone could feel no pain and no fear. It was therefore capable of fighting with reckless abandon. All it took was a glance, and the light clone turned into a flash as Yi Wei cast his eyes onto the large, falling finger. Bang! With great speed, the flash of light crashed into the finger's top joints. The clone was only 1,000th of the Lone Finger Blast's size, with the semblance of an ant holding onto a giant pillar. But despite the size disadvantage, its momentum and qi presence was in no way weaker than Zhou Kuang's best stance. Rumble! The sky shook and the ground trembled. Although prepared for a huge impact, all the initiates were startled. They could hear nothing as their ears buzzed, whereas the weaker cultivators were even impaired by the vertigo they incurred while the waves of recoil from the impact bounced off and knocked down the group. Just seconds after the collision, the finger shape was snapped and shredded while the light clone disintegrated. That wraps it up. Yi Wei spoke calmly, as the dispersal of his clone did nothing to affect his well-being by any means. The belt of runes he surfed on brought him immediately next to his opponent. Zhou Kuang, immobilized by the shockwave produced by Yi Wei's speed, was swatted down by a palm strike before he could even react. No! The disbelieving thought entered Zhou Kuang's mind before he hit the ground, but the impact of crashing into the ground shut his brain off at almost the same time. Bang! Another man-shaped crater was made close to where Fengshan was knocked into the ground. The square was silenced, the initiates had their eyes widened, jaws dropped, and most had forgotten to breathe, considering they could barely defend themselves against the shockwaves of the mid-level earth stance even as a collective. They were therefore stunned to see that Yi Wei stood casually and completely unscathed afterwards. Zhou Kuang lost, Bai Qing murmured, and his throat was dry from breathing through his mouth. His voice was therefore breaking and barely audible. "Take him back here. And feed this to him." He cleared his throat and gave something to one of his men, sounding panicked despite his efforts to appear calm. "None of us here will be able to handle that newbie. I am going to Black Dragon Valley now to chat with someone who can." Swoosh! Bai Qing's figure had disappeared mysteriously in front of his group while his voice was still ringing in the air. "This newbie beat Zhou Kuang. In my opinion, he is one of the strongest 3-star returned prime warriors off the Black Dragon list. Something will happen to the rankings soon by the look of things. The ones living in the valley won't let anyone destroy the tradition. We can't have the initiates think we are equals. They are probably focused on training, but I can almost guarantee you that they will be interested in sorting this kid out. We are witnessing history right now. I think we should let them know." More and more veterans gathered to talk after Zhou Kuang's defeat, as they could not bear to just stand and watch. The ones that had contact with the listers sped towards Black Dragon Valley individually but simultaneously. The Million-Star Palace stretched over 100 miles, and 1,000 of the facility's most lavish villas were located in the Black Dragon Valley, each of them assigned to a powerful elite cultivator. The green hills were joined by an almost circular ridge, containing a large, layered, and flowing current of white mist inside the area, within which strands of runes were swimming and wiggling. The valley was deep and bottomless to even the sharpest eyesight. It was shrouded in mysterious surges of energy, making the landmark a functional and modifiable array. Exactly 1,000 villas were orderly floating in the mist, decorating the depth of Black Dragon Valley. They were homes to the most talented talents and the smartest of the smarts. Bai Qing's figure appeared in the mist, before a luxurious villa. This particular structure belonged to a renowned figure, Qing Mu the spiritualist. Qing Mu was mentally extremely mature for his young age. His old-fashioned approach to life extended to his physical image. He was always in a Taoist robe, dressed and accessorized like a person more than thrice his age. His given name was Cheng Mu, but he always preferred others addressing him as the spiritualist. Although the title spiritualist was more commonly used to address God's prime warrior, the residents of Million Star Palace did not deny Cheng Mu his title. They all approved of Cheng Mu's strength, obliging in silent acquiescence. The cultivator behind Bai Cheng and Zhou Kuang was none other than the spiritualist. They were in fact sent by Cheng Mu to soften this year's initiates.
Spiritualist. It's me, Bai Cheng. I come here bearing important news.
He flew above the villa and shouted with respect.
I didn't expect you to take this long. Where is your partner?
Why is Zhou Kuang not with you?
Cheng Mu slowly walked out to the terrace as he tied his hair up in a bun and secured it with a moss-green wooden hairpin, while his cyan robe was almost long enough to sweep the tiles.
I am here to talk about why it took so long. Bai Cheng's voice became quieter as his face turned red. There was a radical within the initiates. He managed to defeat Fengshan with just one blow, and then he handled Luo Han with ease.
And he defeated Zhou Kuang too. Eh?
Cheng Mu knitted his brows, frustrated and surprised as he was aware of Zhou Kuang's capabilities. Even I had to go through some tough times from the veterans when I first came here. It taught me many great lessons, and I am not going to let the tradition fade, especially when I am responsible for giving them a hard time in the beginning.
Exactly how strong is the kid? Enough to challenge the Black Dragon list, do you think?
I mean, Zhou Kuang is probably the strongest 3-star returned prime warrior outside of this valley. The easiest way for Cheng Mu to teach Yue a lesson would be sending himself to the ring, but he knew nobody would be humbled by facing an overwhelming difference in cultivation bases. Cultivation-wise, he is just a 10-star condensed prime warrior, but he is armed with a very powerful body strengthening stance that made him as strong as a 3-star returned prime warrior. Apart from that, he used a clone technique that also had 3-star returned prime level power. Bai Cheng slightly lowered his head and said,
As strong as a 3-star returned prime warrior?
Cheng Mu the spiritualist narrowed his eyes, paused and continued, Let Jin Kuei know we will be needing him.
Are you sure?
Bai Cheng's eyes lit up. Although Jin Kuei ranked low on the Black Dragon list, he was known to be the best 3-star returned prime warrior in the Million Star Palace, especially in terms of strength, speed, and mastery in fighting.
Okay, I will notify him.
Bai Cheng left for another villa once he got the nod from Cheng Mu the spiritualist.
Xing Yao? Xing Yao.
In the thick mist of the valley, a girl who witnessed Yue's victory arrived at a villa, eagerly shouting.
Shui Er? You can come in.
A clear voice came out of the villa, a refreshing sound that resembled the quality of jade bell's chime. All the villas in the valley were protected by a runic barrier, which meant nobody could enter the villas without the owner's permission. The gate opened, and Shui Er, almost hopping, entered the main hall with bouncy steps. She was immediately greeted by the sight of a girl, who sat behind a table and a rack full of brushes, whose face was covered by a veil. The owner of the villa was in the middle of transferring a scenic view from her memory onto canvas with black ink and a brush, but her white robe was spotless. Although her face was covered, the glow of her bright eyes shone through, her black pupils seemed to suck in all that she beheld. Xing Yao was of a cold-tempered, fairy-like character. Although unsociable, being the third strongest cultivator on the Black Dragon list made her receive much attention.
Xing Yao. Something interesting just happened. Would you like to know what it is?
Shui Er was lively and cheerful in contrast. She waved her arms and legs around as she spoke, smiling playfully like a child.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, A Gathering of Stars. Chapter 217, A Gathering of Stars. What made you so giggly?
Xing Yao looked at Shui Er, slowly placing her brush down on the table. Her movements were gentle and coherent, somehow pleasant to watch.
So, all the newbies have arrived, and as you know, they are gathered to be taught a lesson about modesty.
Shui Er chuckled, pausing to look at Xing Yao's graceful posture.
It is quite interesting when you are not an initiate, isn't it?
Xing Yao shook her head reluctantly, unable to understand the childish enthusiasm.
But we do it every year, haven't you watched it before?
It's different this year. One of the newbies was fun to watch. Shui Er spoke quickly, eager to win Xing Yao's attention. This newbie was quiet to start with, and he didn't even fight for the best newcomer spot. He didn't step in before Fengshan, the 1-star returned prime warrior, made them all kneel down and read the palace's rules out loud.
And guess what? He beat Fengshan with one punch.
Shui Er had no control of her excitement, barely able to hold still while recounting the event. So before Fengshan got to scaring the newbies, he was pummeled into the ground.
Ha ha, it looked so funny. One punch?
Xingyao finally showed interest, as it's been over a decade since there had been a newcomer at 2-star return prime level.
You said this Fengshan has 1-star cultivation? No questions yet.
I am not done telling the story, something even funnier happened. Shui leaned against Xingyao's shoulder affectionately. So after the newbie won the first fight, Luo Han stepped into the ring. You might not have heard of that name, but Luo Han was a 10-star condensed prime warrior a year ago when he started here, and he is now already a 2-star return prime warrior.
And
he is also the owner of a piece of frozen moon crystal.
Keep going.
Xingyao nodded, but being the third strongest cultivator on the Black Dragon list, she had no interest in Luo Han. She was usually only interested in the top 10 cultivators on the list, but an initiate managing to defeat a veteran was one of the few exceptions.
Luo Han was putting on a great show, but the newbie won rather easily. And
after that, Zhou Kuang fought and lost almost immediately.
He was also knocked into the ground, ha ha ha.
Shui chuckled, I think the newbie was only 16 years old, isn't that interesting? Interesting, if he managed to beat Zhou Kuang, it means he will be fighting one of us next. Xingyao widened her eyes as the thought dawned on her and couldn't quite believe an initiate would be challenging a lister. It was not just a matter of power and strength, the tradition that had lasted a century was on the verge of breaking down.
Let's go. I am not in the mood to paint anymore since you came.
Xingyao's bright eyes were looking at the door.
His name is Yi Wei, right? The newbie who beat Zhou Kuang?
That's interesting, I always wondered if someone new would be strong enough to put an end to this old-fashioned bullying act. Qingmu the spiritualist is responsible for it this year, and he is well connected.
I think we will be watching a good fight with whomever he decides to send next. Let's go.
The valley was usually quiet, but today its peace was tainted by the exciting gossip. The random gossip quickly turned into widespread news in the palace. Even the only officials, the 2 gods prime warriors stationed at the facilities by the Hellion family, were noticing the changes in the atmosphere. The golden sun loomed at its zenith. Above the square, between the layers of clouds, a large crowd of veterans gathered, many of which were powerful cultivators that earned their place on the Black Dragon list.
San Chan? I thought you were spending some time in the Burning Sun realm for special training? I just came back to take a small break. It was getting too quiet there.
A pale-looking face replied.
Have you been here long? Fill me in. Not much longer than you. It has been a while since this place was this busy, right? Oh look, Zue Yu is here too. So is Xia Ming. Ha ha ha, what an occasion.
As the friends and rivals reunited, more and more of the famous personages were appearing out the blue. Most of the average cultivators were finally seeing the figures they had only ever heard stories of throughout all the years they'd been in the palace. That's Qingmu the spiritualist. I heard he is responsible for scaring the newbies this year.
Who do you think he is going to send to fight the newbie?
A figure wearing a faded cyan robe, with his hair done up in a bun, caught the most attention. Out of all the cultivators on the Black Dragon list, Qingmu the spiritualist was one of the most famous. But his fame was mostly for his narrow-mindedness and his lack of empathy. However, compensated by his strength and craftiness, his relationship with the other listers remained peaceful on the surface.
San Chan, Zue Yu, Xia Ming.
Qingmu quickly scanned the crowd, spotting the trio he found interesting.
Hey, it's been a while.
I honestly don't remember the last time this square was filled with people.
San Chan laughed and said. Now that the kid has beaten Zhou Kuang, who are you going to send next?
The trio were curious, excited for the first time in a long while.
Jin Kuwei.
Qingmu smiled and turned to his side, patting a boy with golden hair on his back. The trio nodded in unison, but again, only San Chan spoke out.
Yeah, Jin Kuwei is an appropriate choice.
If you've picked anyone stronger than 3-star return prime level, the newbies will not humble themselves even if he lost. Although San Chan said it was appropriate, he thought the complete opposite. Jin Kuwei is the strongest cultivator at 3-star return prime level within the palace, or maybe even within the
dynasty. The trio dropped the thought of tradition being changed as soon as they heard Jin Kuwei's name. They almost knew for a fact that the fight was over before it even started.
Jin Kuwei did not rank high on the Black Dragon list, but nobody in the palace had not heard of his name. It represented the very limit of the 3-star returned prime cultivation level.
Xingyao is here. I didn't think she would come.
It is her. Changmu, San Chan, and Zue Yu looked towards the sky. Xingyao was undisputedly considered the goddess of Million Star Palace, but some of the veterans had been in the palace for years without witnessing her face even once. They were all excited at first but then shocked to see that the legendary beauty was not exaggerated in any sense.
Her skin was glowing like snow through her white robe, and her ink-black hair fell undone behind her back. Both of her wrists were decorated by a bracelet, and she was wearing a plain silver ring on her left pinky. Simplistic but divine. Xin Yao. With a trace of admiration on his face, Changmu headed towards his goddess. Ever since they've met, Changmu had volunteered to become her cultivation partner, but she had turned it down each and every time. Spiritualist. Xin Yao nodded, her crystal-clear eyes inhabiting a dismissive coldness. Changmu felt a sudden embarrassment, reminded by her eyes of the distance between them. He was not satisfied by their relationship, but he was too proud to show his weakness. Where is Yi Wei? Is he still here? Shui'er winked playfully, glancing down onto the square as she hopped around Qing Yao. Oh. There he is. Cheng Yao, look. That's him. Shui'er pointed at where she had her eyes set, screaming excitedly. I see. Qing Yao followed the finger and looked down, neither excited nor disappointed. This is interesting, right? A newbie who came this far. Qingmu casually twiddled his ring, smiling awkwardly as he tried to make a conversation. Just curious. You know, tradition and all. Qing Yao replied coldly, not making the slightest effort to sugarcoat her indifference. We will see. He is strong but way too raw. Jin Kuei, go on and play with him for a bit. Changmu crossed his arms behind his back and took a deep breath, pretending to be calm. Jin Kuei could read Chingmu's discomfort but couldn't guess the spiritualist was romantically disappointed. He does not look pleased. What have I done now? The 3-star returned Prime Warrior nodded to Changmu, thinking the arm crossing was a signal telling him to give Yi Wei a hard time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Grave Purging Strike. Chapter 218, Grave Purging Strike. Jin Kuei shook his body, the layers of clouds he stood on suddenly split apart. Witnessed by veterans and black dragon listers, he dove and flew down like a meteorite, approaching Yi Wei at fearsome speed. Bang! With a loud but muffled rumble, Jin Kuei steadily landed in the ring. The whole square shook in the fissures and the green stone foundation cracked wider and longer. A gust of glittering green dust filled the whole square instantly. The initiates were all in awe, stunned by the display of incredible strength and balance. Their fear grew as their fervor subsided, once again backing themselves up to a corner. Even though the initiates could not recognize the face they saw, they instinctively knew they were looking at someone out of their reach, someone who won himself a place on the Black Dragon list. Jin Kuei. Unlike the newcomers, Bailey Hengtian knew the face. He was in complete shock, calling the name out when the dust settled. How can they allow this? This is too much. The caretaker exclaimed in his mind, shook his head reluctantly, and then murmured. 1,000 years of tradition boils down to a display of ego. This is getting disgusting if anything. If they can just send one of the lower-ranked listers, Yi Wei might even have a chance to move to the valley. This is unnecessary and unfair. Out of all 30,000 talented cultivators in the palace, there was no denying that Jin Kuei was the strongest cultivator at his level. His talent could easily win him fights against 4-star returned prime warriors outside the palace. However strong Yi Wei was, he was just a 16-year-old initiate. None of the veterans actually thought the arrangement was in any way fair but nonetheless looked forward to the fight. Black Dragon Lister. Finally. Yi Wei narrowed his eyes, and his sharp sight pierced through the greenish screen of dust to procure a view of Jin Kuei's dense and visible aura. His every sense told him that the person inside the screen of dust was extremely dangerous. For 1,000 years, the palace had seen more talents than you can imagine, and all of them were roughed up when they were new. I, Jin Kuei, am here to make sure that you will not be an exception. Jin Kuei walked out of the settling dust and stared at Yi Wei. You have beaten 3 veterans, and you should learn that there is always someone stronger than you out there. Jin Kuei analyzed his opponent with a cold gaze, and his short blonde hair stood up like the mane of a prowling lion. He was eager to expose Yi Wei's weaknesses. I've been looking forward to this. Yi Wei's eyes lit up, and he gently clenched his fist, warming up his muscles. Whether or not he could get into the Black Dragon list was insignificant an issue as he just wished to push himself to the limit and expand his body's capability. Bang, dot. A whirling gust began to build up around Yi Wei's body as his chi heated up, dragging the dust up and out of the square. You have the strength of a 3-star returned prime warrior, correct? I just so happen to be a 3-star returned prime warrior. Jin Kuei teased with a smile, speaking in a rather disrespectful tone. You don't think I am a bully, right? Not at all. I am grateful that you are willing to fight me. Please don't hesitate to show me the strength that got you to where you are now. Yue fearlessly smiled at Jin Kuei. Very well. I admire your attitude. Jin Kuei's gaze turned cold and harsh. His body shook and a surge of golden energy oozed out vigorously. His chi surged continuously, eventually filling the whole square and reaching the initiates in the corner. The crowd, comprising both initiates and veterans, screamed and shouted as they could feel the difference in chi density between Zhou Kuang and Jin Kuei despite the fact that both of them had 3 purple cracks in their Dantian energy ball. I wonder how he consolidates his cultivation. The quality of his chi makes the volume he holds in his meridians pretty much irrelevant. No wonder why he is considered to be in his own league. He will rank higher on the list soon. Jin Kuei will eventually achieve greatness. Many of the veterans of the palace were discussing emotionally, simultaneously fearing but admiring. This Yue's chi presence is much weaker, but I think he is going to win. He is fun. Xue'er had no idea her bias came from an unexpected attraction. Jin Kuei uses a unique cultivation technique, so it takes time for him to advance and break through. He will never rank high like us, but he serves his purpose. Qing Mu calmly replied. The fighters remained silent for a while, and with occasional gulping sounds, the atmosphere at the square thickened. Earth Stance, Grave Purging Strike. Jin Kuei felt Yue's slight relaxation and seized the moment. He grunted and a wave of his chi swept across the ring. Sorry, kid, but I wouldn't have been told to be rough if you knew your place and kept your mouth shut. Bang! Sequences of runes rushed out as Jin Kuei flipped his hands over, combined together to form a large, flat tablet shape. The Grave Purging Strike was a direct amplifying strike, so its power scaled well to the user's chi, and Jin Kuei's chi was denser than most cultivators. He always enjoyed taking advantage of this one speciality of his, which he took great pride in. Swoosh! The rune sequences on the tablet continuously packed tighter above his palms, and the suction force became strong enough to restrict the initiate's movements all the way at the back of the square. Jin Kuei made an effort to straighten his back as the tablet glowed brighter and became denser. After a quick aim, he swung his arm, sending the cluster of runes quickly flying towards Yue. Its size was no more than 7 feet, but it had the weight of a mountain. Bang! 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 The tablet pierced through the air with a shrill screech, turning the green stone foundation under its path into fine powder. Yue groaned and stomped the floor, whereas his clone appeared and rushed towards the oncoming strike fast as a flash of light. Why bother fighting at all, if that's all you've got? Jin Kuei grunted disdainfully and utilized different hand seals, firing another similar runic tablet at Jin Kuei. Bang! Bang! The 2 tablets flew at Yue and his clone, and Jin Kuei did not seem to be bothered by spending a hefty amount of chi. You have nothing on me if I keep this distance at all time. You will be nothing more than a practicing target. In Jin Kuei's eyes, the only threat Yue posed was in close combat range since he had not seen anything else than a body-enhancing stance from the young runmaster. Bang! Before the eyes of the shocked audience, Yue's clone extended its fist and harpooned into the tablet. The rumble resonated throughout the trembling square, startling the initiates. The raging chi from the tablet spiked out and struck the clone continuously. Within only a few seconds, the clone was beginning to fade. Now blow up. Yue stared at his clone. His calm face turned pale, mumbling as he saw his clone's state. Bang! The clone exploded as per Yue's will, turning into a spray of starlight. The brightness of the scattered runes outshone the sunlight. The exploding energy blasted the runes onto the tablet, splitting it into smaller chunks. Rumble! The dense pieces of chi fell down like rain, denting the square's foundation. Even Bailey Hingtian was not confident in defending himself against the falling runes, so he backed up to the corner with initiates and deployed a barrier in unison with them. Nice little trick! But no matter what your tactic is, you need raw power to make it effective. Jin Kuei stared from above and laughed contemptuously. Are you going to keep trying? The 3-star returned Prime Warrior was extremely confident, could not see his opponent's chances, smiling as he watched the dense fragments fall down. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before the other tablet even came close to Yue, the spikes of chi on its surface grew violet and raked across the ring, pressuring the young runmaster. My Eternal Star Stance does not affect the light clone, so I agree it is not the strongest trick. Yue groaned and clenched his fist. His eyes were focused on the tiny weak spot of the tablet. Yue launched himself forward and up, his muscles warmed up and shining. The raging chi spikes were absorbed into his meridians, broken down into a warm stream of energy that nourished and quickly toughened his body. Yue had already mastered the Eternal Star Stance to a point where he could manipulate Jin Kuei's strike to his advantage, squelching his skin and bones in combat. Your trick is nice. Yue smiled, swung his arm and punched the tablet with ferocity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Amplification. Chapter 219, Amplification. Without the energy spikes, the densely packed runes in Qi became fragile. The runic tablet shattered at Yi Wei's touch. Your name is on the Black Dragon list, so please tell me this not your best. Yi Wei slowly walked out of the cloud of dust and narrowed his eyes at Jin Kuei, slightly disappointed. He could feel how the supreme blood in his body was beginning to boil, improving the eternal star stance's effect. How did you do it? Jin Kuei was surprised by the sight of Yi Wei coming out unscathed after confronting the rune tablet with a bare fist. He frowned in frustration, wondering if Yi Wei was really an initiate as he had dominated veterans with a weaker stance. This is unbelievable. How can an initiate still be standing after taking a hit like that? Jin Kuei was a known Black Dragon lister for his solid talent at cultivation, for his overpowering, forceful fighting style that made him stand out amongst cultivators at his level. Many of the veterans on the clouds were shocked by what they saw, bewildered by the now prolonged fight. Expecting a swift defeat since he picked Jin Kuei to fight the initiate, Shang Mu the spiritualist was speechless, no longer relaxed. Instead of completing his job, he just saw history in the making. The first initiate at the palace was strong enough to be in the Black Dragon list at his arrival. See? I told you, this Yi Wei is really strong. Right? Shui'er's tensed face burst into a smile as she saw Yi Wei dismantle the threatening stance. Qing Yao. Shui'er spoke with urgency, starting to shake her head and jumping restlessly again, making no effort to hide her neediness. He is very good at what he does, yes. Qing Yao pushed away Shui'er's clenching hand, and her clear eyes glinted with amusement. Unlike most other spectators, Qing Yao was one of the few observant enough to see the whole fight clearly. She was curious about the layers of runes that shrouded Yi Wei's body, trying to analyze his energy flow in detail. What kind of stance was that? I've never seen runes routed this way, twinkling like stars, seemingly formless but tough enough to stop Jin Kuei's strike. Qing Yao was rarely amused, but she was truly intrigued by Yi Wei's display. The strengthening effect seems to be permanent. He is probably still reserving his qi, fighting just to get stronger. Guys, did you hear what she said? The veterans of Million Star Palace were dumbfounded. Qing Yao had always believed that silence is golden, so it was obvious to infer that her personality was anything but warm. She did not really care about her image, but from her posture to her words, she excelled at showing her indifference. It was to an extent interesting to hear a genuine praise from her, even more so now it was aimed at an initiate. I do admit, this new kid is actually strong enough to be on the Black Dragon list. But this is far from Jin Kuei's best. The palace's tradition will stand. Practically ignored by Qing Yao, the spiritualist's stern face reflected how displeased he was. He spoke up in hopes of attracting her attention back to himself, almost envious that Yi Wei had entered Qing Yao's line of sight and thoughts. I am number 5 on the Black Dragon list. Do I really deserve less attention than a newbie? Qing Mu the spiritualist was increasingly bitter as he became more absorbed in his own thoughts. Jin Kuei, if you don't finish him in 3 blows, I will make sure you remember and regret this day for the rest of your life. He used the voice transmission technique, emphasizing his anger. In the ruins of the square, Jin Kuei stood on a thin mist of settling dust, while standing still as a tree as he was still in shock from the exchange. He immediately snapped out of his confusion as he heard Qing Mu's angry voice in his head. Just 3 blows? But I don't really want to reveal my true strength, Jin Kuei muttered, reluctantly nodding at Qing Mu before he slowly walked towards Yi Wei. Newbie, the show is over. I hope you had fun. The 3-star returned Prime Warrior's body began to levitate. His body stopped gaining altitude when he was 5 feet above ground. His aura turned the air around him dry and hot. Zoom. Zoom. As the temperature of the square increased, numerous specialized red runes appeared on Jin Kuei's body, forming a large web of mystic energy. The runic glow shone bright enough to penetrate the clouds, and the veterans all recognized the shade of red almost instantly. He means it, the newbie is in trouble now. Jin Kuei's chi is normally a couple times denser than ordinary 3-star returned Prime Warriors. I really don't know why I am seeing a fight like this on the initiate's first day. With this technique, he truly is the best cultivator at his level. I cannot believe this Yi Wei kid pushed him this far. There were thousands of voices, but none of them who spoke thought Yi Wei had a chance of winning at this point. Standing next to Qing Yao, Shui'er puffed up her cheeks, and her playfulness turned into a sour annoyance. Put. The strongest 3-star returned Prime Warrior shouldn't need an amplification stance against a newbie. He is shameless. Although a veteran herself, Shui'er rooted for the handsome initiate breaking the tradition to directly get himself on the Black Dragon list. Amplification stances are a part of one's strength,
so the newbie is welcome to use his too, if he knows one, of course. Changmu glanced at Shui Er and said sarcastically. To the spiritualists and many others' knowledge, in the Zhou dynasty's reign, amplification stances were only available to the royal families and the 16 superpowers. Xingyao levitated gracefully, and her white robe blended her figure into the sky, while her crystal-clear black eyes did the opposite. She was tired of the noises and flew to the side to find herself her own cloud. Her eyes were almost hysterical, set still on Yi Wei as if she found nothing else interesting. She didn't pay attention to anything else than the strange initiate. What are you going to do now? Jin Kuei is probably undefeatable, but I know you will never just give up. Show me where your stance's limit is, Yi Wei. She was initially fascinated by the young runemaster but inevitably turned her attention to Supreme Yi Yu's creation. Jin Kuei was feeling the pressure, starting to be intimidated by Yi Wei's calm. I am surprised by how little you seem to care. You will pay for this. You were naive if you ever thought you could just come here and challenge a black dragon lister and walk out of it in one piece. Jin Kuei swung his arm, and the red runes transformed into a spear shape, its point aiming at Yi Wei's head. The young runemaster didn't respond. He lifted his head and stared at Jin Kuei. His face showed no emotion, completely calm, while his bones started glowing, the yin-yang shapes rattling. Since breaking through to become a 10-star condensed prime warrior, he had not once used the third supernova revolution. Yi Wei was as curious about what was going to happen next as everyone who were watching him. Although modest, Yi Wei was clear that his amplification stance was more powerful than Jin Kuei's. The amplification effect applied to Jin Kuei was considerably stronger, but the Hulian stance could not even double his cultivation strength. Nonetheless, he was confident, albeit being stuck at the 3-star return prime level, simply because he did not know much about his opponent. Changmu was also confident for the same reason, and his smile grew as he recognized the energy signature of the stance Jin Kuei was using. The spear in Jin Kuei's hands rattled, leaving a ringing noise in the air and a fan-like afterimage. It oscillated quicker and quicker, creating flower-shaped globes of qi. These flowers then condensed in a reverse blooming motion, layers of paddle-shaped runes collapsing together, turning into round-bottomed cones. Zoom! Zoom! The energy cones overlapped the afterimage, while its dazing effect made it difficult for even the veterans to keep track of the spearhead. Swoosh! Pulled by the swirling force of the spear, the green dust on the ground began to float. Shadow Destroyer Strike. Bailey Hengtian was completely shocked by what he was seeing. It is not just a rumor, he actually learned this stance. More than 1,000 chi cones, the caretaker had knowledge of Jin Kuei acquiring the Hulian's mid-level earth stance, but he had never thought the renowned 3-star returned prime warrior had mastered the stance's 3rd stage. Stop. Changmu. Make him stop. Why ruin the future of talented young man just because you want to stay true to an obsolete tradition? Bailey Hengtian screamed his lungs out, but neither Jin Kuei nor the spiritualist reacted. Yi Wei smiled while reading the spear's movement. Ha, I will remember your kindness. It's not every day that I get to test my limits. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Not So Special. Chapter 220, Not So Special. Not many cultivators had seen the Shadow Destroyer strike, and nobody under 5-star returned prime level had managed to counter it. The initiates were under the impression that Yi Wei would manage to be listed after the first exchange, but now they were just worried for their fellow cultivators' safety after seeing and feeling Jin Kuei's amplification stance and spear. I am sorry. Qing Mu said, I have to round this up. Jin Kuei was completely focused, his gaze was neutral but he meant harm. He said 3 blows, but I am not as nice as he is. Swoosh. Jin Kuei's spear struck the chi cones with a few circular, stirring strokes. The unbloomed flower shapes flew down like a rain of arrows, a vast majority propelling towards weak spots of Yi Wei's body. Each of the cones had the stopping force to drop even a 4-star returned prime warrior, but Yi Wei was not startled, nor was he scared. The young runemaster was staring at Jin Kuei through the swarm. Despite his opponent's devastating strike, his eyes glinted with energy and felt eager to retaliate. This is at least twice as powerful as the last stance he used. He quickly licked his dried lips and let his primal instinct take over. But keep it coming. I like the pressure. From training at the Supreme Palace, Yi Wei had learned that the power in his blood and the eternal star stance functioned better under pressure. He was ready to take the pain and sacrifice a few moments of comfort for strength. Pressured by the force of 1,000 shards of condensed chi, a new meridian path opened up inside him, and Yi Wei's eternal stance began to transform without end. Come on then. Yue clenched his fist while staring at the spear strikes. A layer of runes around him pulverized and that nebulous energy twinkled like stars, covering his whole body from head to toe.
Well fought, now you will taste defeat.
Jin Kuei's spear appeared sentient as the rapid strikes slithered towards Yue from all directions.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With great precision, Yue's fist caught up to the spear strikes.
Although the aggressor, he couldn't gain advantage.
He felt a numbing sensation as his fist connected, while the layer of runic energy around his body vibrated vigorously and loosened up. The runes immediately started to vibrate in a complex but repeated frequency, causing the energy from Jin Kuei's strikes to simply melt into the starlight and soften around the young runemaster's body. In a few breaths of time, Yue began absorbing the warm surges of nourishing energy. My eternal star stance is evolving, and it is evolving me. Each time the cones in his fist connected, Yue was pushed backwards. Notwithstanding the pressure, his worry subsided as he felt the energy in his veins begin to invigorate and protect him.
Bang!
Although his feet sank and dug 2 trails into the ground, Yue did not take his intense gaze off his opponent for a moment. He took the impact of spear strikes and neutralized it with the eternal star stance's effect.
This kid is crazy.
Jin Kuei's face became twisted as Yue's extreme recklessness, to confront instead of evade, made him scream. The young runmaster's robe was shredded to ribbons of green, his face as white as paper. After a few frail coughs, drops of blood began to drip out of his mouth. Jin Kuei, being a black dragon lister under the effect of an amplification stance, had the kind of power that was superior to the least talented 5-star returned prime warriors. Therefore, even when running the eternal star stance, Yue was not able to absorb the entirety of the Shadow Destroyer strike. The young runmaster handled the first 100 spear strikes perfectly, but when the count went up to 1,000, his body was inevitably covered in scars.
Haha, this is strangely pleasurable. I am almost 30% stronger than I was before fighting Jin Kuei.
In contrast to his beaten-up appearance, Yue was feeling fresh. The pain and the blood did not bother him, as a sense of fulfillment rushed through his body in juxtaposition. I clearly have the upper hand, so why isn't he surrendering already? Jin Kuei clenched tightly onto his spear and thought to himself, worried about the spiritualist's wrath.
Why are you smiling? Shameless creep.
The 3-star returned prime warrior's face turned red, glaring at Yue as he injected an enormous deluge of qi into the spear.
4th level, 10,000 shadows.
In spite of Jin Kuei's dense, amplified qi, it was still difficult for him to power the mid-level Earth stance's final form. A runic flare shot out of Jin Kuei's spearhead, condensing into 10,000 energy cones. With astounding speed, he stabbed out with his spear and marked each of the cones.
Zoom! Zoom!
The cones were sculpted and sharpened, a runic bond was established in the process, and all 10,000 of them were unified, forming a large array.
Swoosh, dot.
Directed by a mysterious force, the circular array shrunk to the shape of a stump and then stretched to a 1,000-feet-long spectral spear.
Rumble! The earth trembled as the spear emitted multiple suffocating shock waves.
My body can't take this, not even with the eternal star stance, Yue mumbled, and his muscles began to spasm under the redoubled pressure. The runic light surrounding his body was quickly fading.
I don't think I have a choice now.
It quickly became apparent to all present at the square that Jin Kuei's strike was more powerful than Yue's seemingly indestructible body could take.
You are not the only one with an amplification stance.
Yue slowly clenched his fist while predicting the spear strike's path. He relaxed his body and let the energy partially penetrate his body, causing the golden yin-yang shapes on his bones to begin to twist and rattle.
3rd supernova evolution.
Yue groaned as all the individual golden patterns linked together.
Boom! The qi disturbance surrounding Yue's body went from inconspicuous to exploding in a mere second.
He was excited that someone finally pushed him hard enough, through the brink.
10-star condensed prime, 1-star returned prime.
Everyone could sense Yue was quickly becoming more powerful, shocked as none of them expected such a turn of events.
The audience, even a close friend like Jianchen, couldn't tell accurately what Yue's cultivation level was.
They all assumed he was not showing his all before now, whereas only a few suspected the involvement of rare stances with amplification and body-strengthening effects. While considered as a feat anywhere outside the capital, 10-star condensed prime cultivation fell to being a minimum requirement in the Million Stars Palace. The veterans were therefore all shocked when Yue revealed his level, unable to work out how the newcomer managed to defeat the returned prime warriors. Zueyu, San Shan, and Shang Mu were all top 10 black dragon listers, and even with their experience, they could not believe what they just saw.
How is that possible? Is that an amplification stance?
It has to be a seal, some kind of energy storage.
There is no way a newbie with no connection could learn an amplification stance like this.
His qi is becoming twice as dense. All three of them have had the chance to learn about myriad amplification stances as they sat on resources and knowledge the rest of the dynasty envied. However, they had yet to encounter a technique quite as powerful as what Yi Wei was showing. All the veterans were in awe, discussing. San Chan and Qing Yu became more curious while Chang Mu was becoming increasingly frustrated.
Impossible. This kid must have cheated.
Yeah. Someone should check his sleeves for scrolls or mystic arms.
Can't you see how strong Yi Wei is? Why would someone like that cheat?
Just because you don't recognize the stances he used doesn't make him a cheater. Shui'er's anger boiled over before the other veterans had more to say.
Yeah, Shui'er is right. I kept my eyes on his hands the whole time. He didn't cheat.
Xin Yao's cold voice sounded from a distance.
The veterans startled and kept their mouths shut, nodding apologetically.
Xin Yao returned her gaze onto Yi Wei. This is such a powerful stance. Not only did it absorb Jin Kuei's strike, it also transformed it into a nourishing energy.
I need to find out more about this kid, she muttered to herself, her misunderstanding of the supernova and eternal star inadvertently contributing to a more mysterious first impression of Yi Wei.
Meanwhile, the spiritualist was becoming envious and could not bear seeing the powerful initiate's history-shaking entrance, fearing what Yi Wei might become after the display of capability and potential. Cheng Mu was never content to be only the fifth best. The manifestation of his fear and jealousy suddenly became more real as Yi Wei's presence grew stronger. Even if he isn't cheating, this amplification effect is not strong enough. Jin Kuei is strong enough to neutralize any ordinary 5-star returned prime warrior. Indeed, or a 4-star equivalent if the cultivator had been training in the palace.
The result will still be the same.
He stands no chance against Jin Kuei. The spiritualist smiled disdainfully.
Nobody will mess with the tradition. We will see.
Xin Yao coldly gazed at the spiritualist. Her lips were curled up slightly, to an awkward angle as she was not used to smiling. The spiritualist frowned and could not understand why Xin Yao was defending the newcomer. He grunted, looking away to prevent himself from arguing.
What?
His energy is still growing.
What kind of stance is that?
The starlight around his body relit and glowed even brighter. His figure quickly became blurry as the belt of runes under his feet shone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 221, The Dragon's Howl. Chapter 221, The Dragon's Howl.
Two elderly men were staring into an ancient mirror inside a secret hideout at palace. The mirror showed images of every corner their chi could reach and even transmitted the quietest sound within the coverage.
This boy is a monster.
The palace is finally going to be a more interesting place after all these years of peace. He will stir up a storm. It's about time for the top 10 ranks to change up a bit. It has been the same for how long?
5 years?
The elder's green eyes glinted. He spoke in a relaxed, playful tone as he played with his beard.
This is no ordinary child.
I think he will be able to exclude himself from the whole humbling process we put initiates through.
The gray-robed elder stared into the mirror at the image of Yi Wei.
Maybe you are right. How many howls do you think we will hear if he does get in?
The golden-robed Hellion Jinshan and the gray-robed Hellion Jinkong shared a smiling look.
Both of them were from the Jin generation. Their responsibility was to oversee the palace, keep the young and thriving egos under a certain degree of control.
What kind of amplification stance do you think he is using? I have never seen anything quite like this.
Hellion Jinshan sounded slightly uncertain. He narrowed his eyes but the cyan glow remained bright. He frowned in front of the mirror's rippling surface.
I am not sure.
But whatever he is using, it's not an original creation if that's what you are thinking.
This is not something a teenager is capable of composing. Hellion Jinkong casually shook his head.
Neither of them was overly interested in the stance itself, as chi compression was not an effective mean to improve one's combat capabilities at God's prime level. Furthermore, they didn't have the suitable body type to practice amplification stances. The Jin generation elders were not planning to interrogate the young runemaster, they were merely curious, and found Yi Wei's technique inspiring.
The Hellion family's foundation was built from the hard work of their recruits as much as their own bloodline's strategic management.
The elders respected talents and were not going to act against the family's reward-based approach just to satisfy their own interest.
He is now as strong as Jin Kuei with the amplification effect. I am not certain who is going to win now.
Hellion Jinshan's eyes glinted bright.
I am going to activate the Black Dragon.
Hellion Jinkong nodded, also filled with an air of expectancy. The Black Dragon statue in the middle of the palace was engraved with ancient arrays left by the original Helions. Apart from its function as a notice board, it was also a tool to help the officials determine one's potential.
Do you think the dragon will howl for him? Or should I say how many times it will howl? Shrouded by a cloud of runes, the duo flashed towards the statue. Before spotted by anyone, they disappeared into the black dragon's head.
Meanwhile in the ring, Yue and Jin Kuei had expanded their chi presence to its limit.
Now that we are almost at the same level, we will know if your stance is stronger than mine.
Yue muttered, with his eyes on his target. He made a series of hand seals.
Sealnik reveal. A Sealnik beast's figure appeared behind Yue, its energy presence reached the clouds.
It quickly lifted its huge paws and pounced towards Jin Kuei.
Swoosh!
The chi spear quickly dissolved before Jin Kuei's eyes could catch up with Yue's newfound dazing speed. The Sealnik beast's paw had already struck his back. A squirt of blood jetted out of his mouth as his body flew towards the square's edge. Just when Yue gathered his strength for the finishing blow, the sky shook and the ground rattled. The black dragon statue opened its mouth and engulfed masses of primal energy. Moments after, it spat out a dark beam at the young runmaster.
What is this?
Yue was completely incapacitated by the darkness that surrounded him and screamed in fear. Staring at the sky, the initiates shook their heads in confusion while the veterans glared at the statue enviously.
The elders actually activated the statue for this newbie. What have you been watching all this time? Didn't you see how strong he is?
Chengmu, deeply jealous, casted his eyes at the statue then back to Yue. Displeased and irritated by the attention the elders gave to Yue, the amount of attention that had no initiate had ever gotten. Qinyao was emotionless but completely focused at the beam of dark energy. Shue'er's playful smile was replaced by an air of surprise. She was childish but not clueless. After a short pause, the black dragon came alive and began to dance in the sky.
Howl! Howl! Howl!
It shook 3 times exactly and its howls echoed through the palace. All the veterans were silent, anticipating.
Ha ha ha! Just 3 howls? You won't be better than me for long then. I will take my revenge soon.
Jin Kuei laughed as he regained balance. Having earned 5 roars at his Black Dragon list induction, he felt liberated, felt that he was defeated by the initiate's luck.
Just 3, huh?
So I was overreacting, Chengmu the spiritualist muttered to himself, then chuckled disdainfully.
How is that possible?
Bailey Hengtian was startled, could not believe an initiate who managed this much only triggered 3 howls. 3 howls is sufficient to get him on the list, but he is the one that discontinued the bullying tradition of this palace. He has to be worth more than 3 howls.
That's mediocre at best. Some people are destined to shine bright then fall.
This is not unheard of. There were many initiates that made an impression, but the majority of them just lose their spirit, burnt out their talents before they climbed higher. The veterans were immediately discussing the sight, some were appreciating what they saw, and most were trying to make sense out of the strange experience. Amongst the veterans were some weaker cultivators who were struggling to stay relevant, and some of them made themselves known soon after their initiation. However, the variation, the Black Dragon's howl had never failed to predict the cultivator's potential.
What? What does that mean?
Shue'er rolled her dark round eyes, then stared at the statue without blinking.
Qinyao frowned slightly, confused by the occurrence.
As the spectating veterans were exchanging their views, Shue'er appeared right next to Yue. After a glance she smiled and spoke.
Hello, my name is Shue'er.
The fact that the elders had activated the statue for you means that you are now on the Black Dragon list. You will be replacing Jin Kuei and be relocated to the Black Dragon Valley shortly.
Congratulations. Shue'er's soft purple clothing and innocent smile relaxed Yue. He nodded and replied. May I ask how I should interpret the 3 howls?
3 howls is good, it gets you in the valley. However, considering you are the first initiate to get onto the list, I think 3 howls is bad.
Surprisingly bad.
Shue'er pressed her lips together, stopped speaking as she realized she might have gone a little too far.
By surprising I mean it's in no way accurate. You don't strike me as the type that relies on luck.
You are a creative fighter and I can see that you have been developing yourself from your versatility. Just as she was running out of words, the dragon statue shook again.
Howl. 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 3 more noises rang out from the dragon's mouth. 3 more? How is that possible?
Jin Kuei's smile froze and vanished, the shock in his eyes shone through as the dragon's howl echoed the square.
6 howls? I am worse than this newbie in every way?
Jin Kuei was frustrated and scared that he will soon have to let go of the reputation and position he worked hard and long to achieve.
Regretted to take on the task of humiliating the initiates. Whoa! I knew it.
I knew you deserve more than 3 howls.
I'm so good.
Shue'er started dancing as if she was the person who got rated as a 6-howl cultivator.
You are, thank you for the kind expectation. Yue couldn't help but giggled, amused by the childlike behavior. Although curious about the rating system, Yue did not really care about the results. He was going to work as hard if he lost against the veterans today, as much as he would if he defeated everyone on his path. He believed in himself, believed that destiny is handcrafted. The statue will not predict my future, I will just work as hard as my body can take it. Nothing is set in stone and nothing will limit me except the limit itself. The young runemaster thought to himself. The initiates were cheering, but they did not understand fully that they just witnessed a historic moment. The veterans on the other hand knew that the 6 howls meant Yue was most likely going to reach the summit of returned prime level and would even break through to God's Prime level with a bit of luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, News. Chapter 222, News. 6 howls? So what? When my name got on the list for the first time, the dragon howled 8 times, just one less than Qi Wuxiu, and he is the strongest on the list. Changmu was annoyed by howling sound. He grinned disrespectfully while staring at Yue. You are good, but not good enough for me to care. The spiritualist always admired Qing Yao, but the attention had never been mutual. He was therefore relieved to know Yue earned less howls than he did, in hopes that Qing Yao would stop giving attention to the initiate. In terms of cultivation I can crush you with one finger, in terms of my potential I am 2 roars ahead of you. Changmu rolled his eyes downwards, glaring at Yue. You could be the best newbie ever, but I just do not care. Howl. The spiritualist was startled by a ground-shaking noise. His mind went completely blank, his confident building thoughts evaporated. 7th. His lax turned into nervousness. He felt threatened as the last cultivator who earned 7 howls ended up in the top 10 of the Black Dragon list. The veterans thought the same. Captivated by the 7 howls, all looked at the tradition-defying initiate that triggered the rare phenomenon. Something is wrong, there is no way this kid is worth that much. Why is the howl spaced out like that? Changmu glared at the dragon's head, his eyes were covered by a web of bulged capillaries. Devoted to keep himself at a peaceful mindstate for the sake of his physical and mental cultivation, the spiritualist was almost embarrassed by the rage and envy that was filling his body and soul. Meanwhile, the veterans were also focused on the revolutionary achiever, looking at Yue under another light, with utmost respect. 7 howls. It means it's almost certain that he will be in the top 10 in the future. I don't get it, why is the Black Dragon statue struggling to determine this kid's potential? What do the pauses mean? It could mean that there are hidden strengths that he inherited but yet to uncover. It has happened before with cultivators related to the royal families. Will there be an 8th howl? I would worry for him if that happened. He would be on Qingmu's level, and I don't think the spiritualist likes threats. The crowd was becoming emotional for various reasons, but they were all focused on the same thing. None of them could take their eyes off the circling Black Dragon. Among the current 30,000 cultivators of Million Star Palace, 10 of them had earned 7 howls and only 5 of them made the dragon howl more than 8 times. Considering the history of the palace, most of the veterans knew that the 8th howl would imply that they were looking at an initiate that was also a future God's Prime warrior, a force of nature that will possess the strength respected by the royal families. Only the sound of breeze and slow heavy breathing could be heard upon the cloud where the crowd gathered. They were speechless, anticipating to witness of a historical moment. Qingmu the spiritualist broke silence after a pause. There was a slight tremble in his otherwise aggressive voice. That's it, silence. This is just another newbie and he will never get himself into top 5 on the list. Howl. The dragon statue shook again, its divine howl drowned out Chengmu's voice. No, this is not possible. Qingmu murmured, did not have the strength to even move his lips more than half an inch as he was stunned by the dragon's howl. Yue had already won over the veterans' approval by a display of sheer mastery of physical and runic techniques. In contrast, they came to dislike the level of suppression Changmu was trying to apply out of paranoia and his tyrannical beliefs. Although they were all too weak to speak up, the disapproving thoughts were brewing in their minds. Why are you so bitter? Boundaries are bound to be broken one day. A person in your position should be more open to challenges. Spiritualist? Ha! I expected more from you. Why would you choose to be jealous of a newbie instead of welcoming the challenge? What does that say about you? Your denial is giving the newbie power over you, idiot. This is embarrassing. The 5th strongest cultivator here is jealous of an initiate. Even the 5th strongest cultivator at the palace, Chengmu had no way to stop others from having disapproving thoughts. 8? Qingyao suddenly spoke, staring right at the initiate. Her clear eyes glinted with a strange, pulsing twinkle. Maybe this Yue can get to Qi Wuxiu's level. He could be a 9 howler too. She was quiet, but her distinct voice caught all the veterans' attention. 9 howls? Are you serious?
In the recent years, there had only been 5 cultivators who triggered 8 howls or more, and one of them was the strongest cultivator Million Star Palace had seen in decades. The gathering veterans were shocked to hear the suggestion but could not rule out the possibilities. Qi Wuxiu was the only person in Palace to have reached 10-star returned prime level. Whereas both of his main competitors, Li Tai, the second on the list, and Cheng Yao being the third, were at 8-star returned prime level. Regarded as the summit of Million Stars Palace, Qi Wuxiu was known to be powerful, to a point that he was able to defeat the rest of the top 10 with one blow. To the veterans, Qi Wuxiu was the ultimate power, the unreachable force. They all chuckled when they heard Cheng Yao's words, even they have just witnessed what was thought to be impossible before Yue actually did. Even the young initiate had just broken records and rebelled traditions, he did not manage to bring his status up high enough to compare with the one who stood on top. Just as the veterans began laughing, a trembling noise filled the sky and drowned out the casual chatter.
What? That's the 9th howl. It's not just me, right? That was the 9th.
The newbie has the potential to become as strong as Qi Wuxiu.
Stunned and in awe, the veterans couldn't believe they just witnessed a series of unlikely events all in the matter on an hour.
So let's put things in perspective, this is only his first week and he is already on the Black Dragon list. Helian Jinshan spoke to his companion while staring at the ancient mirror.
I want to say I expected the dragon to howl for him more than 8 times, but that would make me sound unappreciative.
Having seen too many eye-catching youngsters in their time of duty, the two elders were reluctant to compliment Yi Wei too much.
After actually verifying his potential, they were absolutely ecstatic.
While the veterans were limited to knowing who have earned 9 howls, the elders were aware what the 9 howls implied, that the cultivator's meridians have 9 times the capacity for an ordinary returned prime warrior. Meridian strength was the fundamental requirement of holding concentrated qi, which was a precursor to any god's prime warrior's cultivation foundation.
To a family as large as the Helion, their god's prime warrior's strength was critical and directly affected how influential these families were.
2 9 howlers in the same peer group.
This is the sage's blessing, Helion Jinkong said emotionally. With each peer group spanning over 30 years, from time to time the two elders would not see one 9 howler for the time it took several peer groups to leave the palace.
Jinkong, I suggest that we give Yue the same clearance as Qi Wuxiu, and give him full access to the Supreme Mystery Rune Graph and the Originless Realm.
Jinshan, be patient.
Helian Jinkong slightly frowned, slowly shook his head after thinking for a brief moment. He is still 16, we can't pull him so he grows quicker. We should observe and react accordingly. If he is hardworking and humble, then we will guide him.
You do have a point, so say, 3 months? Then we will revisit the subject.
Helian Jinshan knew that he was ahead of himself, he let out a long breath then nodded. Meanwhile, Shuai enthusiastically flew down to the square, emotionally grabbed hold of Yi Wei's arm.
Whoa! 9 howls. You are amazing. Truly amazing. I have never seen the dragon statue this excited before,
After laughing at Shuai's childlike behavior, Yue shook his head feeling embarrassed. I don't believe in these tests, I believe more in hard work and that potential is trivial. Yue was attracted by Shuai's fresh exuberance, blushed as she kept pulling onto his arm. You don't have to be so humble, the dragon statue has never been wrong. Out of the 30,000 cultivators here, only 2 managed to earn 9 howls and you are one of them.
You should be proud of yourself,
Shuai said as she pinched Yue's arm.
However, you would still have to train as hard as you can.
You are the only hope, the only person here who could possibly dethrone Qi Wuxiu.
Get to 10-star returned prime level quickly. I will root for you.
I'd rather have you as the palace's best than that snubby Qi Wuxiu any day.
You should teach him some manners.
Shuai suddenly puffed up her cheeks.
From what you are saying, this Qi Wuxiu sounds like a powerful character, would you tell me more about him?
Yi Wei smiled and said.
What? Who else do you think I meant? Don't you know who is the strongest cultivator here in the Black Dragon Palace? He is so strong that even Cheng Yao never beat him once. The best?
10-star level, Yi Wei widened his eyes, couldn't quite process all the information and expectations at once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 223, Wu Shuanger. Chapter 223, Wu Shuanger. You got 9 howls, which means you will catch up with him. I believe in you.
Shuai clenched her little fist, trying to sincerely encourage him.
I will work very hard regardless.
Yue touched his nose awkwardly and said.
You will be moving to the Black Dragon Valley now that you are on the list.
If you didn't know who Qi Wuxiu is, you probably have no idea how you can find your way to your new villa.
Shuai spoke in a trustworthy tone. I will lead the way. You don't mind taking me to the valley? Yue nodded in relief, feeling relaxed now that the scheming and bullying was pushed aside. From fighting Fengshan, Luohan, Zhou Kuang and Jin Kuei, Yue had gained a great deal of experience and knowledge regarding the third supernova evolution and the eternal star stance. He learned from the returned prime warriors and felt that he could use some of the chi manipulating tricks to further improve on his cultivation. I can use some time alone to immerse myself in what I really learned from today's exchanges. And I can prepare my body for a breakthrough. The young runemaster thought to himself. Let's go. Shuai pulled the corners of her lips backwards and leaped into the sky, ready to travel at greater speed. Hold on a second. Yue shouted as he ran towards Jian Shen. Hey, would you like to come with me to the valley? We can share the space. It will still be better than the villas we were assigned to. It is hard to focus in conditions like that. Maybe we can train together, too. The young runemaster was eager to push for an answer. Thank you for your kind gesture. But I need to earn my spot in the valley, so it's nothing personal. Jian Shen shook his head while smiling. His gaze was sharp as a sword's blade, and he shifted his focus onto the black dragon statue that had returned to the pillar in the center of the palace. I respect your decision. Just remember you can still come see me whenever you feel like it. Quickly realizing he had no way to make Jian Shen compromise on his principles, Yue gave up trying to persuade the stubborn swordsman. I will tag along. Just when both Yue and Shuai were ready to go, they were interrupted by a captivating voice. Xinyao's voice seemed to have slowed down everyone's actions. All Yue could see was a flash before a curvy figure appeared in front of him. The clarity of her voice matched her clear, deep set of eyes. Her feather-shaped brows were gracefully volumed, complementing and contrasting her white dress and pale skin. With her face shaded by a thin veil and body covered by garment, her eyes were the only part of her that was unobscure. To the beholders, the world seemed monochromatic compared to her mystical, glinting pupils. Unlike the others, Yue only peered across once before taking his eyes off her. Although mostly covered, her highly symmetrical, beautiful features were easily recognizable. With Lin Zian in his mind, the casual gaze reflected his apathy towards attractive girls. The more, the merrier. Shuai intimately grabbed hold of Qingyao's slender arm, like a child reunited with her favorite toy. Let's go. Qingyao cast her gaze onto Yue and then immediately looked away. As she took steps in the air, a sequence of lotus-shaped runes condensed on the tips of her toes. With the force of the lotus, she gracefully glided in the sky, and the extra person's weight did not slow her down the slightest. Qingyao was quiet, giving off a mystical air with the semblance of a fairy, while Shuai had a playful, naughty sister's charm. All the boys were starting to get jealous, annoyed by how Yue was getting closer to the popular girls. I think it's best that I get out of here as soon as possible. The young runemaster could feel the heat of the envious glares. He rubbed his nose and acted normal. If looks could kill, I would be a limbless torso now. Are these two that popular? She doesn't even bother talking to me, but now she's taking initiative to bond with this newbie. Feeling neglected and jealous, Qingmu the spiritualist's rage oozed out from his eyes as he watched Yue leaving with his crush. I don't care how much potential the statue said you have. In a month's time, I will put you through so much pain during the ranking matches that you'd wish you never crossed me today. The spiritualist muttered. That is if Qi Wuxiu doesn't get to you first. Ha! Inside the valley, the thick white mist was stained by the floating buildings like an ocean marked by small isles. Although seemingly small compared to the whiteness that surrounded them, the villas were more than double the size of anywhere else in the palace, and each of these residences included their own garden and ponds. You will be living here from now on. Shuai pulled Qingyao's arm, signaling her to stop as she spotted the engravement of the number 935 on a golden plate outside a gated villa. The moment your entry was approved by the elders, Jin Kuei's belongings were immediately removed by a runic depository. And your things should also have been transported by a rune, in the main hall of the villa. Thank you very much for showing me the way, Shuai. I will see you around. After a casual wave, Yue headed straight into the villa without taking the chance to befriend the third strongest cultivator of the palace. Welcome to Black Dragon Valley. I think we will see each other again soon. My name is Qingyao. Seeing that Yue was cold, she took the initiative to introduce herself. Thank you for escorting me. I am sure you already know my name, but in case you don't, I am Yue. He registered her beauty but replied calmly and modestly, walking through the gates after nodding a goodbye. Yue did not wish to make excessive contact with Qingyao as he was told by the veteran's looks that they were allergic to people being close to their idol. The young runmaster did not care much about his own popularity, but he was not going to jeopardize his relationship with people that could potentially point him in the right directions. Although it came across to Qingyao as slight insolence, Yue meant less than harm. he was simply occupied by the realization and inspiration from the 4 fights he fought. He was eager to learn from what he could still feel in his muscles, the pain, the energy surges he had faced, therefore he simply did not prioritize behaving in a friendly manner. Xinya was surprisingly enjoying Yue Wei's cold, fresh approach as she was tired of the attention that she always received regardless of her mood. Hee, your charm doesn't work every day it seems. Shui'er chuckled, widened her eyes, and said as Yue Wei disappeared into his villa. Xinya shook her head and smiled, unbothered by Yue Wei's attitude but rather saw it as a sign of willpower. He will change how the palace is being run. This is nice, Yue Wei muttered to himself as he inspected the interior, entering the quietest room after seeing every corner of the villa. Just need to focus on 2 things, defending against an inner demon and discovering the consonance between my cultivation and my meridians. I will have to strengthen the bond somehow, he spoke to himself as he crossed his legs and sat down. With my sentient strength and the mystic mount's power, I should have no problem holding my ground against an inner demon. But I really don't know how I should revamp my current chi flow, he frowned in frustration as he struggled to find the starting point to preparing his body for the major breakthrough. I either feel it or I don't. I heard most returned Prime Warriors were inspired in life-threatening moments. I didn't have that, but maybe when I understand how my returned Prime Warriors' opponents channel their chi, I will know what I should work on. The young Runemaster closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the memories of combat fill his senses. While Yue Wei was absorbed in tranquility, the outside world was beginning to hear about the storm he had set off in the Million-Star Palace. Being the cradle of talents, countless contacts were placed in the palace by different powers. The news of Yue Wei breaking the palace's 1,000-years-old tradition and earning 9 howls was quickly spreading within the royal city from mouths to ears. The occurrence had alarmed all the influential forces that were based in the city and, inevitably, the royal Hellion. Most of these martial families were desperately researching Yue Wei's background, trying to establish a friendly union with the talented youngster while he was still within their reach. No more than an hour after Yue Wei had started meditating in the quiet room, the first visitor had arrived outside his villa. 935, this should be it, Jean Kuei's old villa. A mysteriously charming young woman pointed her fingers at the number plate, smiling as if she just discovered a barrel of unclaimed gold. Yue Wei? Her delicate voice rang within the villa's walls at a surprisingly high volume. Eh? Yue Wei opened his eyes, surprised as he did not recognize the voice that called out his name. Apart from Jian Chan and Bailey Hengtian, I basically know nobody here in the palace. With an air of cautiousness, he walked out of the gates and looked up into the sky. His visitor was wearing a laced red dress that complemented her curves, and her pale, spotless skin made her image more striking and captivating than it already was. You are? Yue Wei knitted his brows in confusion and asked. Hey! Yue Wei. I am Wu Shuang'er. The girl in red said in an alluring tone, sounding as if she was moaning after each syllable. She took a deep breath and wiggled her body, her glinting eyes widened as she saw the young runemaster figure walking outside the villa. To what do I owe this pleasure? Yue Wei casually glanced at Wu Shuang'er's perky body, asking with a frown. Although not familiar with the name or face, Yue Wei respected everyone the Hellion family invited into the palace. He would much rather be polite than offend others recognized by the Hellion scouts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Against the High-Graded. Chapter 224, Against the High-Graded. So, would you like to invite me inside? Wu Shuang'er blinked gently while looking at Yue Wei, and spoke in a softened, affectionate voice. That wouldn't be appropriate. Out here is as good as anywhere else if you would like to talk. Yue Wei tried to smile, but frowned instead. He felt intruded upon, like he was wasting time that he could be spending on training. Wu Shuang'er was endlessly attractive, but lacked Xingyao's class and Shui'er's energetic charm, therefore Yue Wei did not really appreciate the beauty that was right before his eyes. Wu Shuang'er began biting her full and juicy lips. Being used to the company of admirers, she was slightly bothered by Yue Wei's indifference. Many in the palace covet me, including many of the top 500 Black Dragon rankers. Does this newbie think I am not worthy of his attention? Or maybe he is just shy. Wu Shuang'er gritted her teeth and smiled, emphasizing the sweetness of her voice. Shuang'er is here to congratulate you on behalf of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. This bottle of Pale Moon Primal Essence is a gift from the council. Suffice it to say, they were impressed by what you managed to do. Yue Wei immediately realized the intention of the unexpected visit, that the Zijin Chamber of Commerce was interested in him. As she told by the Zijin's council to act nice, Wu Shuang'er did not stop smiling. Zijin was one of the 4 richest organizations within the Zhou dynasty's reign, their wealth even exceeded all of the 16 superpowers. While excelling in trade, they lacked truly powerful cultivators on their roster and were in the course of recruiting more. A bottle of what?
Yue knitted his brows in confusion, uncomfortable with the generous gesture. The Chamber of Commerce did not lack contacts in the palace. Knowing that a cultivator's monthly allowance were 3 drops of essence a month, the council had ordered Wu Schwanger to offer Yue a bottle that contained no less than 100 drops of the precious liquid. Having read about the cultivation elixir in the Runemaster Union's catalog, Yue had memorized its name and outrageous price. He was also aware that he could advance quickly after breaking through to return prime level with the aid of the rare liquid. I cannot accept a gift like that. Knowing that just 1 drop of the liquid costed 50,000 contribution tokens, Yue shook his head without hesitation. Not only was he unwilling to owe anyone a favor, he had no use of the elixir before actually becoming a returned prime warrior. I have to go back and continue training Miss Schwanger. Yue tried to sound polite, but his cold tone made it obvious that he did not care about the offer at all. After a brief nod, he turned around and walked back to the villa. You ungrateful little, Wu Schwanger was startled by the unusually harsh treatment, muttered with an air of anger. A month from now, you will wish you had given me face. I know hundreds who are eager to humble a newbie during the ranking tournament. Wu Schwanger took off without even bidding farewell. She was frustrated but knew full well that the council would not have her back if she wished to act against the talent they were trying to poach. A quarter of an hour after the surprise visit, a silvery figure appeared in front of Yue's villa. The glossy white silk robe Bai Chung wore was a standard issue made by the Bai family's tailors. After hearing what Yue achieved during his first week, the Super Martial family's elder council also decided to make contact with the talented young man. Yue, are you home? It is Bai Qing. I am here to ask for forgiveness. Bai Qing's eyes glinted, he smiled handsomely and shouted outside the building. Another one? Yue frowned as he was snapped out of his tranquil state. Why am I getting so many visitors today? He muttered to himself as the thought of ignoring the visitor crossed his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to be polite instead and quickly walked out the front door to greet his guest. Greetings, can I help you with anything? Yue kept his eyes at the Bai family's crest on his visitor's robe as he spoke. Yue, I am here to apologize. Shamefully, I have to admit that I was the person responsible for arranging the initiate's shaming this year, and that I was more or less forced to do it. Bai Qing gulped and presented a delicate jade vial humbly with both his hands. This is 30 drops of pale moon primal essence, I would like you to have it. It will be hard for me to sleep at night if you don't accept my apology. Bai Qing, this is too much. I am aware that the Million Star Palace had such tradition, and I wasn't even harmed. Yue said while gently pushing away the vial. Would you be this nice to the other initiates that got beaten up? You are really here because of the dragon howls. Bai Qing did not take no for an answer. He changed the topic a few times, asked about Yue's background and past cultivation in hopes it will soften the young runmaster. But he soon found out that the conversation continued only out of politeness, that Yue had no intention of taking the vial. After making sure the initiate held no grudge, Bai Qing left reluctantly but peacefully. After Bai Qing's departure, more than 10 parties came. Each one representing an influential power, paid Yue a visit. All of them bore valuable gifts like primal essence elixirs, materials for soul weapon crafting and even mid-earth great scrolls. The non-stop stream of visitors were all well-mannered, but none of them managed to even enter the villa before they were turned down by Yue. I need some peace, Yue frowned and mumbled, before heading into the courtyard to activate the villa's lock. I am not strong enough to get myself involved with these super families. They want to befriend me for my potential. But I will make just as many enemies as I make friends. Now I won't hear a sound from the outside. He stretched his arms back, relieved that he could take a break from delicately refusing representatives of some of the biggest powers of the dynasty. I did enter the Black Dragon list as an initiate and got 9 hulls in the process, but I am still a condensed prime warrior. Should I one day become a god's prime warrior, I will need a tougher gate and a lot of servants to deal with all of the visitors. Maybe I should just become a hermit like Master Yi. Enjoying the moment of tranquility, he paced around the courtyard and spoke to himself. I haven't really lost anything by turning them down. The gifts they wanted to give me were nice, but I have to work harder myself to earn them. I will learn more that way. However, I will eventually have to attach myself to one of those families. I have to make friends with one of them before they all see me as a threat. Yue clenched his fist. Or I will just get up to a return prime level as quick as possible so I don't have to worry about pleasing these people. But before then, I think they might deliberately give me a hard time just to show me their authority. Yue paced quicker as he became a little anxious. They might think I am disrespecting them on purpose. They won't do anything openly, but they will surely try to influence my decision somehow. Considering that some of the veterans think I've broken their tradition and that I am a contestant to be the strongest cultivator here due to the howls, I will be challenged physically and mentally.
With the kind of influence they have, it will be easy for the superpowers to rough me up through hands of others. If I deal with the inner demon right now, I will be able to directly break through when I figure it out. Realizing it would be time-consuming to prepare his mental state for the attempt, he decided to leave rerouting his chi flow while being pushed to his limits during combat. This way I will be able to break through quicker when my body is ready. The young runemaster took a deep breath as he cleared his mind from distractions. He sat himself down in the middle of the training chamber. Bring it! Yue shut his eyes tight and held his breath to condense his focus. The silver energy ball in his dantian began to spin, the 10 cracks on its surface shone golden as the rotating motion sped up. A surge of chi then rushed out of the dantian and filled his meridians, caused an aggressive shock that put him into another level of his consciousness. High-grade inner demon. The darkness did not nullify Yue's sharp senses. Just less than a second after he felt a disturbing presence, he felt a sudden drop of temperature. Before he could react, he was trapped in a shell of condensed energy, in front of a ghostly figure. Neither low nor mid-grade inner demons that Yue had faced were powerful enough to take touchable form, but his senses suggested that the pressure he felt came from an actual physical being only meters away from him. Only seconds after noticing the alarming presence, Yue was confronted by an enormous shadow that seemed to have emerged from the nether he was trapped in. Unlike the other inner demons' encounters, the pressure left a cold, tingling sensation on his skin, just like what he experienced while fighting the Black Scale Progenitor's descendant. But unlike the last high-grade inner demon encounter when he was immediately overwhelmed by fear and passed out, Yue was able to remain calm and collected. Growl! Immediately after materializing, the demon squeezed a chilling scream out of its lungs and lunged at Yue. A suffocating sense of fear grew in Yue at the startling momentum of the approaching demon. Images of demon hordes and beast packs ravaging human cities filled his mind, images so vivid he could almost smell the bloodshed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, The Qing Family. Chapter 225, The Qing Family. Inner demons were known to have enough mental influence to turn even the kindest cultivators into merciless killing machines if they managed to take over one's mind. By the time most condensed prime warriors reached 10-star level, most of them would have been warned by their teachers and mentors about the bloodlust these demons can trigger. Yue's body was tense but his mind was unshaken. His experience had taught him that fear did not solve anything. These are just meaningless illusions. Yue took a deep breath and grunted. His sensation lit up as the Mystic Mount presence activated, dispelling the darkness and the haunting sinister intent within. The images vanished and the inner demon's figure melted in front of Yue like an ice cube under the midday sun. The inner demon disappeared along with the darkness as the bright light radiated outwards with Yue as the center. It's simpler than I thought it would be, he muttered as he opened his eyes, relieved that he was able to handle the infamous evil that had claimed countless lives through history. High-grade inner demon's power came from a man's fear. Having encountered one in his past, Yue had it easier than other 10-star condensed prime warriors. Now I just need someone to push me before I can finally break through to return prime level, Yue sat muttering to himself and calmed his mind. In 1 month's time, a lot of talented cultivators will fight me recklessly to prove themselves in front of others. I have done all I could to prepare for my next breakthrough. I should refine the eternal star stance for the time being. Yue clenched his fist and began to channel the star's energy, in the hope that he would be strong enough to stand his ground against his future opponents. Meanwhile, in another villa within the Black Dragon Valley, a few grey-robed cultivators were sat in a circle with Qing Yao in the middle. The hair on their heads was as white as snow, but their faces were youthful and almost childlike. Not only was Qing Yao one of the most talented young cultivators that came out of the Dynasty's 16 superpowers, she was also a renowned runemaster. Together with her were the elders of Qing family. In order for a Qing to make it into the Elders' Council, being a runemaster was a basic requirement. Led by a 10-star runemaster, the experienced cultivators were here to consult Qing Yao, but more importantly, to satisfy their curiosity after hearing so much about the Million-Star Palace's powerful new initiate. Little Yue has shut off the entire villa. It doesn't seem like he will be joining any side anytime soon. One of the old men sighed resentfully. He had gone to Yue's door himself with gifts and didn't even get a glimpse of the young initiate. He is too weak to act this rashfully. He will surely be roughed up in a month's time while fighting in the Black Dragon ranking tournament. That would teach him a lesson on politeness. Another elder responded, displeased by Yue's lack of interest. It was still a wise decision for him to remain neutral. Not matter which side he would have picked, someone will dislike his decision. Right now the superpowers are hesitating, not wanting to harm a potential star. They won't do anything other than luring and attempting to tame him. Their leader gave a faint smile. Qing Yao lightly nodded, agreeing with Elder Chengming.
Recently there is a lot of speculation around two mysterious young cultivators within the dynasty's borders.
More precisely, there are two people worth noting.
One of them is Yi Wei, the other is the mysterious runemaster who was able to find the vermilion runes. However, no one was able to identify the latter just yet. Elder Changming paused for a brief moment, pondered and continued.
If you can find the boy, do everything you can to recruit him.
If not, take the second best, Yi Wei.
Xingyao couldn't help but gasp a mouthful of cold air.
Like any other runemaster who was up to date with the current affairs, she long heard everything about the yet-to-be-identified runemaster and the rumor of his deep runic knowledge. Her admiration was vast, but she did not have the clearance to find out who he was. The identity had been a well-kept secret, as every single one of the Grand Runmasters were all on the same page of protecting Yi Wei's privacy. As a runmaster, Xingyao was naturally intrigued and slightly obsessed with the thought of the mysterious talented figure who rediscovered runic knowledge lost to time, not accessible by other than some of the most powerful runmasters in history. Her heart was filled with worship and admiration towards this person. No one, not even the talented initiate, intrigued her as much. Elder Changming pondered for a moment. Yi Wei defied the norm that stood within the walls of this palace for millennia, considering the dragon howled as many times for him as it did for Qi Wuxiu. If there is a way to get him on our side, we should do it immediately.
See if you can arrange a meeting. We've offended too many people in the last years and time is running out for the patriarch. We must remain strong before he passes away.
Yi Wei has the potential to become a god's prime warrior, so we cannot give him up.
I understand. Xingyao had no other choice but to comply. She nodded warily as she thought about the family's uncertain future.
Out of the 16 superpowers, the Qing family was undoubtedly the strongest, influential to a point where even the three royal families had to respect them.
However, the Elder Council knew that the family's glorious image only faced outwards.
Like the few other martial families that had been around for a millennium, the Qing family was led by a god's prime warrior. And the reason they reigned supreme over the other 15 superpowers was their 10-star god's prime-level patriarch.
However, that was about to change.
The Qing patriarch was the only god's prime warrior in the family. The balance of power would be tilted against them favor once the inevitable happened. Having sought solutions within the family and failing to find talent, the council was desperate to find someone with the potential to keep the patriarch's legacy alive. Although training a cultivator to become a god's prime warrior was not a simple task regardless of talent, the Qing family was not in a position to ignore even the slightest chance to remain the strongest family second to the royals. The Qing Elder Council had therefore prepared gifts and wished to present them together with a flattering pitch.
Hoping to win him over by also offering the patriarch's legacy.
Shui'er seems to be close to him. I will get her to pay him a visit. Hopefully when he unlocks the gates she can bring him over. Xingyao nodded, then gently flicked back her fringe, her jade bracelets making a sweet, bell-like sound.
Yes, that sounds good.
Elder Changming nodded, pleased by the proposal. The Qing family's instabilities were well kept within the patriarch himself and the elders. They had long came to realization that even if they bonded themselves with one of the other superpowers by marriage, they wouldn't be able to stay influential.
Ranked third on the Black Dragon list, Xingyao was the most talented member of the family's younger generation.
Her getting married would in fact weaken the Qing family's position. After a brief look into the Yi family, the Qing elders decided the best course of action would be to invite Yi Wei to join the well-established Qing family. If all went well, they would arrange for him to marry Xingyao once he became a god's prime warrior.
Yao, let's do something else while we wait for your contact.
Although the council had already planned for the family's revival using Xingyao's future, she was not told any of the details regarding the matter. Feeling slightly guilty over the manipulative intentions, Elder Qingming changed the topic to lighten the tension he felt. The patriarch said the light/finger stance has space for improvement, and he would like us to refine it. We didn't want to show the stance to outsiders, so we couldn't get a Grand Runemaster to help out like we usually do with other stance refinements. It's been months since we started the project, but we couldn't find the breakpoint we needed.
Your soul sensitivity is no weaker than ours. Would you like to look at the runic routing with us?
Xingyao was expected to be the Qing's future leader ever since the patriarch discovered her talent. In terms of both cultivation and rune knowledge, since her teenage years, Xingyao had caught up with the elders who raised and trained her. The family was disappointed by the 8 black dragon howls when she was evaluated by the statute, but that did not stop her from being an important part of the family's infrastructure. They remained supportive and kept encouraging her to visit Helian's secret realms. In the end, Little Yao might still manage to become a god's prime warrior if she found the right artifacts in the realms, Elder Chengming thought to himself. Xingyao was the key to the family's revival no matter which way the events would unfold, and he would do all he could to secure the best future for the young girl in the family.
Let's get started.
Xingyao nodded as she waved her slender fingers in the air, transforming her qi into a sequence of runes. The Qing family's core members all took a deep breath, let go of their worries for the family and their personal burdens. Closing their eyes and focused on locating the flaws in the light/finger stance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Recruit. Chapter 226, Recruit. Stances above Earth grade were always so well refined during the process of their creation, that even assisted by the other Qing elders, their 10-star runemaster leader was not able to make any progress. 3 days flew by in a flash, but even Qing Yao's help did not quicken the process. Outside Yue Wei's new villa, Shui Er restlessly paced next to the gate, waiting for the initiate to disable the seal. What is this about? Why would Qing Yao make me camp outside his doorstep without telling me why she so desperately wants to see Yue Wei? While Shui Er was becoming more and more impatient, the villa's occupant was quietly training in a quiet chamber inside. Surrounded by clouds of starlight, Yue Wei was struggling to imitate the second movement set in the eternal star stance. It required him to face his palms and feet towards the sky, and he could not stop his body from shaking while holding the weird pose. Him and his star clone's meridians were both absorbing the energy from above. This is close to impossible. After learning the third pose of the second movement, he decided to cut his training session short as his muscle cramps were intensifying. While feeling sore, he could also feel his body strengthening even while he was taking a break. Great progress considering it was only 3 days of work. But my body is still nowhere near as strong as 4-star return prime level, Yue Wei thought to himself, slightly worried for his body as he had not improved as rapidly as he hoped to. It should be fine, my body is tired, but this sensation is not particularly uncomfortable. If I keep getting stronger at this rate, can my body reach 5-star return prime level when I finish the second movement set? He smiled and his eyes lit up, as he muttered to himself. I can't afford to get injured right now, I should get some rest to be ready for the next push sooner. The young runemaster let out a deep breath, realizing that he was physically and mentally tense. He got up, opened the doors and inhaled a lungful of fresh air for the first time in 3 days. His mood immediately brightened up, refreshed by the morning breeze. He then closed his eye, let the hazy warm sun nourish his skin, pulled his arms back and thoroughly stretched his body. It's been 3 days since I locked the villa down, they should realize that I don't want to be disturbed, right? Yue Wei mumbled as he walked into the courtyard, disabling the runic array with a wave of his hand. Finally! Shui Er jumped as she felt the energy disturbance, her frustration evaporated while a cute smile grew. Yue Wei! Come out! It's me, Shui Er. Just when I got used to the peace. Yue Wei heard the call loud and clear, shook his head as he chuckled reluctantly. Hey, what brought you here? He quickly came out of the villa, forced his lips to a smile and asked. You are a bully. You made me wait 3 days and 3 nights. Shui Er stomped the floor, her aggression appeared awkward because of her dainty figure. 3 days. Yue Wei scratched his head and replied in an apologetic tone. Was there an emergency? I am sorry, but I've locked the villa down since 3 days ago, Qing Yao told me to fetch you for her. Let's go. You've made me waste enough time already. Shui Er urgently pulled Yue Wei's arm and the pair disappeared in thin air. Just moments later, they reappeared right at Qing Yao's doorstep. Before any explanations made, Yue Wei was dragged into the large villa. They directly walked into the courtyard to a suspending mist of runes, where the Qings were still working on refining the light/finger stance. What is going on here? Yue Wei was immediately intrigued by what he saw. He could tell that he was looking at a powerful rune sequence that was at no less than mid-earth level. Hi! I've brought him back. Shui Er ran to the middle of the focused cultivators, tugged Qing Yao's arm, said urgently in a soft tone. Qing Yao and the elders took their eyes off the runes floating in the sky, smiled and looked at the visitors. Yue Wei greeted them while staring at the rune sequence, frowned and muttered bluntly. This stance is less than perfect. Although he could immediately tell there was a problem with the stance's flow, he had not studied the sequence enough to specifically tell what the problem was. He kept looking at the sequence hoping to identify the flaws, but struggled doing so as the earth stance was one of the more complex structures he had seen. The elders narrowed their eyes, slightly offended by the comment but also shocked and impressed. Little man, do you know what you are looking at? A sheer disbelief molded on Elder Chengming's face. How could anyone lesser than a Grand Runemaster make a comment like that? The head of the Qing elders knew the sequence well from decades of practicing the stance and therefore was shocked to hear the youngster's casual words. Bits and pieces, yes. Yue Wei phrased his answer as humbly as he could, with the knowledge that he would be able to figure the sequence out in his own time with the aid of the mystic mount presence in his sentient. There is only a handful of people in the entire Qing dynasty who can say that without lying. Qing Yao, also surprised by the answer, rose her brows as she heard the response she could only expect to hear coming out of a grandmaster's mouth.
The elders were doubtful regarding Yue's ability to find flaws in the sequence, but they were not going to challenge and interrogate the young initiate they wished to recruit. So I am guessing you are Yue? Elder Chengming smiled and nodded. Yes, sir. Yue nodded and looked at Shui Er and Changyao. What have they dragged me into now? This is quite a crowd. Little man, congratulations for your display at the induction day fights. You are destined to achieve greatness. Elder Chengming said with respect. Thank you for your kind compliment. Yue lowered his head and nodded humbly while trying to figure out the reason he was summoned. Have you by any chance heard of the Qing family? The elder's leader asked. The Qing family? Yue knitted his brows as he scanned the courtyard. Yes, my master told me the Qings are led by a legendary 10-star god's prime warrior, and it is the dynasty's strongest family apart from the royals. Would you happen to be? I am still very weak. I do not wish to burden any families or forces before I can carry my own weight and figure out what I want. Yue quickly bowed as he realized that people who stood before him were some of the most influential cultivators within the borders. Not wanting to offend the superpower, he decided to openly declare his perspective before any misunderstanding was made. You don't have to be so modest, and you don't have to be scared of us. We certainly understand the situation you are in. Qingming picked up on Yue's fear and replied in an assuring tone. We are not pushing you for a decision in any way. In fact, we are here to help you, to offer you an exchange of favors, so to speak. Exchange? How do you mean an exchange? I don't have much to offer a renowned power like the Qing, Yue hesitated then replied. You really are too modest. I will be less cryptic, I guess. Elder Chengming chuckled and said. Suffice it to say, our patriarch is impressed by what he heard of you, and he would like to help you develop your potential. In the coming 3 years, the family would like to supply you with 100 bottles of primal essence, to craft a customized weapon for you and give you 3 high earth level scrolls for protection. In return, we would just like you to honor our gesture and be friends of the Qings and watch over us if you manage to become a god's prime warrior. But Elder Qingming understood the bashfulness of a humble initiate and decided to encourage the relationship by kindness. He wished to draw Yue closer to the family and make sure Qingyao would get the chance to befriend the initiate. Although bearing the intention to set up the two, the elder was not going to propose a marriage before seeing Yue's improvement. Even if Yue failed to live up to the expectations, the resourceful family would not have lost much. Cultivating resources, a customized runic weapon and scrolls for protection? That is better than all the other offers I've been given by Miles. Yue thought to himself, his eyes lit up. This is a lot of investment even for superpower like the Qings. They might be desperate for some reason. Thank you very much for the generous offer. I am not even a returned prime warrior yet, but let's say if I do eventually become a god's prime warrior, how am I supposed to watch over a family as big as the Qing? The young runemaster took a deep breath then said calmly. You are thinking too much. As you said, you are still a condensed prime warrior and you managed to defeat 3 and even 4-star returned prime warriors. You are an inspiration in many ways and my family would like to help you reach however high you can reach. Elder Chengming explained. That is reassuring. I am looking to join a bigger family when I am more capable and I promise you I will consider joining the Qings before even thinking about others. Yue replied after a deep thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, 4 Bolts. Chapter 227, 4 Bolts. Knowing that the Qing family was strong enough to be respected by even the royals, Yue did not dare saying no to them and decided to give them an open answer. The elders all took the hint. They looked at each other in confusion, wondering why Yue was so cautious, why he rejected the great offer in such manner. Although the offer would appeal to most cultivators at the palace, the elders could not take the fact that Yue, being the Glacial Emperor's inheritor, did not lack resources into calculation. I am grateful for the offer, but I really am too weak to have anyone dependent on me. I would like to offer my help as an apology. You are trying to refine this stance, right? Yue said as he switched his attention onto the runes levitating in air. Refining the light/fingers stance? What is he talking about? Yue, are you good with runes? Elder Chengming held up his hand, signaled the others to be quiet and asked. Yes sir, I am a 3-star runemaster. Yue nodded humbly. If I told you we've had a few 10-star runmasters refining this stance and that they've never managed to do it, would you still have offered your help? The elder squeezed his eyebrows together. I was told you are one of the state's 7 new runes, but having confidence does not always make you a better runmaster. Yue quietly nodded again. You can see what's wrong with the stance? Feeling slightly deflated not being able to find even one minor flaw in the Qing's earth stance, Qingyao could not help herself speaking up after keeping the frustration all in herself for 3 days. You did manage to stir up a storm in the palace. But refining an earth stance will take a little more than just mastering a few good stances and knowing how to use them in fights. Yao, don't be rude. Unlike the young girl, Elder Changming was intrigued by the bold, young initiate stood before him intervened. Yue, you can give it a try, but... And if you are able to refine the stance, I might just make you a better offer. The elder thought to himself, smiled and led Yue closer to the runes. If he becomes a god's prime warrior, he can most likely be the spiritual leader of this family. But if he becomes a grand rune master as well and decides to stay with us, the Qing family will be able to integrate into the royals. So you are new to the rune master union, right? Elder Changming started chatting casually while he was guiding Yue through the rune sequence. You have joined us at an exciting time. I have heard that a talented young rune master had just emerged from the blue and rediscovered the first vermilion rune. I haven't even told Master Yi about it. All I did was finding one rune out of a book. Yue was startled, wondered how much time had the elder put into researching himself. I am not sure what you are referring to. He answered lightly, pretended he knew nothing. That is one of the best stories. How can you not have heard about it? Shui'er spontaneously decided to join in. She moved her arms around as she told the tale. So the legend says Supreme Chisu was injured demons during one of his expeditions. He found shelter deep inside demon territory and noted down 7 powerful runes. Those 7 runes were hidden within the ancient book of life's content. So this mysterious young runemaster managed to find the first one out of the 60,000 runes recorded between the encrypted pages. His method was crazy. The rune enthusiasts all across the lands are saying that even a grand runemaster would need more than a few decades to repeat the research and find the other 6 runes. Shui'er continued. How can you not have heard about it? You are a runemaster and you really should keep up to date with the current affairs. I'm not a runemaster and even I know about it, These 7 runes are very powerful. They can be incorporated into majority of offensive stances we use these days by runemasters who have time on their hands. The runemaster who identified the first rune is a hero among men. Especially when times are uncertain. There were more and more reports of demon attacks inciting the past few months than the entire last year. Genuine excitement and admiration glowed in Shui'er's eyes as she spoke. Opposite to Shui'er, Yue was shocked. To him, finding the rune was just about getting some contribution point to spend. He was suddenly less interested in finding the other 6 vermilion runes as attention was the last thing he wanted. Xingyao talks about it all the time. She even said that she hopes to meet that mysterious runemaster. Shui'er looked to the side at Xingyao and added. And that if she was to think about getting married, her husband will have to be someone of that caliber. Xingyao's face went red immediately. She slapped Shui'er on the shoulder and shouted. Don't talk nonsense. I just found one rune. It wasn't exceptionally difficult or impressive, Yue thought to himself, completely ignored the girls' bickering. He had no idea that the task he didn't find difficult was considered a challenge for even the experienced Grand Runmasters. Xingyao looked away to avoid awkwardness. With admiration she wondered how her hero looked like and what kind of personality this mysterious Runmaster had. Excuse my cluelessness, but I grew up in a small town. I have not passed the Runmaster entrance exam until recently, and I am still trying to make reading the new letters a habit. Yue decided to cover it all up to avoid any extra attention. After a short break, Elder Changming broke the rune sequence down to small parts and explained each part to Yue in detail. The young initiate then began investigating. While Yue was focused on his task, the elders went aside and chattered as they waited. What do you guys think? Will he be able to spot it? He is a 3-star runemaster, so no. Exactly, it will be a stretch even if it was just a missed stance. Just wait and see, some talents are not meant to be categorized by this ancient rank system. Elder Qingming shook his head. He noticed Yue's pure and honest gaze when they met. To the elder, the fact that Yue did not hold back his thought was a sign that the youngster saw something he failed to notice. Respecting their leader's opinion, the others stopped commenting, relaxed themselves and watched Yue's each move. This is a bit sloppy. Whoever invented this stance should really be more careful while putting the runes together. This rune is completely unnecessary to the sequence. It's almost like drawing legs onto a sketch of a snake. Yue pointed at a rune towards the end of the sequence and shook his head. Apart from the elder Changming, who smiled and felt positively intrigued, the Qing's faces turned white when they heard Yue's words, surprised to hear such degrading comment on the patriarch's own creation. Did I just say something I shouldn't have? Yue soon noticed the reactions, feeling slightly embarrassed. Shangyao, would you like to try making the stance without the rune? Yue pointed out. Shui'er was not too childish not to ignore the tension. She pulled Xingyao's arm and suggested. We're not doing much right now either way. Xingyao did not take Yue's comment as an offense. Instead she tried to look the stance in Yue's point of view as Elder Qingming hinted. but she just did not see how the rune was redundant. Sure. We'll see what happens. Disperse. She pointed at the particular rune and grunted, eliminating it from the sequence. Bang, dot. The whole length shook as the rune vanished, the sequence started rejoining itself and the chi flow was not disrupted. Ha! Xingyao frowned in surprise as the sequence did not break down and disappear as she expected. This is strange, the stance seems to be fine without that rune. Strange. Very strange. The elders were all gasping, dumbfounded. I was there when the patriarch made this stance, he tested each of these runes multiple times, how can this happen? Elder Changming kept quiet and still, observed the chi flow as the sequence reconnected completely. Xingyao, try activating the stance. Shui'er exclaimed with a big smile on her face. Yeah, right away. Xingyao looked at Jiwei with slight uncertainty, then pointed her finger to the sequence's starting point. Boom, dot. Her golden chi flowed through the entire sequence, every single rune shone bright and started rattling, a cracking sound filled the courtyard as the blurry light cleared up and became bolts of condensed energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xingyao was shocked by the bolts that appeared in the air, her bell-like voice trembled in disbelief. There is an extra bolt. How could this be? Ha, that's not the impressive part, all of these bolts were condensed a bit differently, the stance is 50% stronger. Elder Chungming smiled, satisfied by the result. He amplified the chi flow by removing that rune. This is now a peak high earth stance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, please stay. Chapter 228, please stay. The patriarch put this rune in because he wanted to split the chi flow into 3, but he also made each of the 3 subsequences to draw energy. The elder council were all looking at the rune sequence modified by Yue. They slowly understood the reason behind Yue's correction. This is a very minor but impactful modification and we all missed it because we looked too close. Elder Qingming felt a chill down his spine as he muttered. I have never seen anyone with such perception except when Grand Runemasters refine a stance. The Qing elders' confusion slowly turned into shock, none of them found it easy to believe a child was able to pick up on something they have missed for months and the amount of time it took him to do so. And that's why we don't underestimate others. Elder Chengming spoke to his men and laughed, taking the chance to educate the others. A different point of view is usually inspiring anyway, but no matter how much it would cost us, we have to tie him with us, and even when that fails Yue must remain our friend. The head elder thought to himself. Xingyao stood still and observed the 4 bolts in sheer amusement, her rune sequence moved towards Yue. Although she had the luxury of being trained and guided by experts in every aspect of cultivation since young age, she had always been obsessed with runes. Xingyao's runic knowledge had been exceptional even among the Qing's experienced runemasters, but it was now that she realized her training had caged her mind and what she saw as her achievements were irrelevant when compared to Yue's mastery. Yue! What was that? While the others were still speechless, admiring Yue's work, Shui'er said with a genuine, elevated voice, her eyes shining with admiration. It's a shame a minor modification like this doesn't trigger cosmic energy, Yue thought to himself. I will be on my way now so you will be able to refine the stance further. Thank you for the offer again. Yue bowed, waved at the Qings then walked towards the door. I certainly hope this meeting was private, I might be in trouble if the other families knew I met with the Qings. The excessive rune was the smaller problem, the sequence's arrangement is what they should work on. Yue thought to himself, they should try pairing their runes a bit differently, or maybe even adding new runes, anything that might smoothen the flow. I've done enough for them, they should be satisfied by my kind gesture. Although Yue was able to vaguely identify the issue, he was yet to discover a way to eliminate the unbalanced energy distribution. He decided not to say a thing as it might give the Qings the idea that he wanted to work for them. How did he come to the conclusion to remove that rune? I've looked at that section too, more than 100 times, Xingyao muttered to herself, still slightly in shock. We've had Grand Runemasters looking at the stance not so long ago and even they couldn't spot it. Focused on Yue's work, Xingyao did not notice the initiate was leaving before she heard the creaking door. She turned into a flash, the green lotus beneath her feet carried her between Yue and the door. What's the matter? Yue frowned, expected the Qings to leave him in peace after his voluntary contribution. You are truly mysterious. Xingyao looked at Yue's chiseled face from the side, curious of his childhood, the experience that gave him the special insight on runes. She then tried to soften him with a smile, unlike the elders she was interested in the young initiate as a person, not as a potential addition to the family's force. Xingyao wanted to learn from Yue, wanted to satisfy her curiosity. Only one step away from each other, Yue for the first time had a good look at Xingyao.
Her floral perfume was filling his senses and her laced robe was distracting his focus, but still he was clear that he wanted distance from the fairy-like figure.
Please, can we have a word? This stance can still be improved, right? Can you just briefly point me towards the right direction? Xingyao asked in a sincere tone.
Her admirers mustn't know about this. That would make my time here in the palace difficult. Yue thought to himself, slightly startled by Qingyao's soft attitude as he had the impression that she was cold and unconcerned about others.
Don't be hasty. We would like to ask you a few more questions.
The Qing elders also caught up. None of them wanted to let the prodigy slip out of their fingers. Having witnessed Yue's capability to refine an earth stance, the Qings were even more desperate to recruit the initiate, thinking that even just based on the initiate's talent as a rune master, Yue could help the Qings to reach their new height as a rune-centric martial force.
Unlike the influence of a god's prime warrior, a grand rune master's contribution would have a lasting impact on martial families' standing.
The elders were surprised by Qingyao's forwardness and initiative but didn't find it necessary to stop her from bothering the initiate. None of the elders could believe they've underestimated Yue. They were ashamed of themselves for making assumptions. On the other hand, they were pleasantly surprised by the reality, imagining the future of their family with Yue as their leader.
This is the most humble I've seen her. I guess it makes sense considering she is interested in runes more than anything else cultivation related.
Shui'er chuckled as her gaze whizzed back and forth between Yue and Qingyao. I never thought someone could have cultivation potential like Qi Wuxiu's and talented as a rune master. If the outside world learned about the story of what happened today, Yue would surely be surrounded by girls desperate to become his girlfriend. Although clouded by wild thoughts, Shui'er knew better than to get involved in complicated relationships. Yue sighed and looked sincerely at the elders. I can try to help with further refinement, but I really can't join any martial families for now.
Can you do that? Do you think there is still room for improvement? After a brief moment of silence, Xingyao's sweet voice sounded.
She couldn't help comparing Yue to the projection of her idol. His sensitivity must be sharp. I wonder how he would weigh up against the rune master who found the first vermilion rune. Thousands of top rune masters have been researching on the 7 runes, and this mysterious person managed to get it done before all of them.
Yes, there is some room for improvement. Yue nodded. But I don't know the stance well enough. Is there? Shuiyao's eyes brightened up, interrupting before Yue finished his sentence.
Meanwhile, the elders were communicating with each other using the Qing's own voice transmission technique.
This kid is extraordinary.
His intuition with runes seems almost supernatural. I think he has a better chance of becoming a grand rune master than becoming a god's prime warrior.
It's a blessing from the sages that we got to meet this kid. Don't be so wishful yet. Even if Yue is twice as talented, it won't mean anything to the family before we actually successfully recruit him. Then we should make a decision.
I say we do whatever it takes to get him on our side. Elder Qing Ming expressed his view and all the other elders nodded. Since he is clear that he doesn't want to pick a side, we have to influence him delicately. While the elders were trying to come up with a solution, Xingyao showed the light/finger stance to Yue again. Here, this rune doesn't look right and I have no idea what exactly the problem is. Yue pointed at the stance.
What do you think?
I have not learned this stance, so I don't know what the chi flow is like exactly.
Oh, Xiangyao nodded disappointedly. Thank you anyway.
You have helped us a lot, and you shall be rewarded for your effort. Elder Changming walked forth and handed over an interspatial bag to Yue. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 229, Mid-Grade Earth Stance. Chapter 229, Mid-Grade Earth Stance.
Please, relax. We do not mean to pressure you any further, this is merely a token of appreciation.
The light/finger stance is important to the family and we are just rewarding you accordingly.
Elder Qing Ming spoke passionately as he could feel that Yue was about to refuse the gift.
Yue, you are thinking too much. Just take it.
Shui'er smiled, revealing her slightly oversized, rabbit-like front teeth. They would have to pay a lot to a grand runemaster to refine the stance, and even then they might not have had the job done as well as you did.
You deserve it.
We have been stuck trying to refine the stance for a while now, and I really don't see ourselves finishing what we've started.
Elder Cheng Ming added. If you have space-time and energy, we would like you to fix the stance's other flaws. The other elders joined in and tried to convince the young initiate. Stop being so modest.
If anyone outside the family learned that you refined a stance for free, they will think the Qings are stingy.
That's right.
We will keep it between us, of course, but when others see us using an improved version of the stance, they might start digging.
Well, if you insist, then thank you very, very much. Yue reluctantly took the bag. Sorry if I appear rude, I just want to stay neutral for the time being. Qingyao, I would need you to teach him the stance. He needs to know the stance well before he could work on it properly.
Elder Chengming said calmly.
Again, Yue, please don't feel bad, you being able to refine this stance is beneficial for the Qing family in the long run.
Okay. Both Qingyao and Yue nodded simultaneously, smiling at each other.
Yue could notice Qingyao's beauty even though her face was covered by a veil, however he still could not stop thinking about Lin Zian every day, resulting in a lack on interest in girls and the lack of romantic thoughts with anyone new in his life. He was more interested in the light/finger stance than he was in romance, as the stance was a chance for him to enrich his arsenal and furthermore improve his cultivation. At this point neither Qingyao nor Yue suspected the Qing Elder Council's plan regarding recruitment. The Black Dragon ranking tournaments are going to start in a month. We will leave you young ones training at your own pace. Elder Qingming smiled and thought to himself as he walked off. Now we just wait until Little Yao's charm starts working. There is no point of us staying and pressuring him further. Although the elder did not manage to get a promise from the young initiate, they were glad to have established a connection between the two parties. After the elder's departure, Yue, Shui'er and Qingyao were the only ones left in the villa. As Yue and Qingyao both had few words, Shui'er's energy and playfulness was the only thing that balanced the quietness. It's getting late, I would like to go back to my villa and train. Let's continue tomorrow, I look forward to learning this powerful stance. Yue said, glancing at the setting sun. As an earth stance was worth mountains of treasures, being given the permission, he was not planning to miss the chance of being tutored by one of the best cultivators in the palace and mastering the stance. However, Yue was not going to dedicate all his time on the Qing stance either. It's easier to channel the star's energy when sunlight is not drowning out everything else in the sky. It's not appropriate for us to be alone all night either. I will be challenged by many in a month, therefore I need to break through to return prime level. I will learn from fighting, but I need to be strong enough to last in the arena. After agreeing on his next meeting with Qingyao and Shui'er, Yue thanked the two girls and took his leave. What do you think about him? Looking at Yue's silhouette getting further away, Shui'er spoke to Qingyao in a less playful tone. Qingyao took a few seconds to think and replied, he is very down-to-earth, methodical when it came to cultivating in runes. I think it will not be long before he overtakes Qi Wuxiu, considering he will be refining stances and receiving cosmic energy. I think you two look good together. Shui'er laughed and chuckled. If you say anything about me and him again, I will slap you. Qingyao blushed and stared at Shui'er, then she turned away and muttered. Furthermore, he is focused on cultivating, he doesn't really care about anything else, we will one day just be nothing more than people he met before he gets to the top. But you are beautiful. Are you sure he is not interested in you? Shui'er was shocked by the thought. Qingyao subtly nodded. Just within minutes, Yue had already returned to his own villa, oblivious about the duo's opinion on him. There are 12 patterns in the first stage of Eternal Star Stance and I've only finished learning the first one. I have to at least finish the second pattern before the ranking tournaments. Yue stood alone in the courtyard, clenched his fist while looking at the sky. If the first pattern brought my body strength close to 3-star return prime level, it will be more than likely that my body strengthens to the likes of a 5-star return prime warrior. But after that I will need to master at least 2 more patterns at a time to significantly upgrade my strength. He then started counting and muttering. 7-star by the time I finish the 5th and 6th patterns, 8-star when I am done with the 8th. By the time I get finished the 12th pattern my body should be as tough as any 10-star returned prime warrior, which means the sooner I finish the Eternal Star Stance, the quicker I will be able to at least have a shot at fighting the higher-ranked, high-end returned prime warriors. Yue formed an ancient seal with his hands, his will force expanded and reached up towards the sky. Once his energy had expanded to its limit, he quickly swapped to a different seal. Boom! The ground trembled as the star's energy was linked with Yue's will force, he was suddenly bathing in a pillar of light. With his body empowered by the starlight, Yue twisted and turned his body accordingly to the 2nd star pattern. His meridians opened up and soaked up the wild energy like a dry sponge, his muscles subtly bulked up and his bones began hardening. The night of cultivating passed quickly, and as the sun rose Yue made his way to Qingyao's villa. After briefly greeting each other, the second tutoring session commenced. Yue soon realized how passionate Qingyao was about the refinement as she did not hold anything back. With patience and in great details, she passed on what she's been taught to Yue. During the next days, Yue got to know Shui'er and Qingyao better from the intensive training, thus the tension between the trio eventually dissolved. It was then that Qingyao and Shui'er discovered just how talented Yue was. This stance is a 722 runes long sequence, it took me 3 months to learn. He managed to memorize 300 of them in 5 days, spending no more than 6 hours each day. He does not need that 3 months, he will only need half of how long it took me, or even less. Xingniao thought to herself, and I thought I was quick. This is truly astounding, even for a 9-hulls cultivator. Xingniao, he learns so quickly. I am upset. Shui'er puffed her lips and complained, I feel like a bad cultivator, but... Is this quick? Yue asked with an air of confusion in his frown, did not realize the mystic mount presence was the reason him learning the new stance ended up almost effortless. Humph, I cannot take this. I am challenging you to a duel now when I can still win. Shui'er held a breath of air and puffed up her cheeks while rolling up her sleeves. A thin veil of chi condensed on her pale arms as she spoke, however her baby fat made her look like a doll to Yue rather than a threatening opponent. You? Dueling me? He was startled by the random proposal, she is a cute thing with a child's body and mind. Yeah. And you are not going to win because I am very strong. Seeing Yue's questions as a threat, Shui'er made fists and cracked her pink knuckles to let Yue know she was not pleased. Don't underestimate her. Xingniao smiled and said. Oh yeah? Don't cry too loud when I beat you. Yue glanced at the girls, smiled and said jokingly. I don't see myself losing, but if I do, I'll give you Xingniao as a gift. Shui'er widened her eyes and said seriously. Both Yue and Xingniao were embarrassed by Shui'er's statement, his smile became awkward and her blushed cheeks shone through her veil. I told you not to joke about things like this. Xingniao glanced at her filterless friend and shouted. After spending time together, Yue knew that Shui'er was just kidding, but he also realized that Xingniao was as quiet as she was shy, that she was a warm and friendly person underneath the cold exterior. Let's fight. Yue smiled and beckoned, but his smile vanished the moment Shui'er's figure disappeared right before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, is it easy? Chapter 230, is it easy? Bang, dot. When Shui'er's figure appeared again, her puffy palm had already connected to Yue's chest. Damn. What happened? Yue did not expect such speed, nor had he faced an opponent armed with this level of quickness. Before he could process Shui'er's strike, he was already sent flying, falling backwards. Ha ha. Loser. Shui'er clapped her tiny hands hysterically, overwhelmed by the excitement of victory. How was that possible? Yue stood himself up and widened his eyes in shock, struggling to believe the innocent-looking girl, who now had a childish smile on her face, just knocked him down with one strike. I might have a shot if I used the third supernova evolution alongside the eternal star stance. But even so, I won't be quick enough to react to that kind of speed and strength in a long fight. You have been tricked. There is no way you could beat her. Shui'er has been keeping her real strength a secret for a while now. She became a 6-star returned prime warrior since more than half a year ago. Our plan is to keep her strength a secret before she is strong enough to contest with the higher-ranked talents. Xingniao's eyes narrowed and curled as she laughed. It is impressive that you have a body of a 3-star returned prime warrior. I'm guessing your cultivation level is lower than that, but you can't defeat Shui'er with gimmicks. Xingniao smiled and shook her head. 6-star returned prime level? Yue gulped and looked at Shui'er's childish face again. I'm glad that I've made her a friend of mine rather than a foe. The initiate thought to himself, this is a great reminder. I should never judge people by first impressions, cultivators are eccentric, especially the stronger ones. Don't take it too personal. Both me and Shui'er have been training in secret realms, it's okay that you are not as strong as we are. Xingniao gently smiled at Yue and said. I surrender. Without any hesitation, Yue lifted his arms and shouted. Even if I manage to finish learning the second pattern, I will not be able to fight her for longer than 20 minutes. I am also certain that she has some more tricks up her sleeves. There is more competition in this palace than I expected. There will be more like Shui'er who keep a low profile before they are ready to challenge the higher ranks. He thought. Like Xingniao said, I should take advantage of the secret realms controlled by the Helians. I can't waste more time. Time passed quickly like a white pony's shadow across a crevice. Over 2 weeks' time, Yue had spent hours of daylight with Xingniao studying light/finger stance and experimenting with runes. While sharing their experiences, Xingniao had mentioned the runemaster that she idolized and how she was inspired and motivated by the mysterious figure. And when Yue figured out that she was talking about none but himself, he felt increasingly uncomfortable as Xingniao expressed her admiration again and again. He also found out that Xingniao assumed the mysterious runemaster to be a respected, knowledgeable grand runemaster who was trying to keep a low profile. There were a few moments when Yue was dying to give up information that might help Xingniao figure out he was the one she admired, but he managed to hold his tongue.
A couple more days passed quickly, although the duo did not manage to refine the stance, but they did improve Yue's runic knowledge and he was getting more comfortable with manipulating more complicated runes. During this period, he was also training on his own when he was not with Qing Yao. As the result, on top of mastering the light/finger stance, he also improved his own sword chi by a great deal. Furthermore, he was able to push his body strength and his light clone to 4-star return prime level by infusing the runic patterns of the Eternal Star stance into his own bloodstream. As the date of the first ranking fight approached, a lot of cultivators that had been training in remote secret realms had returned to the palace. Although more crowded, the Black Dragon Valley was even quieter than usual. The atmosphere in the palace was becoming heavier. Yue exhaled deeply as the first drop of sun landed on his face, the energy of the stars surrounding his body then fading. After a whole night working on the Eternal Star stance, his body was sore as his mind was restless. I have been training for 22 days straight now, 8 more days and I will be facing the high-ranked cultivators. The stone doors of his training chamber opened when he stood up. He mumbled to himself while he headed to his courtyard. Standing in the courtyard, Yue helplessly shook his head, breathing in cool morning air. Although in the past 22 days his strength improved considerably, his cultivation was not much closer to reaching the next rank. Cultivation should be my fundamental focus. Although I can train my body regardless of it, there is a roof to how strong my body can get with limited amount of chi flowing through my meridians. It's not efficient to keep training my body before I break through to become a returned prime warrior. My body's strength is almost at its limit, Yue muttered to himself as he looked at the distant white hazy mist gathering on the horizon. I must try again. He positioned himself in the courtyard, crossed his legs to continue cultivating. He began to alter his chi flow to the center meridians that led to the silver ball in his dantian. The 10 golden fissures lit up as the ball of energy started spinning. His meridians then began to contract, pressuring his chi. Suddenly the normal chi flow became a great force that rushed through his entire body. Zoom! Empowered by the vast energy, the golden fissures on the silver ball of chi began to thicken and rattle. Open up! The veins on his forehead expanded and became visible. His face became pale now that he was losing control over his chi. Drip! Drip! Covered in sweat, with his clothes soaked through, Yue was directing all of his energy to his dantian. All of a sudden a small fraction of the silver ball turned golden, but within the same second when the transformation took place, Yue had lost focus. The powerful golden energy dissipated as quickly as it appeared, vanishing into nothing. Crack! With a few clicking sounds, his meridians relaxed and the golden fissures in his dantian returned to their normal state. I am still very far from figuring it out. Yue wiped his face with his sleeve. Disappointment overtook him as he shook his head and slightly sighed. The concentrated energy only overtook a tiny part of the energy ball. I would need at least 10 times more chi to actually break through. Xingyao and Shui'er had to go through the same struggle in the past. I need to ask them for some advice, otherwise I'd never reach my goal before the start of the ranking tournament. Yue got up and strode towards Qingyao's villa. At the villa, Qingyao, Shui'er and Yue were sitting by the bluestone table in the courtyard, and both of the girls were shocked when Yue asked about them for tips regarding breaking through to the returned prime level. Did I hear it right? You still haven't been able to break through? Shui'er gave an incredulous look at Yue, as subtleness was never her strong feature. Was it a joke? Your body strength has already reached 4-star return prime level. However strong a body stance is, it's only a stance and therefore it will be limited by chi and cultivation. I would say it is a miracle that your body could take it when your strength exceeded return prime level. I have never heard any condensed prime manage to push their body strength past 3-star return prime level with any technique. Are you related to demons? She exclaimed with an air of surprise. This is truly unexplainable. I wasn't joking. I still wasn't able to break through. Used to having his cultivation as a secret as he was able to store his chi on the supernova runes on his bones, Yue felt slightly uncomfortable talking about his relatively low cultivation level. He took a deep breath and released a runic seal close to his palm. His chi was then released from his bones to his meridians, giving him chi presence like an ordinary cultivator. Seriously? Only a 10-star condensed prime warrior? Xingyao looked suspiciously at Yue, trying to see through him. He possessed runic knowledge that allowed him to spot a mid-level earth stance's flaws and was even able to improve it. His body is as strong as a 4-star returned prime warrior, but he is still a condensed prime? To what extent can he enhance his body strength? And what will happen when he finally makes it through? Xingyao was more emotionally involved in developing Yue to become a cultivation companion than she realized. With shining eyes she said, "It's easy if you know a couple of tricks." As a martial art genius herself, Xingyao saw some very impressive and talented people during her short life, however there were none who could compare to her unspoken abilities, maybe except Yue. Apart from Qi Wuxiu's dominance, Qing Yao was not sure who else could be in the way of Yi Wei's rise to the top in the future. And even Qi Wuxiu was the stronger cultivator at the time, Qing Yao was more interested in the initiate than the veteran. Qi Wuxiu is a truly gifted cultivator, but Yi Wei is both a fighter and a runmaster with brimming talent and potential.
It's easy if I know a couple of tricks?
Mumbled Yi Wei, stricken by their words. With a puzzled look he turned his face to Qing Yao. There is a huge gap between condensed prime and returned prime warriors.
How can it not be difficult?
Yi Wei, for the outside world the passage from condensed prime to returned prime is demanding and very challenging.
But for us in the Million Stars Palace, it's actually not that difficult.
Anyone who has been training in the palace for more than a year had managed to become a returned prime warrior. Shui Er winked with her cute watery eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 231, Ancient Cloud Realm. Chapter 231, Ancient Cloud Realm.
So that's why. Yi Wei nodded after a brief moment of thinking. Everyone apart from the initiates I've met here are all returned prime warriors. Out of all the secret realms the Hellion has control over, there is a special one called Ancient Cloud. It is guarded by golden runic puppets, which are less powerful than returned prime level. It is relatively safe comparing to other realms.
It's not a dangerous realm and you can't find anything too valuable there. However, it is one of the only known locations where you can find returned prime stone.
Shui Er looked at Yi Wei and spoke quietly as if she was telling someone a secret. The stones are actually pretty common and invaluable, so to speak. Returned prime stones are natural storages of compact energy. Any 10-star condensed prime warrior who isn't completely stupid usually get inspired and figure out what they have to do to break through when they lays hands on these stones.
Everyone who lives here have clearance to train in the Ancient Cloud Realm, that's why I said it's not difficult. A stone that can help condensed prime warriors reaching returned prime stage? Common? Yi Wei's mouth was open, clearly shocked to hear the information.
There is only one returned prime warrior in the outskirt region where I came from.
If artifact like that is common, then what do you consider rare?
There is a total of 12 secret realms in the Zhou dynasty. The stones are not the most powerful material within these realms.
Qing Yao found Yi Wei's surprise expression cute, answering with a smile. What other realms?
Yi Wei thought to himself.
Wei, don't listen to Qing Yao. She is from a big family and didn't go through the struggle like us.
There is a phenomenon, visitors of the realm are able to acquire only one stone and the stones only releasing their energy when held by their finders. Of course she is not going to find it valuable when it can't be turned into a business.
Shui Er giggled and imitated Qing Yao's graceful postures.
By the way, a lot of this year's initiates have already went and got their stones actually.
What? Why haven't I been told about it? Yi Wei exclaimed. You have beaten quite a few returned prime warriors if you don't remember.
Shui Er shook her head and rolled her eyes. These stones are only valuable to cultivators with a certain level of talent at a specific point of their lives.
I still think pale moon essence is more valuable. Qing Yao said calmly.
You should go get yours, you still have time to break through before the ranking tournaments. I am sure all the struggling cultivators who died as 10-star condensed prime warrior would agree with you too. Yi Wei sighed and thought to himself.
Qing Yao, if you don't mind, I would like to focus on breaking through instead of refining the stance for now.
He spoke with honesty. I will be in a better place to work on refining the stance once I've gotten a better ranking.
I promise I will come back to refinement as soon as I can.
Feeling the responsibilities he signed himself up for, Yi Wei felt obligated to refine the light/finger stance, therefore wanted to be transparent to Qing Yao.
Yeah, I understand.
Qing Yao nodded, aware that refining an earth stance requires time, a clear mind and complete focus.
I will be on my way.
After bidding farewell, Yi Wei directly went back to the guard post closest to his own villa, and requested access to the ancient cloud realm. A few moments later, a black runicle arrived in front of Yi Wei's villa.
A middle-aged Hellion agent stepped out and spoke with great authority. Am I speaking to rank 935, Yi Wei? The young initiate nodded. Are you packed and ready? We will be heading to the ancient cloud realm right away. Yi Wei nodded again. Get in the runicle. The agent ordered after checking Yi Wei's name tag. Zoom.
With lightning speed, the runicle rushed towards the transportation arrays at the northern edge of the palace.
He is heading to a secret realm?
Looks like it. I think I heard the guard saying ancient cloud realm, but why does this kid need to go there? We don't need to know why, we just need to report to the spiritualist as ordered.
Yeah, that's right.
Soon after the runicle's departure, the cultivators that had been hiding nearby all came out from the shadows at once, flew towards Qing Mu's villa as if their lives were depending on it. Ever since Qing Yao showed interest in Yi Wei,
Qingmu the spiritualist had ordered some of his followers to watch the initiate's movements. After learning that Yi Wei was frequently visiting Qingyao, the spiritualist's envy and frustration grew. He required his surveillance team to report everything they saw and heard. Spiritualist, Yi Wei is heading to the ancient cloud realm. The first of Qingmu's followers to arrive kneeled down as soon as he entered his leader's living room, reporting respectfully. Pfft, that means he's still a condensed prime warrior. He must not be a good one either, who needs to use a stone to break through these days. Chengmu adjusted his jade hairpin and chuckled disdainfully, trying to cover his fear of the initiate catching up with him. I never thought it's possible, but he could defeat returned prime warriors while still being at condensed prime level. We cannot let him, said Chengmu with an evil grin on his face. His cold glance fell onto his followers. Shikuan, Zhendao, Zhou Huan, you three are going on a mission. Go to the ancient cloud realm, stop that kid from getting his hands on a stone. Yes, sir. Don't worry about it, spiritualist, he will not get hold of one under our watch. Shikuan stepped forward and declared. Get a move on. Chengmu waved and sent them away. Yue beat Jin Kuei, but his victory was marginal. I don't think this damn newbie will be able to handle 3 returned prime warrior at once, the spiritualist thought to himself as he watched his followers flew away, tried to relax and trust his men. Within a minute after the brief meeting, a runicle came and picked up the trio from Chengmu's doorsteps. He's already gone in. The trio arrived on a flat peak sat on the edge of the palace. All they could see was a runic array and 9 tall crystal pillars. With no sign of Yue on the flat mountaintop, they flew through the glinting monuments towards the array's center. Are you guys ready? Shikuan asked the other two and rushed towards the warp gate as soon as his colleagues nodded. What are you 3 doing here? You are already 3-star returned prime warriors. One of the array operators knitted his brows, asking with confusion. Just do your job, you are here to assist us with the teleportation array, not to ask useless questions. You should keep your nose out of Qingmu the spiritualist's business. Shikuan grunted and said with great pride. Qingmu the spiritualist? The official's face changed, nodded to the trio and activated the teleportation array. Since the low-clearance operators were aware of Qingmu's influence in the palace and in the Hellion family, they knew better than to cross the talented youngster. Not quite sure what they just witnessed, they frowned, looked at each other, then started chatting once the trio left. They have no reason to go to the ancient cloud realm, something's not right. That's what I thought as well, let's report it to the elders just in case. The gate guards quickly wrote a small note and sent it to the Hellion elders with a teleportation rune sequence. Yue could not see or hear anything. Since the moment he entered the teleportation array he could not feel his own weight and simultaneously became disorientated. However, having used a similar teleportation array once before, he was aware that the strange, pulsing sensation he felt came from the friction between him and the dimensional barriers which separated the physical realms from one another. He could not quite quantify the amount of time he spent traveling uncomfortably through the warp. He was relieved when he felt a drop of warm sun on his skin. When Yue could see again, he found himself on a desert island. I am in the middle on the ocean? A sobering salty smell and the sound of waves breaking awakened Yue's senses. With every wave of sea breeze slapping his face, Yue regained a bit of consciousness. He gazed to all direction and the only thing he could on the edge of the horizon was water and clouds. The clouds were suspending just meters off the ground and sea level, making it hard for Yue to visually navigate the area. I guess I should go there. After a few minutes of looking around, Yue spotted a palace floating on top the sea behind the cloud. The structure was glittering like gold and transparent like jade. Yue could not figure out what material it was made of, but he could vaguely feel a vortex of energy from the direction of the palace. Outside the entrance stood hundreds of large golden golems. They were surrounding the tightly shut gate. Yue tried to reach into the palace with his will force, but the energy he sent was quickly rejected by the runic shield around the structure. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Interception. Chapter 232, Interception. After a few unsuccessful attempts to penetrate the palace's walls with his will force, Yue gave up trying altogether. There are some people over there, I should get my stone first and worry about the palace later. So those are the golden puppets Qin Yao and Shui Er mentioned. Yue smiled, mumbling to himself while looking afar at the palace. They are indeed below returned prime level, nothing I can't handle. More than 20 initiates were fighting the puppets, none of them were above condensed prime level. So one of these returned prime stones shoots out from the palace once you have defeated the puppet. That's what she meant when she said everyone can only get the stone once. That doesn't look too hard. Zoom. Yue's feet viciously propelled against the ground, riding a bow of star-like runic patterns as he sped towards the palace in the middle of the sea. It's Yue. He is my hero. But what is he doing here? He just got himself onto the Black Dragon list. We should go ask him for some cultivation tips. Everyone was excited to see the person that saved them from being humiliated by the veterans. After 10 breaths' time, Yue landed in front of the palace, taking a closer look at the initiates. Jinshin isn't here, but I recognize Hong Hai. I got him out of a beating from the veterans. Yi Wei. You are here? Hong Hai bowed respectfully at Yi Wei. Thanks again for the intervention. I would still be in a sick bed now if you didn't help me. Hi. I remember you. Yi Wei smiled and nodded. I appreciate that. Hong Hai replied while clenching his fists, excited to speak to Yi Wei. You inspired me. I am here because of you. Hopefully I will be able to catch up with the veterans quicker after getting a stone. I gave myself a goal to become a returned prime warrior within 2 to 3 months, but as talented a cultivator as he was, Hong Hai's pride and confidence were scarred by the experience of getting humiliated by Feng Shan. Luckily for him, he found motivation on the very same day from the person who avenged him. Yi Wei, you have to be careful. I heard that a lot of high-ranking Black Dragon listers are planning to challenge you during the tournament. Hong Hai came closer to his idol and whispered. I know. Yi Wei nodded indifferently. And I've known for a while now. It's normal that the veterans feel threatened considering the amount of attention I drew onto myself. They might think I am disrespectful. Yi Wei saw the challenges ahead more as positive obstacles he will have to eventually overcome than something that stressed him. However, after getting defeated by Shu'er, breaking through would become a more urgent matter for Yi Wei as he realized who he would be fighting in the tournament were likely to be on the same level as Shu'er. Why are you lot just standing there? Yi Wei looked towards the golden puppets and asked bewilderedly. These puppets are below returned prime level, but it takes more than an ordinary 10-star condensed prime warrior to bring them down. Hong Hai glanced at the puppets and said shamefully. We only have one chance. If we are defeated by the puppet, we won't be able to get our hands on a stone later on. Everyone is playing it safe. We can't afford to risk what might be our only chance to become a returned prime warrior before we are too old to be recruited by powerful families. Hong Hai's eyes scanned across the group of initiates and explained slowly. I see. Yi Wei nodded. I am kind of in a hurry. You guys are welcome to watch and learn more about how these puppets fight. Yi Wei then casually walked through the initiates towards one of the golden puppets, mumbling as he was getting close. 8 days, no room for mistakes. Yi Wei is in a league of his own. He only just came here and he is just going to go in blind. He might be stronger than all of us assume him to be. What did you expect? He did beat the strongest 3-star returned prime warrior in the palace. He can surely handle a puppet. The initiates looked at Yi Wei with respect and admiration. Confident about his 4-star returned prime level body strength, Yi Wei walked up to one of the golden puppets and just after a brief look struck without much hesitation. Crack! Just before his fist was about to connect onto the puppet, a beam of blue light shot from afar and destroyed the puppet before Yi Wei's eyes. His fist flew through a screen of golden dust. The runic array of the palace did not react to the puppet's destruction. Whoever did this had already gotten a stone in the past. Yi Wei frowned and looked towards the blue beam's source. His glare landed on Shirkuan, Zhendao, and Zhou Huan. The trio pridefully stared back at Yi Wei with disdainful smiles on their faces. They are Chengmu's men. What is their business here? Hong Hai mumbled, frowned in confusion as he recognized the trio. They are all Black Dragon listers above 4-star returned prime level, and they've certainly gotten a stone in the past. Yi Wei narrowed his eyes and glared at the trio. They are here to do nothing else than give me a hard time. There are plenty more puppets here. He exhaled slowly, trying to suppress his anger and decided to find himself another puppet instead of confronting the trio. Whoosh! Just when Yi Wei was close to the next puppet, another blue beam flew past him and reached the target before his fist did. Oh, sorry about that. I accidentally broke those puppets. Shirkuan spoke in a dry tone, newbies these days. It's stupid enough to pick a fight with Chengmu as a veteran. I would not want to be in his position the slightest. Shirkuan, you are just so clumsy sometimes. Zhou Huan added in a comedic tone. I don't know, my chi is just very active today. I couldn't control it. Shirkuan shrugged and pulled a guilty-looking face. They are picking on Yi Wei. These veterans are shameless. They have already gotten their stones. They don't gain anything from being difficult. It wasn't hard for anyone to guess that the veterans were intentionally giving Yi Wei a hard time. I can feel it. All 3 of them are 4-star returned prime warriors. Yi Wei is in trouble. They should be higher ranked than Jin Kuei by quite a bit. They really are trying their best to put us down. The initiates were angered by the injustice, sharing the same hatred in their hearts. Yi Wei, they won't go away before you do.
and I think they might even force you to leave this realm. If you want to participate the tournament in good condition, you just have to accept that today is not the day you get your stone, Hong Hai urgently told Yue. We would love to fight by your side, but I don't think it will be any help. Leave? Yue knitted his brows. If I leave now, they will think I am scared of them. From there, these self-centered veterans will just push all of the initiates even harder. I have great respect for all the veterans here. If you three think otherwise, you have misunderstood my intentions that other day. Yue lifted his head and said sincerely, but he had a chilling glare as if he already knew the trio did not wish to end the dispute peacefully. I have been here for less than a month, I don't even know any of you. If you were displeased by something I've done, I would like to know how we can resolve our differences. He continued. What do you mean? You turned the palace's traditions upside down and showed all of us you have the potential to rival Qi Wuxiu. Small players like us dare not to cross you. Shirkoan stared down pridefully and said in a sarcastic voice. We are just taking a walk, all three of us like how the clouds look in here. You've got a problem with that? Without a doubt, you are a genius among geniuses, but if the spiritualist doesn't want you to have an easy life, there is nothing we can do to chance it. Shirkoan thought to himself. Although the trio knew about Yue's talent and admired the initiate to an extent, they knew they must follow Chang Mu's orders if they wished to survive the competitive palace. Are you three sure about this? If you want to be difficult, I will too. Yue's face turned dark as the golden runic patterns on his bones came alive. It frustrates me how far you three are going without a reason. Yue clenched his fist, warm waves of energy began to leak out from his skin. I do not bully others and I do not tolerate bullies. Oh, look at that, I've never seen an angry genius before. I think my legs are getting soft, it's a scary sight, don't you think? Shirkoan glared at Yue and said sarcastically. Chen Dao and Zhou Huan began to laugh hysterically. Let it out, it's not healthy to hold a grudge. Zhou Huan narrowed his eyes and beckoned. I will remember what you three did today. And I would like to see what made you guys think you can stop me from getting a stone. Yue glared at the trio. Although uncertain about winning a fight against the 4-star returned prime warriors, he was certain he would be able to get a stone while keeping them occupied. Starblink steps. Light clone. Yue ignored the trio entirely, rushed to a puppet at his top speed while his clone headed to another. I am here to get things done, I have no interest in fighting any of you. Let's go, boys. Shirkoan grunted and his eyes turned cold. Whoosh. Whoosh. Just as Shirkoan ordered, Chen Dao launched themselves towards Yue and Zhou Huan to the clone, while Shirkoan stayed at the backline to control the assault. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Return Prime Stone. Chapter 233, Return Prime Stone. The initiates frowned, shocked by how far the trio were willing to go, driven by pride. They all took a step back and began talking to each other. I kind of saw this happening, there is no way the veterans would let it go easily. But I don't think it's ethical for them to make a move while Yue is trying to get his stone. A tall tree in a shrub is always the first to fall when a storm comes. Yue might be able to take on a 4-star returned prime warrior, but there are 3 of them, but... The initiates sighed and shook their heads as they felt more sorry for Yue. Shirkoan stared downwards, grunted and said, You are slightly better than Jin Kuei, but you are still under 3-star returned prime level. Either Chen Dao and Zhou Huan would be able to crush you and you are trying to get yourself a stone instead of defending yourself? Naive. Do you think I am just going to stay up here and do nothing? Shirkoan's lips curled up to a cold smile. Boom. The smile on Shirkoan's face lasted less than a second and vanished as Chen Dao and Zhou Huan intercepted Yue and the light clone. Back off. A burst of energy exploded from both Yue and the clone. The shockwaves reached the ocean, stirred up miles-tall sea tornadoes. This is much greater than what a 3-star returned prime warrior can do. Before Chen Dao and Zhou Huan could react, the burst of energy had repelled them both. They could no longer control their own movement, sent flying backwards towards the ground. What is happening? Shirkoan could not believe what he saw. This kid reached 4-star returned prime level? But he is not even a returned prime warrior. He was in complete shock. He made Chen Dao and Zhou Huan look defenseless. Body strength stances are limited by cultivation, unless, could he be a demon? The initiates' bodies felt the chi disturbance and started talking to each other. Does it only take him days to improve this much, or was he hiding this? I don't think he broke through to returned prime level yet. Which makes it even more unbelievable. He is good, not just for an initiate. Hong Hai and the other initiates couldn't help but exclaim in unison. This is what I am capable of, and I am here for a stone.
I will not be stopped by anyone who dares to step in my way. Yue grunted as Zhou Huan and Xian Dao landed in the waves. Using the time when his opponents were startled, he sent his clone towards the closest golden puppet. Damn it! Shikuan's face became pale as he realized he was about to fail the task Qingmu trusted him to finish. Regroup and get the stone. You know what would happen to us if we returned to Qingmu with empty hands? Shikuan shouted and sped towards the palace on the island. It's too late to stop him from breaking a puppet. We have to stop him from catching the stone instead. Bang! The golden puppet closest to Yue shattered as soon as the clone's fist connected. A beam of light shot at the puppet's core, receiving the chi signature of the attacker. Zoom! The runes on the palace's surface squirmed simultaneously. The next moment, a palm-sized black crystal rocketed out from the inside of the palace's energy shield. I've warned you all. I will not hold back this time. The island trembled when Yue stomped the ground. He rode a hold of starlight, launched himself to the stone. Gravitating prison. Shikuan reacted immediately after the initiate made his move. The runes that came out of his hands turned into dense bars, joined together to form a cage. Rumble. The cage shape expanded, covered the sky above Yue's head. Interesting. Yue muttered, slowly lifted his shoulders to feel the immensity of the restricting stance's effect. This is actually something I can learn from. Now. Let's go. Zhou Huan and Xian Dao chuckled, shook their bodies to dry themselves a little and flew towards the stone. Third evolution. Peerless sword. Yue's chi became concentrated, powering the improved sword chi. His cold gaze darted onto the approaching trio while 360 swords swept towards Zhou Huan and Xian Dao in a cycloning motion. After training for the past 20 days, Yue learned to utilize his advanced understanding of the stance in combat. The stone is mine. The chi swords have the momentum of rivers. They are no weaker than mid-earth level. Froop. There were no sense of comfort left in either Zhou Huan or Qian Dao's body. They could see the chi swords were going to land in the matter of seconds, but they could already feel the swords edged on their faces through the blaze. They tried grabbing the flying stone but then retracted their bleeding hands almost the exact moment. Pop. A crisp sound radiated from Yue's feet as he escaped Shikuan's zone of intensified gravity. Yue quickly reached his arm outwards. He grabbed the black crystal, bypassing the trio's resistance with speed and force. I told you, it's mine. His cold gaze fell onto Shikuan. The trio looked at each other, frustrated, each of them angry that they could not stop the initiate from acquiring a return prime stone despite the advantage of number. None of the three could bear to imagine the veteran's reaction after hearing what happened in the secret realm today. He did it. He is my idol now. All three veterans were 4-star returned prime warriors, but they couldn't even react in time. That's how fast Yue is. The initiates were feeling motivated, encouraged by Yue consistently retaliation against the bullies. They all began to take pride in being one of those who started in the Million-Star Palace the same year as Yue did, moved by his strength and shocked by his capabilities. If he is only a little stronger than I am, I might be jealous. But he is just so far ahead, there is no point to envy. I need to learn from him. Hong Hai muttered while clenching his fists. Zhou Huan and Qian Dao quickly recovered and leaped back to Shikuan's side. Brother Kuan, if this doesn't work out, we might as well just leave the Black Dragon Valley. Our allies will leave us. Shang Mu will never forgive us. They both looked at Shikuan, the highest ranked amongst the trio, for an answer. His body is at 4-star returned prime level, but so are we. All we have to do is not to underestimate him. Shikuan gritted his teeth and glared at Yue. We will rip the stone from his cold hands. Get him. We need to take control. Chen Dao and Zhou Huan channeled their chi, their rage-filled energy situated a mile-wide radius. I see you don't like giving up. Yue stared at the trio, tightened his grip on the stone as he evaluated his position. I can handle each one of them, but they are by no means weak. I can probably hold my ground for a few minutes before they find a way to work together and fight me as a team, then I will be done for. Unless, Yue kept calculating the variables, while feeling the warmth of the stone in his hand. Hand over the stone now or we will have to make you. Shikuan screamed desperately, ready to get his hand dirty as his reputation was at stake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Return. Chapter 234, Return. I would just give it up now, if I were you. Someone powerful is behind all this. Someone you don't want to cross. Shikuan spoke slowly, with great intensity. I could not care less, I am here to become stronger. Yi Wei replied without hesitation. Does the name Qing Mu ring any bells? You might know him by his nickname, the Spiritualist. Qian Dao joined in with a disdainful voice.
If you don't know the name, then you should memorize it now, because he runs this place. I didn't want to drop any names, but Qian Dao is absolutely right. If Qing Mu doesn't want you to get a return prime stone, then you just don't.
Sure, Cohen threatened, he will make your life here a living hell without moving a muscle. Do you mean the fifth strongest cultivator here?
Yi Wei was both surprised and worried. And I was just starting to think these three were mad at me for beating their friends or something. I haven't done anything to Qing Mu, he is one of the top cultivators here. Why does he care if I get a return prime stone or not?
Qing Mu, the Spiritualist, wants the stone that you are holding right now. Sure, Cohen said loudly and clearly, wanting to soften Yi Wei in front of the initiates so they would recognize his authority and mercy. This can still end peacefully. It's your choice. I will give you it if you ask nicely.
Yi Wei chuckled as his glare turned cold. Nobody can stop me from breaking through, not even the strongest cultivator on the Black Dragon list.
Crack!
The black crystal shattered into shards as Yi Wei tightened his grip.
How dare you? You brought this to yourself. Knock him out cold. Don't let him absorb the stone's energy. The trio yelled furiously as they launched themselves towards Yi Wei. If you are not going to show me respect, you will not see my mercy.
Sure, Cohen's eyes fired up while his hands made hundreds of seals.
Mid-earth stance, polar mountain punch.
The golden runes turned black as soon as they left his hand, condensing and forming a matte black energy layer that covered his knuckles. The layer enlarged, the dark outline of his fist became the size of a small mountain.
The stance that got me into the Black Dragon Valley will knock you out of the list. You won't be able to defend your place if you are lying in bed. Elemental Cleaver. Nonary Shadows. Chen Dao and Zhou Huan used their best stances. Both of them were mid-earth stances but weaker than Shi Kuan's strike.
Like the trio, most of the cultivators living in the Black Dragon Valley knew at least one simple mid-earth stance, while the top 300 all had a peak mid-earth stance in their arsenal.
Shi Kuan's Dark Landslide, Chen Dao's Phantom Blades and Zhou Huan's Unstable Shadow Clones were simultaneously approaching Yi Wei. The whole realm trembled as the balance of energy was disturbed by the returned Prime Warrior's strikes.
Inside the eye of the storm, Yi Wei stared at the incoming attackers with empty eyes. He was occupied by an overwhelming sensation, the surge of energy that escaped from the returned Prime Stone shards. He could not explain or describe what he felt, but he was emulating the pulsation of the surge involuntarily. My chi never really decay once I spend it, I can recompress the residue and return it to my meridians. A moment of clarity inspired Yi Wei, his gaze regained focus as his mind brightened. All I need to do is to compress the residue energy in my system and establish a flow, that way my meridians will sustain pressure. His grunt lingered while his meridians strengthened to hold the newfound energy. The surge flowed through his whole body and completed a circuit as it reached his lower stomach, overloaded his dantian. The silver ball in his dantian grew in size exponentially, the golden fissures widened, corroding away the silvery surface and transforming the chi storage from the top layer to the core. Zoom! Zoom! Once the entirety of energy ball became golden, the chi it held refluxed into Yi Wei's meridians. The surge extended to each and every corner of his body, toughening his muscles, skin, and bone. As he already dealt with the inner demon just a while ago, Yi Wei had now broken through. Third Supernova Evolution. Standing just a few feet away from his opponent's stances, Yi Wei quickly compressed his chi to protect himself. Crack! The golden chi in his meridians expanded, compressed, and leaked out, covering his entire body and becoming a visible armor. Meanwhile, the runic patterns on his bones span rapidly, absorbing and heating the golden energy. 4. No 5-star returned prime level. Yi Wei clenched his fist, feeling the immense strength he now had complete control over. Brilliant! He smiled and fired his chi swords at the stances in front of him. Bang! The chi swords penetrated the trio's stances within a second, leaving a trail of broken runes and unbounded energy behind. No! How is this possible? Shi Kuan's legs started shaking as he screamed in desperation, stupefied by the sight. He broke through just now. How is he able to control his chi already? How can his presence be at 5-star returned prime level? Although the trio had all heard how Yi Wei defeated the veterans with an amplification stance, none of them had a solution to neutralize the initiate with the strength and energy density of a 5-star returned prime warrior. They were left in shock, but prepared to defend themselves. Just one blow. How can Yi Wei be this far ahead of us? The initiate's jaws dropped, none of them could understand what they just saw. He only just used the stone. How could he have broken through already? And what's with the stance he just used? Even trained by the elites when they were growing up, none of the initiate could explain Yi Wei's performance by the logic they learned. They looked at Yi Wei with fascination and fear, wondering if their eyes failed to see a missing link that could help explain what had just happened. It seems to me that all the impossible and unexplainable things happen when Yi Wei is around. Hong Hai was completely absent-minded as he muttered while pinching himself. Although the pain confirmed that he was not dreaming, his mind did not become any clearer. From the moment you saved me I have been wondering how you can be so strong, but now I realized it's pointless trying to explain. Maybe I should just try to follow your footstep, but how do I do that? How? I would like you to send Qing Mu a message. Yi Wei glared at the trio and said clearly. Tell him that I don't want to get involved in politics, and I respect everyone here as much as I resent cowardly, unreasonable, bullying acts. He will regret it if he tries to pull this kind of stupid scheme again. Yi Wei was frustrated by how he was making enemies without knowing. After breaking through, a lot of Yi Wei's worries vanished. In possession of 100 bottles of primal essence he was confident, as he knew he could improve his cultivation in a short amount of time. I can probably get to 3-star level before the tournament if I invest my time to cultivating, but I can also finish the first stage of the Eternal Star Stance now that I am a returned Prime Warrior. I think I will be able to handle Changmu when I finish both. He is only an 8-star returned Prime Warrior after all. Watch your mouth, kid, the spiritualist is not as forgiving as I am. Shirkuan tried to intimidate Yi Wei, but having just been defeated, he had no choice but letting Qing Mu's name do the threatening. I will watch my mouth if your leader learns to behave reasonably. Yi Wei stood up straight and replied slowly. You have 8 days to be nice to your friends. You will need someone to feed you and clean your ass when you become paralyzed. Shirkuan realized it was pointless to stay, spat on ground and left with his acquaintances. I look forward to seeing you 3 in the ranking tournaments. Yi Wei clenched his fist and kept his eyes on the fleeing trio as they left. As stated by the rules, we can only challenge someone higher ranked than ourselves, which means I am in control. He thought to himself. I am strong enough to protect myself, there really is nothing I should worry about now as I am at returned prime level. Since there are still 8 days left, I can take a bit of time off. Hope they are doing fine without me around. Yi Wei sighed, turned his focus back to the statues and started thinking about the state of his family. Wouldn't it be nice if more of them are returned Prime Warriors? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.